Sword God Chapter 1489 to Chapter 1540. After the battle with Wang Yu, Zong had a rough idea of his current level of strength. I wonder how I compare to the intermediate 6th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage. Zong could not help but think to himself. Of course, this referred to the intermediate 6th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage. Ordinary people would not be a match for him at all. The difference in cultivation base between the elite 6th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage would also lead to an obvious difference in strength. Of course, cultivation base was only a part of one's strength. Apart from cultivation base, one's strength also included the level of one's cultivation base, martial arts attainment, martial arts realm, Dao insight cultivation, and so on. Even saint weapons were included. Although the Scarlet Hellfire flowing sword was not bad, it could not keep up with his cultivation base. However, overall, it could still allow him to display his strength. As he went deeper into the Tianyuan ruins, Zong found more treasures. They were mostly saint herbs and they were also older. Immediately after, Zong's divine consciousness sensed a strong positive aura fluctuation. It was much stronger than the saint herbs he had found earlier. Whoosh, with a flash of lightning, he shot across the sky. Although the treasures in the Tianyuan ruins would emit a positive aura, which was completely opposite to the negative aura that was everywhere in the Tianyuan ruins, it would not be easy to detect it if one's perception was not strong enough. Zong's perception was so strong that ordinary 9th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage cultivators could not compare to it. Therefore, he could clearly detect the positive aura fluctuation. With a slash of his sword, he split the black rock apart. The positive aura fluctuation increased by several times. With a stab and a flick of his sword, he picked up an irregular object the size of a baby's fist from the black ground of the ruins. It was completely white and emitted a faint halo. Heavenly Essence Jade. Zong muttered. It had been a day since he entered the Tianyuan ruins. Now, he had finally found a Heavenly Essence Jade. Unfortunately, there was only one layer of white halo on it, indicating that it was a low-grade Heavenly Essence Jade. He still needed to find a higher-grade Heavenly Essence Jade. Zong reckoned that he would only have a chance of winning a slot if he found a high-grade Heavenly Essence Jade. However, the low-grade Tianyuan Jade was worth 100 Tianyuan elixirs, so it was not bad. Moreover, when Zong held the Tianyuan Jade in his hand, he could feel the pure and majestic positive energy surging within it. Unfortunately, he had to use some means to draw it out and absorb it to improve his cultivation. Although it was only a low-grade Heavenly Essence Jade, it was still a good start. The golden light flashed and immediately dissipated, revealing a figure. His face was pale, and he seemed to be in a panic and in a sorry state. "Junior brother Wang Yu, how did you end up like this?" The voice carried a hint of ridicule, but it also contained a sense of superiority, as if he held all the power in his hands. "Senior brother Gong." Wang Yu was slightly taken aback. She never expected to encounter him. When she thought of his temperament, she immediately had a thought, "Senior brother Gong, I'm not afraid of being laughed at. Just now, I was being pursued by someone from the Xianyuan world. Thankfully, my father gave me a life-saving trump card. Otherwise, I would have been eliminated even if I didn't die." Xianyuan realm. Gong Tianqing's lips curled into a disdainful smile. "Take me to him." "Good. With senior brother Gong taking action, this person is dead for sure." Wang Yu immediately became excited. The ultimate mystery realm was different from the Xianyuan world. The strongest in the Xianyuan world was the Xianyuan dynasty, followed by Onyx Absolute Palace and Dustless Hall. The strongest in the ultimate mystery realm was the Ultimate Mystery Sacred Palace. Gong Tianqing and Wang Yu were both disciples of the Ultimate Mystery Sacred Palace. Their backgrounds were extraordinary, and they belonged to powerful family clans. However, they could not compare to the Ultimate Mystery Sacred Palace. In the Ultimate Mystery Sacred Palace, Gong Tianqing was the second strongest among the disciples. Although she was younger than Gong Tianqing, causing her cultivation to be inferior, Wang Yu had to admit that Gong Tianqing was very powerful, not just because of his high cultivation. Another point that Wang Yu considered was that the number one disciple of the Ultimate Mystery Sacred Palace, the peerless genius known as the Ultimate Mystery Sacred Son, was Gong Tianqing's younger brother, Heavenly God Gong. With the two words Heavenly God in his name, how arrogant was that? Therefore, using Gong Tianqing to deal with Gong Tianqing was not as satisfying as doing it personally, but it was not a bad idea. To be honest, Wang Yu was very wary of Chen Zong. His cultivation was clearly inferior to his, but his strength was superior. It was very shocking. Taking a step back, if Gong Tianqing could not deal with Chen Zong, the ultimate mystery sacred son would personally suppress him when he found out. The ultimate mystery sacred son was a truly terrifying existence. Wang Yu was not as old as them, so he was very confident in his talent. From the bottom of his heart, he felt that he was more powerful than Gong Tianqing and would surpass him one day. However, he was very wary of the heavenly god of the ultimate mystery sacred palace. Heavenly God Gong, he was an existence that made people of the same generation feel despair. He was like a real heavenly god, shining with boundless radiance. No matter how confident Wang Yu was, he was not confident that he could surpass him. Shaking his head to dispel the thoughts in his mind, Wang Yu immediately led the way, quickly flying toward the place where he had fought with Chen Zong. Chen Zong had already left the place of the battle long ago. As he went deeper and deeper, he did not deliberately erase his aura. He used absolute lightning, then switched to the illusory Luo 9 transformations, then switched to other movement techniques that he had cultivated in the past. Now, Chen Zong had cultivated all kinds of movement techniques to perfection, and he had seen the true meaning of them. Now, he was even more inspired. However, due to the after effects of the 9-Dragon Tiger Golden Pill, he was still lacking the stamina and was unable to break through. After working hard for a while, he still felt that he was lacking the stamina. Chen Zong could only give up for now. He could only search for other treasures that could restore his potential and eliminate the after effects. As long as his after effects were eliminated, Chen Zong was confident that he would be able to break through immediately. In addition to looking for higher-grade heavenly essence jade, he naturally had to look for treasures that could restore his potential. However, it would not be easy, because it was difficult to sense their auras. It had to be said that Chen Zong's luck had always been good. After going deeper and deeper, Chen Zong killed a few more mid-tier evil beings. Then, he focused his gaze and locked onto a spot. He grabbed at the void with his left hand, and as if he was capturing dragons and controlling cranes, a black object 100 meters away suddenly flew into his hand. It looked like an abandoned black stone, but it also looked a little like the root of some kind of plant. After feeling it carefully, Chen Zong suddenly showed a touch of joy. It was very similar, very similar. Maybe it was it. He pulled out his sword and slashed continuously, splitting it open as fast as he could. Suddenly, a fragrance filled the air. He saw a white jade that was much bigger than before lying quietly among the broken black stones. It was very attractive. He reached out and grabbed it. Chen Zong immediately took it in his hand and quickly swallowed it. The temptation of eliminating the after effects was very great. If he waited until he left this place, he might miss out on many opportunities in the Tianyuan ruins. Although refining while moving was not as effective as refining wholeheartedly, it would not have a bad effect. Chen Zong did not know that Wang Yu had already brought an even more powerful enemy to chase after him. As time passed, Chen Zong carefully searched for treasures like the heavenly essence jade while refining the white jade. His entire body was surrounded by a clear stream of energy, and it was very comfortable. His overdrawn potential was slowly recovering, and the after effects were disappearing bit by bit. Chen Zong also discovered that when fighting with the evil beings, the refining speed actually became faster. Two tyrannical auras rapidly approached from afar. One of them was familiar, and Chen Zong immediately thought of Wang Yu. He raised his eyes and looked into the distance. A sharp light shot out like a sword. Sure enough, one of the two people approaching was Wang Yu, and Chen Zong could recognize the other person. During his time in the abandoned city, he had learned about the peerless geniuses of the 9 worlds who had participated in the competition. Gong Tianxing, he was one of the few mid-6th Heaven Saint Realm peerless geniuses in the profound world. Chen Zong did not know how strong he was, but he should be stronger than Wang Yu. As for how he compared to himself, Chen Zong was not sure. However, Chen Zong had no intention of leaving just like that. He wanted to take a step forward to test his current strength. He also wanted to borrow the other party's pressure to speed up the refinement of the white jade-like treasure. This would allow him to recover faster and eliminate the side effects. When he saw Qinzong, Wang Yu's eyes shone with a terrifying light. A trace of incomparably sharp killing intent gathered in the depths of his eyes like a whirlpool. His killing intent surged like a tide, but Wang Yu suppressed it. Instead, he slowed down and looked at Gong Tianxing. Senior brother Gong, it's this person, Wang Yu said. He did not exaggerate because there was no need for him to do so. Gong Tianxing's figure flashed and closed in on Qinzong. When he was 100 meters away from Qinzong, he stopped and placed his hands behind his back. His expression was disdainful, and there was a hint of judgment in his eyes. It was as if he wanted to see through Qinzong's depths. You're quite strong to be able to defeat Wang Yu. Your talent is not bad either. Gong Tianxing's tone was like that of a god. Seeing as we're both prodigies of the 9 worlds, I'll give you a chance. Take the initiative to hand over your spatial ring and sincerely apologize to Wang Yu. Wang Yu also appeared beside Gong Tianxing, staring coldly at Qinzong. Are you coming one by one? Or are you coming together? Qinzong smiled, showing no fear. His words were as sharp as a sword. The moment he finished speaking, he unsheathed the scarlet hellfire sword and shot forward as a streak of scarlet light. Then, the streak of light split into 2, shooting towards Gong Tianxing and Wang Yu respectively. Wang Yu struck out and shattered the streak of light, but Gong Tianxing was enraged. Wang Yu actually dared to attack him. He was courting death. In an instant, an extremely sharp streak of light shot out from Gong Tianxing's hand. The streak of light was black with a smear of blood red. It was so sharp that it could cut through everything. The heavenly scourge was unsheathed. Qinzong immediately felt his hair stand on end. He could only sense that the blade was extremely powerful and frightening. The blade was a grade 6 saint artifact. Moreover, it wasn't something an ordinary grade 6 saint artifact could compare to. The power contained in a fine-grade grade 7 saint artifact surpassed that of an ordinary 6th heaven saint rudiment stage weapon. It made Gong Tianxing even more powerful. The streak of light was shattered, and the black blade gleaming with blood-red light shot forward as if it could extinguish all life. Lifeless sword style, after shattering the blade gleam, it charged towards Gong Tianxing with extreme killing intent. Wang Yu had already retreated far away. Gong Tianxing didn't like it when others interfered. It would arouse his killing intent. Sword and saber clashed on the ruined ground. Sword edge, saber edge, sharp, domineering, and unparalleled. Gong Tianxing had an evil smile on his face as he slashed out with his saber. The saber light was tyrannical, cruel, and intense. Every saber strike carried the intent to kill Qinzong. It was a merciless killing blow. His saber technique was brutal and cruel. Each saber strike pursued simplicity and efficiency, discarding all unnecessary techniques and magnificence. This was a saber technique of slaughter. The Taishan realm was one of the 9 realms. There were also castles in the void battleground to defend against the void demons. Gong Tianxing was also part of the Taishan divine army and was an elite. He had killed countless void demons with his heavenly punishment saber and had cultivated a terrifying saber technique. Ordinary prodigies, even if their cultivation was on the same level as Gong Tianxing, would be shocked and fearful by Gong Tianxing's saber technique. Their minds would be affected, their aura would weaken, and their strength would also be affected. They would be killed by Gong Tianxing in just a few strikes. But Qinzong would not be. Qinzong's spiritual will and mind were extremely tenacious, his soul was formidable, and he'd even ignited his soul fire. Moreover, he'd even grasped the heart sword Dao insight that was related to the mind, so he possessed an extremely brilliant ability in resisting the invasion of evil. Moreover, he had the Azura doppelganger, Xianxia. It had been formed from a vast amount of pure evil qi and was unaffected by any evil qi. Even so, Qinzong could sense the terror of Gong Tianxing's saber technique. Each saber strike was extremely powerful, and the slightest carelessness would result in death. He could only focus all his mind and will and use his sword technique to the limit to fight back and wait for an opportunity to counterattack. Gong Tianxing was much stronger than Wang Yu, and the pressure he exerted on Qinzong was intense enough to greatly increase the refining speed of these treasures. They turned into streams of energy that spread throughout his body, making him feel extremely comfortable. And the energy that Xianxia had expended in this high-intensity battle was also rapidly restored by this stream of energy. As this stream of energy spread throughout his body, his overdrawn potential was slowly restored, and the side effects were slowly removed. Originally, it was 30%, but now it was 50%. With this 20% increase, some inspiration immediately surged through his mind. The light in Gong Tianqing's eyes became even more dangerous, and the power that lingered around his blade became even more terrifying. But even so, he was unable to suppress the other party. Heaven's punishment blade. Execute. With a low shout, the saber glowed a shocking scarlet as it slashed out in an instant. This saber strike gave Xianxia a feeling that it was different from all the previous sabers. This was the strongest killer move. He felt as if he was being judged, convicted, and beheaded by a guillotine. This was the blade of punishment. Once it was used, it would make people feel as if they had become criminals and were about to be executed. If one's willpower was not strong enough, they would be directly beheaded when faced with this slash. They would be unable to resist and wait for death to descend, just like those criminals who were convicted and executed after being convicted. Even with Xianxia's strong mind and will, he was slightly affected. Fortunately, the effect was not strong, and Xianxia got rid of it in an instant. Even so, the power of this slash was extremely terrifying. It was as if countless vengeful spirits were wailing, mournful and mournful. This saber had killed countless people, and every time it killed a person, it would leave behind a wisp of resentment. Once it was used, it would let out a shocking and mournful wail and attack others. If it was condensed to the extreme, it would even become solid and even more terrifying. But it was still very far from being solid, but the power of this saber strike was already very strong. His hair stood on end, a shocking cold light shot out of Xianxia's eyes as he unleashed the full power of the scarlet hellfire flowing sword. Celestial crystal tyrant body, lifeless sword style. The obvious difference in cultivation made Xianxia inferior to Gong Tianqing in terms of basic strength. The sword and the saber collided in an instant. The terrifying power instantly shattered the power of the lifeless sword style and arrived brazenly. Gong Tianqing was a top prodigy, and one of the Dao insights he had mastered was a high-level Dao insight. He had also comprehended it to the fifth revolution, and its power was astonishing. Of course, it was also because his cultivation environment and inheritance were better than Xianxia's, and he was also slightly older than Xianxia. The saber strike caused the sword to tremble incessantly, and the terrifying power carried a will to execute everything. It was as if it wanted to completely kill Xianxia. Retreat, deflect, the ground shattered. Heaven Punisher saber. Waist slash. The second saber strike arrived and slashed down, and the killing intent condensed into a solid form. It was even more terrifying and shocking, and it made Xianxia shudder with fear. The power of this saber strike was even more shocking than the first. It was at least 30% stronger. It was difficult to defend against. Retreat. As he swung his sword, Xianxia rapidly retreated, using the illusory Net 9 transformations to the extreme. He also subconsciously used the lightning flash, and the two movement techniques almost merged into one. 8 figures were sliced in half by the terrifying saber strike. This was a kind of torture, and it was shocking and tragic. Xianxia's real body was also almost sliced in half. He was horrified. At the same time, the increasing pressure and the threat of death caused the refining speed of the heavenly treasure to increase by more than 10 times. The clear current that filled his entire body instantly became stronger, and it turned into a surging torrent. 60%, 70%, 80%, in just 3 short breaths, the side effects were eliminated by a large margin, and his overdrawn potential was also recovered by a large margin, reaching 80%. The feeling of reaching 80% was even more different than before. Spiritual light appeared in his divine ocean. Moreover, 80% was not the limit. It was still recovering, but the speed was slowing down. Again. Xianxia's eyes shone brightly. He only needed to endure the pressure from the threat of death once more, and perhaps the heavenly treasure would be completely refined. His overdrawn potential would be completely recovered, and the side effects would be completely eliminated. I'll fulfill your wish. In the depths of Gong Tianqing's eyes, an extremely sharp murderous intent burst forth. Heavenly punishment saber. Death by 1,000 cuts. In an instant, the terrifying murderous intent surged like a raging tide, and Chen Zong's entire body went numb. What kind of terrifying murderous intent would cause such a reaction? The 6th grade sacred weapon. Heavenly punishment saber disappeared, and the air was filled with countless saber lights. Every saber light was extremely red and condensed, and they looked like scarlet threads. Every scarlet thread was extremely sharp, and it cut through everything. Death by 1,000 cuts. This was an even more terrifying saber strike. The scarlet saber light was condensed to the extreme, and it intertwined in all directions. It was unavoidable for Chen Zong. Senior Brother Gong's heavenly punishment saber technique is even more terrifying. In the distance, Wang Yu's pupils shrank to the size of needles, and he was shocked. Compared to his shocking hand, Gong Tianqing's level was still not enough. However, the shocking hand was not inferior to the heavenly punishment saber technique. It was just that he did not have enough time to practice it. In an instant, Chen Zong's pupils shrank to the size of needles. He felt that in the face of this saber, there was no way for him to dodge or even resist it. With a slash of the sword, the raging flaming sword light was cut into pieces in an instant, as if it was being cut into pieces. The pressure brought by the crisis of life and death erupted again, and it was much stronger than before. 90%, 100%, when the overdrawn potential was recovered to 100%, when the after effects completely disappeared, countless spiritual lights exploded in his mind, turning into violent waves that overflowed in all directions, surging in all directions and surging in all directions. Countless spiritual lights turned into turbulent torrents, and they were like volcanic magma that was constantly accumulating. After accumulating to the limit, they burst out in an instant. The advantage of taking the 9-fold Dragon Tiger Golden Pill was that one's potential would be developed in advance, but it would leave behind after effects that would cause one's cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds, and one's strength to increase greatly. Another advantage was that when one's potential was recovered and the after effects disappeared, there would be an explosion. The extent of the explosion was closely related to the individual. Of course, no matter how strong the explosion was, it could not be compared to when one took the 9-fold Dragon Tiger Golden Pill. In the divine ocean, there seemed to be blazing lightning. As it rapidly spread, it continuously merged into a figure, and that figure split apart in an instant, changing indeterminately. After that, the numerous figures merged into one, and the lightning merged into one, becoming calm and even more condensed, but it contained an extremely shocking might. The lightning figure stood in the divine ocean, and after that, it took a step forward. The heavens shook and the earth shook, and its aura skyrocketed. In just the blink of an eye, Chen Zong had ushered in an eruption, ushering in a transformation. The Thunder Dao Insight transformed into a mid-grade Dao Insight, the Lightning Dao Insight. The essence of the Lightning Absolute Dust Movement Technique and the Illusory Net 9 Transformations Movement Technique merged in an instant, and the accumulation of the past also erupted at this moment. Combined with the Lightning Dao Insight, he finally created a completely new movement technique. The lightning figure in the divine ocean projected out mysteriously, and Chen Zong's body also reacted in an instant. With a sizzling sound, countless silver arcs of lightning spread out from his body, instantly covering his entire body, and then surged towards his feet. Chen Zong took a step forward, his speed reaching the extreme. In an instant, he escaped from Gong Tianqing's terrifying 1,000-cut slash. It was a close call, and the remaining lightning was completely shattered by the 1,000-cut slash. If not for the eruption of enlightenment at the critical moment, even if this strike did not kill him, it would have been enough to severely injure him. Chen Zong knew that if he used the combination of the heaven-burning earth fire and the city-destroying hurricane, it would be enough to resist his opponent. However, to use these two moves, he first had to use his heart domain to absorb the energy of heaven and earth and condense it on his sword before he could use them. In the previous battle, his opponent was not too strong, or his attack speed was not very fast, so Chen Zong had time. However, Gong Tianqing's blade was very terrifying. If he paused for a moment, his opponent would seize the opportunity to suppress him. As a result, Chen Zong was still unable to use the combination of the heaven-burning earth fire and the city-destroying hurricane. But now, after comprehending a new movement technique, Chen Zong had escaped from Gong Tianqing's 1,000-cut slash. This was completely out of Gong Tianqing's expectations. Unexpectedly, Gong Tianqing's blade also paused for a moment. Heaven burning earth fire, city destroying hurricane. Without hesitation, Chen Zong seized the opportunity and attacked with the two moves. The fused flaming hurricane was terrifying to the extreme, destroying everything in its path. In the distance, Wang Yu's entire body trembled slightly, and his expression instantly changed greatly. He recalled how his ability to resist had been destroyed by this move. If it wasn't for the energy left behind by his father to protect him and resist this attack, he would have probably been eliminated from the competition because of his heavy injuries. Now, he did not know if senior brother Gong Tianqing could block this powerful move. Rumble, the earth quaked and the sky trembled. The fiery hurricane swept forward with terrifying power. It seemed to be able to grind everything into powder and burn everything to ashes. Gong Tianqing's expression changed drastically. Shock flashed across his eyes. This person could actually execute such a powerful sword move. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that this move had fused two Dao wills. However, it was not truly fused. It was in a half-fused state and its power had increased greatly. Gong Tianqing couldn't help but feel jealous. Even he hadn't stepped onto the path of fusing Dao wills. Only his younger brother had. Now, someone whose cultivation was lower than his had fused Dao wills. Slash. Slash. Soon after, Gong Tianqing squatted down slightly and held his blade horizontally in front of his chest. The tip of the blade was pointed forward, and his eyes followed the direction of the tip of the blade. Black chi quickly spread out like smoke, and a smear of scarlet light danced like a dragon. Slash. There seemed to be an extremely soft sound. Then, Gong Tianqing's figure suddenly disappeared. He became one with his saber and turned into an extreme saber light that streaked across the sky. He followed behind the countless saber light hurricanes and attacked the fiery hurricane. The crazy saber light slashed continuously against the fiery hurricane. After a slight pause, the extremely condensed saber light pierced into the fiery hurricane and pierced through its weakest point. Chen Zong's eyelids twitched. He felt as though he had been pierced through and his hair stood on end. Lightning Dao Will, lightning immediately spread out and gathered on his feet, covering his legs. He quickly took a step to the side. His body was as fast as lightning as he quickly dodged. Then, a black-red slash pierced through. The shocking killing intent made Chen Zong's body go numb. Almost. If he hadn't comprehended this movement technique, he probably wouldn't have been able to avoid the fatal blow. His mind was as sharp as a saber. He took a second step and the lightning was like a dragon. His aura instantly soared. There was no turning back, this sword turned into a scarlet thunderbolt. It was extremely ferocious and tyrannical. With a boom, it transformed into raging flames and shot out violently. Immediately, the second sword was a scarlet hurricane with traces of electric arcs roaring as it shot out. Heaven-burning earth fire, city destroyer hurricane. The two swords merged again. The fusion rate had reached 80%, and its power was Chen Zong's most powerful attack. Coupled with the enhancement of his footwork, its power had increased even further from its original limit. Even if it was only 10% or 20%, it would be even more terrifying, causing Gong Tianqing's expression to change drastically. They couldn't block it. Gong Tianqing knew that this move was too powerful, much stronger than the previous one. It would be difficult for him to block it. Retreat, dodge. In an instant, Gong Tianqing's figure retreated rapidly. As he moved, every step he took seemed to be on the edge of something mysterious. After a few turns, he escaped from the roaring flaming hurricane. After a slight pause, his long saber streaked across the air and slashed at Gong Tianqing from the side. This slash lacked the extreme bitter and cruel killing intent from before, but it had an indescribable nimbleness and lightness. It was like the calm surface of a lake where a swallow flitted past in an agile manner, and the tip of its wings lightly swept across the surface of the water, causing tiny ripples to appear. It was indescribably wonderful. Chen Zong was slightly surprised. Gong Tianqing actually had such a saber technique. It was completely different. It was as if he had been transferred from a cruel and tragic battlefield to a misty and rainy village in Jiangnan. It was hard to imagine. Ordinary geniuses usually cultivated the same style. If they could master two styles, there would be a connection. However, Gong Tianxing's two styles were completely different. There was no connection at all. As such, it was even harder to defend against. It also made Xianxia gasp in surprise. However, the trajectory of this saber entered the heart domain, which had been compressed to a radius of 100 meters. Instantly, Xianxia saw it clearly. He swung his sword. The saber and sword clashed, and metal clashed. Gong Tianxing immediately blocked it. Although this saber was more nimble and exquisite, its power wasn't as strong as the heavenly punishment saber technique. It wasn't suitable for direct combat. In the blink of an eye, a tragic aura surged out. Heavenly punishment saber technique. Execution. When Gong Tianxing used his full strength, its power was shocking. Black and red energy intertwined on his arm like a dragon coiling around it. This secret technique exuded a shocking aura that made the heavenly punishment saber technique even more powerful. The third step, lightning flashed, spreading upwards from Xianxia's legs, covering his entire lower body. As he took a step forward, his aura became even more shocking. The earth seemed to tremble under the might of a giant, and countless strands of lightning origin energy surged unceasingly. Xianxia's expression was solemn. It was as if taking the third step was a great pressure. At the same time, the third step made Xianxia's aura even more powerful. Kill. In the distance, Wang Yaya was even more shocked as he watched the battle. It was unbelievable that this young man could fight senior brother Gong Tianxing to this extent. Moreover, his cultivation base was only at the mid-5th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage. If this young man's cultivation base was at the 6th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage, senior brother Gong Tianxing would be suppressed, and Wang Yu wouldn't be a match for him. If this young man's cultivation base was at the late 5th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage, wouldn't that mean even the heavenly god of the Taishan Saint Temple wouldn't be a match for him? No. Wang Yu shook his head in disbelief. The Taishan Saint was a monstrous existence. He was someone who made people of the same generation despair. It was both a blessing and a misfortune to be born in the same era as him. Apart from the two people from the Cold Sky world and the ancient Suppression world, no one in the younger generation of the 9 worlds could be compared to the Taishan Saint. Perhaps this young man was more talented than senior brother Gong Tianxing, but he definitely couldn't compare to senior brother Gong Tianxin. Wang Yu couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The battle between Xianxia and Gong Tianxing was getting more and more intense. Senior brother Gong, time is of the essence. Why don't I help you? Wang Yu immediately sent a voice transmission to Gong Tianxing. He didn't dare to act rashly. Otherwise, Gong Tianxing would be displeased. He still couldn't fight against Gong Tianxing. Humph. Quickly attack and injure this person. We can't waste time. Gong Tianxing's expression changed slightly. He now understood that he couldn't do anything to Xianxia by himself. Xianxia wasn't as strong as him, but he was extremely tenacious and difficult to defeat. If the battle continued, he didn't know how long it would take for it to end. Moreover, he might have to pay a price to defeat Xianxia. However, Gong Tianxing wouldn't admit it on the surface. He wanted Wang Yu to help him, but he couldn't bring himself to ask. Since Wang Yu had taken the initiative to ask him, he took the opportunity to use the reason that time was of the essence to ask Wang Yu to help him. Wang Yu's face turned ferocious. He could use this opportunity to injure Xianxia severely to avenge his death. Shocking hand. Once he attacked, he used his ultimate move. Golden light spread out and condensed into a huge golden hand in the air. It exuded an extremely powerful aura. With Gong Tianxing and Xianxia fighting fiercely, Wang Yu could first accumulate power and continuously condense the world's shocking hand, condensing it to an even more powerful state. When the huge golden hand was condensed to the extreme, it looked as if it was made of real gold. It emitted a dazzling golden light, like a golden sun hanging in the air. Boom! Wang Yu's face was ferocious. His palm carried an extremely terrifying force as it mercilessly blasted toward Xianxia. Under the huge golden hand, the air exploded. The void seemed to be on the verge of exploding. Its power was extremely terrifying. Xianxia was shocked. At the same time, Gong Tianxing used his secret technique. Heaven Punishment Saber Technique. Death by 1,000 cuts, he attacked from the front and back, cutting off all paths of retreat for Chenzong. The power of any attack was extremely terrifying. If one was hit, they would definitely be severely injured. Danger. In an instant, Chenzong was in a life-and-death situation. The fourth step, lightning covered half of his body as if it was devouring him. Chenzong's expression became more and more serious. A powerful force surged out. The air rippled like ripples under his feet. The ground shattered and cracked in all directions. His entire body seemed to be in deep water. The chaotic heaven-earth yuan qi was like waves filled with pressure. He felt as if his entire body was congealing. Chenzong's skin turned bright red because of the overload. It swelled slightly, as if it was about to burst open and spurt out countless mouthfuls of blood. Dong, like the beating of a heavenly drum, Chenzong's body seemed to break through layers of invisible obstacles. He was like a giant whale breaking out of the deep sea, causing the air to surge endlessly. He took a step forward and landed on the ground. His body turned into a stream of light and flew forward rapidly. Chenzong was not afraid in a one-on-one battle, even if Gong Tianqing was powerful. But when the two joined forces, Chenzong knew that he could not fight back. If he continued to fight, it would be very disadvantageous for him. Chenzong made a prompt decision. He did not linger and immediately fled. After him. Gong Tianqing said sternly. How? Could he let Chenzong go? Wang Yu did not hesitate to give chase. This was a chance to severely injure Chenzong and eliminate him. Chenzong's feet were covered in lightning. His speed was twice as fast as when he executed the lightning flash movement technique. This was the speed of his new movement technique. Moreover, the mid-grade lightning flash Dao intent was stronger than the low-grade lightning flash Dao intent. Chenzong was as fast as lightning. Chenzong's speed was already extremely fast, much faster than an ordinary sixth heaven saint. Now that it had been doubled, his speed was even more shocking. It was difficult for Wang Yu to catch up. He could only watch as Chenzong's figure flew further and further away. However, Gong Tianqing's speed was much faster than Wang Yu's. He was not left behind by Chenzong. Instead, he locked onto Chenzong and chased after him. As they chased, the two of them quickly entered the Tianyuan ruins. Chenzong saw a figure with a sharp aura. With a swing of his sword, he killed a mid-grade evil creature. While killing the mid-grade evil creature, the other party also sensed Chenzong's aura. He quickly swept his gaze over, his eyes shining brightly. Wei Changtian, the peerless prodigy of the mysterious heavenly army. He was a peerless prodigy with a mid-sixth heaven saint realm cultivation base. Wei Changtian's expression did not change when he saw Chenzong. However, when he saw the person chasing after him, his eyes shone brightly. Wei Changtian's aura had completely stabilized after a period of tempering and settling down. His sword strike revealed the might of a mid-sixth heaven saint realm expert. Kill, show no mercy. Gong Tianqing was shocked. Perhaps his overall strength was greater than Wei Changtian's, but it wouldn't be easy to defeat him. Wei Changtian's strength wasn't weak at all. Gong Tianqing immediately felt threatened by his sword strike. With Wei Changtian's help, Chenzong heaved a sigh of relief and immediately stopped his movement technique. This was a self-created movement technique. It was very advanced, but at the same time, Chenzong had only just started it and hadn't had time to properly comprehend it. Therefore, it was very taxing to use. If he continued to run, the burden would increase and he wouldn't be able to bear it. Taking a deep breath, his restless strength also calmed down. The pressure that had caused his body to swell was also alleviated. Wei Changtian had already blocked Gong Tianqing and engaged in a fierce battle. Both of them had similar cultivation and were very strong. It was difficult to determine the victor. After adjusting his breathing and recovering a little, Chenzong attacked. Extreme Heart Sword style, the sword light was extremely sharp and merciless as it shot towards Gong Tianqing. Gong Tianqing's expression changed drastically. It was already difficult for him to suppress his opponent in the first battle. Now that it was 2 against 1, it was extremely disadvantageous for him. Even if Wang Yu rushed over and joined forces with him, they wouldn't be able to defeat the two of them. Retreat. Gong Tianqing was very decisive and retreated without hesitation. Before he left, his eyes were as sharp as knives and contained a shocking amount of killing intent. After sweeping past Wei Changtian, he stared at Chen Zong, as if he wanted to pierce through Chen Zong. Chen Zong wasn't afraid. Gong Tianqing quickly left. Chen Zong did not chase after him because he had not recovered his strength yet. Chasing after him was not a wise choice. Wei Changtian didn't have the slightest intention of pursuing and sheathed his sword. Many thanks for brother Changtian's help. Chen Zong cupped his fists in gratitude. Wei Changtian's expression was indifferent as he shook his head slightly. Be careful. After that, Wei Changtian turned and left. Chen Zong didn't mind. Looking around, there didn't seem to be any danger and he took the opportunity to adjust his breathing. His battle with Gong Tianqing had allowed him to refine the treasures even faster, eliminate the side effects, and recover his overdrawn potential. In an instant, his Dao Insight of Lightning had transformed into a mid-grade Dao Insight of Lightning. His past accumulations had transformed into a flash of inspiration. Combining the profundities of various footwork techniques and using the Dao Insight of Lightning as the foundation, he'd created a completely new footwork technique. Calming himself down, Chen Zong began to carefully comprehend it. Chen Zong. He hadn't perfected the fifth step yet. Another reason was that he had to bear a huge burden when he used this step. This was because this footwork was a combat footwork. Once it was used, it would condense one's aura, allowing one's speed to surpass one's limits. It would indirectly increase one's strength and also affect one's attack speed, making it faster. The first step was the easiest. There was almost no burden and it would push one's speed to the limit. It was much faster than when he used the lightning flash. The second step was more difficult. It would increase one's speed by 10%. The third step was even more difficult. The burden would increase by 20%. The fourth step's difficulty increased again. The burden would also increase, but the increase was even more shocking. It was 40%. This increase was mainly reflected in one's speed. Using speed to increase one's strength. Chen Zong's mind was clear. He quickly analyzed it. If the speed index of his lightning flash technique was 10 before, then the first step of his lightning flash technique would be 13, which would increase his speed by 30%. In that case, the second step would increase the foundation of the first step by another 10%. As for the third step, it would be 20% stronger than the first step. As for the fourth step, it would increase the foundation of the first step by 40%. Chen Zong didn't know how much the fifth step would increase his speed because it hadn't been perfected yet. This can't be considered a simple step. It should be a secret technique, Chen Zong thought to himself. Indeed, it was more appropriate to call it a secret technique than a step. Chen Zong immediately gave it a name. This secret technique was created based on the Lightning Dao Insight by combining the Lightning Flash movement technique and the illusory Net 9 transformations as the main technique and the purity of other movement techniques and the accumulation of the past. Every step taken was able to increase one's speed and indirectly improve one's attack and strength. Lightning Stomp 9 levels of heaven. Chen Zong's eyes flashed. 1 step, 1 step. 9 steps, 9 steps, 1 step, 1 level of heaven. 9 steps, 9 levels of heaven. It was only the fourth step, but Chen Zong felt it wasn't inferior to an 8th grade secret technique. If he perfected all 9 steps, it might even surpass a 9th grade secret technique. If it surpassed a 9th grade secret technique, it would be a 10th grade secret technique. It also had another name, secondary superpower. Above secondary superpower was the real superpower. However, it was just a thought. It was extremely difficult to improve the Lightning Stomp 9 levels of heaven until it became a secondary superpower or even a superpower. But overall, it was still a hope. Now, this secret footwork technique would be of great use to him. The Lightning Stomp 9 levels of heaven focused on speed. It was not only suitable for fighting, but also for long-distance raids. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After taking the elixir and recovering all his energy, Chen Zong completely mastered the first 4 steps of the Lightning Stomp 9 levels of heaven and performed them continuously. The first step, the second step, the third step, the fourth step, the first step was the foundation. It was easy to perform and consumed little energy. From the second step onward, it gradually became more difficult and burdensome. However, as Chenzong continued to perform and became more familiar with it, the energy consumed gradually decreased and the burdensome was also reduced. The burdensome burden of performing the fourth step was almost the same as performing the third step. It was completely within the acceptable range. As for the second step, although it would not be reduced to zero, it was infinitely close to the first step. After completely mastering the first 4 steps of the lightning stomp 9 levels of heaven, Chenzong stopped. His eyes shone as he pondered. However, he did not have any clue about the 5th step for the time being. Having wasted a lot of time here, Chenzong moved again. Sizzling sound suddenly rang out. Immediately, silver lightning arcs condensed on the soles of his feet, covering the soles of his feet. Taking a step forward, Chenzong's speed reached its peak in an instant as he rapidly fled into the distance. The first step of the lightning stomp 9 levels of heaven. Immediately, the lightning on the soles of his feet quickly spread up and over his ankles, covering half of his calves. The second step of the lightning stomp 9 levels of heaven. With this step, his speed increased again and he was 10% faster. Chenzong did not perform the third step because the burdensome burden of the third step was obvious. There was no need to perform it in a situation where he was not fighting. The burdensome burden of the second step was very, very small. It was completely within the acceptable range. Compared to the first step, there was no increase in the consumption. It was the most suitable use for traveling. In the sky, Xiankong Luo stared at Chenzong and secretly nodded. Among the peerless geniuses of the Xianyuan world, Xianxia and Chu Yuqing had the highest cultivation base. Chenzong's cultivation base was the lowest. Logically speaking, Xianxia and Chu Yuqing were the most promising. Chenzong was the opposite. Because his cultivation base was too low, his basic strength was inferior to the others. What they didn't expect was that although Chenzong's cultivation base wasn't high, his other aspects were extremely shocking. Most probably, he wouldn't lose out to Xianxia and Chu Yuqing. The half-step great saints of the other worlds were also a little surprised. It was indeed unexpected that a mid-5th heaven saint realm cultivator could fight against Gong Tianqing, who was a mid-6th heaven saint realm cultivator. Xianxia, this boy might be comparable to the great mystery Saint Sun, the half-step great saint from the ancient suppression world said with a smile. Impossible. The great mystery Saint Sun is a monster. Xianxia snorted coldly. Although he said so, his eyes flickered. He was not so determined. This was because the talent and potential Chenzong had shown was too shocking. If his cultivation base was at the late 6th heaven saint realm, which was comparable to the great mystery Saint Sun, it was still unknown who would win if the two of them fought. Chenzong did not know what the experts in the sky were thinking and feeling. He continued to perform the second step of the Thunder Step's 9 heavens. In a battle, he indeed needed to take one step at a time. However, when he was traveling, he did not need to do so. He could fly at a low altitude. The key was in the profundity, not the external form. The steps were just a manifestation. After recovering, Chenzong's super comprehension took effect again, allowing him to comprehend and deepen his understanding. Unknowingly, the deeper Chenzong went into the Tianyuan ruins, the more chaotic the heaven and earth origin chi became. The light in the air also became dimmer. This was not an ordinary dimness. It was a dimness that could affect the vision of a Saint Rudiment stage cultivator. Although he had gone deeper, he was still at the outer layer of the Tianyuan ruins. The Tianyuan ruins was extremely vast and was not inferior to any of the 9 worlds. The outer layer occupied the largest part. With the speed of an intermediate Saint Rudiment stage, it would take at least a month to enter the inner layer from the outer layer. Therefore, the battle was set at the outer layer and the time limit was 1 month. Under normal circumstances, a group of peerless prodigies would not be able to cross the outer layer and enter the inner layer. The deeper they went, the higher the probability of finding treasures. At the same time, the chances of encountering evil beings would also increase. Low-grade evil beings were rampant while intermediate-grade evil beings were everywhere. Once, Chenzong could feel the terrifying aura of a high-grade evil being from afar. He made a prompt decision and performed the 4th step of the Thunder Step's 9 heavens to get away from it as quickly as possible. Otherwise, although he was not weak and even dared to face an ordinary 7th Heaven Saint Rudiment Stage cultivator head-on, a high-grade evil being was much more powerful than an ordinary 9th Heaven Saint Rudiment Stage cultivator. If he fought a high-grade evil being with his current strength, he would not be able to withstand a single blow. He might even be killed. Therefore, Qianzong did not have the slightest intention of fighting a high-grade evil being. It was not a training ground, it was purely suicidal. There was no need for that at all. Aura, a strong positive aura was spreading from a few thousand meters away. Under Qianzong's powerful senses, it was as strong as a small sun. Without a doubt, it was the aura of the Heavenly Essence Jade. It was much stronger than an inferior-grade Heavenly Essence Jade. Middle-grade Heavenly Essence Jade, high-grade Heavenly Essence Jade. If he could get his hands on the superior-grade Heavenly Essence Jade, he would have a chance of getting one of the 10 places. Qianzong was excited. He immediately performed his third step and increased his speed again. Qianzong's expression turned solemn as he approached the heavenly primordial treasure. This was because another powerful aura was rapidly approaching. It was an aura filled with savagery and desolation. The prodigy of the vast wilderness, a strange look flashed across Qianzong's eyes. It seemed that the other party had also discovered the Heavenly Essence Jade. This battle was unavoidable. Then, let's fight. Coincidentally, he also wanted to know what the beast warriors of the vast wilderness looked like. Fourth step, Qianzong increased his speed again. He had to get his hands on the Heavenly Essence Jade first. Roar, a terrifying roar was heard. It sounded like the roar of an ancient beast. Qianzong could hear the warning in the roar, asking him to stop. However, the Heavenly Essence Jade was not far away. Qianzong would not let it go no matter what. Qianzong approached the aura at an extreme speed. He quickly broke the boulder and dug out the hard ground. He took out a piece of precious jade from the ground at lightning speed. Heavenly Essence Jade. With just a glance, Qianzong could see that there were 3 layers of halos on the Heavenly Essence Jade. Low grade was 1 layer. Middle grade was 2 layers. High grade was 3 layers. This was a superior grade Heavenly Essence Jade. It was extremely valuable and could be sold for 10,000 Heavenly Essence pills. Of course, Qianzong was not going to sell it. He was going to rely on it to get a place. Even 100,000 Heavenly Essence pills could not be compared to a place to enter the Lingwu sacred ground. If they could enter the spiritual martial sacred land by paying hundreds of thousands of heaven origin pills, the various major powers would definitely not hesitate. At the very least, they would let their most outstanding disciples enter, or even a few of them. After all, to the major forces, they could easily take out hundreds of thousands of heaven origin pills. Leave the desolate jade behind. A violent roar was heard. The language was strange, but Qianzong could vaguely make out what the other party was saying. The great wilderness called the Tianyuan ruins the wasteland, while the Tianyuan precious jade was called the desolate jade. However, this high-grade Heavenly Essence precious jade was already in his hands. There was absolutely no reason to let it go. Qianzong stowed it away in his storage ring and stared straight ahead. An extremely terrifying barbaric aura swept over. It was violent and ferocious. It was as if a barbaric giant beast was charging over, wanting to destroy everything without mercy. That aura was astonishingly vast. It was different from the aura of a qi refinement cultivator, and it was also different from the aura of a body refinement cultivator. Vaguely, one could see that it was a giant beast with the appearance of a tiger. Under the shocking aura of the giant tiger, the strong body that was more than 2 meters tall also charged forward. Both of its feet strode forward, and every step it took covered 100 meters. Every step it took crushed the ground, leaving behind a pit that was a few meters in size. Its speed was astonishing, and its aura was extremely powerful. It directly hit Qianzong, as if it wanted to crush Qianzong. Seeing that Qianzong had ignored his warning and put away the high-grade desolate jade, the prodigy of the vast wilderness was furious. His aura became even more terrifying. The enormous tiger phantom roared towards the sky with an imposing might that shook the heavens and the earth, causing space to be on the verge of exploding. Extremely terrifying sound waves surged as they charged over. Qianzong relied on his sharp eyes to seemingly see the scene of the air being torn into pieces, then transformed into powder, and then transformed into a vacuum. It was horrifying. Power, such a roar was astonishingly powerful, and it was filled with terrifying power. The sound waves directly hit Qianzong's body. He felt as if his body was about to be torn apart. The red infernal flame sword was unsheathed, and the scarlet sword radiance instantly cut through the sound waves. A scarlet sword radiance, like a crescent moon, slashed out with boundless sharpness. As if it was going against the current, it directly attacked the prodigy of the vast wilderness. This prodigy of the vast wilderness was a peerless prodigy of the barbarian tiger tribe. His name was Humanly. His eyes flickered with a dark golden light as he stared at the scarlet sword radiance. He roared again and waved his claw. Like a giant tiger waving its claws, it instantly shattered the crescent moon-like sword light and charged towards Qianzong. It was as if the claw had shattered the sky. Lifeless sword style, the sword radiance condensed, and the killing intent was shocking. The sword radiance shattered the giant tiger claw and mercilessly attacked the opponent. Facing this sword, Humanly didn't dodge and waved his claw again. The sword and the sharp claw collided, and a dull sound faintly resounded. Qianzong's face slightly changed. No matter what, the red infernal flame sword was a 5th-grade saint artifact. It was very sharp, and it was extremely terrifying when it was used with the lifeless sword style. Yet, Humanly used his palm to block it. What a tyrannical physique, close combat, fight. When Humanly started close combat, Qianzong was immediately shocked. In comparison, Humanly's martial arts attainment wasn't that high. At most, he was at the level of an ordinary prodigy of the Tianyuan sacred region. However, an ordinary prodigy of the same level was definitely not his opponent. This was because each of Humanly's attacks contained a terrifying force. This force was different from the saint energy and chaotic heavenly energy. It seemed to be more overbearing, and it could destroy everything. Nothing could stop it. This force was wild and overbearing, and it was difficult to resist. Even an ordinary martial art could erupt with a shocking power under the support of this force. In close combat, Qianzong found that Humanly's force bombarded him again and again. It was as if he wanted to shatter the red infernal flame sword and break his bones and muscles. Fortunately, Qianzong's swordsmanship was very high, and he was also very proficient in controlling power. Thus, he was able to disperse the terrifying force of Humanly's force and continued to fight fiercely. Gradually, Qianzong suppressed Humanly's force. After all, Humanly's level of martial arts was higher than ordinary cultivators. He was comparable to an ordinary prodigy. Coupled with his force, some powerful peerless prodigies couldn't fight him head-on. However, Qianzong's swordsmanship attainment was extremely profound. After a few collisions, he found that Humanly's martial arts were lacking. He used his own advantages to overcome Humanly's disadvantages, and tried his best to avoid his advantages. In this way, he turned the tables and suppressed Humanly, bringing him into his own rhythm. However, even so, it wasn't so easy to defeat Humanly. The prodigy's fighting style was wild, violent, and had a bloody feeling. This was closely related to their frequent life-and-death battles with giant wild beasts. Although the power of the 3 moves of the sword couldn't be compared to the extreme heart sword style and lifeless sword style, it could be used continuously. Under the 5 revolutions heart sword Dao intent, it was very terrifying. Slash, 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 one sword followed by another. The sword light was extremely mournful and brilliant. Although Humanly's martial arts were crude compared to his own, it was still good. It was violent and domineering, with the belief that it could sweep away everything. It had an invincible momentum. It was like when 2 enemies met on a narrow path, the brave would win. It was the same for a swordsman. In an instant, an indescribable understanding emerged. His sword also became sharper as he understood. Humanly's suppression became more obvious, which made him furious. Since when did people from the vast wilderness lose to people from the Tianyuan sacred region in a head-on battle that they were best at? Cultivators from the Tianyuan sacred region were weak in the eyes of the prodigies from the vast wilderness. They didn't have any power at all. Therefore, the prodigies from the vast wilderness who worshipped their own ultimate power subconsciously looked down on the cultivators from the Tianyuan sacred region. In fact, in the eyes of the Tianyuan sacred region, the vast wilderness was an extraterritorial wilderness, and the prodigies from the vast wilderness were barbarians. This was a view that belonged to different regions, or it could be said that it was a prejudice. But whether it was a difference in region or prejudice, it couldn't be denied that everyone had their own strengths. After a long battle and being suppressed by his opponent, Hu Manli completely erupted. Boom, an astonishing aura suddenly exploded from his body, like a 1,000-year-old volcano erupting, soaring into the sky. That aura was unparalleled, as if it could shatter the dome of heaven. The instant the aura exploded, its power was even more astonishing, as if it could shatter a mountain. It also repelled Qianzong and forced him to retreat again and again. The tiger's roar was earth-shattering, as if the Tiger King was roaring, and all beasts were surrendering. Hu Manli's body rapidly changed, causing Qianzong's pupils to shrink. This was also the first time Qianzong saw the true face of a beast warrior from the Tianyuan sacred region. The third level of the Tianyuan sacred region's beast warrior was called beast transformation. It was the same level as the Saint Realm. But the cultivation method was completely different. At this moment, Hu Manli was displaying the true ability of beast transformation. The power of the beast soul that had been completely refined was completely stimulated, causing Hu Manli's body to change. His muscles swelled, and his bones trembled, making a series of astonishing sounds. Golden and red hair also crazily drilled out from under his skin. Transformation. In just a few breaths of time, under the protection of the tyrannical aura, Hu Manli completed a great transformation. From a 2-meter-tall robust youth, he turned into a 3-meter-tall monster with the appearance of a fierce tiger. His body became stronger, but he didn't walk on all fours like a fierce tiger. Instead, he stood upright like a human. Rather than calling him a fierce tiger, it was more accurate to call him a tiger man. The aura emitted by the 3-meter-tall monster was even more tyrannical, causing ripples to appear in the air, like water waves. The golden-red fur on its body rippled slightly. It looked very soft, so soft that it made people want to touch it and feel that comfortable touch. However, its fur also emitted a faint halo. As it rippled, it seemed like a weak flame was burning. Roar. After transforming into a beast, Hu Manli opened his mouth again, and the roar he emitted was several times more intense than before. The impact of the sound wave was like an explosion, causing Qianzong to feel as if he was about to be blown to pieces. In the next instant, a tiger claw pierced through the layers of void as if it had emerged from the bottom of the water. The void rippled endlessly as it swept in all directions and charged towards Qianzong at an incomparably fast speed. Fast, fierce. The tiger's ferocious aura shook the heavens. The scarlet inferno flowing flame sword trembled incessantly. Qianzong's palms were numb, and the bones in his arms were slightly weak. His feet drew 2 long gullies on the ground. Strong, the power of the attack just now was too tyrannical. It felt as if he had been directly hit by an ancient giant beast. If it wasn't for his strong body and decent cultivation, his bones would have been broken and he would have been seriously injured. After repelling Qianzong with one attack, Hu Manli attacked again. He was like an evil tiger that stirred up a violent demonic wind. His tiger claws were earth-shattering, and the desolate force within them was condensed. They were constantly vibrating, shattering everything in their path. Qianzong's face was solemn. The prodigy of the wasteland before and after beast transformation were completely different. It was like a dog that had turned into a wolf. His fighting strength had soared, and he was more powerful and dangerous. Qianzong had to be more cautious. The tiger claws were endless. They were as fast as a storm and as fierce as fire. Every attack was unleashed to the extreme. Just like before, the attacks after beast transformation weren't very brilliant. In terms of martial arts, it could only be considered rough in Qianzong's eyes. However, this rough attack was violent and strong. The power contained in it had doubled, and it was even more frightening and tyrannical. Moreover, the power contained in it had a terrifying attribute that seemed to be able to shatter everything, making it even more powerful. The wasteland's beast cultivation system was different from the Tianyuan sacred region's qi refining and physique refining. They didn't comprehend Dao intent. They only cultivated the desolate force and fused with the beast soul of the wasteland beast. The wasteland beast was a very frightening existence. It was even more tyrannical than the demonic beasts. After fusing with the beast soul of the wasteland beast and using beast transformation, one would also grasp the wasteland beast's ability. The beast soul that Hu Manli had fused with came from a wasteland beast called the mountain-shattering giant golden tiger. It was a wasteland beast with an extraordinary bloodline. It had powerful innate talent. After reaching adulthood, its power could shatter everything. Even mountains couldn't resist it. Now that Hu Manli had completely fused with the wasteland beast, he naturally grasped the power of the mountain-shattering giant golden tiger. Of course, there was still a big gap between him and an adult mountain-shattering giant golden tiger. After all, an adult mountain-shattering giant golden tiger could reach half-step Great Saint realm. Even so, Hu Manli's strength was ranked among the top experts of the wasteland continent. Or else he wouldn't be qualified to be one of the 10 representatives to participate in the Tianyuan Sacred Region's 9 Heavens competition. Under Hu Manli's powerful tiger claws, Chenzong was forced to retreat. After transforming into a beast, barbarian tiger's strength was much stronger than Gong Tianqing's. For a time, Chenzong could only defend as he continuously retreated. It was hard for him to find an opportunity to counterattack. Hand over the desolate jade. Hu Manli roared once again. Both of his claws ruthlessly smashed down as if they were falling from the sky. An extremely terrifying aura blasted out as the desolate energy shook and shattered everything. Boom! Chenzong executed the 4th step of the Thunderclap 9 Heavens stomp to escape. The ground where he stood crumbled and a 10-meter wide, 5-meter deep crater appeared. An incomparably terrifying aura was still surging up, causing Chenzong's expression to become even more grave. That deep pit was actually not very big, and he could blast it out himself. However, there was a difference. Under the cover of his heart domain, Chenzong could feel that the ground in that deep pit was directly shattered and not blasted apart. Crumble. The ground had crumbled into powder. It was close to disappearing. That was terrifying. The cultivators of the Tianyuan Sacred Region mainly relied on Dao intent to contend against the cultivators of the wasteland continent. Hu Manli's attacks were too fast and every one of them was powerful. Even if Chenzong could reduce the power, he could only reduce a part of it. As a result, it was hard for him to seize the opportunity to execute the heaven-burning earth fire and hurricane-destroying city. During the battle with Gong Tianqing, Chenzong was faced with such a predicament. Hu Manli was stronger than Gong Tianqing, so the feeling of being in a predicament was even more obvious. Chenzong thought to himself that unless he completely fused the Heaven Blaze Earthly Flames and Citadel Crushing Gale Dao Insight and Earthly Flames Dao Insight were able to truly fuse, he would be able to escape this predicament at that time. However, the Heaven-Burning Earth Fire and Hurricane-Destroying City were too powerful. After the fusion reached 80%, it would be harder to increase the fusion. Chenzong didn't know when he would be able to complete the fusion. Furthermore, after the fusion, he still needed to use it as a guide to fuse the Heaven-Burning Earth Fire and Hurricane Dao intent. There were many difficulties. Of course, it was impossible for him to hand over the high-grade Heavenly Essence Jade. He could only fight. Chenzong executed the 4th step of the Thunderclap 9 Heavens stomp alternately. He used it to create his own rhythm to defend against Hu Manli's violent attacks. Every one of Hu Manli's attacks were extremely powerful. It was as if he was going to use everything he had. It was extremely terrifying. It was as if he was going to use his full strength. This kind of high-intensity attack should be weakened after a long time. However, Hu Manli didn't seem to be weakened at all. It was as if he had an inexhaustible supply of energy. This was one of the characteristics of the cultivators in the wasteland. Their meridians were long and their energy was vigorous. Hand over the desolate jade and I'll spare your life. Hu Manli roared once again. His attacks seemed to be even more violent. Chenzong didn't pay any attention to him. He wholeheartedly operated his sword and was completely immersed in his sword art. The Tao of the sword was pure and true. The Tao of the heart was empty and clear. The Tao of the heart sword originated from the heart and ended in the sword. If the heart was true, the sword would be sharp, and if the heart was pure, the sword would be bright. With enough pressure, the potential of Chenzong's soul erupted. His comprehension was also activated. His accumulation in the past gradually revealed itself. Chenzong's sword started to change. Every sword strike seemed to conform to the rules, but it also seemed to contain many changes within it. It was as if he was following his heart. The profoundness of the sword art was also dissected and evolved into other profoundness. The sword was the first thing that Chenzong came into contact with. It was also the Tao that Chenzong pursued with all his heart. On the Tao of the sword, Chenzong was wholeheartedly devoted to it. Only with a lot of accumulation could one achieve a breakthrough. With good fortune in his heart, all distracting thoughts disappeared. In his mind, there was only sword light flickering. It was as if dragons and snakes were dancing, as if swallows were flying in the sky, as if willow leaves were swaying. Sword theory was supreme, light, heavy, fast, slow, hard, soft, strong, weak, every sword move was changing, and every change was as he wished. Stab, slash, slice, flick, lift, all kinds of basic sword arts were being used. Sparks of inspiration surged. Every time they collided, they evolved into more profoundness. The scarlet hell-flowing flame sword seemed to have disappeared. Only a scarlet sword light that was like a ribbon or a long whip swept in all directions, blocking every attack of Humanly. The sword light became endless. It was as if it was endless and limitless. Not only was it limitless, every sword was filled with changes. It was as if it was limitless. Limitless, limitless, chain, unknowingly, his comprehension deepened. This seemed to have become a sword technique, but it was not a sword technique. Instead, it was a random combination of countless sword moves. This time, it was a combination, but the next time, it would be a different combination. There was no pattern to follow. When this sword was used continuously, it immediately blocked Humanly's violent and unyielding attacks. Gradually, he no longer retreated. Instead, when he defended, the sword changed from a strong collision to a gentle guidance. From a decisive slash to a tangling intertwining. Unknowingly, he guided, unloaded, and counterattacked. The scarlet sword light seemed to have turned into strands of silk. It unceasingly coiled around. Together with the heart domain that had been compressed to a 100-meter radius, it pervaded Chenzong's surroundings. It was as if it was everywhere. The advantage of Humanly's violent attacks immediately disappeared. Although the might of every attack was incomparably tyrannical, it was unable to break Chenzong's sword art. The essence of unbreakable 5 feet was once again used by Chenzong. Moreover, it broke through the original limit. Chenzong was completely immersed in the profoundness. He forgot everything. His sword danced according to his will. He felt the fluctuations of power, felt the rhythm of everything, felt the touch and trajectory of the sword. He could advance and retreat as he wished. The more Humanly fought, the angrier he became. Because he felt that his previous indomitable offensive had disappeared. Instead, he felt as if he had fallen into a quagmire. The more he used his strength, the less he could withstand it. His opponent's sword was clearly strong and tyrannical, but the moment it came into contact with him, it became soft and gentle. It was as if there was no force behind it. It was even guiding his attacks to dissolve them. The drawbacks of his martial attainment being inferior to Chenzong gradually appeared. Anger, violent anger, it had reached the limit. Roar, the roar contained astonishing anger. It was as if it wanted to shatter the sky. An even more terrifying aura suddenly exploded from Humanly's body. The earth trembled and crumbled. Humanly's incomparably strong body brazenly attacked. His claws fiercely attacked. Every attack was stronger and more tyrannical. Dozens of attacks were consecutively blasted out, but they were all blocked by Chenzong. Using softness to conquer strength. Suddenly, Humanly's body spun. The long and thick tail behind him suddenly swung out. An extremely terrifying power erupted. It was as if it could shatter the space. It made Chenzong's hair stand on end. However, Chenzong was neither slow nor fast. His footsteps seemed light and slow, but they were incomparably fast. He took several small steps and his sword flew across the sky. The sword trembled as several different kinds of energy interweaved and burst out from the sword. The moment the sword came into contact with Humanly's tail, the incomparably tyrannical sword suddenly changed. It became gentle, as if it had lost all its power. It allowed Humanly's tail to bombard it. However, it wasn't sent flying. Instead, it carried Humanly's tail and moved to the side, causing the attack to miss. At the same time, Chenzong's sword turned. It was parallel to Hu Manli's tail. With an astonishing speed, he charged towards Hu Manli as fast as lightning. He wanted to cut Hu Manli in half. Hu Manli's tail was incomparably nimble. It quickly rolled and swept towards Chenzong, forcing Chenzong to pull back his sword to save himself. Then, Hu Manli turned around and opened his mouth. A mass of golden red light condensed and was spat out at the fastest speed. It carried an incomparably terrifying power as it directly bombarded Chenzong. This mass of golden red light seemed to be able to shatter a mountain. It was extremely terrifying. Chenzong's hair stood on end. He felt that he was being locked on and was about to be shattered. He quickly retreated. His sword was brandished even more tightly. It surrounded the surroundings and turned into countless red lights that intertwined with each other. Boom! Boom! An extremely terrifying power exploded, as if an ancient volcano had erupted. Its might was tyrannical and unparalleled, destroying everything. The net formed by the sword threads was unable to completely block it. Accompanied by a world-shaking rumble, Chenzong only felt an extremely shocking power erupt like a mountain flood or an avalanche, brazenly charging over at the fastest speed possible with the intention of destroying everything in its path. Chenzong's expression changed greatly as he was extremely shocked. Lightning step 9 heavens, 4th step, his speed instantly reached the peak. Both of his legs were completely covered in lightning. The muscles on his legs trembled and swelled, bursting with an extremely shocking might. It was as if his legs were about to burst. Chenzong felt that the exploding red light was an astonishing threat to him. It might even cause him to suffer heavy injuries and exceed his limit. The explosion resounded through the heaven and earth. The earth trembled incessantly as cracks rapidly spread out. It was as if a giant beast was about to break out of the ground. The red light covered all directions, enveloping a radius of several thousand meters. Countless explosions resounded unceasingly. Chenzong seemed to have been blown apart and lost his breath. Hu Manli's eyes condensed. His golden eyes flickered with dense light, as if he could see through everything. He swept his gaze across and sensed carefully. Boom! An incomparably terrifying flaming hurricane swept over, connecting the heavens and the earth like a giant dragon absorbing. It swept over, repelling, absorbing, and shaking the red light. Hu Manli's expression greatly changed. His claws blasted out countless chi as he rapidly retreated. That flaming hurricane brought him a feeling of death. It was extremely terrifying. If he were to face it head-on, it would definitely not feel good. Even though he retreated quickly, Hu Manli was still affected. His chi and blood were shaken. The flames and hurricane dissipated, revealing a ravaged pit and ruins. A figure holding a sword gradually walked over. Astonishing sharpness condensed and pervaded around him. Chenzong's battle-intent sword. His sword chi was incomparably condensed. The prodigy of the vast desolate domain was indeed extraordinary. The pressure he brought to him was much greater than Gong Tianxing. Strong, this was a powerful enemy, a true opponent. An opponent that could allow him to take a step forward under the pressure. The battle intent in his heart was completely ignited. At this moment, Chenzong temporarily put everything aside and only wanted to fight to his heart's content. Hu Manli's eyes narrowed. This genius from the Tianyuan sacred domain does have some ability. It's really unexpected for him to be able to fight me to this extent. As for the warriors of the vast desolate land, because of the environment they lived in, most of them spent their childhood in battle. Most of the warriors of the vast desolate land were warlike by nature. They battled with other martial artists and giant desolate beasts. Most of their lives were spent in battle. The stronger the opponent, the greater their fighting spirit. On the contrary, the cultivators of the vast wilderness simply did not have any interest in the weak. In the beginning, barbarian who only wanted to obtain the high-grade desolate jade. But now, Chenzong had ignited the battle intent in his heart. That battle intent that originated from his bones soared to the heavens, causing the golden aura around his body to burn even more intensely. It was as if a raging flame was burning, resplendent and dazzling. Battle intent, sword essence, formless yet seemingly materialized terrifying forces collided with each other, creating a shocking storm that wreaked havoc in all directions. The golden light in Hu Manli's eyes became even more intense, while the light in Chen Zong's eyes was like a divine sword that had been unsheathed, piercing the sky. Suddenly, just as the two were about to attack again, an incomparably evil and tyrannical aura suddenly exploded from the distance and rapidly spread over at an astonishing speed. Chen Zong and Hu Manli's complexion changed greatly. This evil aura came from a demonic being. There was no doubt about this. However, it was many times stronger than the mid-grade demonic beings they had killed before. A high-grade demonic being was actually attacking. A high-grade demonic being was equivalent to a 9th-layer Saint Realm or a 9th-order Beast Transformation Realm powerhouse. The two of them were indeed very strong, but in the face of a high-grade demonic being, they were still not enough. Although the stronger the opponent, the better. Knowing that the opponent's strength was far above their own, if they still wanted to challenge it, they would be overestimating themselves and seeking death. Go, making a prompt decision, Chen Zong and Hu Manli didn't have any thoughts of continuing to attack. They immediately separated and fled in two different directions. A black storm quickly swept over from the distance. Its speed was many times faster than Chen Zong and Hu Manli's. It was a demonic being shrouded in black smoke. In addition to its scarlet eyes, one could vaguely see the outline of its body under the black smoke, like a ghost. There seemed to be a little bit of black lightning shuttling back and forth within it, releasing an extremely terrifying aura as if it wanted to destroy everything. This kind of aura made Chen Zong and Hu Manli tremble uncontrollably. Immediately, the demonic being shrouded in black smoke had scarlet eyes flickering endlessly. It emitted an incomparably evil cold light as it swept past Chen Zong and Hu Manli. Its gaze seemed to have substance, causing Chen Zong and Hu Manli's bodies to tremble once again. A burst of coldness gushed out from the depths of their bones like spring water, instantly engulfing every part of their bodies. The malicious coldness made them feel as if their whole body was frozen. Chen Zong quickly circulated his cultivation technique with all his strength, along with the ancient refining flame secret art, resisting and dispelling this terrible coldness that seemed to originate from the depths of their bones. The energy around Hu Manli's body became more and more intense, as if a raging flame was crazily burning, dispelling the cold. Run! The crisis of death made Chen Zong and Hu Manli's alarm bells ring. They were overwhelmed with shock. In a split second, the high-level demonic being made its move. Two black lightning bolts shot out from the black smoke at an extremely fast speed. They were like lightning bolts as they instantly crossed several thousand meters to attack Chen Zong and Hu Manli. Their killing intent was astonishing, and the incomparably terrifying aura of annihilation seemed to want to shatter their backs and bodies and destroy them. Chen Zong was horrified. He felt as if he was about to be destroyed. Without hesitation, he immediately turned around and unsheathed the scarlet hellfire-flowing sword. The sword seemed to disappear in the air, leaving behind countless sword lights that intertwined like mist. Limitless sword chain, this was a sword technique that he had created in the fierce battle with Hu Manli. It was suitable for close combat, and he immediately unleashed it. The sword lights were endless, limitless, limitless. It seemed as if there was no limit. Once it was unleashed, it seemed to transform into a vast swamp, a vast ocean, or a boundless sky. It could entangle, submerge, and contain everything. However, this sword technique had yet to reach the true limitless level. In an instant, the sword lights were heavily smashed by the black lightning, carrying an incomparably terrifying killing intent. His hair stood on end, extreme heart sword style. In this life and death crisis, Chen Zong's heart domain seemed to be strengthened, allowing him to vaguely capture a trace of fluctuation and trajectory. The attack of the demonic being was too fast. The gap between them was too big. It was already very difficult to capture a trace of its trajectory. Chen Zong could only use his fastest sword attack. Extreme heart sword style, it went beyond the limit to attack. In just an instant, the extreme heart sword style was smashed. All the power of the Scarlet Inferno Flame Sword was also smashed. The power of that black lightning was too tyrannical, exceeding the upper limit of what the sword could withstand. Chen Zong faintly heard that the Scarlet Inferno Flame Sword seemed to let out a mournful cry, as if it had suffered a heavy blow. That incomparably terrifying power blasted towards Chen Zong. Chen Zong felt as if his arm was smashed, and even his body was torn apart as he was sent flying. Strong, it was too tyrannical. It was simply on two different levels. There was no way for him to resist. In just one attack, the Scarlet Inferno flame sword was damaged, and he himself was heavily injured. If he was unable to resist another attack, perhaps he would have to expose his Azura doppelganger. The current Azura doppelganger was even more powerful than the main body. However, Chenzong estimated that the Azura doppelganger would at most be able to resist a single attack from the demonic being. In the distance, Barbarian Tiger had also withstood a single attack. However, the golden-red flame-like aura on his body was smashed. He had also dispelled his beast transformation and returned to his original form. This meant that his injuries weren't light, and it would be difficult for him to maintain his beast transformation. One more attack would be enough to kill him. The demonic being wouldn't hesitate and immediately attacked again. "Don't try to be fierce." A voice filled with killing intent and fury suddenly resounded from the sky. It was like a clap of thunder, and shortly after, an incomparably terrifying palm print descended from the sky. It was like a palm that fell from the sky, covering a radius of 100 meters. It was incomparably real, and the 5 fingers of the palm were incomparably clear. Every single palm print was like a carving. The huge palm flipped the sky and the earth. It was incomparably terrifying. Boom, countless chaotic auras were suppressed and condensed. The extremely terrifying pressure caused the high-rank evil being's attack to pause. Soon after, the black smoke that pervaded its body dispersed, revealing its ghost-like body. The might of this palm was too tyrannical. It was vast and mighty, and it was incomparably overbearing. It also contained astonishing fury and killing intent. Just a moment of carelessness and 2 peerless geniuses were almost killed by the demonic being. At that time, it would be difficult for them to escape the blame. After all, their purpose was to supervise and protect. There might be a high-level demonic being in the periphery of the Tianyuan ruins. If they were lucky, they wouldn't encounter it. If they were unlucky, they would encounter it. Although these peerless geniuses were very strong, compared to the high-level demonic being, they were still far from it. Just a little bit more, and those 2 peerless geniuses would have been killed. At that time, they would have failed in their duties, and they would have been held responsible for it. Fortunately, they reacted in time. Although they reacted in time, their anger surged and turned into a fierce and direct killing intent. That palm strike with all its strength seemed to be able to shatter the earth. It struck down. Chenzong and Barbarian Tiger were greatly shocked when they saw the huge palm strike down. Too strong, it was really too tyrannical. Even if they were at their peak and used all their strength, they wouldn't be able to resist this palm strike. They would have been defeated in an instant, turned into ashes, and died. Under this palm strike, the tyrannical high-level demonic being erupted with all its strength to resist. It tried in vain to break through, but it was powerless to do so. It could only be suppressed, defeated, and destroyed under this palm strike. Boom! Boom, the earth quaked and the mountains shook, the entire ground was shaking, which was caused by the palm strike. Countless amounts of dust rose from the edge of the giant palm and surged out in all directions. The waves were more than 10 meters high, as if they were a huge wave that was going to swallow everything. Wave after wave, accompanied by incomparably violent tremors, billowed wantonly, dust and smoke flew, and the originally turbid air became even darker. Even though they were thousands of meters apart, Chenzong could clearly feel the tremors. It was very strong. The tremors lasted for more than 10 breaths before it gradually quieted down. When all the dust settled, the tumbling waves covered a radius of thousands of meters and almost hit Chenzong. At the center of it all was a huge palm print that was 100 meters in size. It was deeply embedded in the ground, more than 10 meters deep. The ground in the palm print had become extremely solid, and the palm lines could be seen clearly. As for the powerful high-rank evil being, it had already disappeared and turned into ashes. Chenzong quickly took out a medicinal pill from his spatial ring and consumed it. It was a healing medicinal pill that was very effective. As the medicinal pill's effect was dissolved, a cool aura spread throughout his body, alleviating the pain caused by his heavy injuries. Immediately after, Chenzong took out a medicinal pill to restore his strength and consumed it. Using both methods at the same time, he circulated his cultivation method and quickly recovered both his injuries and strength. Hu Manli also took out a medicinal pill to restore his injuries and strength. From afar, Hu Manli looked over with battle intent in his eyes. However, he did not approach and quickly turned around to leave. The original battle was interrupted by the appearance of the high-grade evil creature. Now that he had suffered heavy injuries and had not recovered, it was not suitable for him to fight again. High up in the sky, the peak Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse who killed the high-grade evil creature with a single palm strike looked down and saw that Qianzong and Hu Manli could still move freely. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief. As for their heavy injuries, he did not care as long as they were not dead or crippled. On the contrary, the two of them had suffered heavy injuries. If they were to encounter the peerless prodigies of this world, they could still be eliminated to reduce the pressure of competition. The powerhouse at the peak of the ninth heaven Saint Rudiment stage in the sky no longer paid any attention to Qianzong and Hu Manli. After all, he was responsible for preventing any high-grade evil beings from appearing in this area. Qianzong stood in the same place for a moment. He didn't go far away. Instead, he let the power of the pill dissolve. He tried his best to heal his injuries and recover the energy he had consumed in the battle with Barbarian Tiger. The high-rank evil being's attack was extremely powerful. Even though he managed to block it, the scarlet hellfire flowing sword was also damaged, and he himself was also heavily injured. Taking a closer look at the infernal flame sword, Qianzong noticed a faint crack on it. It was very small, but it made his heart sink slightly. This meant that the sword was truly damaged. It was unlikely that it would be able to withstand a high-intensity battle. Unknowingly, it would also indirectly affect the display of his strength. In addition, his injuries were very serious. Although some of them had been healed by the power of the pill, they were still very serious and had a great impact on his strength. Qianzong planned to recover his injuries and strength as much as possible here. Otherwise, in his current state, his strength would only be 30% of his peak state. The consequences of encountering a powerful enemy would be terrible. While refining and absorbing the pill to recover his strength and injuries, Qianzong also strode towards the huge palm print. The scene of the huge palm striking down from the sky still flashed in his mind. It was extremely tyrannical. Not only did it have an unparalleled tyrannical power, but it also contained profound mysteries. Many mysteries were engraved on the palm print and condensed into clear palm lines. Striding forward, Qianzong walked towards the huge palm print crater. Standing at the edge of the crater, he stared at the palm lines in the crater. Every line carried a profound aura. In Qianzong's eyes, it was as if the lines were alive and dancing like dragons and snakes. This palm print was made by a 9th-level Saint Rudiment stage prodigy. Not only had his cultivation base reached the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage, but his martial attainment was also very high. His comprehension, control, and application of Tao intent were also very shocking. Qianzong's eyes flickered. As the light flickered, it seemed as if there were countless lines intertwining. Invisibly, the refining speed of the pill increased and his injuries and strength recovered faster. An unusual change suddenly occurred. An extremely tiny wisp of black smoke slowly spread out from the middle of the large pit in the handprint. It appeared as though a blade of grass had broken out from the ground. Immediately, it appeared to be a tentacle as it sensed the air. After which, it transformed into a bolt of black lightning that swiftly rushed toward Qianzong. Too sudden, too fast, before Qianzong could react, the wisp of black smoke had already rushed into the space between Qianzong's eyebrows and directly entered his spirit sea. Qianzong also reacted in an instant and quickly immersed his consciousness into his spirit sea. An extremely strange and evil voice rang out, reverberating endlessly in the divine sea. The wisp of black smoke quickly condensed and transformed into the appearance of the high-grade evil being from before. However, it had shrunk countless times and did not look as solid as before. Instead, it looked somewhat illusory. Immediately after, the high-grade evil being let out an extremely evil laugh as though it had found its prey. It quickly pounced on Qianzong's soul. In its instincts, the aura emitted by the soul was extremely beautiful and tempting. As long as it could devour it, it would definitely bring great benefits to it. The high-grade evil being did not possess any intelligence. It only had instincts, and these instincts were the best choice. Earlier, its instincts told it that it would not be able to block that palm print. It had secretly separated a wisp of its soul and secretly survived. It had even deceived the powerhouse at the peak of the 9th level Saint Rudiment stage in the sky. Naturally, it was also because the powerhouse at the peak of the 9th level Saint Rudiment stage did not search carefully. Coincidentally, Qianzong happened to be close to it and provided it with an opportunity. Although Qianzong was surprised, he did not panic. Instead, he guarded his soul. The soul fire instantly burned brightly as though it wanted to burn everything to ashes. A wisp of the high-grade evil being's soul was equivalent to an external evil. The soul fire had a miraculous effect in resisting external evil. The evil being was caught off guard and was instantly burned by the soul fire. It let out a painful shriek that shook the spirit sea. Without any resistance, the wisp of the high-grade evil being's soul was instantly burned, leaving behind only the purest wisp that merged with Qianzong's soul. Qianzong was stunned. He could only feel a stream of information continuously emerging and merging with his soul. Fortunately, it did not take long. In less than 15 minutes, the stream of information ended. Qianzong checked it and a hint of joy appeared on his face immediately. The information was a special cultivation method. Spirit mastery technique. It was special because this cultivation method was not qi cultivation or body refinement. It was another cultivation system, spirit refinement. In other words, this was a special cultivation method for cultivating divine sense. As far as Qianzong knew, there were very few cultivation methods for cultivating divine sense. They were rare and precious. His divine sense was far superior to that of people of the same cultivation base. It was comparable to that of a 9th heaven saint realm expert. However, he did not fully utilize it. It was very shallow and crude. On one hand, it was because he did not have enough time and energy to comprehend it. On the other hand, more importantly, he did not have a suitable spirit refinement cultivation method. A cultivation method was equivalent to carving a path. Cultivating a cultivation method was equivalent to continuously moving forward along the path. Perhaps there would be some obstacles along the way, but it was much better than having no path at all. After a round of inspection, Qianzong was somewhat disappointed. The spirit mastery technique was not complete. Strictly speaking, it could be divided into two parts. What he obtained from the high-grade evil being's soul was only the upper part. Then, another question popped up in Qianzong's mind. According to what he knew, evil beings were useless to cultivators except for the terrifying danger they posed. Killing evil beings did not give him any benefits. So why was he able to obtain such benefits? Suddenly, Qianzong thought of something. If he did not have the soul fire, his soul would have been devoured by the evil being and he would have died an unnatural death. The evil being would then be reborn and become stronger. Previously, when he killed the middle and low-grade evil beings, there was no soul. Didn't that mean that evil beings would only have souls when they reached a higher level, or was it that the high-grade evil being he encountered was special? Many thoughts flashed through Qianzong's mind. He was not sure which one it was. But in the end, he did obtain some benefits. Spirit mastery technique, the content was very subtle. However, Qianzong's comprehension was superb and his divine sense was very powerful. Therefore, he was able to quickly understand and cultivate it. The powerful divine sense fluctuated in an extremely mysterious way, as if it was breathing. It felt like a sleeping beast was breathing. Every time it breathed, it would cause an astonishing power to surge. Qianzong felt that the surrounding space seemed to tremble slightly with the operation of his divine sense. Of course, this was only Qianzong's feeling. Others could not feel it at all. Cultivating the spirit mastery technique not only made one's divine sense feel like a giant beast breathing, but it also felt like a gust of wind. It felt like a breeze for a moment and then turned into a gale in an instant. Sometimes it was light, sometimes it was heavy, sometimes it was fast, sometimes it was slow. The changes were rapid. This required one to have enough control over one's divine sense, almost perfect control. This also meant that cultivating the spirit mastery technique was equivalent to cultivating the control of one's divine sense. Qianzong had a very good foundation. After the initial discomfort, he gradually became familiar with it. His huge divine sense was also gradually controlled. This feeling was very wonderful. When his divine sense spread out, it covered a range of 9,999 meters. Zong could feel that everything within this range had become very clear. The degree of clarity was at least 30% better than before he cultivated the spirit mastery technique. Zong was pleasantly surprised that he was able to have such an improvement during his first simple cultivation session. If he cultivated it more carefully, he believed that the improvement of his divine sense would be more obvious. I wonder where the lower part of the spirit mastery technique is? Another thought unconsciously appeared in Zong's mind. If the upper part was cultivation, then what about the lower part? Was it also cultivation, or was it an application method? According to his guess, it should be an application method. After all, the cultivation of the upper part was quite complete and there were no flaws. If there was cultivation, there should be an application. Only then could it be called the spirit mastery technique. High up in the sky, the peak ninth heaven Saint Rudiment stage expert who had killed the high-level evil creature with a single palm swept his gaze across the area. His gaze landed on Zong, who was at the edge of the deep pit. However, he did not notice anything unusual and did not pay much attention to it. Zong's injuries were slowly healing and his strength was also gradually recovering. His divine consciousness was also gradually transforming as he cultivated the upper part of the spirit control technique. Everything within a radius of 9,999 meters became clearer and clearer. Moreover, a feeling of being in control gradually grew. His strength had completely recovered, but his injuries were only 70% healed. The remaining 30% could only be slowly healed. Zong also ended his divine consciousness cultivation. He only felt that everything within a radius of 9,999 meters was about 50% clearer than before he started cultivating. Immediately, Zong released his heart domain. 700 meters, he continued to compress his heart domain. The compression of heart domain was closely related to divine consciousness. Previously, Zong could only compress his heart domain from 700 meters to 100 meters. That was the limit. Now, when it was compressed to 100 meters, Zong did not feel the limit and could continue to compress. 1 meter after another. 99 meters, 98 meters, 97 meters, 96 meters, when Zong tried his best, he could compress it to 90 meters. 90 meters was the limit. After compressing his heart domain to 90 meters, everything within it became clearer and clearer. The feeling of being in control of everything became clearer. However, it was still not enough. It was just a feeling and did not feel like he was in control of everything. Previously, Zong guessed that it might appear when he increased his heart domain to 1,000 meters and compressed it to 100 meters. However, it seemed that it was not that simple. However, his feelings should not be wrong. When the heart domain was compressed to a certain extent, he might be able to control everything within. Zong was looking forward to it. With anticipation came motivation and motivation. With motivation, he would work harder. Now that his injuries were 70% healed and his strength was fully restored, although he was not at his peak, he could still exert 80% of his strength. As long as it was not a strong opponent at the level of the prodigy of the wilderness, he would be able to deal with it. It was a pity that a crack had appeared on the scarlet hellfire flowing sword and it was slightly damaged. This damage would not affect the sword's power for the time being. However, it was like an ant's nest on a dam. It would collapse sooner or later. He only hoped that he would be able to survive this battle. After that, he would be able to obtain even better swords. Zong spread his divine sense out, covering a maximum of 9,999 meters. At the same time, he also split a portion of his consciousness to cultivate the spirit control technique, slowly refining his divine sense. The spirit control supreme art cultivated one's divine sense. At the beginning, it was naturally to strengthen one's divine sense. However, Zong's divine sense was incredibly strong, reaching the limit of what an ordinary Saint Realm master could achieve, so his current cultivation was not to strengthen his divine sense, but rather to temper it. After all, although Zong's spiritual force was strong, it wasn't refined enough. The process of cultivating the spirit control technique was like refining and forging a piece of crude iron, removing its impurities and extracting its essence, turning it into fine iron. What was surprising was that when a piece of iron was refined, its impurities would decrease. However, Qinzong's heart domain was refined. While it was refined, its impurities would not decrease in the slightest. Qinzong could feel a powerful divine will sweeping over him and covering him with it. Then, Qinzong felt two powerful auras enter the range of his divine sense. Chu Wangshi and Chu Yuqing, the two of them were working together. It was not surprising that the two of them would work together. What surprised Qinzong was that the range of their divine sense exceeded his. How was that possible? The range of an ordinary ninth heaven saint realm cultivator's divine sense was 9,000 meters. The limit was 9,999 meters. Chu Wangshi and Chu Yuqing were both in the sixth heaven saint realm. Under normal circumstances, the range of their divine sense should be around 6,000 meters. Divine sense was different from other talents. Most of the peerless geniuses' divine sense was within the normal range. Only a few of them could have a stronger divine sense. However, it was almost impossible for their divine sense to exceed several levels. Only someone like Qinzong, who had reincarnated, could possibly do so. Qinzong felt that it was impossible for Chu Wangshi and Chu Yuqing's divine sense to exceed 10,000 meters. However, the other party's divine sense had clearly swept over him first. Their range was greater than his. Qinzong did not know that Chu Wangshi and Chu Yuqing were working together because they were used to working together. It was more advantageous for them to work together. Secondly, the two of them had cultivated a special divine will superposition technique, which allowed them to superposition their divine wills and split them into two. Chu Wangshi and Chu Yuqing's divine sense were at the normal range. Sixth heaven saint realm's divine sense was 6,000 meters. However, when their divine senses were stacked together, it became 12,000 meters. It could be said that they had the widest range among all the peerless geniuses here. Sometimes, the difference in range could decide many things. Initiative or passivity. Therefore, Chu Wangshi and Chu Yuqing's divine sense was the first to discover Qinzong. They immediately rushed over and approached him. They did not sense Qinzong's divine sense fluctuations, and they thought that Qinzong had not released his divine sense. This was because the divine sense combination technique did not only increase the range of one's divine sense, but it also increased the quality of one's divine sense to a certain extent. Naturally, this kind of divine sense combination technique was stronger than other people's divine sense. It was not easy for others to sense it, but it could sense other people's divine sense fluctuations. What they did not know was that Qinzong's divine sense was much stronger than theirs. Therefore, they could not sense Qinzong's divine sense, but Qinzong could sense it. Retreat. Qinzong instinctively felt that Chu Wangshi and Chu Yuqing's approach was not a good thing, and he decisively retreated. Even if Qinzong was at his peak, facing two mid-sixth heaven saint realm peerless geniuses with malicious intent, he was not confident he could contend against them, not to mention now that he could only use 80% of his strength. Still thinking of escaping? A cold smile appeared on Chu Wangshi's face. He won't be able to escape. Chu Yuqing smiled faintly, as if she had everything under her control. With the two of them working together, they feared nothing. Not to mention, Qinzong was just a fifth heaven saint realm bumpkin. How could he compare to mid-sixth heaven saint realm peerless geniuses like them? Chu Wangshi and Chu Yuqing's inheritances were profound, and their cultivation was high. Their foundations were firm, and their innate talents were shocking. On top of that, they were taught by the eminent saint realm venerable master Xianxia. Therefore, their strength was tyrannical, and their movement skills were exquisite to the extreme. Qinzong's injuries had not fully healed, and his strength and speed were affected. It did not take long for Chu Wangshi and Chu Yuqing to catch up to him. Chu Wangshi and Chu Yuqing surrounded Qinzong from both sides. Qinzong's gaze swept over them, and he asked, "What do the two of you want?" "Hand over your storage ring." Chu Wangshi spoke directly, and his tone was arrogant, as if he was giving an order. Qinzong's expression sank. Hand over his storage ring. Chu Wangshi's intention was to search his storage ring for the heavenly essence jade. But at the same time, nothing in his storage ring could escape Chu Wangshi's scrutiny. A storage ring belonged to him, and everything inside belonged to him. Unless it was voluntary, no one would be willing to open their storage ring for others to search. It was akin to prying into one's privacy. It was a very disrespectful method, and it was a direct provocation to one's dignity. In the end, Chu Wangshi and Chu Yuqing had never thought highly of Chen Zong. When they had first met, they had also looked down on Chen Zong, saying that with Chen Zong's cultivation, he was not qualified to participate in the competition. Of course, Chen Zong would not hand over his storage ring. A sharp light flashed in his eyes as he stared at Chu Wangshi while paying attention to Chu Yuqing. Don't try to struggle. Chu Wangshi seemed to have seen through Chen Zong's intention, and he sneered disdainfully. Chu Yuqing also had a disdainful look on her face. Under the encirclement of two mid-sixth heaven Saint Realm cultivators, it was impossible for a mere mid-fifth heaven Saint Realm cultivator to escape. Chen Zong's heart sank slightly. He could vaguely feel that the space around him had been sealed by a force. That invisible force was pressing down on him from all directions. It was as though it wanted to suppress him, making it difficult for him to escape. If it was one-on-one, Chen Zong might be able to contend with them, but if it was one-on-two, and the two of them seemed to be experts in teamwork, there was no hope. Of course, if he exposed his Azura clone, he could definitely contend with them, or even defeat them. Should he expose his Azura clone? Chen Zong's thoughts raced as fast as lightning. The Azura doppelganger could be said to be his greatest trump card. In a situation where others were watching, Chen Zong wasn't willing to reveal it. One had to know that those half-step great Saint Realm cultivators were all knowledgeable and experienced. If they saw through him, it would be extremely disadvantageous for him. It would be a huge problem, and it would definitely be worse than now. So, if he did not expose his Azura clone, how could he escape from his current predicament? You're still hoping for a fluke. Chu Wangshi was impatient, and a fierce look appeared on his face. In the next instant, a powerful aura spread out, and he was about to attack. Wait. Chen Zong immediately stopped him, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes as he stared at Chu Wangshi. Your goal is none other than the Heavenly Essence Jade. I'll give it to you. Chen Zong said as he took out a Heavenly Essence Jade. So far, Chen Zong had obtained 2 Heavenly Essence Jade, one low-grade, and the other high-grade. Of course, Chen Zong would not give the high-grade Heavenly Essence Jade to Chu Wang, so he took out a low-grade one. However, Chen Zong's movements were extremely fast. While taking out the low-grade Heavenly Essence Jade, he also wrapped it with his own energy to isolate its aura. With a flick of his finger, the low-grade Heavenly Essence Jade shot towards Chu Wangshi at full speed. Then, Chen Zong also used a secret technique that he hadn't used for a long time. Innate Ferocious Force Field. The innate Ferocious Force Field's power increased as Chen Zong's cultivation increased. In the blink of an eye, the innate Ferocious Force Field was unleashed, directly covering Chu Wangshi and Chu Yuqing. The baleful qi was boundless and abrupt, as if it had descended from the heavens, directly impacting Chu Wangshi and Chu Yuqing's minds, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. In an instant, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood seemed to appear in front of the two of them. Corpses and bones floated up and down, just like the purgatory of Azura. Countless mournful wails sounded like vengeful spirits demanding their lives. They could vaguely see countless pale white skeletal hands grabbing out from the river of blood, dyed with a layer of dark red blood, and an incomparably pungent smell rushed straight at them. Neither Chu Wangshi nor Chu Yuqing had expected Chen Zong to have such a method, and they were momentarily stunned. Taking advantage of this fleeting opportunity, Chen Zong erupted with all his strength, directly executing the 4th step of the Thunder Stomp 9 Heavens. Lightning filled the air, wrapping around both of his legs, and boundless lightning energy danced wildly, as if it wanted to destroy everything. Taking a step forward, without any hesitation, Chen Zong felt as if the muscles in his legs were about to be torn apart, sending waves of indescribable pain through his body. Ignoring the tearing pain in his legs, Chen Zong's speed exceeded his limit. A bolt of lightning flashed, leaving behind a trail of dust. Just as Chen Zong transformed into a bolt of lightning and shot out at an astonishing speed, crossing 1,000 meters in an instant, Chu Wangshi and Chu Yuqing had also broken free from the heavenly baleful force field's baleful qi and recovered in an instant. But whether it was Chu Wangshi or Chu Yuqing, both of their expressions were ugly. A mere mid-fifth Heaven Saint Realm cultivator actually dared to escape from under their noses. Chase. Without any hesitation, Chu Wangshi and Chu Yuqing immediately executed their movement skills, chasing after Chen Zong at full speed. Their cultivation was higher than Chenzong's by a whole layer, and their movement skills were also superior, so as they chased with all their might, the distance between them and Chenzong gradually shortened. Feeling the danger approaching, Chenzong once again erupted with power. His strength surging, he instantly turned around and retreated, unsheathing his scarlet hellfire flowing sword. Heaven-burning earth fire, city-destroying hurricane, this move, which had a fusion rate of 80%, turned into an extremely powerful flaming tornado. It raged out in all directions, as if it was going to destroy everything. Chu Wangshe and Chu Yuqing's countenance drastically changed. That fiery tornado was so powerful that it made them feel threatened. How could a mid-fifth heaven saint realm display such a powerful martial art? It was unbelievable. At the same time, the two of them made their moves. With their combined strength, they immediately defeated the flaming tornado. Chu Wangshe and Chu Yuqing had been accepted as personal disciples by Master Xianyuan ever since they were young. They had always cultivated together and were very familiar with each other. Thus, when they joined forces, their strength was extraordinary. Although the flaming tornado was destroyed, the two of them were delayed for a moment, giving Chenzong enough time to pull away. As the two of them approached each other again, Chenzong turned around and performed the combination of heaven-burning earth fire and city-crushing hurricane. As long as there was enough distance between them, Chenzong would have enough time to perform these two moves and explode with amazing power. However, Chu Wangshe and Chu Yuqing were strong enough to defeat them one by one. Chu Wangshe and Chu Yuqing had no intention of giving up. In their opinion, a mere fifth heaven saint realm cultivator dared to play tricks on them. This was unforgivable. Xian Kongluo also noticed this and frowned. A trace of displeasure flashed across his face. He naturally didn't want to see the peerless geniuses of the Xianyuan world fighting each other, but the rules were as such and couldn't be violated. However, Chu Wangshe and Chu Yuqing's actions were a little too much. Xian Kongluo had high hopes for Chenzong. Naturally, he didn't like Chu Wangshe and Chu Yuqing's actions, but he couldn't stop them. Otherwise, it would be a violation of the rules. He could only hope that Chenzong would be able to escape. Time after time, Chenzong gradually felt the cracks on the scarlet hellfire sword widening. Although it was only a slight increase, it wasn't a good thing. But helplessly, he could only do this. Otherwise, it would be difficult to escape from Chu Wangshe and Chu Yuqing. Compared to Wei Chongtian who had helped him, Chu Wangshe and Chu Yuqing were too overbearing. Despite the anger in his heart, Chenzong didn't lose his mind. Chenzong knew very well that with his current strength, he wasn't a match for these two. If he stopped and fell into their encirclement, it wouldn't bode well for him. Unless he exposed his Azura clone. But if he exposed his Azura clone, he didn't know how much trouble he would get into. Thinking back, the ancient Azura king was betrayed by his friend because of the 10,000 Azura divine ability. Chase or escape, Chenzong continued to venture deeper into the Tianyuan ruins. However, he was still in the outer area. It wouldn't be easy to cross the outer area and enter the inner area. He estimated that he would need to travel at full speed for a month. But the deeper he went, the more chaotic the yuan qi in the air became. The light also became dimmer. Then, Chenzong felt a clear fluctuation of righteous qi. It was the fluctuation of heavenly essence jade. Moreover, it should be a high-grade treasure. Not long after Chenzong felt it, Chu Wangshe and Chu Yuqing also felt it. Chenzong decisively gave up on the idea of taking the high-grade heavenly essence jade. The most important thing now was to escape. On the other hand, Chu Wangshe and Chu Yuqing hesitated. Should they continue to pursue Chenzong, or should they go and take the heavenly essence jade? Maybe they could split up, one of them taking the heavenly essence jade while the other continued to pursue. But when they thought of Chenzong's flaming tornado, they knew that it would be a great threat to them. The reason they chased after Chenzong was because the two of them felt that they had been provoked. But more importantly, they would go and take the high-grade heavenly essence jade. The two of them discussed through voice transmission and decided to give up on Chenzong for the time being. Taking the heavenly essence jade was their priority. Chenzong also took this opportunity to escape, disappearing from Chu Wangshe and Chu Yuqing's perception. Using the 9 heavens lightning steps continuously, Chenzong ran very far away. He quickly took out some medicinal pellets to recover his strength and alleviate his injuries. Using overload had caused some injuries to his body, especially the muscles in his legs. Fortunately, he had a considerable self-healing ability. Coupled with the effects of the pills, the feeling of pain quickly disappeared under the effects of the cooling aura, and he quickly recovered. Thinking of how he was forced by Chu Wangshi and Chu Yuqing, Qinzong's eyes emitted a cold light. Taking a deep breath, Qinzong observed his surroundings. After confirming that he was safe for now, he took a short rest to adjust his condition. Looking at the scarlet infernal flowing flame sword, he couldn't help but frown slightly when he saw that the crack had become even larger. The sword was damaged, and his injuries were not healed yet. It was really one disaster after another. This was bad news, but the good news was that he had obtained the soul reigning art. After some cultivation, his divine sense had become even purer. He continued to cultivate. The soul reigning art was constantly circulating, refining, and purifying his divine sense. At the same time, it was also constantly recovering the consumption of his divine sense. Qinzong's divine will covered an area of 9,999 meters. This allowed Qinzong to detect other people's auras and react faster. Due to his injuries and the damage to his sword, Qinzong tried his best not to fight others. He focused on searching for the heavenly essence jade and other treasures. With his powerful divine sense, Qinzong avoided many troubles. His injuries were also 90% healed, and he was only 10% away from full recovery. The more his injuries healed, the more his strength would recover. The treasures in the heavenly essence ruins not only included saint herbs, but also saint materials needed to forge saint artifacts. All of them were very precious. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Qinzong's injuries had finally healed, and his saint energy had also improved. However, he still could not break through to the fifth heaven saint rudiment stage. After all, the environment here was harsh and not conducive to cultivation. If he was in the outside world, he might have broken through after so many life and death battles. Although his cultivation base did not break through, his swordsmanship had become more brilliant. However, his divine sense was the one that benefited the most. After half a month of continuous cultivation of the soul reigning art, Qinzong's divine sense was constantly refined. It was as if it had been tempered thousands of times, and it had become even purer. Qinzong estimated that the purity of his divine sense had increased by 2 times. Such an improvement was extremely shocking. It allowed his control of his divine sense to reach a whole new level. However, when the purity of his divine sense had increased by 2 times, Qinzong also realized that it was extremely difficult to further refine his divine sense. It was as if he had reached his limit. Everything in the world had its limit. When it reached its limit, it could not be improved. Only by breaking through the limit could it be improved again. This was the law, and nothing could be avoided. Now, his divine sense refinement had reached its limit. Only by breaking through the limit could he continue to refine his divine sense to become even purer. Then, how to break through the limit, Qinzong did not have any clear idea. He could only persist in continuously cultivating the soul reigning art. Perhaps after accumulating enough, success would follow naturally, and he would break through naturally. Now, his divine sense had reached a very brilliant level. Compared to a half-step great saint, it was not inferior at all. It was completely on the same level. If he broke through, it would be the level of a great saint. That would be too shocking. Apart from his divine sense, another thing that had changed greatly was his heart domain. Originally, the heart domain covered an area of 700 meters. Now, it had increased to 800 meters, 900 meters, 1,000 meters. The heart domain was 1,000 meters, the heart domain of 1,000 meters covered an even wider area. After absorbing and condensing the heaven and earth yuan qi, the power of the heaven-burning earth fire and the city-destroying hurricane was several times stronger. These 2 moves, heaven-burning earth fire and city-destroying hurricane, did not have any grades. Because their power was closely related to the heaven and earth yuan qi that was instantly absorbed and condensed. Therefore, the wider the heart domain, the stronger their power. Another gain was the compression of the heart domain. The heart domain that was originally 700 meters was compressed to 100 meters, and that was the limit. Now, the heart domain of 1,000 meters was compressed to 50 meters, and that was the limit. When the heart domain of 1,000 meters was compressed to 50 meters, Chenzong had a strong feeling. Heart domain, in an instant, the heart domain spread out, enveloping an area of 1,000 meters. Subsequently, it started to compress. Heart domain. 50 meters, limit, it had completely reached the limit and could not be compressed any further. Within the range of 50 meters, Chenzong felt that the clarity of the heart domain had already surpassed the surface, as if it was going to penetrate the surface and reach a deeper level. He vaguely had a feeling that he could see through everything. Everything within the range of 50 meters seemed to be under his control. It was as if he could grasp everything with his 5 fingers. Immediately, Chenzong stared at a fist-sized iron rock more than 10 meters in front of him. It was estimated to weigh more than 10 kilograms. Rise! With a low shout, Chenzong's eyes flickered. Under the influence of the heart domain's power, the iron rock trembled slightly and stopped, falling into silence. I didn't see it wrong, Chenzong said to himself. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and adjusted his state. 3 breaths later, Chenzong once again opened his eyes. This time around, there was no glint that was emitted from his eyes. There was no feeling of him deliberately exerting force. However, the rock that was over 10 meters away shook. Soon after, it was like a small rock that was blown by a strong wind as it rolled twice. It swayed and rolled for the 3rd time with great difficulty before it came to a stop and once again became still. The 3rd time. The stone shook again and rolled again. This time, it rolled continuously for more than 10 meters until it reached Chenzong's feet. Great progress. Chenzong was like a child who had found his favorite toy. He began to try again and again. The 9th time. Rise! With a thought, the fist-sized iron rock trembled and floated in the air. It seemed to be somewhat difficult. It stopped at a height of more than 2 meters and then fell. Chenzong temporarily forgot about other things and focused on studying it. The 30th time. The fist-sized iron rock that weighed more than 10 kilograms flew in the air within the heart domain. However, its speed was not fast. It was about the same as an ordinary bird. To ordinary people, this speed was naturally very fast. However, to cultivators, it was extremely slow and did not have any deterrence. However, Chenzong was slightly happy as he saw some hope. If within 50 meters of the heart domain, it was possible to control even stronger objects, and their speed was even faster, wouldn't it be possible to use it as a means of attack? The idea was born, but it was not perfect. For a moment, it was still a little vague. However, it was like a seed was quietly planted. The iron rock was about 50 kilograms. Its upper limit of speed was about the full speed of an ordinary bird. Immediately, Chenzong tested the upper limit of weight. He found that 50 kilograms was the current limit. Currently, the control of the domain of 50 meters was of no help to him. It was like a chicken rib. However, Chenzong believed that it had great potential. What if the heart domain of the heart to 10 meters, then, with the upper limit of the weight and the upper limit of the speed limit, if the limit of the domain of heart exceeded 1,000 meters, reaching 2,000 meters, 3,000 meters, or even more, and then compressing it to 50 meters or even 10 meters, then wouldn't the ability to control be even more powerful? Everything was possible. It was also something that was worth his effort to study. If it was before, it would be very difficult. However, with the upper part of the spirit control technique, there was undoubtedly some possibility. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, it was worth his effort to pursue it. Dao in hand, Dao underfoot. He raised his sword. Immediately, another block of sky essence jade was in his hand. Middle-grade sky essence jade. In half a month, Chenzong found 7 blocks of low-grade sky essence jade, 3 blocks of middle-grade sky essence jade, and 1 block of upper-grade sky essence jade. If the cultivators who had been active in the abandoned cities and ruins for years knew about this, they would be extremely jealous. Sometimes, they might not even find a block of low-grade sky essence jade after entering and exiting the sky essence ruins for several years, let alone middle-grade and upper-grade. Most of them might not even find a block of low-grade sky essence jade after decades. Chenzong's harvest was undoubtedly shocking. However, Chenzong felt that it was not enough. He was sure that he was not the only one who found sky essence jade. Even upper-grade sky essence jade. High-grade sky essence jade was the final deciding factor for the quota. As for middle-grade and low-grade, they were just supplementary. As for supreme-grade sky essence jade, according to Chen Zong's understanding, it was very difficult to find. After all, no supreme-grade sky essence jade had appeared for hundreds of years. Even if there were, it would not be in the outer area. As for the inner area, it was not a place he could enter at the moment. Perhaps one day, when he was strong enough, he could step into the inner area and take a look. He might even step into the core area. When he thought of the core area, Chen Zong did not know why, but there was a sudden fluctuation in his heart. It was as if there was a desire to step into the core area. It was as if there was something waiting for him there. Perhaps it was an opportunity, perhaps it was something else. All in all, he could only step into the core area when he was strong enough. At the very least, he had to be at the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage or even the half-step Great Saint stage. That was still quite far from his current level, so he would not consider it for the time being. The most important thing now was to find more high-grade sky essence jade and get the quota. Every day, apart from searching for sky essence jade, Chen Zong would constantly practice the spirit control technique to temper his mind. Although he had reached the limit of tempering and it was difficult to improve, the path of cultivation was like rowing a boat against the current. If he did not push forward, he would be pushed back. If he did not try his best to paddle, he would be pushed back by the current. If he tried his best to paddle, even if he could no longer move forward, he could still maintain his position. When one reached the limit, not retreating was a form of advancement. If he broke through the limit, he could continue to move forward. On the other hand, if he did not work hard and retreated, he would be far away from the limit. If he wanted to break through the limit in the future, it would be more difficult, or even hopeless. His injuries were healed, but unfortunately, the Scarlet Inferno flowing flame sword was even more damaged. The cracks on the sword had expanded due to the repeated battles. It seemed that the sword would not be able to withstand a few high-intensity battles before it was truly damaged. It was a pity. But there was no other way. It would not have been like this if it had not withstood the powerful attack of the high-level evil creature. The periphery of the Tianyuan ruins was very large. When they entered it, they were scattered like boats in the sea. It was not that easy to meet each other. However, during this period, Chen Zong had encountered some peerless geniuses. Some inevitably broke out into fights, while others stayed far away from each other vigilantly. Chen Zong's divine sense covered a radius of 9,999 meters. He was slightly stunned because he felt a trace of unusual aura fluctuation. It was not righteous aura. On the contrary, it was an indescribable aura that was difficult to distinguish between positive and negative. It seemed to be extremely hot, but also extremely cold. It was not the aura fluctuation of a sacred medicine, sacred material, or Tianyuan jade. It was not even the aura fluctuation of an evil creature. However, this aura fluctuation made Chen Zong very curious. Thunder steps of the ninth heaven, the third step, this step was not slow, and the burden was not very heavy. Soon, Chen Zong crossed thousands of meters and arrived at the place where the aura fluctuation was. The aura was drilling into the ground and was about to disappear. Chen Zong caught a glimpse of a shadow. It was like the shadow of a flickering candle flame. Chen Zong's eyes suddenly narrowed, but he was somewhat uncertain. Heart domain, in an instant, the heart domain covered 1,000 meters and quickly compressed to 50 meters. It seemed to penetrate everything and could clearly capture the aura fluctuation. It was the remnant aura of the flame. Flame, there was a flame in the Tianyuan ruins. After the heart domain was compressed to 50 meters, its penetration ability was even more amazing. The hard ground could not stop it at all. The shadow of a flame immediately entered Chen Zong's perception. It was very clear. That's... Chen Zong's eyes suddenly shone with intense light and excitement. The rare flame of heaven. The rare flame of heaven and earth. The rare flame of earth was equivalent to the transcendent realm or the half-saint realm. The rare flame of heaven was equivalent to the saint realm or the half-great saint realm. Ever since he obtained and merged the two rare flames of earth, he had reached the peak of the rare flame of earth. However, he was unable to break through. Even after obtaining the mysterious ancient flame refining technique and cultivating it until now, he still lacked the opportunity to break through to the rare flame of heaven. Zong also knew that if he could obtain and merge the rare flame of heaven, he would definitely break through and become even stronger. The rare flame of earth had grades, and so did the rare flame of heaven. His purple cloud black star flame was currently the highest grade, grade 9. However, he did not know what grade the rare flame of heaven underground was. Zong covered it with his heart domain and carefully sensed it. Grade 3. Zong's eyes shone brightly. He was secretly excited. A third-grade heavenly unique flame was equivalent to a third heaven Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. Moreover, based on the aura emanating from the ball of flame, Zong could sense that it wasn't an ordinary third heaven Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse, but a third heaven Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. Of course, a prodigy third heaven Saint Realm expert was nothing to him now. However, it meant that if he merged with the rare flame of heaven, the mysterious ancient flame refining technique would advance and increase his potential. This was the most important thing. Then, how could he obtain this rare flame of heaven? As this thought flashed through his mind, Zong immediately circulated the mysterious ancient flame refining technique and released the purple cloud black star flame. The so-called rare flame of heaven did not mean that it had intelligence, but it had spirituality. It was like an instinct. The spirituality of the rare flame of heaven was much stronger than that of the rare flame of earth. Zong summoned the purple cloud black star flame. Its flame aura immediately spread out. To the rare flame of heaven underground, it was like a delicacy. As long as it could devour it, it would be able to further improve itself and greatly shorten the time needed. Becoming stronger was something that all creatures with spirituality yearned for. In other words, evolving and transforming one's life form was something that all creatures with spirituality yearned for. The ball of heavenly strange fire under the ground instantly moved. It only had spirituality, but it was not sinister or scheming. It did not have much discernment. In other words, it had some discernment, but it could not control itself in the face of temptation. In an instant, the ball of heavenly mystical fire rapidly rose from the ground and rapidly approached the slowly burning purple cloud black star flame. That ball of faint purple flame that was suffused with bits of black starlight seemed to constantly emit a kind of wonderful aura that was so attractive. The heavenly flame from underground shot up. Just as it was about to rush out of the ground, it paused. The flame flickered as if it was hesitating. Zong did not move or do anything else. He just waited patiently. The purple cloud black star flame was like delicious bait. The heavenly flame from underground was like a big fish, and Zong was the fisherman. Fishing required enough patience. One also needed to be calm and focused, waiting for the fish to take the bait. Time passed breath by breath. The heavenly flame waited quietly as if it was waiting for danger to appear. However, it did not. The purple cloud black star flame continued to emit a unique aura. It was fatally attractive to the heavenly flame from underground. After a while, the heavenly strange fire finally couldn't hold back and burst out with its fastest speed. It rushed out from the ground like a bolt of lightning or a stream of light. Soon after, the cluster of nearly black flames suddenly expanded like a giant beast opening its mouth. It suddenly pounced and swallowed the purple cloud black star flame. It was like a peerless assassin. After one hit, it fled thousands of miles away. It rushed into the ground at its fastest speed, intending to enter the depths of the ground and escape. The heavenly flame was fast, but Zong was even faster. Mysterious ancient flame refining art, in an instant, it spun rapidly like an immemorial wheel, bursting with an unparalleled power. The purple cloud black star flame had already been refined by the mysterious ancient flame refining art, forming an incomparably close connection with it. As the mysterious ancient flame refining art circulated at full force, the purple cloud black star flame was immediately drawn toward Zong. Zong also used his movement technique to quickly approach and converge. The heavenly flame did not completely merge with the purple cloud black star flame. It was immediately affected. It paused for a moment and actually floated toward Zong. Great shock, the heavenly flame was greatly shocked. It immediately burst out with an even stronger power and rushed toward the ground. However, the purple cloud black star flame within it kept moving upward, toward Zong. The two forces were fighting against each other. The closer he got, the more powerful the ancient flame refining art became, and the greater its influence. As if sensing that something was wrong, the heavenly mystical fire became even more intense, as if it wanted to burn everything to ashes. An incomparably shocking power instantly spread out from the heavenly strange fire. Vaguely, it seemed to condense into the shadow of a flame demon. It roared menacingly at Qianzong, and its blazing aura covered the sky as if it wanted to burn everything into nothingness. Qianzong was able to recognize its origin due to its astonishing might. One of the heavenly flames, the remnant flame of the ruined empress. Among the heavenly strange flames, this was ranked rather high and possessed astonishing power. Even though it was only at the 3rd grade, the heat it emitted was enough to burn an ordinary 4th heaven saint rudiment stage to ashes. Qianzong, on the other hand, showed a hint of joy. Naturally, the stronger the heavenly mystical flame, the better. Of course, he could not force it beyond the limits of what he could bear. Otherwise, it would be difficult to subdue and refine it. Now was the perfect time. The ancient flame refining art circulated at full force. Qianzong charged directly at the remnant flame of ruins without hesitation, like a moth flying into a flame. The remnant flame of ruins also erupted with astonishing power. It expanded in an instant, as if it wanted to devour Qianzong's body and burn him to ashes. Refine, this was a battle for survival. If he did not burn the other party to ashes, he would be refined. If he did not refine the other party, he would be burned to ashes. The black flame covered Qianzong's entire body, burning wildly. Qianzong used the purplish cloud black star flame as a medium to circulate the ancient flame refining art at full force. He constantly absorbed the energy of the remnant flame of ruins into his body, refining it bit by bit. Even though it was only a 3rd grade heavenly mystical fire, its power was stronger than an ordinary 4th heaven saint rudiment stage. However, when it entered his body, the burning sensation made Qianzong feel very uncomfortable. It was as if his entire body was being burned from the inside. Fortunately, he had the ancient flame refining art, which allowed him to resist it and refine it bit by bit. Sensing that its power had entered Qianzong's body, the mindless remnant flames of the ruin inferno immediately exerted more power, pouring even more power into Qianzong's body in an attempt to work with him from the inside and completely burn him to ashes. Unfortunately, Qianzong resisted it. Even though it was extremely painful, Qianzong did resist the burning. Refine, with the help of the purplish cloud black star flame, he refined the remnant flame of ruins bit by bit. Qianzong's body refinement cultivation was not high. It was only at the first level of the chaotic heaven stage because he lacked a suitable and powerful body refinement cultivation method. However, such a physique was much stronger than an ordinary saint rudiment stage cultivator. A strong physique gave him a stronger ability to withstand burdens. In addition to the support of the ancient flame refining art and his powerful saint energy, Qianzong relied on his incomparably tenacious will to withstand it. When Qianzong had refined half of the remnant flame of ruins, its spirituality finally realized that something was wrong. It erupted further and struggled to break free. Unfortunately, it was too late. Immediately, the remnant flame of ruins went all out. Boom, it directly exploded in an attempt to blast Qianzong to pieces and perish together with him. Unfortunately, after refining half of the remnant flame of ruins, Qianzong's resistance to fire had greatly increased. Coupled with the fact that they shared the same origin as the remnant flame of ruins, not only did he withstand the explosive impact of the remnant flame of ruins, but he also emitted a suction force that quickly absorbed the remaining energy of the exploded remnant flame of ruins. He refined it with all his might. The blazing energy surged endlessly in his body. Qianzong felt as if he was about to be burned to a crisp. The remnant flame of ruins and the purplish cloud black star flame also quickly merged. Time passed slowly. The shockingly blazing energy fluctuation was restrained. Then, it slowly spread out from Qianzong's body. It was extremely hot, as if it wanted to burn everything around it to ashes. Burn, burn, burn. Gradually, the temperature continued to rise, becoming more and more shocking. Finally, a ball of black flame spread out from Qianzong's body. In an instant, it covered his entire body and burned fiercely. The heat it released was extremely shocking. Then, under Qianzong's control, the scorching black flame that spread all over his body quickly gathered in his left hand like flowing water. Finally, it condensed into a ball of burning, fluctuating flame on his left palm. The flame was dark purple, and it seemed to be emitting a purple halo. Inside, there were countless black flows. If one looked carefully, it was like a dark void. At the same time, a trace of fluctuation passed through the flame in his hand and into Chenzong's mind. Purplish world incineration flame, the heavenly flame was different from the earthly flame. The earthly flame was named by someone, but the heavenly flame had truly been recognized by the heavens and earth. It was endowed with a unique spirituality and power. Therefore, it was named naturally. After the remnant fire of ruin and the purple cloud black star flame completely merged, it became a brand new heavenly flame that was different from the remnant fire of ruin and the purple cloud black star flame. Naturally, it also had a new name. The purple expanse incineration flame possessed the shocking power of the remnant fire of ruin. It could burn everything into ashes, and it also possessed the purification ability of the purple cloud black star flame. At the same time, Chenzong also noticed that the purple expanse incineration flame had been upgraded to a 4th grade heavenly flame. Its level was equivalent to the 4th heaven saint rudiment stage, but its power was enough to kill an ordinary 5th heaven saint rudiment stage cultivator. However, Chenzong estimated that it was not much of a threat to an ordinary 6th heaven saint rudiment stage cultivator. However, the purple expanse incineration flame had enough potential to continue upgrading and become even more powerful. Moreover, heaven incinerating earth fire, Chenzong slashed out with his sword. This time, he did not use his heart domain to absorb the origin chi of fire and condense it on his sword. Instead, he mobilized the power of the purple horizon incineration fire and combined it with the will of earthly fire and his saint force to perform this strike with a unique technique. Boom, a terrifying and violent stream of flame blasted out in an instant. Its power was extremely violent. It was like a 1,000-year-old volcanic eruption that destroyed everything in its path. As the violent black flames blasted past, the ground shattered and was incinerated into nothingness by the terrifyingly high temperature, leaving behind an incomparably glossy ravine that continued forward. 100 meters away, the ball of violent black flame seemed to have exploded, blasting out a huge pit that was dozens of meters wide. The huge pit continued to emit shockingly high heat that was enough to burn an ordinary early saint rudiment stage cultivator to death. Chenzong sucked in a breath of cold air. The power of such a sword was not inferior to the heaven incineration flame that he had unleashed with his full strength previously. In fact, it was much stronger. This also meant that using the heavenly flame to unleash the heaven incineration flame was much more powerful than absorbing the origin energy of fire. Of course, if it was the purple cloud black star flame from before, it would not have such an effect. After all, it was only an earth flame. No matter how good it was still fundamentally different from the heavenly flame. It was like the difference between the power of the transcendent realm and the power of the saint realm. For a saint realm master, even if they were blessed with the strength of a transcendent or even a half-saint, there wouldn't be any significant improvement in their strength. In fact, the difference would be negligible. In terms of power, the two belonged to two different levels. Immediately, Chenzong tried again, using his heart domain to absorb the origin energy of fire and then using the power of the purple domain incineration flame to unleash the heaven incineration flame. The power of this sword strike was even more astonishing and powerful, blasting out a huge pit that was 100 meters in diameter. Chenzong could not help but show a hint of joy. The power of such a sword strike was close to the fusion of the heaven incineration flame and the city-crushing hurricane. The third attempt was the strongest heaven incineration flame followed by the city-crushing hurricane, allowing the fusion of the two swords to reach 80%. Boom, the sky shook and the earth trembled. The pitch-black flame hurricane raged wildly in all directions with endless power. It was directly twice as powerful as before. This meant that this move was enough to severely injure and defeat Gong Tianxing. Chenzong was naturally happy that his strength had increased imperceptibly. However, if the opponent was too strong, it would be difficult for him to have the opportunity to unleash such a powerful move. It would take a little bit of time. However, using the purple domain incineration flame did not take much time. Every ordinary sword strike would be more powerful. The purple domain incineration flame burned in his left hand. Chen Zong was constantly familiarizing himself with the power of the heavenly flame, further mastering its power and unleashing it more thoroughly. At the same time, he swept the area with his divine sense in search of heavenly essence jade, especially high-rank heavenly essence jade. The 30th day, the last day. Hand over the precious jade or bear the consequences. Two peerless prodigies from the cold sky world surrounded Wei Changtian. Their powerful auras locked onto Wei Changtian as they spoke in a domineering tone. Wei Changtian's expression was solemn as he held his sword in his hand. His eyes were as sharp as swords as he stared at the person in front of him. At the same time, he was also paying attention to the person behind him. One of them was at the mid-6th heaven saint realm, and his strength was not inferior to Wei Changtian's. The other was at the early 6th heaven saint realm. Although he was not as strong as Wei Changtian, he would have to go through an intense battle to defeat him. Now that the two of them had joined forces, they were suppressing Wei Changtian. However, how could Wei Changtian hand over the high-grade heavenly essence jade that he had gone through so much trouble to find? Let's fight then. Wei Changtian's gaze became sharper as his long sword hummed as it pierced through the air. In an instant, the sword light split into two and attacked from the front and back. You're courting death. The mid-6th heaven saint realm prodigy from the cold sky world was enraged. His eyes were cold as he shouted and attacked at the same time. The early 6th heaven saint realm prodigy also attacked at the same time. His saber slashed through the air mercilessly. Now that it was the last day, time was of the essence. They needed more heavenly essence jade, especially high-grade heavenly essence jade. However, the person in front of them had taken away a high-grade heavenly essence jade right under their noses. No matter what, they had to get their hands on that high-grade heavenly essence jade. They even had to search Wei Changtian's spatial ring to take the rest. A battle was inevitable. Wei Changtian's sword technique was extremely profound. Every strike was simple and sharp, and focused on lethality and efficiency. Under the sword light, the mid-6th heaven saint realm prodigy could only defend himself. However, when the other person attacked, the two of them joined forces to turn the tables and suppress Wei Changtian. Wei Changtian's expression was firm as he used all his strength to resist the two of them. At the same time, he was thinking of a way to escape. The time was almost up. He had to leave this place and the heavenly essence ruins as soon as possible. If he missed the time, he would be seen as giving up. At that time, no matter how many heavenly essence jade he obtained, it would only increase his wealth. He would not be able to enter the Lingwu Holy Land. He tried to break through the encirclement, but he was blocked by his opponent. "Brother Wei, let me help you." A voice suddenly sounded in Wei Zhangtian's ears, causing him to be slightly stunned. Soon after, an incomparably violent and blazing aura blasted over from afar. Heaven burning earth fire, Chen Zong rushed over and slashed out with his sword. It was a powerful move as he charged towards the early 6th heaven saint realm expert. The early 6th heaven saint realm cultivator's expression changed drastically. He had no choice but to give up on Wei Changtian and turn to face the blazing sword light. The blazing and violent killing intent burned and destroyed everything. The early 6th heaven saint realm expert had to use all of his strength to resist the attack. Then, he swung his saber at Chen Zong. Chen Zong didn't back off at all. Instead, he attacked with his sword. The sword carried the powerful might of the purple universe incineration fire, which made it even more powerful. When the saber light shattered, the 6th heaven saint rudiment stage cultivator's expression changed drastically. He never expected his opponent to be stronger than him. Chen Zong's strength was so strong that even Gong Tianxing wasn't inferior to him. What was an ordinary early 6th heaven saint realm expert to speak of? With an early 6th heaven saint realm expert down, Wei Zhangtian immediately turned the tables and engaged in a fierce battle. In an instant, Wei Zhangtian's sword and aura were like a ferocious tiger released from its cage. They were unstoppable as they gradually suppressed his opponent. Damn it! The cold sky world's prodigy's expression changed drastically. Since they couldn't do anything, they could only retreat. Without any hesitation, the two cold sky world's prodigies retreated and used their movement techniques to escape. Wei Zhangtian didn't chase after them, and neither did Chen Zong. Many thanks. Wei Zhangtian saluted Chen Zong with his sword and immediately used his movement technique to escape. Zhong didn't mind as he used the third step of the 9 Heavens Lightning Steps and flew out of the Tianyuan ruins. Time was of the essence, and it was best to leave as soon as possible. At this moment, a figure stood proudly at the edge of the Tianyuan ruins, about 10 kilometers away from the ruins. He wore a long robe that seemed to be gold and silver at the same time. His hands were behind his back, and his feet were half a meter off the ground as he hovered in the air. His eyes were deep and boundless, as if they contained the mysteries of heaven and earth. Wisps of aura emanated from his body, as if covering the entire world, bringing it under his control. This kind of power wasn't something that others could compare to. Behind this person, Gong Tianqing and Wang Yu also stood, but they had respectful looks on their faces. Senior brother Heavenly God is too strong. Senior brother might be the reincarnation of a heavenly god. The profound sacred palace's prodigies couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. They were all peerless prodigies that had been selected through many rounds of elimination. They were the cream of the crop and had an unimaginable pride. Even those who were more talented than them were unable to convince them wholeheartedly. However, Heavenly God Gong could. The heavenly god of the profound sacred palace was like the reincarnation of a heavenly god. He was so high and mighty that they could only look up to him. 10 miles away, the profound sacred palace's prodigies and the profound sacred palace's prodigies from the profound sacred palace's prodigies and the profound sacred palace's prodigies were watching. Heavenly God Gong, you're really impressive. The profound sacred palace's prodigy sneered. There seemed to be some inexplicable hostility in his tone. The profound sacred palace's prodigy didn't say anything, but there was some hostility in his eyes as he stared at Heavenly God Gong. 10 kilometers might seem like a long distance, and for ordinary people, it was impossible to see them, but for Saint Realm Masters, as long as there was nothing blocking their line of sight, they could clearly see them, not to mention these two peerless geniuses. The profound sacred palace's heavenly god's attitude was disgusting and unpleasant to them. However, in the end, it was just jealousy in their hearts. The three of them were all sacred princes of their respective realms. They were the most talented people in their respective realms. No one could compare to them. Unfortunately, the profound sacred palace's prodigy seemed to be stronger than them. He suppressed them and became the first sacred palace's prodigy. The two of them were very unconvinced. They didn't like the heavenly god Gong. Under these circumstances, no matter what the heavenly god Gong did, they wouldn't find him pleasing to the eye. On the contrary, the more they looked at him, the more disgusted they felt. The Azure Dragon Territory's prodigies just happened to be leaving the profound sacred palace's prodigies. They were about to leave the profound sacred palace's ruins and gather at the designated location. Stop. Suddenly, one of the profound sacred palace's prodigies spoke. His face was cold, and his gaze was like a blade. Since you've come here, it means you want to challenge Senior Brother Heavenly God. As long as you can escape from Senior Brother Heavenly God, each of you can obtain a top-grade profound sacred jade. If you can't, then each of you must hand over a top-grade profound sacred jade. Intercept. The profound sacred palace's prodigies led by the profound sacred palace's prodigies intercepted them when they were about to leave the profound sacred palace's ruins. They used a seemingly fair method to seize other people's top-grade profound sacred jade. This method is very inappropriate, the Azure Dragon Territory's half-step great saint said angrily. How is it inappropriate? The profound sacred palace's half-step great saint nevertheless smiled disapprovingly, even carrying a trace of pride. You Azure Dragon Territory can also do this. Doing this gave people a feeling that it was indeed inappropriate, but it did not violate the rules. After all, there was no such rule from the beginning. After those Azure Dragon Territory's prodigies glanced at each other, they were somewhat moved. After all, in this month, their harvest was not great. If you can pass through here, then there is no need to hand over the top-grade profound sacred jade. Each of you can obtain a top-grade profound sacred jade. The profound sacred palace's Saint Sun spoke, his voice indifferent, as aloof as a god. Be at ease, they will not act, and I will not move at all. You can also attack together. They referred to the profound sacred palace's other prodigies. Hearing the profound sacred palace's Saint Sun say that if the others did not act, he would not move at all, they were even more moved. After glancing at each other, they all nodded in agreement. They believed that no matter how strong this person was, so long as they worked together, they had hope of surpassing him. In an instant, the Azure Dragon Territory's prodigies all moved, one after another exploding with their strongest power and fastest speed, about to pass by the profound sacred palace's Saint Sun. From far away, Qianzong and Wei Changtian saw this scene and could not help but wrinkle their brows. Especially when they stared at the profound sacred palace, their expressions became grave. Very frightening. His cultivation was 6th level Saint Realm late stage, but they did not know how many times stronger he was compared to those 6th level Saint Realm middle stage prodigies. The profound sacred palace's Saint Sun acted, yet he did not. His eyes only emitted a sharp light, and immediately, the expressions of the Azure Dragon Territory's prodigies changed one after another, as if they had suffered an invisible pressure. For a time, they were unable to move. That is. Qianzong's expression was stern. Under his incomparably sharp eyes and powerful perception, he could vaguely catch a trace of a tyrannical aura fluctuation. It filled the profound sacred palace's surroundings and also covered the bodies of those Azure Dragon Territory's prodigies. Force field, Qianzong immediately made a judgment. The profound sacred palace's Saint Sun appeared to have not acted, yet he already dispersed the force field, suppressing those Azure Dragon Territory's prodigies. The highest cultivation of these Azure Dragon Territory's prodigies was 6th level early stage Saint Realm, and the lowest was 5th level Saint Realm peak. Facing the profound sacred palace's Saint Sun's power, they basically did not have much resistance and could only barely move. Without a doubt, this was a kind of very frightening force field, and the profound sacred palace's Saint Sun had cultivated it to a very high level. Under the heavy profound force field suppression, the Azure Dragon Territory's prodigies were completely unable to advance. On one side, the profound world's prodigies sneered one after another. They overestimated themselves, unexpectedly actually wanting to challenge Senior Brother Heavenly Deity. Now, under Senior Brother Heavenly Deity's heavy profound force field, they were basically unable to move. The gap was honestly too great. The Azure Dragon Territory's prodigies had all lost. But unfortunately, only one of them took out a high-grade heavenly essence precious jade. The others did not, and their storage rings were searched, taking away those mid- and low-grade heavenly essence precious jade. They were incomparably sullen and incomparably humiliated. Numerous gazes fell on Qianzong, as though they were trying to see through Qianzong. Qianzong also felt the Taishan Saint's gaze, which was full of pressure. Qianzong knew that he could not avoid it this time. Originally, Qianzong had planned to take a detour and avoid the Taishan Saint. There was no need to go against the Taishan Saint now. But now, the Taishan Saint was staring at him. It was obvious that the Taishan Saint had his eyes on him. Perhaps Gong Tianqing had something to do with it, but it did not matter. Since he could not avoid the Taishan Saint, he would face him head-on. At the same time, he could also see what the Taishan Saint was capable of. With that thought in mind, Qianzong's battle intent surged from the depths of his heart. Without saying anything, Qianzong immediately took a step forward. He was determined and moved forward. Wei Zhongtian also took a step forward. Qianzong was slightly surprised, but he soon understood. Wei Zhongtian's aura was very sharp, and it was filled with a shocking power that could cut through all obstacles. This was a belief of a sword cultivator. It was a belief that belonged to Wei Zhongtian's way of the sword. It was different from Qianzong's way of the sword. This was also Wei Zhongtian's choice. Qianzong knew that even without him, Wei Zhongtian would not avoid him. "Do you know the rules?" the Taishan Saint asked. His voice was indifferent, and his eyes were filled with disdain. "You want to give me a superior grade Sky Origin Jade. How can I not accept it?" Qianzong said calmly with a smile. Their auras were tit for tat. Wei Zhongtian did not speak, but his aura became sharper. The Taishan Saint did not speak again. It was as though he did not care to reply. Qianzong and Wei Zhongtian did not show any signs of anger. Qianzong and Wei Zhongtian were 100 meters away from the Grand Abstruse Saint Sun. Their backs were as straight as swords. Traces of sharpness condensed on their backs, as if they were pointing at the sky. Suddenly, the heavenly god of the Taishan sacred palace opened his eyes and a bright light rippled in the air, spreading out in all directions. At that moment, Qianzong and Wei Changtian felt an invisible force pass through their bodies. Their bodies sank slightly, as if there was an invisible weight pressing down on them. At the same time, Qianzong and Wei Changtian also moved. Wei Zhongtian's body was like an unsheathed sword, tearing through the air and shooting forward. Qianzong took a step forward, lightning surging around him. It was the third step of the thunderbolt stomp. The distance of 100 meters was actually very short. It could be crossed in an instant. As long as they could surpass the Great Mystery Saint, they would win, and each of them would obtain a top-grade Heavenly Essence Jade. 100 meters, it was such a short distance, but the Great Mystery Saint dared to do so. It proved that he was 100% confident in his strength. This was an unparalleled and invincible belief. Heavy Xian Force Field. In an instant, the Heavy Xian Force Field was unleashed by the Great Mystery Saint. It covered a radius of 100 meters, especially Qianzong and Wei Changtian. The strength of the force field could be adjusted, but the prerequisite was that one's cultivation and mastery of the force field had reached a certain level. It was obvious that the Great Mystery Saint's cultivation and mastery of the Heavy Xian Force Field had reached a shocking level. Suppress, the Heavy Xian Force Field was different from the innate Ferocious Force Field. It was a force field that directly exerted a strong and mysterious force. Under the Heavy Xian Force Field, Qianzong and Wei Changtian only felt that their bodies were incomparably heavy. It was as if there was an invisible mountain pressing down on them. Not only that, but it also felt as if there were countless mysterious forces wrapping around their limbs and bodies, constantly pulling them in all directions. This force field was very mysterious, and the feeling was very uncomfortable. Qianzong and Wei Changtian's speed plummeted. Their figures landed on the ground, and their feet stomped a hole in the ground, filling it with cracks. This Heavy Xian force field would not weaken because of the number of people inside. In other words, it was like this even if one came, 2 or 3 would be like this. Otherwise, the Great Mystery Saint would not have such great confidence. But regardless of whether it was Qianzong or Wei Changtian, they were much more powerful than those previous Azure Dragon Territory geniuses. Under the Heavy Xian force field, the two could still hold on, and they would not be suppressed to the point of collapse. Step forward, Qianzong aroused the strength of his whole body, raised his right leg with great difficulty, and stepped forward. With a bang, the ground slightly trembled. His right foot crushed the ground. Second step, third step. Step by step, he strode forward with incomparable difficulty. Wei Changtian calmly stood in place, motionless. His body's shocking sharpness seemed to break through everything. In the blink of an eye, that sharp light soared into the sky, as though it was tearing apart the suppression of the heavy profound force field. His entire person seemed to have transformed into a flying sword, shooting forward in the blink of an eye, directly passing by Qianzong. But in a flash, as if he was powerless, he once again fell. His body's swift and fierce aura was subsequently restrained. 100 meters, from the moment Qianzong and Wei Changtian began to move to the moment the Great Mystery Saint Sun released the Heavy Xian force field suppression, it was merely a short instant. The two had crossed only 10 meters, leaving only 90 meters. Struggle well. Gong Tianqing's face was full of ridicule. He was very confident in his younger brother's strength. With his own abilities, under his younger brother's heavenly deity Gong's Heavy Xian force field, it was difficult to resist. And these two people's strength was at most about the same as his own. They could not possibly resist. At most, they could struggle for a bit longer, and then they would unwillingly fall. That sort of feeling was very wonderful. But it was a pity that he did not cultivate the Heavy Xian force field. The Heavy Xian force field was a powerful mystic technique of the Great Mystery Holy Palace. It was a 10th grade mystic technique and was also known as a secondary mystic technique. Among all the disciples of the Great Mystery Holy Palace, only heavenly deity Gong had the right to teach it. Only the higher-ups had the right to cultivate it. Although Gong Tianqing was the second most powerful disciple of the Great Mystery Holy Palace, he still did not have the right to cultivate it. After all, a 10th grade mystic technique was a secondary mystic technique and was extremely important. However, his younger brother seemed to be very compatible with the Heavy Xian force field. Once he cultivated it, he was like a fish in water, and his progress was extraordinary. Although heavenly deity Gong had his hands behind his back and seemed to be playing it down, the Heavy Xian force field actually took up 50% of his strength. With heavenly deity Gong's abilities, even 50% of his strength was enough to defeat all the prodigies present. Only the Skyfrost Saint Sun and the ancient Saint Sun could contend against him. Under the heavy Xian force field, the pressure on Chenzong and Wei Chong Tian increased tremendously. It was extremely difficult. However, the two of them looked very serious. They even gritted their teeth and continuously stimulated their strength and aura to resist, taking advantage of the opportunity to advance. Lightning flashed under Chenzong's feet. It was dazzling at times, but after taking a step, it instantly dimmed down, as if he had exhausted all his strength. As for Wei Chong Tian, he stood still and kept accumulating strength. When the accumulation of strength reached the maximum, Wei Chong Tian would completely explode with a shocking sharpness, temporarily breaking the suppression of the heavy Xian force field and advancing in an instant. With this method, Chenzong and Wei Chong Tian had already advanced 20 meters. However, compared to 100 meters, 20 meters was actually nothing. Moreover, the two of them could feel that their strength was constantly being depleted, and it was getting more and more intense. It was even more shocking than a high-intensity battle. The Great Mystery Holy Sun's expression did not change at all. He was cold and indifferent, and he was high and mighty. The heavy Xian force field continued to suppress Chenzong and Wei Chong Tian. 30 meters, finally, Chenzong and Wei Chong Tian crossed the 30-meter distance with great difficulty. Xian Konglua's expression was solemn. He naturally hoped that Chenzong and Wei Chong Tian could pass the Great Mystery Holy Sun, but the possibility was very low. Chu Wangshi and Chu Yuqing came from afar. They glanced at Chenzong and Wei Chong Tian, but they did not have the slightest thought of helping them. Instead, they directly went around them, which made Xian Kongluo somewhat disappointed. Based on Chu Wangshi and Chu Yuqing's strength, if they worked together, perhaps they could contend against the Great Mystery Holy Sun. Unfortunately, they were unwilling. Xian Kongluo was unable to force them to do so. Truly lamentable. Chu Wangshi shook his head, disdainfully saying. 40 meters, Chenzong and Wei Chong Tian passed in succession, but it was getting more and more difficult. They felt their legs were incomparably heavy, as if they were bound by an invisible mountain. Heavy to the extreme, there was also a sort of powerless feeling. Seeing Chenzong and Wei Chong Tian could unexpectedly advance 40 meters under the suppression of the heavy Xian force field, many people felt astonished. It was known that those previous exceptional geniuses of the Azure Dragon territory could not even advance 10 meters. 50 meters, the bottom of the Great Mystery Holy Sun's eyes slightly showed astonishment. He did not expect that these two could surprisingly advance 50 meters under his heavy Xian force field. This truly was out of the ordinary. However, 50 meters is your limit. Instantly, the heavy Xian force field strengthened. Chenzong and Wei Chong Tian's bodies slightly trembled, practically about to be pressed down by the instantly strengthened pressure. The Great Mystery Holy Sun already fully activated the heavy Xian force field. However, Chenzong and Wei Chong Tian were not crushed, nor did they stop. Stride, each step had the weight of 10 million jin. 60 meters, the Great Mystery Holy Sun's expression slightly sunk, his eyes emitting a shocking cold light. Just at this moment, Chenzong urged on the Heavenly Fiend force field. In an instant, the Heavenly Fiend force field diffused, covering the Great Mystery Holy Sun. An astonishing fiendish intent directly attacked the Great Mystery Holy Sun's mind, making his mind slightly tremble. His control over the heavy Xian force field also instantly relaxed. This moment was enough. Lightning burst out in an instant. It was incomparably powerful and instantly covered both of Chenzong's legs. Furthermore, it rapidly spread up to his waist. He took a step forward, and a shocking aura shook the heavens and the earth. Chenzong also felt as if his bones and muscles were being attacked by an irresistible force, as if they were about to burst. Thunder stomped 9 heavens. Fifth step, everything exploded at this moment. Wei Chong Tian also felt that the heavy Xian force field was out of control. A terrifying light shot out from his eyes, as if a divine sword had been unsheathed. Then, the long sword at his waist was unsheathed, and the invisible sharpness seemed to split everything in front of him. It was unstoppable. Wei Chong Tian's body followed the sword, turning into a ray of sword light, and instantly flew forward. In the blink of an eye, the unforeseen event happened too quickly. It was completely unexpected. Even though it was only for a moment, the Great Mystery Holy Sun's mind resisted the heavenly fiend force field's attack. He quickly adjusted, regained control of the heavy Xian force field, and strengthened it to the extreme. However, it was already too late. The fifth step of the Thunder Stomp Nine Heavens gave Chenzong an even faster extreme speed. The short distance of 40 meters was instantly covered. All of them were dumbfounded and speechless. Chenzong and Wei Changtian had succeeded in challenging the great mystic Saint Sun. The people from the great mystic world were especially shocked and incredulous. The heaven god from the great mystic sacred palace was an incredible figure in the eyes of the great mystic world. He was known as the reincarnation of a heaven god. No one in the same generation could defeat him. Even though Chenzong and Wei Changtian had not really defeated the great mystic Saint Sun, it was still a challenge. To a certain extent, the great mystic Saint Sun had lost. The great mystic Saint Sun had not expected such an outcome. He turned around and stared at them. The light in his eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. It was as though he could see through Chenzong and Wei Changtian. Facing the great mystic Saint Sun's eyes, Chenzong and Wei Changtian felt a pressure that came from the depths of their souls. However, Chenzong and Wei Changtian were not afraid to look at each other. "You are very good." The great mystic Saint Sun stared at Chenzong's face. The three words sounded casual, but they seemed to contain immense power. In that instant, this person had used a force field that could affect his mind and make him lose control of the heavy mystic force field. That was why they had seized the opportunity to pass him. If not for that, the other person would not have been able to pass him. A cold light gathered in the great mystic Saint Sun's eyes. When had he ever suffered such a loss? Moreover, the other party had cultivated a force field. "Of course I'm good. Where is the upper-grade sky essence jade?" Chenzong asked with a smile. A terrifying cold light suddenly shot out from the Taishan Saint's eyes, carrying a trace of extremely sharp killing intent. How dare he ask for the upper-grade sky essence jade? The great mystic Saint Sun, the #1 heaven's pride in the great mystic world. You wouldn't go back on your words, would you? Chenzong was not afraid. Give it to him, the great mystic Saint Sun said coldly. This time, he was at a disadvantage. However, it didn't matter. It didn't matter. Strength was the strongest. Gong Tianxing took out 2 high-grade heavenly essence jade and threw them out. The 2 high-grade heavenly essence jade turned into 2 beams of light and shot towards Chenzong and Wei Changtian. Even if he were to give it to her, he would be very unwilling to do so. This method immediately attracted the disdain of some people. If he won, he had to have the aura of victory. If he lost, he had to have the spirit of defeat. But now, he had lost unwillingly. Such a temperament made others look down on him. Chenzong made a grabbing motion with his left hand, and his 5 fingers moved in a mysterious trajectory. The air under his fingers rippled like water, and immediately weakened the power of the high-grade sky essence jade. Then, he easily grabbed the high-grade sky essence jade in his hand. Wei Zhangtian pointed his finger like a sword, and there seemed to be invisible sword chi surging out, continuously weakening the power of the attack. Then, with a hook of his finger, the high-grade heavenly essence jade was also in his hand. Because of Chenzong and Wei Changtian, the Taishan Saint seemed to have lost interest and didn't try to stop the others. Everyone secretly heaved a sigh of relief. More than 400 peerless geniuses left the Tianyuan ruins on time. Now, those who didn't get any high-grade heavenly essence jade, step forward. The half-step great saint from the profound world said directly. His gaze swept across the crowd. When he saw Chenzong, he paused for a moment, but did not pay much attention. However, he was just a junior who was lucky enough to succeed in challenging the Taishan Saint. That was all. After a slight hesitation, they stepped forward one by one and stood on the other side. There were more than 300 people in total. Did any of you get any supreme-grade heavenly essence jade? The half-step great saint from the profound world asked again. No, none of the 300 people had gotten any high-grade heavenly essence jade, let alone supreme-grade heavenly essence jade. Did any of you get any supreme-grade heavenly essence jade? The half-step great saint looked at the dozens of people who had gotten high-grade heavenly essence jade, and they all shook their heads. It was already good enough to get high-grade heavenly essence jade in the periphery of the Tianyuan ruins. As for supreme-grade heavenly essence jade, it was impossible to find it, even in the inner area. Now, show me the high-grade heavenly essence jade you have. Everyone took out the high-grade heavenly essence jade they had found. It was time to decide the final quota. There were only 82 people who had found high-grade heavenly essence jade. One block of high-grade heavenly essence jade after another appeared in their hands. At a glance, one could clearly see how many high-grade heavenly essence jade each person had. Among these 82 people, most of them only had one block of heavenly essence jade. One block was not competitive at all. The Taishan saint had the most high-grade heavenly essence jade. He had 6 blocks of it, which was very shocking. Next were the Skyfrost saint and the ancient saint. They each had 5 blocks. Without a doubt, these 3 people were directly qualified. Next were the 4 blocks. There were 5 people who had obtained 4 blocks of high-grade heavenly essence jade. Chenzong was one of them. Originally, Chenzong had only obtained 3 blocks. But just now, he had obtained another block from the Taishan saint. Now, Chenzong and the other 4 people who had obtained 4 blocks of high-grade heavenly essence jade were qualified. Next were the 3 blocks. There were even more people who had obtained 3 blocks of high-grade heavenly essence jade. Wei Zhongtian was one of them. Chu Wangshi and Chu Yuqing were not so lucky. They each obtained 2 blocks of high-grade heavenly essence jade. Chu Wangshi and Chu Yuqing's faces darkened, especially when they saw that Chenzong had obtained 4 blocks of high-grade heavenly essence jade. Cold light flickered in their eyes, as if they wanted to cut Chenzong into pieces. Taishan Holy Sun, Tianlin Holy Sun, Zhenggu Holy Sun, and you. The half-step great saint from Taishan realm pointed with his finger. The 8 of you are qualified, but the others still have a chance. Those who had only obtained 1 block of high-grade heavenly essence jade straightened their bodies. There was still a chance. What chance? The others were also a little surprised, especially the 8 people who had obtained the most high-grade heavenly essence jade. But it seemed that they were not completely sure. Would there be any changes? Judging from the expressions of the other half-step supreme saints, it seemed that they already knew this. It seemed that the so-called search for heavenly essence jade was just the first test, or rather, the first competition. At the end of the day, only 10 people could enter the spiritual martial saint grounds. On average, each of the 9 worlds and the Grand Wilderness could only obtain 1 slot. But if that was the case, why did they have to come here? They only needed to let each world compete for 1 slot. Because of this, if the 9 worlds competed together, there would be situations where some worlds could not obtain a slot, while others could obtain 2 slots. The more slots one obtained, the better. As for the next step of the competition, it was not announced yet. Everyone had been vigilant in the Heavenly Essence ruins for the past month. They needed to relax and rest first. Everything was peaceful when they returned to the ruins. Chenzong returned to the courtyard of his temporary residence and began to meditate. He had gained a lot in the Heavenly Essence ruins this time. He had comprehended and created a secret footwork technique, the Thunder Steps 9 Heavens, which could be used in battles and long-distance running. It was very practical and had extraordinary potential. He had obtained the first part of the spirit control technique, a special technique that cultivated the divine will. It had refined his divine will, making it purer and deeper in his control of the heart domain. These were all improvements. Finally, he had refined and merged with the remnant ember flame, causing the purple cloud black star flame to completely transform into a new type of heavenly essence flame, the purple world incineration flame. The purple world incineration flame had amazing power. Although it was only a 4th grade flame, it had the power to kill an ordinary 5th level Saint Realm cultivator. This made Chenzong even stronger. As long as he did his best in every trial, he would gain something. Even if he did not gain anything directly, he would more or less accumulate some experience. While Chenzong was meditating, an uninvited guest appeared outside the door. Without any trace of politeness, he directly barged in and came before Chenzong. "What's the matter?" Chenzong frowned slightly. His gaze was as sharp as a sword as he stared at the intruder. No one would be happy if an uninvited guest suddenly showed up while they were meditating in their own courtyard. The intruder was none other than Xianxia. Xianxia had his hands behind his back as he looked at Zong with an arrogant expression. "You're not bad. You actually obtained a high-grade heavenly essence jade," Xianxia said. His tone was neither fast nor slow. There was a hint of arrogance in his voice as he continued, "However, your cultivation is only at the mid-fifth heaven saint realm. You can't compare to me. So, come with me to find Xiankong Luo. Tell him that you're willing to give up your rights to me." Zong had never imagined that Xianxia would come uninvited just to say these words. It was hard to believe. What gave him such confidence and arrogance? A mid-fifth heaven saint realm cultivation, or a personal disciple of an eminent saint realm expert, or perhaps he had extraordinary talent, or was he a member of the royal family? Zong couldn't understand what Xianxia was thinking. Scram. Zong didn't have any intention to waste his time and energy talking to this kind of person who he didn't know how to describe. He directly gave an answer that was as sharp as a sword. "You." Xianxia's hair stood on end. His face was filled with rage, and his eyes shone with a terrifying killing intent. An incomparably shocking aura exploded out, and the heaven and earth yuan qi in the surroundings seemed to be under his complete control. It felt as if the heaven and earth were being controlled, and the heaven and earth were about to collapse, suppressing Zong. "Xianxia, what are you doing?" Xiankong Luo was alarmed. With a flicker, he appeared in Zong's courtyard. With a thought, the surrounding yuan qi was instantly dispersed. Xiankong Luo frowned slightly, and his expression became solemn. Then, a beam of light shot out and landed on Xianxia. When Xiankong Luo appeared, Xianxia knew that he had no chance to attack. However, he didn't even look at Xiankong Luo. Instead, he swept his gaze over Zong, snorted coldly, and turned around to leave. Xiankong Luo's face turned slightly green. A mere Saint Realm cultivator dared to be so arrogant. If he wasn't a personal disciple of an eminent Saint Realm expert, he would have already killed him. After a day of rest, everyone had recovered and gathered in an empty space in the abandoned city. The peerless prodigies of the 9 boundaries and the experts, as well as the 10 peerless prodigies of the Great Wilderness and the half-step Great Saint Elder, arrived one after another. Powerful auras spread out in all directions, repelling the void. The 3 great saints and the 5 who had obtained 4 high-grade sky essence treasures were directly qualified. However, they were only qualified and not the final spots. Out of the 10 spots, 2 would be chosen from the 8 peerless prodigies who had obtained 3 high-grade sky essence treasures. The most direct method was to fight. Draw lots and fight one-on-one. With the help of a half-step great saint, a sturdy battle ring was instantly constructed. Fight. Wei Changtian defeated his opponent. In the first round, 4 would advance and 4 would be eliminated. The second round would determine the qualification. Draw lots again. Wei Changtian's opponent was a peerless prodigy from the profound world. He was also at the mid-6th heaven saint realm. Fight, an extremely intense battle. Changtian. No return. Wei Changtian used his ultimate move. His aura was extremely sharp. His long sword emitted a dense brilliance that shone in all directions before it was retracted back into the sword. Kill. This was the strongest sword move. It was an indomitable sword move. Under this sword, there was nothing it could not destroy. The peerless prodigy from the profound world was instantly defeated and injured. Wei Changtian successfully obtained a spot. The last spot was won by a peerless prodigy from the horizontal mountain boundary. The 10 of you will each obtain a spot. The half-step great saint from the profound world's eyes flashed as he swept his gaze across Zong and the others. He then looked at the others. Those who have obtained high-grade sky essence treasures have a chance to challenge a spot. The challenge method was very simple. It was to choose one of the 10 who had already obtained a spot to challenge. Of course, there were as many as 72 people who had the right to challenge, and only 10 people who were challenged. On average, each person would have to accept 7 challenges. However, the reality was different. Whoever wanted to challenge would have to make a choice first. For example, if someone wanted to challenge the Great Mystic Saint, they would make a choice and see how many people wanted to challenge the Great Mystic Saint. These people would fight first to determine the strongest person, who would then issue a real challenge to determine the spot. A quarter of an hour later, everyone made their decision. The 10 people who had obtained the qualifications for the quota split up, and whoever they wanted to challenge would stand in front of them. A strange scene appeared. There was no one in front of the great profound holy sun. The heavenly deity of the Taishan sacred palace was too strong, and no one could defeat him. Challenging him was just asking for humiliation. Not only would they fail, but they would also offend him. There would definitely be a lot of trouble in the future. After weighing the pros and cons, everyone gave up on challenging the great abstruse saint. The celestial frost saint sun and the ancient saint sun were also saint suns. They were not much weaker than the Taishan saint sun. They were powerful and had extraordinary talents. It was also difficult to challenge them. Therefore, there was no one in front of them. There were 5 people standing in front of the prodigy, and all 5 of them were at the mid-6th heaven saint realm. Other than the 3 holy sons, there were many people standing in front of the other 7. There were as many as 20 people standing in front of Chenzong. After all, among the 10 people who had obtained the quota, Chenzong's cultivation was the lowest. He looked like a soft persimmon. Although he had successfully passed through the great profound holy sun's force field, many people thought it was just a fluke. Xianxia had also appeared in the group that challenged Chenzong. This made Xiankong Luo even more disappointed. He was disappointed in Xianxia. Xianxia stared at Chenzong, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. It was as if he wanted to pierce through Chenzong. Chenzong looked back at Xianxia without fear. There were 20 people who wanted to challenge Chenzong, and 8 people who wanted to challenge Wei Cheng Tian. Before the challenge, it was naturally up to these people to determine the victor, and only the final victor would be chosen. The 20 people who wanted to challenge Chenzong began to fight. This was not a one-on-one battle, but a group battle. Xianxia displayed his might. His cultivation technique was the art of world-shocking king, and it was much more advanced than Xu Zhongyang's. Once he used it, it immediately affected the surrounding yuan qi of heaven and earth and made it fall under his control. Without using the art of world-shocking king, Xianxia could already control the yuan qi of heaven and earth and integrate it into his attacks, making them even more powerful. The other 19 people were also strong, but there was still a gap between them and Xianxia. Especially when the yuan qi of heaven and earth was under Xianxia's control, their strength was weakened. Moreover, these 19 people were not of one mind. In the end, only Xianxia remained in the arena. He won and was qualified to challenge Chenzong. Chenzong, come up and accept your defeat. Xianxia pointed at Chenzong, his face full of arrogance. Chenzong's body flashed, and he appeared in the arena, facing Xianxia. I'll give you one last chance. Admit defeat and I won't hold it against you for offending me. Xianxia crossed his arms behind his back and stared at Chenzong indifferently. In the future, I'll take care of you. You'll be transferred out of the Black Sky Army and become an official in the imperial court. You'll enjoy a high status and power, and your descendants will also receive the emperor's favor. Chenzong looked at Xianxia as if he was looking at a fool. Xianxia's expression darkened, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Immediately after, he activated the Shan King shocking the world technique, and a terrifying energy enveloped his entire body. The chi of heaven and earth and the surroundings was also under his control. He then pointed his finger at the air, and in a flash, a terrifying finger energy shot out. The finger force was tyrannical, and it seemed to be able to pierce through everything. Chenzong's expression didn't change, and he unsheathed his scarlet inferno flame sword and stabbed out. At this moment, after a day of meditation, Chenzong's cultivation had risen from mid-5th heaven saint realm to late 5th heaven saint realm, and his strength had also increased. Taking a step forward, Chenzong drew an arc in the air as he closed in on Xianxia, his long sword slicing through the air. Xianxia put on a pair of half-finger gloves that glowed with a golden light, and the yuan qi of world-shocking king surged. Control, control, the power of each strike was enhanced, and it was as mysterious as flowing water. It was as if a mountain was crashing down. Soft and hard, weak and strong, 2 completely different forces were contained in each of Xianxia's strikes, making them even more powerful. Combined with the art of world-shocking king, each strike was even more terrifying. Heart domain. In the blink of an eye, Qianzong expanded his heart domain and compressed it to a radius of 50 meters. The surrounding yuan qi of World Shocking King was immediately under his control. Chu Wansher's expression changed slightly. He could feel the changes in yuan qi of World Shocking King. At the same time, he was furious. His art of World Shocking King could control the yuan qi of World Shocking King for his own use, increasing his strength and weakening his opponent's strength. He was like an emperor, controlling everything. But now, his opponent had seized the right to use the yuan qi of World Shocking King under his control. It was as if someone had declared himself the king of his own country. No emperor could accept it, and they would definitely attack, destroy him. However, the 1,000-meter heart domain was compressed to a radius of 50 meters, and it was incomparably sturdy. Even a 7th Heaven Saint Realm expert wouldn't be able to shake it. Although Chu Wansher was strong, he hadn't reached that level. There was nothing he could do. This feeling made him even angrier. With his cultivation and strength, he couldn't do anything to his opponent. Especially when the other party's swordsmanship was unleashed, there was an endless flow of power, like a waterfall descending from the sky, like a charging army, and a terrifying flood that could destroy the world. It was hard to imagine how profound this sword technique was. As a half-step Great Saint Realm expert, Xiankong Luo had extraordinary eyesight. At a glance, he could see that Qianzong's sword technique was extraordinary. Infinite chain, sword after sword, there was no gap, and the force was ever-changing. Chu Wansher found it difficult to adapt. For a moment, he paled in comparison. Chu Wansher's face was cold to the extreme, and his eyes were filled with anger. He attacked with all his strength, even if he had to kill Qianzong in front of him. He didn't hold back. Chu Wansher's cultivation was at the mid-6th Heaven Saint Realm, and he cultivated the secret art of the mysterious king shocks the world. Coupled with the tempering he had undergone in the Tianyuan ruins for a month, his strength had reached a whole new level. At this moment, he didn't hold back at all, and it immediately put a lot of pressure on Qianzong. Fortunately, Qianzong's cultivation had broken through a minor realm, and his basic strength had strengthened a little. Chu Yuqing stood at the side of the stage, and her brows furrowed slightly. She didn't expect that Qianzong's cultivation would be so low, but his strength would be so strong that Chu Wansher couldn't defeat him even if he used all his strength. At this moment, it seemed that they were evenly matched. There was no doubt that Chu Wansher's strength was much stronger than Gong Tianxing's. Crackle! Instantly, a terrifying rumbling sound emitted from Chu Wansher's body. Dazzling crimson lightning bolts gushed out from his body, transforming into dazzling arcs of lightning that danced about madly. The aura he exuded was even more tyrannical than before, as if it wanted to destroy everything. Qianzong's eyes narrowed. Heavenly lightning. Chu Wansher had mastered the heavenly energy, and it was a kind of lightning energy. It was dazzling red, and it exuded a terrifying aura of destruction. It seemed to be the annihilation blood lightning. This was a type of heavenly lightning that was ranked very high. Its power was astonishing, and its destructive power was extremely terrifying. It was as if it could destroy everything. Moreover, Chu Wansher had cultivated the annihilation blood lightning to a very high level. It was a 5th-grade lightning. A 5th-grade annihilation blood lightning was enough to kill an ordinary 6th Heaven Saint Realm expert. When the power of the annihilation blood lightning merged into his attack, Qianzong's face turned solemn. It was impossible to resist. Celestial crystal tyrant body, purple universe incineration fire. In an instant, Qianzong erupted with even more strength. Although the purple universe incineration fire was only a 4th-grade lightning, and its power wasn't as strong as the annihilation blood lightning, it could still increase Qianzong's strength. Author's note: 6-Pass reincarnation has a problem. If he doesn't write for a few days, he'll have to regain his composure. Today, I woke up early and worked hard the entire day. Finally, I've sorted out my thoughts, but I haven't fully recovered yet. Great Shan King Palm. Chu Wansher formed a seal with his hands and pressed down on the air. The giant palm was like a mountain, vast and boundless, and filled with a terrifying destructive power. For a moment, Qianzong felt like he was being rejected. His eyes narrowed, and the light in his eyes dimmed. Heaven burning earth fire, boom, under the purple universe incineration flames, the heaven burning earth fire's power became even more terrifying. With a slash of his sword, the black flames were like a flood breaking through a dam. City-destroying hurricane, another slash of his sword shot out, and in an instant, the two merged into a flaming tornado that roared endlessly. Although the might of the great Xian Emperor Palm was extremely tyrannical, under the combined might of the flaming tornado, it was instantly destroyed. The terrifying aftershock of the great Xian Emperor Palm mercilessly blasted towards Xianxia. Xianxia thought that he had to listen to everything he said because he was high and mighty, and Shenzong wouldn't show any mercy. This kind of person was an enemy, and since he was an enemy, Shenzong wouldn't show any mercy. He might not be able to kill him, but he could definitely injure him. When Shenzong was at the mid-fifth heaven saint realm, he could already fight evenly with Gong Tianxing. Now that he had the purple universe incineration flames and his cultivation had risen to the late fifth heaven saint realm, he was even stronger. Although Xianxia was strong, he wasn't necessarily Shenzong's opponent. When Xianxia saw the great Xian King palm shatter, his expression changed drastically. Xian King palm, Xian King finger, all kinds of martial arts were used, and the flaming tornado's remnant power was destroyed. Xian King. Xianxia retreated. Immediately after, he formed a seal with both of his hands and slowly lifted them up. The sound of his voice overlapped, causing the yuan qi of heaven and earth in the surroundings to surge violently. The yuan qi of heaven and earth was like 100 rivers flowing back to the current, converging into Xianxia's hands. Countless streams of energy revolved around Xianxia's body, protecting him. This layer of protection was extremely shocking, and only an attack stronger than Xianxia would be able to break it. Shenzong, and the others, knew that Xianxia was using a killing move. Xian King's startling strike. When he fought against Xu Zhongyang, Shenzong had experienced the might of the Xian King's world-shaking strike many times. However, although the name of Xu Zhongyang's Xian King's world-shaking strike was the same as Xianxia's Xian King's world-shaking strike, there was a huge difference. An astonishing amount of energy condensed in Xianxia's hands, causing Shenzong to feel an immense threat. It was as if this attack would obliterate him. Erupt, full power eruption. As long as he could survive this attack, Shenzong would be able to turn the tables and defeat Xianxia. The entire arena was enveloped by the terrifying might of the Xian King's world-shaking strike, and there was nowhere to run. Storing power, his heart domain expanded to a radius of 1,000 meters, doing his best to plunder and condense the heaven and earth yuan qi. If it was before Shenzong had obtained the soul reigning art, he wouldn't have been able to compete with Xianxia for the yuan qi of heaven and earth. But now, his divine sense was extremely pure. Under his complete control, coupled with his heart domain, he had an extremely strong control over the yuan qi of heaven and earth within 1,000 meters. To a certain extent, it also interfered with Xianxia's mystic king world startling strike. Fire yuan qi, wind yuan qi, the two types of yuan qi were condensed by Shenzong. World startling, Xianxia also felt that the speed of condensing yuan qi of heaven and earth was not as fast as usual. Instead, there was a feeling of obstruction, as if there was an invisible force interfering with it. Xianxia knew that it was definitely his opponent's doing. But at this moment, he had no other choice. He could only absorb a large amount of yuan qi of heaven and earth from another direction. Even if he could buy some time, it would only be a futile struggle. Up until now, he had never met anyone who could block the Xian King world startling strike without having a higher cultivation than him. This was the strongest attack, this was the ultimate attack, kill, boom, a terrifying ball of light shot out from Xianxia's hands, as if it contained the terrifying power of heaven and earth. It also suppressed this part of heaven and earth, making Shenzong feel as if he was the enemy of heaven and earth. He was isolated in this world, and was about to be killed. That attack was extremely powerful. Even the Skyfrost Saint-Child and Ancient Saint-Child couldn't help but narrow their eyes in shock. Because they felt that Xianxia's attack was too powerful, it was enough to threaten them. As for Taishan Saint-Child, a trace of light flashed in his eyes, but it was immediately restrained. There was no other reaction, and no one could tell what he was thinking. Xian Konglua's heart sank slightly. He could only hope that Shenzong could withstand it. Xianxia was indeed talented, but in Xian Konglua's view, his temperament was not good. If he was allowed to get a place in the Lingwu Holy Land, it might not be a good thing. At least, he was not as good as Chenzong. He hoped that Chenzong would be able to withstand this attack. Although the might of the Shan King's world-shocking strike was very strong and shocking, it also had a flaw, and that was that after it was used once, it couldn't be used a second time for a period of time. Therefore, he must seize this period of time to defeat his opponent. Heaven-burning earth fire, city-destroying hurricane. This time, Chenzong was more prepared. The power of these two attacks was even more powerful. The fusion rate had reached 90%, and the power was even stronger. The terrifying flaming hurricane connected the sky and the earth, raging in all directions, and blasted out with the power to destroy everything. The earth-shattering collision was extremely violent, and the turbulence swept out in all directions. In an instant, the whole arena was completely covered by the turbulence, and it continued to hit the protective force at the edge of the arena. The protective force was set up by a half-step Great Saint Realm expert, which had reached the peak of the 9th Heaven Saint Realm. It firmly resisted the impact of the tyrannical power, causing the power to flow back and collide constantly, creating more violent explosions. Endless explosions occurred in the arena, as if there were countless volcanoes erupting continuously. It was also like a raging ocean storm. Chenzong and Chu Wangshi were both in the middle of it, and the feeling was very uncomfortable. Resist with all their strength. Chenzong compressed his heart domain to 50 meters to help him resist the impact of the explosion. Coupled with his tyrannical physique, he forcibly resisted, but it was also very uncomfortable. He only felt that his blood and chi were trembling, and his bones and muscles were withstanding a great impact. It was as if they were about to collapse. Of course, Chu Wangshi also felt very uncomfortable. He mustered all the strength in his body to resist the impact, but he couldn't move an inch. When the impact of the explosion weakened, Chenzong immediately took a step forward. Lightning flashed. Thunder stamped 9 heavens, 5th step. This was the fastest step. Originally, Chenzong's speed was very fast, not the slightest bit inferior to an ordinary 6th Heaven Saint Realm expert. Using the 5th step of the Thunder Stamp 9 heavens, his speed increased sharply. In the blink of an eye, Chenzong closed in on Chu Wangshi, and his sword slashed through the air. Lifeless sword style, a sword filled with extreme killing intent. At the same time, the Heavenly Fiend force field was activated, and a terrifying baleful aura rushed out, causing Chu Wangshi's heart to tremble slightly. Although Chu Wangshi had been hit by the baleful aura once before, and was not caught off guard, the Heavenly Fiend force field's power was too shocking, and he couldn't completely withstand it. Although he reacted quickly, he still couldn't block it completely. Under this sword, all of Chu Wangshi's defenses were shattered, and his whole body seemed to have been cut in half as he was sent flying. Chenzong took another step forward, and a sword light flashed out. Limitless sword chain, kill. Countless sword lights turned into threads, as if weaving a net. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chenzong continued to attack Chu Wangshi. This sword art was mainly used in close combat, and its power was not as strong as the lifeless sword style, but at this moment, when used at the right time, it had a miraculous effect. Chu Wangshi's whole body seemed to have fallen into a quagmire, sinking deeper and deeper, unable to extricate himself. All of his resistance became weaker and weaker, and he could only passively endure Chenzong's sword. Extreme Heart Sword Style, Lifeless Sword Style. Chenzong slashed out 2 consecutive sword strikes towards Chu Wangshi. Under these 2 sword strikes, all of Chu Wangshi's resistance was destroyed, and his whole body was sent flying. Heaven Burning Earth Fire. The 3rd sword strike arrived, and a violent black flame mercilessly bombarded Chu Wangshi's body, sending him flying. At this critical moment, Chu Wangshi's body flickered with a bright light, blocking the power of this attack, but he was still sent flying out of the stage, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Gloomy, Chu Wangshi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His face was extremely gloomy, like the dark sky. It was as if a storm was about to arrive, causing people to feel extremely depressed. His eyes were gloomy, filled with anger and killing intent. Chenzong stood on the stage with his sword in hand, staring back at Chu Wangshi without fear. No matter how angry Chu Wangshi was, what could he do? On the path of cultivation, thousands of soldiers and thousands of horses fought for supremacy. There were only 10 spots for the Lingwu Holy Land, and it was very rare. he had to do his best to obtain it. But now, he had successfully defeated Xianxia, and he had obtained a spot, not just a qualification. Xianxia turned around and left in anger. Chu Yuqing coldly glanced at Zhenzong, and quickly chased after Xianxia. Some of the other challenges had already ended, and some were still ongoing. Wei Changtian lost. He lost the opportunity to enter the Lingwu Holy Land, and it was a pity, but a loss was a loss, and there was no excuse for it. When all the challenges ended, the dust settled. The 10 spots were finally determined, and they only needed to wait for the opening of the Lingwu Holy Land, and these 10 people could enter the Lingwu Holy Land. It was not the 9 worlds and the Great Wilderness that obtained 1 spot, but the Profound World, Cold Sky World, and Ancient Suppression World each obtained 2 spots, and suddenly there were 6 spots. Out of the 10 spots, 6 were gone. The 7th spot was obtained by the Great Wilderness Barbarian Dragon Tuatian. Of the remaining 3 quotas, the Black Origin World, Bright Saint Territory, and True King Territory each obtained 1. As for the Azure Dragon Territory and Horizontal Mountain Territory, no one obtained a quota. Their half-step Great Sage level powerhouses had very unsightly expressions. Xiankong Luo was smiling. Because in the last Lingwu Holy Land battle, the Profound World did not obtain a spot, and this time, they obtained 1, which was very good. Moreover, Zhenzong's cultivation was the lowest, but his strength was not weak at all. Even Xianxia was not his opponent, which showed that his potential was amazing. Perhaps the trip to the Lingwu Holy Land would let Zhenzong transform and advance by leaps and bounds. Some people were happy, some were sad, but no matter what, the battle for the Lingwu Holy Land battle this time was settled. Now, there was still some time before the Lingwu Holy Land officially opened, and everyone naturally returned to their own places, and when the time was almost up, they would set off. Zhenzong did not know where the Lingwu Holy Land would open. He could only wait, and during this period of time, he would do his best to improve himself. Zhenzong was heavily protected on the mysterious Yuan heaven-shaking warship. Unless a Great Saint Realm Master attacked, even 2 or 3 half-step Great Saint Realm Masters would not be able to kill Zhenzong in a short time. It could be seen that Xiankong Luo valued Zhenzong greatly. Of course, Zhenzong had obtained the only quota to enter the Lingwu Holy Land, so Xiankong Luo valued him greatly. After all, there was a saying that whoever obtained the quota to enter the Lingwu Holy Land would benefit their realm to a certain extent when they came out of the Lingwu Holy Land with an opportunity. This would increase the realm's fortune, and in the future, the realm's cultivation level would gradually improve. This kind of improvement was not instantaneous, but gradual. The longer the time, the more obvious the effect would be. The people of the realm would be affected and benefit from it. Xianxia stayed in his room and did not come out because he was very angry and unhappy, but there was nothing he could do. On the way back, Zhenzong did not have any worries, but focused on comprehending and cultivating. Every time he honed himself, he could stimulate his own potential. As long as he calmed down and cultivated, he would make progress. The mysterious Yuan heaven-shaking warship was extremely fast, and its defensive power was fully activated. Therefore, it consumed a lot of energy at all times, but it was worth it to prevent being attacked. Time flew by. Along the way, Xiankong Luo did not rest and remained vigilant. The same was true for the 10 Peak Saint Realm Masters. Under a high degree of vigilance, and with reinforcements from the profound Yuan dynasty arriving halfway, they arrived safely. At the same time, Zhenzong's cultivation method had another breakthrough. The 24th level of the Deshian Yuan technique, the breakthrough of his cultivation method made Zhenzong's Saint Qi more vigorous and majestic. As soon as he returned to the mysterious Yuan dynasty, Zhenzong was sent back to the mysterious Heaven military camp by the mysterious Heaven army. Next, he quietly waited for the opening of the Lingwu Holy Land. The commander of the mysterious Heaven military camp summoned Zhenzong. The opening of the Lingwu sacred grounds is estimated to take half a year to a year. He didn't expect that Zhenzong would be so outstanding. He had just broken through to the Saint Realm not long ago, but his strength had already risen to such a level. He had even won a spot in the Lingwu Holy Land among many peerless Heaven's prides, and even the only spot in the Xianyuan world. Moreover, it was said that he had defeated the Taishan Saint Sun, who was known as the reincarnation of a divine god, in a challenge. This time, you have greatly increased the prestige of the Xiantian Legion and even our Xinxian Legion. The commander smiled from the bottom of his heart. After all, the Xiantian army and the Divine Black Army only belonged to the Xiantian world. They had nothing to do with the other 8 worlds, and their reputation was only average in the other 8 worlds. However, this time, Qinzong was a member of the Xiantian Legion. He competed against many top prodigies and finally got one of the 10 spots. This also promoted the prestige of the Xiantian Legion and even the Xiantian Legion. After a discussion among the 9 generals, we have decided that you have made a great contribution and will be rewarded accordingly. The Xinxian general continued, your military rank has been promoted from junior sergeant to junior general. Qinzong was a little surprised. Under normal circumstances, it would probably take him a few decades to be promoted to a low-grade general. But now, it was shortened by a few decades. After becoming a junior general, he could receive a mid-grade Xinxian killing armor, which was equivalent to an elite 6th-grade saint weapon. Other than that, the other benefits were also increased. Also, do you have any other requests? The commander asked with a smile. Qinzong was a treasure right now. Request, Qinzong couldn't help thinking. I need a fire attribute physique refinement method. Qinzong said. A fire attribute physique refinement method. The commander pondered. After a few breaths, he spoke, there are many physique refinement methods in the Xiantian Legion, but I'm not sure if there's a fire attribute one. You can choose later. What else? My sword is broken. I need a new one. Qinzong thought of the Scarlet Hellflame sword. Alright, you can enter the Saint weapon mount again. The commander agreed without hesitation. His eyes were still fixed on Qinzong. Skywind. I needed to refine my sword intent. Qinzong said, that's all. Qinzong's request was exactly what he needed right now. It was best to stop while he was ahead. If he made too many requests, he might leave a bad impression on the commander. That wasn't his own principle. Skywind. The commander muttered, I'll arrange for people to search for it. I'll inform you as soon as I find it. Skywind was born from heaven and earth. Just like earth fire, it was more precious and difficult to find. Thus, it wasn't easy to obtain. Thank you. Qinzong bowed. Go, cultivate well, said the Xinxian army chief. Soon, someone led Qinzong to the Saint weapon mound. This was Qinzong's second time entering the holy weapon tomb, and it was not as unfamiliar as the first time. The moment he entered the holy weapon tomb, Qinzong absorbed a large amount of murderous aura into his body, which was absorbed by his Azura avatar Xianxia. Xianxia's cultivation needed to increase, and the lesser ability, Evil Eye of Obliteration, also needed baleful aura. Thus, the more baleful aura there was, the better. Qinzong quickly went to the swords to find a suitable one. With his current strength, he needed at least a 6th-grade saint artifact. Since, he released his heart domain, which covered 1,000 meters. His heart sword Dao intent also spread out. It was stronger than last time. The swords trembled and hummed. The previous owners of these swords had died in battle. They were left here in the darkness, waiting for someone to choose them, waiting for a new owner, waiting for a new battle and slaughter. Swords were weapons of slaughter. There was no doubt about it. Especially swords that had gone through many battles and killed many strong enemies. They were filled with baleful aura and killing intent. They longed to continue fighting, to be stained with blood and to kill more strong enemies. It was a desire, a yearning, and also the mission of a sword. Qinzong closed his eyes and used his heart to sense. He felt the longing and calling of the swords. His heart was touched. Qinzong was not in a hurry to find a suitable sword. Instead, he carefully sensed the aura of the swords. Every sword, regardless of its grade or strength, carried a unique aura. That aura was the aura of the sword itself. It was an extremely sharp aura, an aura that could pierce through everything, and an aura that could cut through everything. Swords were weapons of slaughter. They were made for battle and slaughter. Those swords that were used as decorations and decorations could not be called swords. In other words, swords could be divided into 2 categories. One was the fake swords used as decorations. The other was the real swords used for battle and slaughter. The way of the real sword was pure, true, and firm. As Chenzong continued to comprehend, the aura of the swords became stronger and purer. Vaguely, there seemed to be traces of an indescribable Taoist rhyme. The Tao runes circled the surroundings, lingering in the heart domain and enveloping Chenzong. Chenzong only felt that he had fallen into an ocean of sword essence Taoist rhyme. It was endless and endless. Time passed slowly. Chenzong forgot about time, forgot about the outside world, and forgot about everything else. There was only the sword in his eyes and in his heart. Sword, 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 the sword was everything. The sword was the only one. His entire body seemed to have turned into a sword. Even his mind, will, and soul seemed to have turned into a sword. Chenzong suddenly woke up. He felt refreshed, and countless comprehensions surged in his heart. Immediately, Chenzong revealed a touch of joy. The heart sword Tao intent had broken through. Sixth revolution, as an advanced Tao intent, the heart sword Tao intent had broken through to the sixth revolution. High-grade Tao insights were originally extremely strong, and their might and potential were extremely shocking. Similarly, it was comparatively difficult to improve, but Chenzong's improvement was extremely swift, and it was also because the heart sword Tao insight was extremely compatible with him. In addition, Chenzong's foundation was very strong and solid, and he had grasped many opportunities to improve rapidly. Since the heart sword Tao intent had reached the sixth revolution, the power of the extreme heart sword style and lifeless sword style, which were based on the heart sword Tao intent, had also improved significantly. Unknowingly, although his cultivation did not increase, his strength had become more tyrannical. He did not expect that entering the Saint Weapon Tomb for the second time and feeling the aura of the 10,000 swords would have such a harvest. It was really a pleasant surprise. Immediately, Chenzong sensed carefully to find a suitable sword. Sword, true sword, battle sword, slaughter sword. As he sensed, the other sword auras became weaker. Only the sword aura gradually became stronger. Boundless sharpness, extremely fierce, shocking killing intent, this sword was very good. Sword, come! Chenzong shouted in a low voice. Immediately, his right hand grabbed at the air, and a sword light flew over from afar. The sword light was extremely sharp, as if nothing could stop its sharpness. It was indestructible and indestructible. When the sword entered his hand, Chenzong felt his right hand sink slightly. A cold aura spread out, and it shook his spirit. The body of the sword was slender and thin, and there were bright ripples on the blade. It looked very sharp, as if it was extremely sharp. The ridge of the sword was indented, like a blood groove. The tip of the sword was slender and sharp, and when one looked at it, they would feel like they were being pierced. Chenzong's eyes were bright and focused. He slowly swept his gaze over the body of the sword. The fingers of his left hand were like a sword as he placed them on the body of the sword. He gently stroked them and felt the shocking cold sharpness. Soon after, his finger gently tapped and flicked. An extremely pleasant sword hum sounded and spread in all directions. Good sword! Chenzong could not help but exclaim softly. He was very satisfied with this sword. With a flick of his wrist, a sword flower bloomed in the air. The sword light was bright, like white snow, but also like ice. It emitted a shocking chill, but also revealed a shocking sharpness, as if it could tear and pierce through everything. The name of the sword was Baifeng. The sword was intelligent and cooperated with Chenzong. Therefore, it was easy for him to refine it. After refining it, Chenzong came to know the name of the sword. He also knew that the sword was originally a grade 8 saint artifact. However, its previous owner had engaged in a life and death battle that was too intense, causing the sword to be damaged, causing its grade to fall to grade 6. Therefore, the Baifeng sword was stronger than most 6th grade divine weapons. Although the power it contained was the same, its material was much better. After all, it was an 8th grade divine weapon. Good sword, Chenzong was very satisfied. Soon after, a sharp brilliance flashed across the body of the sword. Soon after, a thought charged into Chenzong's mind. Chenzong felt as if he had been transported into time and space and landed on a battlefield. It was the void battlefield. The previous owner of the Baifeng sword was a middle-aged man. He looked very ordinary, but his eyes were very sharp. The brilliance was like the tip of the sword, as if it could pierce and tear everything apart. Kill, the Baifeng sword in his hand bloomed with unparalleled sharpness. From a bystander's point of view, Zong could see that the previous owner of the Baifeng sword was very good at swordsmanship. Moreover, it was very efficient and sharp. It was a swordsmanship that fully interpreted the sharpness of the sword. It was a swordsmanship that existed only for killing. Every stroke would bring out the amazing sharpness of the Baifeng sword to the extreme. This was the ultimate swordsmanship. Then, a brilliance condensed on the sword. In an instant, it was slashed out. It was extremely sharp and fast. It tore through everything in the sky. A powerful evil spirit of the void was directly cut in half by the sword. The terrifying sharpness was like a hot knife through butter. It continuously killed several more evil spirits of the void before it dissipated. This stroke was somewhat similar to the lifeless sword style, but there were also many differences. Zong's eyes lit up. Then, he slashed out with his sword. The sword light was like a crescent moon. It turned into streaks and streaked through the air like a cloak cutting the moon. They were densely packed and endless like a torrent. Wherever they passed, the evil demons in the void were all killed. Dozens of them died in an instant. Extreme sword art, there were only 2 moves in this sword technique. One was called extreme cutting, which was the first move and was somewhat similar to the lifeless sword style. The other move was called chaotic cutting, which was the second move and was even more powerful. Zong began to meditate. Without a doubt, these 2 sword techniques were ultimate moves. They were the self-created ultimate moves of the previous owner of the white-edged sword. They were the culmination of his sword techniques. Such a swordsmanship that contained the essence of a lifetime was naturally worth comprehending by himself. Zong immediately began to comprehend it. It was not difficult for him to comprehend the mysteries in it with his comprehension ability and experience in sword principle. He slashed out with his sword. As the sword light flashed, an astonishing sharpness spread out, as if it could tear everything apart. Extreme cut, immediately, Zong struck again. Countless sword lights pierced through the air. They were so sharp that they looked like countless sharp blades. It was the second move, chaotic blade cut. In essence, the extreme edge sword technique was just one move of the extreme edge slash. As for the second move, chaotic blade cut, it was actually the instantaneous explosion of the extreme cut. It was performed multiple times in an instant, forming a terrifying extreme sword stream. Its power was even more terrifying. Previously, when Zong was cultivating the red prison sword technique, he had to spend a lot of time and energy. But now, he had improved in all aspects. It was much easier for him to comprehend the extreme sword art, which was more advanced than the red prison sword technique. Compared to the extreme cut, chaotic blade cut was much harder to master. It was several times harder. However, after many attempts, Zong discovered that if he reduced the power of the extreme point slash by half, he could naturally use the chaotic point slash. Although the power of each sword was only half of the extreme cut at its peak, there were at least a dozen of them that burst out in an instant. The power was even more terrifying. But to Zong, the extreme sword art did not need to be used in battle. It was only used to strengthen his foundation. Zong's idea was not only to master the extreme sword art and further strengthen his own swordsmanship foundation. He also planned to integrate the mysteries of the extreme sword art into the lifeless sword style. This would make the lifeless sword style even more powerful. It would be at least half a year to a year before the opening of the Lingwu sacred grounds. This period of time was not short for him. He should make good use of this period of time and focus on improving himself. He needed to improve his cultivation, his swordsmanship, and his strength. Firstly, improving himself was very important. Strength was very important. Secondly, he did not know what would happen after he entered the Lingwu sacred grounds. Therefore, the stronger his strength, the better. After mastering the extreme sword art, Zong spent some time to comprehend it. He extracted the essence of the extreme sword art and integrated it into the lifeless sword style. Lifeless, Zong murmured. His eyes shone with a terrifying light as he slashed out with his sword. Extreme killing intent condensed on the sword as if it was turning into a kind of power that covered the sword. The terrifying sharpness of the white-edged sword was also drawn out. It turned into a cold brilliance that intertwined and pierced through the air. There seemed to be no sound because the sword was too fast, too powerful, and too sharp. The sword left a clear sword mark on the black demonic golden pillar. 30%. Shenzong stared at the sword mark and said in a low voice, "The power of the lifeless sword style is 30% stronger than before." With his current strength, if he fought with Chu Wangshi again, he would be able to defeat him faster. However, he did not know how he would fare against the Taishan saint. Shenzong felt that he could not see through the Taishan saint's strength. Since he had mastered the extreme sharp sword style and the lifeless sword style had been further strengthened, Shenzong moved and chose a body-refining cultivation technique. The Xiantian army was huge and had a deep foundation. They had a rich collection of cultivation techniques, martial arts, and secret techniques. Shenzong had made a great contribution. Not only did his military rank surpass that of a mid-grade sergeant and a high-grade sergeant, but he was also promoted to a low-grade general. He could also enter the saint weapon mound again to choose a saint weapon. He could also choose his own cultivation technique. There were no restrictions on any cultivation technique. This was a rare opportunity. Shenzong naturally had to choose carefully. The challenge this time was mainly about body-refining cultivation techniques. As for qi cultivation techniques, the Daxian origin technique was enough for now. As for body-refining cultivation techniques, Shenzong directly targeted the supreme grade saint class and ignored everything else. Moreover, Shenzong mainly focused on fire attribute body-refining cultivation techniques. After all, he had the purple domain inferno. The body-refining cultivation techniques he had cultivated before were also fire attribute, so he could achieve twice the result with half the effort. After making his choice, Shenzong discovered that there was only one supreme grade saint class body-refining cultivation technique. Non-Li quenching jade technique. Since there was only one, Shenzong did not have too many choices. After checking, he chose this cultivation technique without hesitation. Soon, someone delivered the inheritance spiritual jade. After Shenzong accepted the inheritance spiritual jade lost its effect. Non-Li quenching jade technique. This was a top-notch supreme grade saint class body-refining cultivation technique. Of course, compared to qi cultivation techniques, it was not as profound. Compared to the path of qi refinement, the path of body refinement relied more on the replenishment of resources and personal hard work. The cultivation of non-Li quenching jade technique was mainly about fire. With fire as the main source and some body-refining elixirs, one could better refine one's body and improve one's cultivation. In addition to the body-refining cultivation technique, non-Li quenching jade technique also had a complementary martial art. It was a bit like a secret technique. It was called the Ignis Force. The prerequisite for cultivating the Ignis Force was to cultivate non-Li quenching jade technique to a certain extent. Unlike qi cultivation techniques, non-Li quenching jade technique was not divided into several levels. It was only divided into beginner, initial success, profound success, and perfection. However, non-Li quenching jade technique could only be cultivated to initial success before one could start cultivating the Ignis Force. Now that he had broken through to the saint realm, his qi cultivation had far surpassed his body-refining cultivation. However, his body-refining cultivation had stagnated because he did not have a good cultivation technique and sufficient resources. But now, Shenzong planned to improve it. After breaking through to the transcendent realm, one would be called the Chaos Heaven realm, which was the same level as the Saint realm. Now, Shenzong's body-refining cultivation was at the early stage of the Chaos Heaven realm. His cultivation of the great profound origin art had already reached a bottleneck, and his qi refinement cultivation wasn't that easy to raise. Of course, Shenzong wouldn't fall behind in his qi refinement cultivation. He just needed to spare some time and energy to temper his body. Inside the cultivation room, Shenzong began cultivating the non-Li quenching jade technique after he finished comprehending it. The non-Li quenching jade technique was a fire-attributed body-refining secret art. If he had the help of flames, he would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. The purple universe incineration fire was a heavenly fire with the purifying ability of the purple cloud black star flame. It was perfect for body tempering. Circulating the non-Li quenching jade technique, the purple universe incineration fire was immediately driven. Traces of blazing fire spread throughout his body. Chenzong felt as if his body was being burned by a raging fire. An indescribable pain suddenly swept through his body. This kind of pain was not extreme. It seemed to bring a little comfort, which was very strange. Little by little, impurities were slowly expelled and burned to ashes under the circulation of the non-liquenching jade technique and the purple universe incineration fire, making his body more and more pure. The essence of cultivating the non-liquenching jade technique was to constantly temper and purify the body, making it more and more pure, just like jade. A bad jade was full of impurities, while a good jade was transparent and flawless. A person's body was pure at birth, but it would gradually be polluted by the air, the water, and the food. Cultivation would also slowly remove impurities. However, the impurities removed by ordinary cultivation were limited. Only some special secret arts could remove impurities at a deeper level, making the body more transparent and pure. The non-liquenching jade technique was such a secret art. Strands of the purple universe incineration fire's power were separated and circulated throughout Chenzong's body according to the route of the non-liquenching jade technique. Bit by bit, it tempered his skin, bones, muscles, and internal organs, making them constantly stronger. At the same time, strands of more tyrannical power were also born in his body, wandering between his bones and muscles. Chaos Heaven Energy. The power of the Saint Realm was called Saint Energy, while the power of the Chaos Heaven Realm was called Chaos Heaven Energy. The Chaos Heaven Energy cultivated by the non-liquenching jade technique carried a trace of blazing aura. It was the power of fire, which was very amazing. A blazing aura filled the secret cultivation room, making it seem like an oven with an astonishingly high temperature. Even steel would melt into molten iron in a short time and then evaporate under the extremely high temperature. Chenzong's body was not only filled with a blazing aura, but also seemed to be burning with a faint flame. The flame looked like an illusion. It seemed unreal and somewhat illusory, but it had an astonishing power. Non-liquenching jade technique, entry stage. Chenzong's body refining potential was fully stimulated as he cultivated wholeheartedly. The heaven mixing force became more and more condensed and tyrannical, and his body was constantly refined, becoming purer and more powerful. His body refining cultivation also broke through layer by layer. Middle stage first heaven realm, late stage first heaven realm, peak first heaven realm, peak first heaven realm, breakthrough, early stage second heaven realm. When his body refining cultivation reached the early stage second heaven realm, Chenzong could clearly feel that his physique had strengthened a lot, and the heaven mixing force that seemed to have almost dried up became vigorous and powerful. Chenzong could clearly feel that his body, every bone, and every muscle was full of powerful strength. There was still time, and his body refining potential was still there, so he could continue to cultivate. Chenzong did not stop at all. Non-liquenching jade technique continued to operate, and the purple world-destroying fire continued to spread throughout his body, tempering it endlessly. His body was like a precious jade, true fire refined his body, upgrade, breakthrough, early stage third heaven realm. Only then did Chenzong stop cultivating, because the accumulated potential of his body refinement was almost exhausted. Next, he would either have to obtain the help of external objects, or he would have to grind it out slowly. Non-liquenching jade technique has reached the initial stage, so I can cultivate the distant fire force, Chenzong said to himself, his eyes seemingly burning with flames. The distant fire force was a martial arts secret technique that was part of the non-liquenching jade technique. It was very powerful, but he still needed to cultivate it to know its true strength. The cultivation of the Ignis force was to continuously condense and compress the chaotic heavenly power of the fire attribute to the extreme, and then merge it with the power of the flame, which was the power of the purple universe incineration fire. In the end, it would form a new and much more powerful power. Fortunately, Chenzong's divine sense was very powerful, and he had cultivated the divine mastery technique. Therefore, his divine sense was even purer, and he could easily compress and condense the chaotic heaven energy and the purple great incineration flames. A wisp of black energy condensed at the tip of his finger. It was about the thickness of a strand of hair. It looked very small and inconspicuous, but Chenzong could feel an astonishing power from it. If this power was released, it would be more than twice as terrifying as the full power of his Chaos Heaven energy at the early stage of the third level of the Chaos Heaven stage. And this was only the initial stage of condensation. Next, Qianzong did his best to cultivate the ignis force. He constantly condensed wisps of ignis force and stored them in his bones and muscles, so that he could draw them out at any time to release an even more terrifying power. Simply put, the ignis force was equivalent to the strengthened version of the non-liquenching jade chaotic heaven energy. However, once it was used, it would be consumed and could not be recovered automatically like the chaotic heaven energy. It had to be cultivated by oneself to be able to condense and regenerate again. Therefore, it could only be used as a trump card. For several days and nights, Qianzong continued to condense the ignis force. He did not stop until he condensed 9 wisps of ignis force, because 9 wisps was the limit that he could condense at present. Only when he broke through the non-liquenching jade technique to the profound realm could he break through the limit of 9 wisps. The limit was 99 wisps. It had been more than 4 months since he had returned, and the Lingwu Holy Land had not opened yet. In the following time, he could only slowly cultivate and further hone himself. However, he could not quickly improve and break through like before. However, Qianzong was not surprised. After all, every rapid improvement was inseparable from the sharpening of life and death to stimulate the potential. When all the stimulated potential was transformed into strength, the body would enter a period of slow improvement. The way of cultivation was nothing more than this. Qianzong opened the door of the secret chamber with some satisfaction and stepped out. He had not seen the sun for many days, and it just happened to fall on his body, making him feel warm and comfortable. The way of cultivation was to have a balance between tension and relaxation. He had cultivated continuously for several months, and it was time for him to take a break and relax his body and mind. In this way, it would be more suitable for him to enter the next stage of cultivation. After strolling around for a while, Qianzong did not enter the secret chamber for closed-door cultivation. Instead, he returned to his tent to meditate. Suddenly, there was a sudden change. Even Qianzong himself did not notice that his surroundings had changed, as if the world had changed. The tent disappeared, and he was surrounded by a grayish-white color. Countless airflows flowed slowly like water. Qianzong was shocked. Where was this? He was meditating in his tent. Why did he come to such an inexplicable place when he opened his eyes? Was it an illusion? Qianzong guarded his mind with an incomparably firm will. The fire of soul was burning, so he would not be so easily affected by illusions, unless the person who created the illusion had a very high level of cultivation and had amazing attainments in illusions. But if it was such a person, his strength was far from what he could deal with. Such a big shot would at least be an expert half a step away from the great saint level. He would not go so far as to deal with him. If it was not an illusion, what was it? Could it be that he had been transferred out of the tent unknowingly? In just a short moment, many thoughts flashed through Qianzong's mind. The grayish-white airflow flowed around constantly. It seemed to be silent and did not contain any aura fluctuations. It looked very ordinary, but Qianzong felt that it was unusual. Just the fact that he had appeared in such a place unknowingly was not an ordinary thing. "Which senior is joking with me?" Qianzong asked. His voice spread, but his smile was hidden in the grayish-white airflow. There was no reason for such a thing to happen. Someone must have done it. So, who was it? What was the meaning of this? However, there was no movement and no response. Qianzong could not help but frown. Qianzong did not act rashly, because he was not sure if it would cause any adverse reactions. Wait, Qianzong waited patiently. Since someone had done it but did not kill him, there must be a reason. So, sooner or later, the person would show up. Qianzong simply closed his eyes and meditated. While meditating, he also divided part of his mind to pay attention to all the movements around him. In this grayish-white land, he did not know how much time had passed. Then, a figure silently condensed in front of him. Qianzong opened his eyes in an instant. The figure was an old man in a gray robe. He looked very simple, just like an ordinary old man. But his eyes were incomparably deep, as if there was a part of the void of the universe. Qianzong looked at him and felt as if his mind was being sucked in and was about to fall into the void of the universe. Fortunately, Qianzong's soul was strong and his mind was incomparably tenacious, so he managed to hold on. "I'm Venerable Master Xianyuan," the gray-robed old man said, and Qianzong was instantly shocked. Venerable Master Xianyuan, the ultimate eminent saint of the Xianyuan royal family, the master of Chu Wangshi and Chu Yuqing. Chenzong took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Then, he cupped his hands and asked, "Senior, may I know why you're looking for me? This time, you've won a place in the Lingwu Holy Land for the Xianyuan world and promoted the prestige of the Xianyuan world. You've done a great deed." Venerable Master Xianyuan said with a smile, "I was very interested when I heard your name. So, I brought you here to observe your temperament." Chenzong did not respond. Facing an ultimate eminent saint, he did not know what to say. The ultimate eminent saint was above the saint rudiment stage. There was a gap of 2 levels between them. Just standing in front of Venerable Master Xianyuan, Chenzong felt suppressed. This kind of suppression came from the soul and life, as if it was a suppression of the essence of life. Strictly speaking, the saint rudiment stage and the eminent saint stage were 2 different levels of life. It was like the difference between a snake and a dragon. "I'd like to take you as an in-name disciple. Are you willing?" Venerable Master Xianyuan said again. His words shocked Chenzong. "With your talent, you can even become my personal disciple in the future." An ultimate eminent saint actually took the initiative to take him as a disciple, even if he was only an in-name disciple. What a big deal, how shocking! Chenzong was stunned and did not know how to react. It was not that Chenzong's mind was not strong enough, but the news was too shocking. To be honest, Chenzong was a little tempted. He had only obtained the Heartsword seal of the Heartsword Saint, and he had been reborn. Using it as a starting point, he had used it many times to reach where he was now. If he was accepted as a personal disciple by a living eminent saint stage expert, how would he be able to receive his teachings and guidance? Would he be able to soar to the sky? Moreover, becoming an in-name disciple of an ultimate eminent saint stage expert was equivalent to having a backer. Chu Wangshi and Chu Yuqing were so arrogant that even Xiankong Luo, a half-step eminent saint, ignored them. It was all because they were the personal disciples of Venerable Master Xianyuan. With Venerable Master Xianyuan as their backer, Xiankong Luo did not dare to do anything to them. Although the status of an in-name disciple was not as high as a personal disciple, it was still a disciple of an ultimate eminent saint stage expert. After all, it was very difficult to become a disciple of an ultimate eminent saint stage expert. Ordinary peerless geniuses did not have this qualification. With such a status, as long as it was in the Xianyuan realm, no matter where it was, people would be wary of this relationship. His backer was a supreme powerhouse of the great saint stage. Moreover, Venerable Master Xianyuan was the patriarch of the Xianyuan royal family. Not only did he have terrifying strength, but he also had terrifying power, which made people wary. For a moment, Chenzong did not know what to say. From the beginning until now, he had relied on his own ability to make it through most of the time. During this period, it was not that no one wanted to take him as a disciple, but it was a pity that those people's level was not high enough. However, an ultimate eminent saint stage expert was already the strongest person in the Lingwu holy world. They stood at the top of the world and shocked the world. Moreover, with his ability, it would not be difficult for him to become an in-name disciple first, and then a personal disciple in the future. In the gray space, there were 2 silhouettes, silent. One of them was Venerable Master Xianyuan, unmoving and unperturbed. The other was Chenzong, his emotions fluctuating like waves. It was such an honor for a supreme saint to personally accept him as a disciple. Even though Chenzong had experienced a lot, he couldn't help but feel excited. However, despite his excitement, Chenzong slowly calmed down. Although his performance in the Lingwu Holy Grounds quota competition was outstanding and he won a quota in the end, it was reasonable for Master Xianyuan to take him in as a registered disciple. However, for some reason, he still felt that it was unbelievable and unreal. If he wanted to accept him as a disciple, why didn't he send someone to summon him? Why did he use such a method? Perhaps, it was Master Xuanyuan's preference. After all, it was difficult to understand the preferences of cultivators, especially those who were unfathomable. However, for some reason, Chenzong still had some doubts. He had to understand the doubts in his heart. "It is my honor to be valued by you." Chenzong thought for a while, then stared at Master Xianyuan and said seriously, "But, what price do I have to pay?" Chenzong's words were a little rude. However, this was a question in his heart. Zong wouldn't ask in a roundabout way. That wasn't his style. There is indeed a small matter that requires your help. Master Xianyuan smiled. This is a piece of cake for you. Please tell me. Zong said. However, his heart sank. As expected, it wasn't as simple as it seemed. He was afraid that the important thing was that there was something that he needed him to do. As for using a registered disciple to tempt him, he was afraid that this matter was not as simple as lifting one's hand. I have 2 disciples. One of them is Chu Wangshi. Master Xianyuan spoke again. However, this made Zong's heart sink even more. Chu Wangshi has the royal bloodline. He has extraordinary talent and carries the fortune of the royal family. He needs an opportunity. This time, you won a spot in the Lingwu Holy Land. This is a great merit. I won't forget it. Not only will this old man take you in as a disciple, but I will also teach you everything I know. You can also enter the royal family's treasury and choose any 3 treasures. And all you have to do is give up a spot in the Lingwu Holy Land to Chu Wangshi. Xianyuan Shangren said. His eyes fell on Zong, and an indescribable pressure came from him. It was as if the heavenly Tao had descended upon Zong. As expected, indeed, it was not simple. They were actually here for the Lingwu Holy Land's quota. The Holy Land of Lingwu only opened once every 1,000 years. For him, there was only one chance to enter. This was a big deal, but for Sage Xianyuan, it was just a trivial matter, Zong felt ashamed of his behavior. Fortunately, he did not let the pleasant surprise get to his head and immediately acknowledge him as his master. However, if they were to become his disciples, the meaning would be completely different. As a disciple, it was normal for him to listen to his master's orders. As the saying goes, if a disciple has something to do with his master, it has been like this since ancient times. At that time, if Sage Xianyuan were to ask for a spot in the Lingwu Holy Land, it would be difficult for him to refuse. Fortunately, his intuition worked again, and he asked clearly. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Senior, thank you for thinking so highly of me. However, I have been alone ever since I started cultivating. I am used to freedom and have a wild temper. If I were to become your disciple, I am afraid that I would ruin your reputation and rules, Zong said calmly. On the surface, he was refusing to acknowledge Sage Xianyuan as his master, but in reality, he was refusing to give up his spot in the Lingwu Holy Land. As expected, Sage Xuanyuan's expression suddenly darkened. Zong's expression also changed. This was because, as Sage Xuanyuan's expression darkened, the grayish-white aura in all directions seemed to be angered. It became violent, emitting an extremely terrifying aura, as if it was going to suppress and destroy Zong, leaving nothing behind. A shocking feeling of terror struck Zong's heart. Sage Xuanyuan's eyes shot out a ray of light, and it was unavoidable for Zong. Zong only felt that his soul fire was flickering violently, as if it was about to be extinguished. His entire soul seemed to be bound and imprisoned by an invisible but irresistible force. He could not move at all. He could only widen. His eyes, and his eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Say, you are willing to give up your spot in the Lingwu Holy Land to Chu Wangshi. Sage Xuanyuan's eyes flashed with a dark and deep light, as vast and unfathomable as the void of the universe. At the same time, Sage Xuanyuan's lips opened and closed, and he slowly said a sentence. Every word was filled with an indescribable and unique rhythm, and it constantly invaded Zong's mind, making Zong feel as if he was being controlled and assimilated by Sage Xianyuan. I can't say. I can't say. This thought, which was the last resistance, echoed endlessly in Zong's mind. Zong had a feeling that once he said that sentence, it would become a fact, as if it was a golden rule. By then, the Lingwu Holy Land would no longer have anything to do with him. He had put in a lot of effort to obtain this spot. He had walked the line between life and death, and competed with many peerless geniuses. It was a great opportunity. How could he give it up to others and cut off his own opportunity? I can't say, I definitely can't say. Zong was resisting and fighting, but he was horrified to find that the resistance in his mind was gradually weakening with the passage of time. It was replaced by the desire to say. Zong opened his mouth, and his mouth trembled slightly. He wanted to say that sentence, but he struggled to hold it back. This feeling was incomparably uncomfortable, incomparably torturous, and unprecedented. It came from the soul, from the mind, a kind of resistance and struggle. It was many times more dangerous than a direct physical resistance. Hang in there, no matter what, he had to hang in there. Although he might not be able to hang in there for long before he had to compromise, he could still fight. He would never give up. He would never give up. Ever since he started cultivating, he had experienced countless dangers and walked the line between life and death many times. He had never given up, and he had never thought of giving up. Not in the past, not this time, and not in the future. Hang in there, an extremely strong belief burst forth. Immediately, the almost extinguished soul flame ignited and became even more exuberant. Sensing the change in Chenzong's belief, Venerable Master Xuanyuan's eyes darkened. This time, it was not his actual body that had come. He had only sent a part of his consciousness. Otherwise, how could a mere Saint Realm cultivator resist? Even so, Venerable Master Xianyuan was still very surprised. He was an ultimate great saint. The difference between him and a Saint Realm cultivator was like the difference between an ant and a giant elephant. Even if it was just a part of his consciousness, it was like the difference between a kitten and a fierce tiger. He could not subdue the other party in a short time. This was truly extraordinary. Unfortunately, if it were not for Chu Wanshi, he would have been very tempted by such a talent and would have accepted him as a personal disciple. But now that things had come to this, there was no reason for him to stop. As long as the other party said that he would give up his spot, it would be done. As for the other party's fate, naturally, his soul would be damaged. He would still be able to cultivate in the future, but it would not be as good as before. In other words, if Chenzong said what Venerable Master Xianyuan wanted, his soul would be damaged irreparably. At that time, his talent would be greatly reduced, and so would all his other aspects. He would go from a peerless prodigy to an ordinary genius. Although in the path of cultivation, one's temperament, hard work, and opportunities were important, talent was also very important. If one did not have enough talent, it would be difficult to understand and comprehend the profound inheritance after receiving it. Cultivation would be slow, and the progress would be minute. Even until death, one would not be able to see the profound secrets. This was like two people, one with an extraordinary family background, the other with an ordinary background. Both of them were doing the same business, putting in the same effort, and putting in the same effort. However, the one with an extraordinary family background would often be able to expand his business more easily and achieve great achievements. On the other hand, without the help of an extraordinary family background, the other person could only rely on his own efforts and slowly work his way up. Venerable Master Xuanyuan's method was to cut off Chenzong's path of cultivation. Hang in there, no matter what, he had to hang in there. If he could not, there would be terrible consequences. Chenzong's face was distorted, and blood flowed out from the corners of his eyes. The blood flowed down from the corners of his eyes, and it looked very scary. I can't hang in there anymore. Chenzong knew that his resistance had reached its limit. Compared to a supreme saint, the gap was still too big. It was like comparing a firefly to the moon. No matter how unwilling he was, he would eventually run out of energy. Venerable Master Xianyuan, you are a supreme saint. This method is too despicable. Suddenly, a voice exploded like the thunder that split heaven and earth. It carried a hint of anger. A terrifying and irresistible force instantly descended from the sky. It was like a giant hand that could tear the sky apart. It directly tore apart the grayish-white space. Splitting heaven and earth, it was like splitting heaven and earth. It was extremely terrifying and appalling. The grayish-white void was torn apart and shattered. It was mercilessly trampled and destroyed. Such a change was beyond Venerable Master Xuanyuan's expectations. The darkness in the depths of his eyes disappeared in an instant. Chenzong only felt that the shackles on his soul had disappeared. He could no longer hold on and fell into darkness. It was as if he was sinking into an endless abyss. Shantian, don't meddle in other people's business. Venerable Master Xianyuan said angrily. He was about to succeed, but because of Venerable Master Xuanyuan's interference, everything was ruined. Venerable Master Xuanyuan's heart was filled with unspeakable anger. This man is a general of my Xiantian army, a peerless genius of my Xiantian army. It is his ability and fortune to obtain a place in the Lingwu Holy Land. It is not something that you can covet. Venerable Master Xuanyuan's giant hand was extremely fierce. It was as if the sky was collapsing. He mercilessly attacked Venerable Master Xuanyuan's consciousness with anger. Boom, after all, Venerable Master Xuanyuan did not come personally. It was just a body that was condensed from his consciousness. How could it resist the furious Venerable Master Xuanyuan? It was immediately crushed and completely disappeared, sinking into oblivion without end. Chenzong woke up with a start and immediately stood up. His eyes shone brightly as he looked around. This was his own tent. What he had just experienced was still vivid in his mind. It felt like a dream. It was like a dream, a nightmare. However, Chenzong knew very well that it was not a dream. It really happened to him. Venerable Master Xuanyuan, previously, it was Venerable Master Xuanyuan who was targeting him. Fortunately, someone else helped him. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Not only would he lose the opportunity to enter the Lingwu Holy Land, but he would also suffer serious consequences. Hatred, a trace of hatred and killing intent quietly grew and condensed in the bottom of his heart. Immediately, Chenzong let out a heavy breath. At this moment, the difference in strength between him and Venerable Master Xuanyuan was too great. It was indescribable. Even a half-step great saint powerhouse was no different from an ant in front of a true great saint powerhouse. Strength, in the end, it was still strength. If he was also a great saint, would Venerable Master Xuanyuan dare to do this to him? He would not dare. Taking a deep breath, Chenzong calmed himself down. His eyes became deeper and deeper. Immediately after, he carefully examined himself. His soul fire was still burning, and it seemed to be even more vigorous. He was not injured, and there was no backup plan. However, when he was unconscious, he heard Venerable Master Xuanyuan shouting the two words Shantian. Shantian was alone. Soon, Chenzong found out. It was because the general of the Divine Mystery Army had summoned him. Chenzong also knew that the person who had saved him back then was the general of the Shantian army, an ultimate powerhouse of the Supreme Saint stage, the Shantian Divine General. Compared to Venerable Master Xuanyuan, Divine General Shantian was a newly advanced great saint while Venerable Master Xuanyuan was a veteran great saint. However, at that time, it was only Venerable Master Xuanyuan's will incarnation. After all, it was too obvious for an eminent saint stage powerhouse to make a move at will. He did not want others to know that he had personally made a move to force a Saint Rudiment Stage Junior to snatch a spot. It was also because of this that Divine General Shantian had defeated him so easily. From the bottom of his heart, Chenzong was grateful to Immortal General Shantian. If Divine General Shantian had not intervened in time, he would have been crippled and all his efforts would have been in vain. The Lingwu sacred ground is about to open. Cultivate well and strive to obtain great opportunities in the Lingwu sacred ground. The general patted Chenzong's shoulder and said. Although he was a top half-step great saint expert, he was powerless when it came to great saint experts. Even though he despised Venerable Xuanyuan's actions, there was nothing he could do. Chenzong didn't keep thinking about it because it was meaningless. I'll put it aside for now and focus on my cultivation. 3 days later, Xianxia's army chief sent someone to inform him that they had found Tian Feng. He had finally found Heavenly Wind. Chenzong set off immediately after asking for directions and locations. The Three Tribulations Sharpening Secret Technique was a supreme secret technique for sharpening sword intent. It was created by an ancient great saint expert who had spent his entire life on it. Unfortunately, he was already a great saint and couldn't cultivate it. This secret technique could only be passed down and waited for the fated person. And Chenzong was that fated person. Chenzong had already cultivated the first tribulation, Earthly Fire Tribulation. Earthly Fire was relatively easy to find, but Heavenly Wind was even harder to find. As for the last tribulation, Void Lightning, it was the rarest. Forget about Void Lightning for now, he would cultivate the second tribulation first. He flew through the air at an extremely fast speed, crossing the sky and fleeing into the distance. After 3 days and 3 nights, Chenzong finally arrived at the location of Heavenly Wind. In the sky, a terrifying black storm was raging endlessly. It was filled with a destructive aura, as if it would crush and destroy everything that came close. Even from 10,000 meters away, Xianxia could clearly feel the terrifying might of the black wind, and his heart palpitated. Heavenly wind raged in the sky. Now that his heart soared Tao intent had reached the sixth revolution, it could withstand the tempering of heavenly wind. However, this tribulation was called heavenly wind tribulation, and it was extremely dangerous. He took a deep breath and cleared his mind. He focused. Xianxia's eyes shone with a sharp and determined light as he stared ahead. Heart soared Tao intent. It filled the air. The heart soared Tao intent was a kind of spiritual power. It was an invisible power between heaven and earth. It couldn't be seen or touched, but it could be felt. But after reaching the sixth revolution realm, it was extremely condensed. One could vaguely see an illusory sword shadow leaving the body, moving forward with an extremely shocking aura. It broke through all obstacles, and in an instant, it pierced into the black storm. Heavenly wind raged endlessly, destroying everything. As soon as the heart soared Tao intent entered, Xianxia's expression changed slightly. He felt as if his heart soared Tao intent was about to be destroyed. It was like a small boat in the middle of a stormy sea that could be destroyed at any time. It was like a candle flame in a strong wind that could be extinguished at any time. Persevere. Now, all Xianxia could do was to persevere with his own will. He tried his best to prevent the heart soared Tao intent from dissipating and accept the blow and tempering of the heavenly wind. Xianxia suddenly realized that it was easier than he had imagined. He didn't know if it was because his heart soared Tao intent had reached the sixth revolution and was more powerful, or because he was attacked by Venerable Master Xuanyuan's will. The invisible resistance caused his will to improve. Perhaps it was both. All in all, there were only benefits. There were no disadvantages. Under the heavenly wind, the heart soared Tao intent became more condensed. Heavenly wind was different from earth fire. Earth fire would always exist unless it disappeared. However, heavenly wind would not. It would disappear after a period of time. It could be a day, a month, or even a year. It was full of uncertainty. Xianxia only hoped that the heavenly wind here could last a little longer. At least, it would allow him to complete the heavenly wind tribulation. Under the heavenly wind tribulation, the heart soared Tao intent was changing. It was a deep transformation. Time passed slowly. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. The heavenly wind was gradually shrinking. On the 4th day, the size of the heavenly wind had shrunk by half. The cultivation of the heavenly wind tribulation was also nearing its end. On the 5th day, the heavenly wind disappeared. The cultivation of the heavenly wind tribulation was also completed. It was a close shave. It was just a little time difference. The heart soared Tao intent that was originally an illusory sword shadow had changed at this moment. A clear outline could be seen. It was as if it was made of transparent crystal. It was still a sixth revolution and still a high-level Tao intent. However, it was filled with traces of indescribable aura. It was filled with shocking potential. Xianxia could also acutely feel that the heart soared Tao intent's potential was shocking. As time passed, it was changing bit by bit. It seemed to be undergoing a fundamental transformation. It was transforming towards a higher level. 4th level Tao intent. Low level, mid-level, high level, and top level. Now that the heart soared Tao intent was already at the high level, it would transform to the top level. If the heart soared Tao intent transformed to the top level, its power would increase greatly. At least, it would be multiplied. However, it wasn't that easy to transform. It needed time. Since the second of the 3 tribulations, the heavenly wind tribulation, had been completed, Xianxia didn't stay. He turned into a bolt of lightning and flew back to the Xiantian army's camp. In the Xiantian army's general tent, Xianxia allowed the heart sword Tao intent to slowly transform while comprehending sword techniques and the 9 heavens lightning stomp. He wanted to improve his strength before the Lingwu sacred ground opened. He didn't know if there were any dangers in the Lingwu sacred ground. He also didn't know if he would have to compete with the other 9 in the Lingwu sacred ground. As for the other 9, the 3 holy sons were undoubtedly very strong. Moreover, as he improved, so did the others. The Great Mystery Technique, Non-Quenching Jade Technique, Ancient Fire Refining Technique, Sword Technique, Footwork Technique, everything was in the process of cultivation. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. Within this month, Qianzong's overall strength had also improved, becoming even more powerful. However, his qi cultivation was still at the late 5th level of the Saint Realm, and he was at the 24th level of the Great Mystery Technique. It wasn't easy to break through. However, his physique refinement had improved from the early 3rd level of the Chaotic Heaven Realm to the middle 3rd level of the Chaotic Heaven Realm. However, his non-quenching jade technique was still at the initial stage. He had completely mastered the 5th step of the 9 Heavens Lightning Stomp, which greatly reduced the burden. On this day, Xiankong Luo came to visit. Qianzong, the Lingwu sacred ground is about to open. Come with me. Xiankong Luo didn't beat around the bush. Qianzong was slightly excited when he heard this. Was it finally going to open? He had been waiting for this day for a long time. There was no need to pack anything. Qianzong took the extreme edge sword and set off with Xiankong Luo. This time, they took the Shantian heaven-shaking ship. There was only one person among the younger generation on the Shantian heaven-shaking ship, and that was Qianzong. The others were all escorts. In addition to Xiankong Luo, a half-step Great Saint Stage powerhouse, there was another half-step Great Saint Stage powerhouse and 50-peak Saint Rudiment Stage powerhouses. These 50-peak Saint Realm experts were the experts in the Shantian army. They knew the battle array technique. When they attacked together, their power was enough to threaten a half-step Great Saint. In other words, the force escorting Qianzong this time was 3 half-step Great Saints, which was really amazing. It showed how much importance they attached to Qianzong. In the distance, several figures were lurking as if they were hiding in the void, staring at the Shantian heaven-shaking ship. Attack? One of the figures said, his voice was extremely hoarse. Wait. The leader seemed to have sensed something, and a look of horror flashed in his eyes. Let's go. Why? The third person asked. There are great saints. The 3 were shocked and hurriedly ran away. They were the 3 half-step Great Saint experts from the Dark Forces. Their purpose was to assassinate Qianzong. Unfortunately, on the surface, in addition to the equivalent of 3 half-step Great Saint experts, there was also the consciousness of a Great Saint expert in the dark, which meant that his real body could descend at any time. Only a real Great Saint expert could fight against a Great Saint expert. No matter how powerful a half-step Great Saint expert was, he was just a slightly stronger ant. Fortunately, they had secret treasures that could sense it. Otherwise, they would be killed by a Great Saint expert if they acted rashly. In the vast void, a huge battleship kept rising into the sky, as if it was going to rush out of Tianyuan sacred territory. Standing on the deck of the Shanyuan heaven-shaking battleship, Qianzong did not feel the slightest impact under the protection of the protective shield. It was very stable, as if he was standing on flat ground. However, outside the protective shield, Qianzong stared at it with a slightly solemn expression. If it were a more ordinary person, they would definitely be frightened. Countless sparks were constantly sputtering. These sparks were produced by the high-speed friction between the protective shield and the astral current in the atmosphere. Every spark looked as gorgeous, magnificent as a firework, but through the protective shield, Qianzong could feel the power and danger contained within. It was terrifying. If any spark sputtered onto his body, it would instantly pierce through and burn him. There was no way he could resist at all. He felt that the power of each spark was at least at the 9th level Saint Realm. The higher it went, the more intense the atmosphere was. It was extremely terrifying. Without the strength of a half-step Supreme Saint, it was simply courting death. The astral wind and heavenly thunder here were extremely powerful, enough to destroy a 9th level Saint Realm expert, leaving nothing behind. Was the Lingwu sacred ground located in such a dangerous place? Qianzong was looking forward to it. It opened once in 1,000 years, the Lingwu sacred ground. What kind of place was it? After passing through the atmosphere, it was calm, but Qianzong saw darkness. It was silent darkness. It seemed to be the color of the void of the universe. The Shanyuan heaven-shaking battleship slowly slowed down, and finally stopped at the highest point of Tianyuan sacred territory, at the edge of the Lingwu sacred world. Above it was the void of the universe, and below it was the Lingwu sacred world. Qinzong also saw other battleships rushing out of the atmosphere and appearing in the void of the universe. They were battleships from the other 8 realms. Immediately, an extremely shocking cry resounded through heaven and earth. A giant wild beast with a wild aura also rushed out of the atmosphere, its wings carrying endless sparks like a torrent of thick smoke. It was extremely terrifying. This was a giant wild beast that was equivalent to a half-step great sage, and it was carrying the experts and geniuses of the great wilderness. 9 battleships and a giant desolate beast floated quietly at the border between the Lingwu sacred world and the universe. They waited quietly for the Lingwu sacred ground to open. The Lingwu sacred grounds were opened once every 1,000 years, but 1,000 years was just a general term. It could be 900 years, or 1,000 years, or close to 1,000 years. As for the crowd, they only vaguely knew when it would open. The approximate time would be slightly off, and they were unable to pinpoint the exact number of days. They waited in silence, waiting for nothing to happen to each other. Suddenly, in the distance, a black wave swept over. An extremely terrifying aura also spread out along with the impact, bringing with it a shocking might. Cruel, and evil. It was the Void Demon. Everyone's expression turned solemn. To think that there would actually be void demons appearing. Moreover, it wasn't just one of them, nor was it a small group. It seemed like an entire army had come prepared. Could it be that the void demons had also noticed this place? Prepare for battle. The order was instantly given. Immediately, the 9 battleships moved and lined up in a row, facing the void demon army that was like a surging black wave. The giant desolate beast also flapped its wings and stood side by side with the 9 battleships, exuding an extremely terrifying aura. Whether it was for the Tianyuan sacred world or the great wilderness, the void demons were a big threat. They were enemies of life and death, and could not be resolved. There was no hesitation or compromise. Fight. Qinzong stood on the deck, staring at the black wave that was constantly approaching. He felt the terrifying and violent aura of the void demons, and suddenly, his blood was about to boil. When the battle begins, stay on the battleship. Once the Lingwu sacred ground opens, immediately enter. Xianxia patted Qinzong on the shoulder and said seriously. In other words, Qinzong could not participate in this battle. Speaking of which, in such a battle, Qinzong's personal strength was actually very small and weak, and so were the peerless geniuses of the other realms. Although their strength was not bad, at best, they could only compete with the King Realm Void Demons. Killing 1 or 2 lower-level King-level Void Demons was of little use to an entire legion. Moreover, with the strength of Qinzong and the others, once they were trapped in the Void Demon army, there was only one way out, and there was no other outcome. Although Qinzong wanted to take action and kill the Void Demons himself, he could only suppress this idea, because it was not appropriate. Now, he could only act as a bystander. The Void Demon army continued to approach, like a surging black wave. The closer they got, the clearer Qinzong saw that they were strange black fortresses, and each of them was surrounded by a large number of Void Demons, all of which were Saint Realm Void Demons. Sky-piercing cannon! Xianxia ordered. Immediately, the giant cannon at the bow of the Mystic Yuan heaven-striking warship began to charge at an astonishing speed. Qinzong could feel waves of energy coming from all directions of the Mystic Yuan heaven-shaking warship, rapidly spreading towards the huge cannon at the bow of the warship. It was like rivers and streams flowing into the sea. A faint light condensed and bloomed at the giant cannon at the bow of the warship, becoming more and more intense, until it was as dazzling as the sun. Not only the Mystic Yuan heaven-striking warship, but the other 8 warships also did the same. The giant wild beast's wings flapped gently, and a terrifying and powerful force quickly condensed, causing the edges of its wings to bloom with a touch of dazzling brilliance, like the edge of a blade. Boom! The 9 warships trembled at the same time and fired their cannons at the same time. Suddenly, 9 rays of light of different colors, each of which was at least 10 meters thick, mercilessly blasted out with mighty momentum. Each ray of light carried a terrifying power. Qinzong felt his hair stand on end when he sensed it. Very strong, very scary, such power could seriously injure a half-step great saint. In the cosmic void, after the giant cannon blasts, the light was vast and mighty, but it was silent, as if the mighty momentum was swallowed by the darkness of the cosmic void. The giant wild beast's wings flapped gently, and suddenly, two rays of barren blade light, shaped like crescent moons, broke through the void, each of which was dozens of meters long, and instantly cut the cosmic void. Of course, in the cosmic void, such blade light was too weak and insignificant. In an instant, the 9 rays of light from the giant cannon and the winged blade light arrived. The void fiends also began to attack one after another. Streaks of extremely terrifying black light shot out. Collision, an extremely terrifying explosion suddenly shook, as if it was going to destroy everything. This kind of shocking power was actually nothing in the void of the universe. It was just like waves on a vast ocean. 1, 2, 3, the mystic Yuan heaven-striking warship fired continuously, and one ray of terrifying light after another blasted out, as if it was going to shatter the cosmic void. The explosion was earth-shattering, and the demons of the void immediately suffered a strong blow. Each of these attacks was equivalent to the full-strength attack of a half-step great saint, and its power was naturally terrifying. Although firing like this consumed a lot of energy, it was more cost-effective than letting a half-step great saint expert personally charge in to kill. After all, if there was no energy, it could be replenished, but it was not so easy to become a half-step great saint expert, and the death of even one would be a great loss. After a few rounds of firing, the demons of the void also suffered a lot of losses. With such power, even a half-step great saint expert would not dare to take it head-on. Fire, fire, fire. Fortunately, each warship had a large amount of energy reserves, and everyone also had a lot of heavenly yuan pills and so on, which could be used as a source of energy for the warship. For now, there was no need to worry about energy consumption, and they attacked with all their might. The demons of the void kept approaching, and they were bombarded and suffered losses. However, the demons of the void kept counterattacking, and every time they counterattacked, there would be black light blasted out, bombarding the warship, but it was blocked by the defensive power of the warship. Once this defensive power was fully activated, it could withstand the full-strength attack of a half-step great saint expert, and it would not be broken, unless it was a great saint expert. However, even among the demons of the void, great saint experts were at the top, and they would not be mobilized easily. This was because once a great saint expert was mobilized, it meant that the war had fully begun, and it had reached a very intense level. According to the current situation, it had not reached that level yet. Xianxia Luo and another half-step great saint expert stood on the left and right sides of Chenzhong, and 50 peak Saint Rudiment stage experts had already stood in position according to the battle formation, ready to erupt with tyrannical battle power at any time. With such heavy protection, Chenzhong was very safe. On the other warships, the peerless Skyprides who were about to enter the Lingwu Holy Land were also heavily protected. The demons of the void kept approaching, and at the same time an arc of light appeared in the darkness of the cosmic void. The arc of light was just an inkling, but it was extremely huge. As it gradually appeared, it became more and more shocking, and traces of extremely mysterious aura fluctuations also spread out. There seemed to be a whistling sound, but it also seemed to be soundless. The wisps of aura swept past like a wind in the void. That wind seemed to carry an indescribable fluctuation and an irresistible mighty force. In an instant, the void of the universe seemed to have solidified. All the attacks came to a standstill, as though they had turned into a picture scroll that was suspended in the void. The demonic army that was approaching the void seemed to have been frozen as well. This kind of power could not be resisted at all, and even half-step great saint experts seemed insignificant in front of it. Perhaps only a great saint expert could resist it. It felt like a long time had passed. The arc of light gradually expanded, and everyone gradually saw it clearly. It was not an arc of light, but a door with a strange appearance. That door seemed to be filled with endless temptation and mysteries. The Lingwu Holy Land had opened. Immediately, another wave of aura spread out and swept across everyone, as if it was detecting something. Immediately, Chenzhong felt that his body was wrapped by an invisible but irresistible force, and he began to fly into the sky. Not only Chenzhong, but the peerless Skyprides from the other 8 realms and the great wilderness also felt the same. The glowing door continued to enlarge in front of them, filling their eyes as if it was a vast world. The 10 figures were absorbed by an invisible force and quickly flew into the sky, quickly approaching the glowing door. The moment Xianxia entered the door, he seemed to hear countless sounds. The sound of wind, water, birds, beasts, humans. Xianxia also seemed to see countless shadows. Forests, grass, birds, beasts, pedestrians. This was like a world of its own, containing endless profundities. The 10 peerless prodigies entered the glowing door at the same time and disappeared. All the voices disappeared, and all the figures disappeared as well. Nothing could be felt, nothing could be seen. It was as if all 6 senses had been sealed. This feeling was not pleasant. Fortunately, this feeling of sealing off all 6 senses only lasted for a very short time. The 10 of them landed one after another. The sky was gray and the earth was yellow. It was like a chaotic world that had yet to open. The 10 of them landed on a barren land. At a glance, the earth was boundless and the sky was boundless. Everyone did not retract their gazes after glancing around. This was because they had already done some research on the Lingwu sacred ground before stepping into this place. The Lingwu sacred ground was rumored to have been created by a powerful cultivator in the ancient times. That powerful cultivator was said to be Emperor Lingwu. He was the most powerful cultivator in the Lingwu sacred world at that time, and no one could compare to him. There was a saying that if Emperor Lingwu was still in the Lingwu sacred world at that time, there would not have been such a huge loss. This was because Emperor Lingwu alone was enough to kill many powerful cultivators in the void. Unfortunately, Emperor Lingwu had already left the Lingwu sacred world and his whereabouts were unknown. Only the Lingwu sacred ground, which opened once every 1,000 years, was left behind. It opened once every 1,000 years, and those who entered had a chance of obtaining opportunities. Those opportunities were the various inheritances left behind by Emperor Lingwu. It was said that there were many kinds of inheritances. Cultivation techniques, martial arts, secret techniques, pills, weapons, and so on. Of course, it was also possible to obtain nothing. After all, Emperor Lingwu had left behind his legacy. However, if one wanted to obtain these legacies and opportunities, one needed to be capable enough. If one didn't have the ability, they naturally wouldn't be able to obtain anything. It was equivalent to taking a stroll around this place to broaden one's horizons, that was all. Of course, all those who were able to enter here possessed extraordinary natural talent and ability. Most of them were able to obtain an inheritance through the test, and the only difference was the strength of the inheritance and fortuitous encounter. As for the supreme inheritance of Emperor Lingwu, no one had obtained it yet. Although countless people yearned for it, no one knew where the supreme inheritance of Emperor Lingwu was located. This was because the Lingwu Holy Land had already been thoroughly explored by many people. The Lingwu sacred grounds were divided into 10 levels of heaven. Only one person was allowed to enter each level of heaven. Therefore, every time the Lingwu sacred grounds opened, only 10 people could enter. It was said that there were opportunities in every heaven. The higher one went, the better the opportunities. Of course, at the same time, the tests would be more difficult. Currently, everyone was in the first level of heaven of the Lingwu sacred grounds, which was also the lowest level. However, the door to the second level of heaven had yet to open. According to the ancient records left behind by their predecessors, the door would only appear when the time was right. At that time, everyone would have to take action. As for now, there was no need to rush. Suddenly, Xianxia was locked on by 2 gazes and 2 auras. The divine god of the Taishan sacred palace, Gong Tianqing, the 2 brothers had obtained a spot in the profound world this time. In the Tianyuan ruins, Xianxia had fought with Gong Tianqing and caused Gong Tianqing to suffer. He had also indirectly challenged the Taishan saint and caused him to suffer a loss. This was a humiliation to the 2 brothers. Now that they had entered the Lingwu sacred grounds, it was an excellent opportunity. In this place, fighting and killing were not prohibited. No one would care. A sinister smile appeared on Gong Tianqing's face. After leaving the Tianyuan ruins and returning to the Taishan Saint Palace in the profound world, Gong Tianqing had been cultivating diligently. With the help of a large amount of resources from the Taishan Saint Palace, his cultivation base had reached the late 6th heaven saint realm. He had also made progress in other aspects, and his strength had increased. What came with great strength was even greater self-confidence. Wisps of ferocious aura emanated from Gong Tianqing's body and locked onto Chenzong through the void. The others spread out, but they did not leave immediately. Instead, they watched from the sidelines. Chenzong was the only one in the profound world. The others were not familiar with Chenzong and had no relationship with him. Therefore, they would not stand on the same side as Chenzong. In essence, after stepping into the Lingwu sacred grounds, everyone was a competitor. Now, they were just waiting for the right time. While waiting for the right time, there was also a good show to watch. Now, I'd like to see who else will come to help you. Gong Tianqing smiled coldly. His eyes were sharp and threatening. He took a step forward and his body flashed like the wind, instantly closing in on Chenzong. He unsheathed his heavenly punishment saber and mercilessly slashed out with extreme killing intent and power. This saber was extremely sharp and decisive in its killing. It did not show the slightest mercy. Gong Tianqing's murderous intent toward Chenzong was extremely strong. Slash, Chenzong's eyes narrowed slightly. From this saber, he could see that Gong Tianqing's strength had increased significantly compared to before. However, his own improvement was even greater. The extreme edge sword was unsheathed. With a flick and a slash, Chenzong lifted Gong Tianqing's saber. The extremely sharp sword tore through the air, tearing through the air as it shot towards Gong Tianqing. Chenzong did not show any mercy with this sword. This saber strike was filled with astonishing killing intent. It was clear that Gong Tianqing wanted to kill him. Chenzong had never shown mercy to such an enemy. Gong Tianqing's pupils shrank like needles. He was extremely shocked. The onlookers were also shocked. What kind of sword technique was this? It looked so ordinary and simple, but it was so mysterious and unfathomable. It was as if that flicking and slicing contained some kind of principle. The god of Taishan's sacred palace's eyes flashed. He was a little surprised. Gong Tianqing had to use all his strength to dodge, but there were traces of sweat on his forehead. How could this be? How could Chenzong's strength have increased so significantly? It was simply shocking. Gong Tianqing dodged Chenzong's attack, but he was powerless to counterattack. Because Chenzong had used a sword technique, the sword light turned into threads that circled around him. Infinite sword chain slash. In an instant, Gong Tianqing was trapped in Chenzong's sword technique. He could only parry and was powerless to counterattack. Over the past few months, not only had Chenzong's cultivation improved, the improvement in his swordsmanship was even more shocking. Every single sword move seemed to be the culmination of his previous moves, and they contained an indescribable profundity. This improvement was far greater than his own. How shocking! In an instant, Gong Tianqing was in a difficult position and was suppressed by Chenzong. In terms of cultivation, Gong Tianqing had broken through from the mid-6th Heaven Saint realm to the late 6th Heaven Saint realm, but Chenzong had also broken through from the mid-6th Heaven Saint realm to the late 6th Heaven Saint realm. Therefore, the gap in cultivation didn't widen. In other aspects, Chenzong's body refinement cultivation had improved greatly. Moreover, his heart sword Dao intent had also broken through from the 5th revolution to the 6th revolution. His sword technique had also improved, so his improvement was naturally more obvious than Gong Tianqing's. The infinite sword chain had also become more complete and exquisite. Lifeless sword style, the increasingly perfected lifeless sword style slashed out. Extreme killing intent assaulted Gong Tianqing's mind, causing him to tremble at that moment. His pupils shrank to the size of needles. He could only watch as an extremely terrifying beam of sword light tore through the sky and slashed towards him. This sword was fierce, decisive, and forceful. Gong Tianqing felt as if his neck was about to be severed and he would die an unnatural death. There was great terror between life and death. Gong Tianqing's face was filled with horror. In the blink of an eye, just as the sword was about to cut through Gong Tianqing's neck, a terrifying force descended. It was formless and incorporeal, but it was extremely powerful. It directly suppressed Chenzong, causing his body to sink and his sword to pause. Then, Gong Tianqing's body seemed to be pulled back by an invisible hand, and he rapidly retreated. After that, a palm print that was condensed into a material state smashed through space, and it carried copious and irresistible terrifying might as it attacked ferociously. Chen Zong's pupil shrank. This palm print seemed simple, but it sealed off the surrounding space. An invisible pressure combined with the heavy profound force field crazily squeezed from all directions. For a moment, Chen Zong couldn't move. He could only watch as the solid palm print blasted toward him. Everyone was shocked. The great profound Saint Sun had made his move. The sky-frigid Saint Sun and ancient Saint Sun's pupils shrank to the size of needles. They felt that the Taishan Saint Sun's heavy profound force field was even more terrifying. Chen Zong's pupils shrank to the size of needles, and he completely unleashed his strength. Slash, the lifeless sword style was activated to the extreme, and the extreme sharp sword was also activated to the extreme. The sword slashed down. This sword seemed to be able to split heaven and earth. Slash, the sword and the palm print collided. The sword radiance was instantly shattered, and the palm print was also split open. A trace of Li fire force burst out, giving Chen Zong even more power. He retreated. With this move, Chen Zong knew that there was still a big gap between him and the Taishan Saint Sun. Unless he used the Azura doppelganger, he was no match for the Taishan Saint Sun. Go! Without hesitation, Chen Zong immediately used the fifth step of the Thunder Stomp 9 Heavens and quickly retreated. His current strength was much stronger than Gong Tianqing's, but there was a clear gap between him and the Taishan Saint Sun. However, since the Taishan Saint Sun had personally made a move, there was no reason for Chen Zong to escape. The Taishan Saint Sun's figure flashed, and he approached Chen Zong as if he had teleported. Once again, he struck out with his palm. As the palm struck out, all the power in the surroundings was absorbed, including the air. It was as if there was a black hole hidden in the palm print, swallowing everything. Horrifying, Chen Zong was horrified from the bottom of his heart. This palm print was not something he could withstand. Why was the Taishan Saint Sun so powerful? Moreover, the aura he exuded had reached the peak of the 6th level Saint Rudiment stage. His cultivation was even higher, and his strength was even more terrifying. The fear on Gong Tianqing's face disappeared, and it was replaced by a cold smile and killing intent. This person deserved to die. His improvement was too fast. If he had more time, he might have caught up with the Divine Realm experts. However, since the Divine Realm experts had already made a move, Gong Tianqing could not escape and could only die here. I am the Emperor Lingwu. Suddenly, an ancient voice reverberated throughout the area. It contained an indescribable majesty as if it was the power of heaven and earth. Everyone's attention was attracted. Even the Taishan sage, who was chasing after Chen Zong, stopped. Compared to killing Chen Zong, what was happening now was obviously more important. As the ancient voice reverberated, an illusory figure appeared in the sky. It looked like a huge face. It looked unreal, but it was filled with endless majesty. Everyone guessed that this might be one of the methods left behind by the Emperor Lingwu, such as the incarnation of his will. Back then, the Emperor Lingwu was the most powerful person in the Lingwu holy world. No one could imagine his methods. Juniors, I have left behind an opportunity and inheritance here. Work hard. As soon as he finished speaking, an arc of light bloomed in the sky. It stretched and turned into a door. That was the door to the second heaven. According to the rules, only 9 people could pass through this door. The place where everyone was now was the first heaven. In the first heaven, 10 people could exist together. In the second heaven, 9 people could exist together. In the third heaven, 8 people could exist together. And so on. In the 10th heaven, only 1 person could exist. In theory, the opportunity in the first heaven was the most ordinary, and the opportunity in the 10th heaven was the most precious. Before entering the Lingwu holy ground, everyone had been informed of this. Hence, the 10th heaven was everyone's first goal. Charge, in an instant, everyone used their movement techniques. Like arrows released from a bow, they shot up into the sky as fast as lightning toward the door to the second heaven. Out of the 10 people, only 9 could enter the second heaven. 1 would be left behind in the first heaven. Charge, charge. Charge, charge. One by one, they shot up into the sky and rushed toward the door as fast as they could. Chen Zong's cultivation was the lowest among the 10, but Chen Zong wasn't the slowest. At the very least, Chen Zong's speed was faster than Gong Tianqing and the others. He was second only to the three saints and to Tian. In an instant, the Skyfrost Saint Sun, the ancient Saint Sun, and the barbaric dragon Tian all rushed into the door and entered the second level of heaven. However, the Taishan Saint Sun did not. Instead, he stopped at the door and stared at Qianzong. His killing intent was extremely sharp. His palm was like a blade, and there was an extremely terrifying power condensing at the edge of his palm. It was as bright as the edge of a blade. Qianzong was rushing toward the door as fast as he could. Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine and his expression changed drastically. The Taishan Saint's heavy Xian force field spread out and instantly suppressed Qianzong from the sky. At the same time, the palm knife slashed through the air. Boom, the extremely terrifying saber light slashed down mercilessly with an irresistible force. It clearly had an astonishing sharpness that could split mountains and split the earth, but it also carried the terrifying might of a thunderbolt. This attack was merciless. Heavenly ferocious force field, but under the heavenly ferocious force field's attack, the Taishan Saint Sun's expression did not change at all. There was only coldness on his face, and there seemed to be a hint of mockery in his eyes. He seemed to be mocking Qianzong for overestimating himself and working so hard for nothing. After the heavenly ferocious force field last time, the Taishan Saint Sun had returned to the Taishan Sacred Palace and found a secret treasure that could fend off external evils. Qianzong used all his strength to resist again, but he felt that the power was too difficult to resist. He felt like his entire body was about to be split open, and he quickly fell from the sky. Then, the others entered the door and disappeared. In the end, Gong Tianqing even looked back at Qianzong. "Stay in the first level of heaven obediently," Gong Tianqing said with a sneer. The opportunity in the first level of heaven was the worst. This was the experience of those who had entered since ancient times. Letting Qianzong stay in the first level of heaven would at most give him the worst opportunity. It was the best choice. In the end, the Taishan Saint Sun looked down from above. His eyes were aloof and indifferent. He looked at Qianzong as if he was looking at an ant. Chen. Zong looked up and met the Taishan Saint Sun's eyes. His eyes were extremely sharp, but they could not affect the Taishan Saint Sun at all. Then, the Taishan Saint Sun turned around and disappeared into the door. The door also closed. Instantly, an empty feeling filled Qianzong's heart. When Qianzong knew that there were 10 levels of heaven in the Linggu sacred ground and that there was an opportunity or inheritance in each level, and the higher the level, the better the opportunity and inheritance. Qianzong set his goal at the 10th level of heaven. Of course, Qianzong also knew that everyone's first goal would be the opportunity in the 10th level of heaven. The competition would be fierce. Therefore, the second and third goals were the 9th level of heaven and the 8th level of heaven, respectively. At the very least, they would enter the 7th level of heaven. However, he did not expect to be targeted by the Taishan Saint Sun. He could not enter the second level of heaven and could only stay in the first level of heaven. A strong sense of unwillingness grew in his heart, and a trace of murderous intent filled the air. Then, Qianzong exhaled heavily. Now that he could not enter the second level of heaven and could not enter the higher levels, he could only stay in the first level of heaven. It was a foregone conclusion. Then, he could only search for the opportunity in the first level of heaven. The Linggu sacred ground was left behind by the Emperor Linggu. No matter how bad the opportunity in the first level of heaven was, it should be extraordinary. He hoped so. Qianzong calmed down and looked around. Then, he used his movement technique and quickly flew forward. He only knew that there was an opportunity in the first level of heaven, but he did not know where it was. He could only search for it. The 9 supreme prodigies entered the second level of heaven, and the door to the third level of heaven opened. A new round of competition began. It was destined that one person would stay in the second level of heaven, and 8 people would enter the third level of heaven. With the help of the Taishan Saint, Gong Tianqing entered the third level of heaven, the fourth level of heaven, the fifth level of heaven, and finally stopped at the 6th level of heaven. As for the barbarian dragon sky expansion, he stopped at the 7th level of heaven. After an intense competition between the Sky Chill Saint Sun and the Ancient Saint Sun, the Sky Chill Saint Sun was slower and stayed in the 8th level of heaven. The Ancient Saint Sun stayed in the 9th level of heaven. Only the Taishan Saint Sun entered the 10th level of heaven. Since then, they each searched for their own opportunity. The Lingwu Sacred Ground's first level of heaven was very vast. Chenzong flew at his fastest speed for half a day, but he still could not see the end. Chenzong flew at full speed. His speed was shocking, and he had already flown very far in half a day. Fly, fly, fly. Chenzong suddenly remembered that whenever he entered a mystic realm, he would be told that there was a time limit. Only this time, there was no time limit. Was there no time limit, or did they forget? For such a big matter, it should not be the latter. Chenzong also did not know how far he had flown. All in all, he still could not see the end. There was only an endless barren wilderness. There were no mountains, water, or trees. This kind of barren world would drive people crazy if they stayed here for too long. Chenzong's will was very strong. His expression did not change. It was as if there were no ripples in the water of an ancient well. He continued to fly forward with determination. He did not know where the opportunity was. He could only follow his heart. Since he felt this way, then he would follow his heart. The thousands of identical colors made Chenzong feel as if he was motionless. This kind of high-speed flight was just an illusion. Instantly, his tenacious mind and willpower, which had been tempered through countless trials and tribulations, fluctuated in an instant. As soon as this thought appeared, Chenzong stopped to observe carefully. The more he looked, the more obvious that feeling became. It was as if he had been doing something useless. He thought that he was flying forward continuously, but in reality, he was just staying in the same place. However, he did not know what method he used to create this illusion. Or rather, it was an illusion. The moment this epiphany arose, Chenzong felt a unique wave of energy coming from all directions. The fluctuation gradually spread and swept in all directions. Immediately, wisps of yellow sand-like smoke rose into the air, curling up like smoke from kitchen chimneys. Chenzong stood in the middle of it, unmoving. However, he had already released his divine thought and heart domain to cover all directions. He carefully observed every change. Gradually, the yellow sand-like smoke became thinner. He could vaguely see an outline, but it was not real. It was like a dream. All the smoke dissipated. It felt as if a picture scroll was slowly unfolding in front of his eyes. It was like the tranquility of Jiangnan's water village. It was a lake, and when a cool breeze blew past, the surface of the lake would ripple with a green-blue light. It was a weeping willow. Its long and soft leaves swayed gently in the wind, like fairies. It was a house, standing on a small island in the middle of the lake. It was built with withered yellow grass and stood alone in the wind. Chenzong stood by the lake. Under his feet was the soft grass. Chenzong looked ahead with a solemn expression. Could that straw house be the place where the so-called opportunity was? Whether it was or not, he would know once he went there. Chenzong stretched out his body. Lightning filled the air. He suddenly turned into a bolt of lightning and flew forward. However, he was suddenly suppressed by an invisible force and fell. The moment his feet touched the lake, the invisible force disappeared. Could it be that he could not fly? He tried again. It was indeed the case. However, it did not matter. He could not fly, but he could walk on the water. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, Chenzong realized that the small island in the middle of the lake, which seemed very close, seemed to be very far away. It was as if he was looking at a mountain and running it to death. Could it be that it was an illusion like before? However, it did not seem to be because he could feel that it was real. He could feel that he was indeed getting closer to the small island in the middle of the lake. It was just that the distance was a little far. He was not afraid. He kept performing and getting closer. His belief was extremely firm. Suddenly, Chenzong felt as if he had been teleported. After he took a step forward, the small island in the middle of the lake, which was very far away, suddenly appeared in front of him. In other words, he suddenly appeared at the edge of the small island in the middle of the lake. The straw house was very close. For a moment, Chenzong felt a little excited. Was the straw house really the place where the opportunity was? After taking a deep breath and calming himself down, Chenzong took a step forward. His back was as straight as a sword, and he stepped forward courageously. The door of the straw house was closed. Chenzong tried to push it. He thought it would be difficult to open it, but he did not expect that the door, which seemed to be made of withered grass, would be easily pushed open with a gentle push. It seemed to be weightless. Fortunately, Chenzong had an amazing control of his own strength. He withdrew it as soon as he released it. Looking around, the thatched hut wasn't big. It was the size of a normal room, and the decorations inside were very simple. There was nothing on all sides except for a table. In the middle. The table looked like it was woven and compressed from withered grass. In front of the withered grass table was a futon woven from withered grass. It looked very ordinary and simple. On the table, there was a book. The color of the book was the same as the withered grass. Its cover looked very rough, as if it was made of crushed withered grass. All of this surprised Chenzong. A lake, a thatched hut, a table made of dried grass, a futon made of dried grass, and a book that seemed to be made of dried grass. Chenzong walked out slowly, walked to the table, and sat down on the futon. The moment he sat down, the seemingly unremarkable praying mat was unexpectedly soft beyond imagination. It was as if his entire body was about to sink into it. It was extremely comfortable, but that kind of softness was not limitless. It also had an astonishing toughness that supported his body. It was both flexible and tough, extremely comfortable, and extremely fitting. As soon as he sat down, Chenzong felt as if he had let go of everything and removed all the pressure. He felt relaxed from the heart to the body, as if he had put down all the burdens. But this kind of relaxation was not lax. Slowly exhaling, Chenzong felt as if all his distracting thoughts were blown away by the wind, and they instantly dissipated. He felt refreshed, and his thoughts were incomparably clear. His soul was transparent and clear. Looking calm and composed, Chenzong calmly raised his hand and his fingers fell on the book on the table. The strange touch was like an electric current, which made Chenzong's eyes light up slightly. When he flipped open the cover, he saw 6 words that looked like dancing dragons and snakes. The picture of 24 dragons and snakes. The picture of 24 dragons and snakes? Chenzong was a little confused and curious. Immediately, he opened the paper that seemed to be made of dried grass again, and the first picture came into view. It was a simple black stroke that outlined the outline of a dragon and a snake on the yellowish-white paper. It looked very simple, like simple lines, but Chenzong could immediately tell which was the dragon and which was the snake at a glance. Dragon in the sky, snake on the ground, what did it mean, or, what did it mean? For a moment, Chenzong did not understand. Immediately, he turned to the second page. It was still a very simple drawing of a dragon and a snake, but compared to the first picture, it seemed to be more lively. The dragon in the sky was in a diving posture, while the snake on the ground was coiled up and looking up at the sky. But Chenzong still did not understand. What did it mean? The third picture was also a simple drawing of a dragon and a snake, but it was more lively. The dragon was about to dive down, and the snake was about to soar into the sky. Chenzong looked at the pictures one by one. For each picture, he would pause for more than 10 breaths to think slowly, but he could not find any clues. In the 24th painting, dragons and snakes were so lifelike that they looked as if they were about to leap out of the paper. They had already intertwined and danced, accompanied by the coexistence of water and fire, the true sun and the moon. It seemed to contain some kind of supreme mystery. However, Chenzong was unable to comprehend anything as he stared at it. He only felt that it seemed to contain an incomparably profound profundity, but as for where the profundity lay, he was unable to comprehend it at all. Was this the so-called opportunity? It should be, it must be. It was just that he hadn't found the main point and was unable to comprehend the profundities contained within it. Chenzong was not discouraged. No matter what, it was an opportunity and inheritance left by the Emperor Lingguo. If it was so easy to get, it would be too easy. Calming himself down, Chenzong slowly comprehended and continued to comprehend. He started from the first picture again, looking at and comprehending it one by one. He looked at it slowly and flipped through it quickly. Chenzong used all kinds of methods to comprehend it, but he could not understand anything. He only felt that it was unfathomable. It felt like he knew that there was a lot of wealth in a certain place, but he could not get there no matter how hard he tried. Calm down, concentrate, comprehend. Qianzong did not let go of any details. The dragon and snake pictures, from the initial simple picture on the paper to the end, were vivid and seemed to jump out. It was a gradual process. In addition, the water and fire, sun and moon did not appear at the beginning. They also appeared one after another later. After observing it over and over again, Qianzong felt that he had almost turned the whole book to mush. Only then did he find a trace of pattern. The fire seemed to be accompanied by the dragon. The water seemed to be accompanied by the snake. What was the connection, or what was the mystery? The sun seemed to be closely related to the fire and the dragon. The moon seemed to be closely related to the water and the snake. What was the mystery behind it? Dragon and snake, water and fire, sun and moon. Qianzong vaguely felt that the mystery of the 24 pictures lay in the third or sixth. If he could understand the key, he could understand the mystery of the 24 pictures of dragons and snakes and obtain the so-called opportunity or inheritance. The second heaven, the third heaven, the 10th heaven, one by one, the peerless geniuses found the opportunity and began the assessment. Generally speaking, anyone could pass the assessment and obtain the opportunity. However, it was not clear whether they could obtain the best part of the opportunity. Emperor Lingwu seemed to have divided the levels according to the level of the assessment. However, this assessment was not so easy to pass. Some were at a loss at the beginning, like Qianzong, and did not know how to comprehend it. Some assessments were very straightforward, and that was to defeat a strong enemy. However, the enemy's strength was too strong. Time passed slowly. Qianzong stayed in the straw hut every day to comprehend the 24 pictures of dragons and snakes. Day after day passed, but he still could not get the hang of it. Qianzong was not anxious or discouraged. When he was comprehending, he would walk out of the straw hut and stand on the small island outside the straw hut, facing the lake, and draw his sword to practice his sword technique. Unorganized, irregular, following his heart, dancing at will, with his Saint Realm cultivation, Qianzong did not have to worry about food and drink. Although the world's qi here was not rich, it was quite pure, enough to sustain all his consumption. Moreover, there was a lot of dry food in the storage ring. Comprehend the 24 pictures of dragons and snakes, cultivate the cultivation method, practice the sword, drink wine in leisure. Qianzong forgot the passage of time. It was difficult to feel the passage of time here. The more he comprehended, the more he felt that the mystery of the 24 pictures of dragons and snakes was right in front of him. However, it seemed to be separated by a layer of gauze, and his eyes were misty. There was no hurry. Take it slow. More haste, less speed. As long as he kept comprehending and accumulating, there would eventually be a time when the conditions were right. What Qianzong did not know was that the people who came here in the past to comprehend the 24 pictures of dragons and snakes had different final results. This time, Qianzong finished practicing his sword technique and started comprehending again. Dragons in the sky and snakes on the ground. Could it be that they symbolize the division between heaven and earth? A trace of enlightenment emerged, but Qianzong grasped the vague feeling. This seemed to be the direction of comprehension. However, what were water and fire, sun and moon? For a moment, Qianzong temporarily put down water and fire, sun and moon, and grasped the trace of enlightenment. He tried his best to comprehend, maximizing his superb comprehension ability to the extreme. After comprehending some mysteries, Qianzong suddenly had an idea. He walked out of the straw hut and drew his sword to practice. For a moment, the sword technique changed drastically. When the sword was drawn, it was like a snake winding across the ground, over the grass, over the water, and into the cave. It changed again. It was like a dragon soaring in the sky, riding the 9 heavens and roaming the 4 seas, wandering in all directions. Snake and dragon, dragon and snake, in the sword light, there were sometimes snake shadows and sometimes heavenly dragons soaring. Vaguely, one could hear the hissing sound of a snake sticking out its tongue, and also hear the resounding and earth-shattering roar of a dragon. The dragon and snake intertwined in the sword light, as if dancing, giving birth to an indescribable beauty. Dragon and snake, hardness and softness. The sword light paused, and a trace of enlightenment emerged in Qianzong's mind, which he caught. He quietly comprehended, standing still on the small island in the middle of the lake, as if he had become a statue. He did not know the passage of time or the passage of time. All of a sudden, Qianzong drew his sword again. This time, the sword was as agile and light as a snake, as domineering and fierce as a dragon, as strong and powerful as a dragon, as soft and pure as it could be. Dragon and snake intertwined, hardness and softness combined. When the sword was drawn, it seemed to shatter the void under the sword, creating a vacuum. It felt like a transparent brush had drawn across, leaving behind a sword trajectory that was difficult to see with the naked eye, which slowly dissipated. It seemed like an ordinary sword, but Qianzong felt that the power contained in it was very terrifying. This sword seemed to have broken some kind of shackle and boundary, which made Qianzong feel that his attainments in the way of the sword had improved further. Immediately, in the divine sea, there seemed to be a fierce wind whistling, and the clouds gathered. The hard sword Tao will that had been slowly transforming after the heavenly wind tribulation was evolving and transforming at an even more astonishing speed at this moment. This was a qualitative improvement. Standing in the same place, Qianzong closed his eyes, and his aura was completely restrained and still, as if he had turned into a statue. Abruptly, an extremely terrifying aura gushed out from Qianzong's body. It was formless and incorporeal, yet extremely sharp. It soared up into the sky, as though it wanted to shatter the 9 heavens, piercing through the skies of the first heavenly layer. Endless invisible sword qi surrounded Qianzong and quickly swept out, crazily strangling. Within a radius of dozens of meters, with Qianzong as the center, everything was attacked by the sword qi, and the ground was cut and shattered one after another. The sword qi was rampant. Qianzong's body naturally floated into the air, dozens of meters above the ground. Invisible sword qi surrounded an area of dozens of meters, covering the top, bottom, left, right, front, and back. It was like a ball of invisible sword qi with a diameter of dozens of meters, completely enveloping Qianzong. In the middle of it, Qianzong seemed to be in control of everything, including the thousands of invisible sword qi. After a short moment, the invisible sword qi dispersed and seemed to have concealed itself in the sky, vanishing without a trace. Qianzong's body slowly descended to the ground once more. His back was straight like a sword, and it was still suffused with a shocking sharpness that caused others to be unable to look directly at him. His eyelids lightly trembled as his eyes slowly opened, and a wisp of extremely sharp bright light shot out like a material blade that pierced through everything. This bright light seemed to have transformed into material form, and it possessed lethality as if it was a real sword qi. It was sufficient to shatter the mind and will of a weaker person with a single stare and cause the person to be terrified to death. It was extremely terrifying. This is the might of a top-grade Tao will? Qianzong couldn't help but think in his heart, and there was indescribable shock in his heart. Yes, the hard sword Tao will had finally transformed from high grade to top grade. Even though it was still at the 6th revolution, its might had multiplied. This sort of multiplication was comprehensive, and it was a multiplication from the root. It possessed immeasurable benefits, and it caused Qianzong's strength to become even more powerful. Since ancient times, it was extremely difficult to comprehend and grasp high-grade Tao will, whereas top-grade Tao will was even limited to legends to a certain extent. I haven't been to the gym for half a month. I feel old if I go again today. The sky was desolate, and the ground was boundless. This was like a barren world. Only the lake and the weeping willows on the shore were the places of life. On the small island in the middle of the lake, Qianzong stood still. The light in his eyes was restrained, and traces of fluorescent light surrounded him. He had gained a lot from this epiphany. According to his estimation, the hard sword Tao intent would take at least 1 to 3 years to successfully transform from advanced to peak level, and its power would increase greatly. But now, it seemed to have shortened the time by 1 to 3 years and transformed directly. For a prodigy like Qianzong, whether it was 3 years or 1 year, there would be obvious changes in his strength. Therefore, the sooner the heart sword Tao intent completed its transformation, the better. In addition to the great increase in power from the transformation of the heart sword Tao intent to peak level, the profound meaning of the sword had been strengthened. The accumulation of the Tao of the sword had been more vigorous, and the power of each sword had been strengthened. These benefits were not only reflected in the obvious increase in his current strength, but also in the great increase in his future cultivation potential. In this way, it seemed that the gains from entering the Lingwu sacred ground were already very good. his efforts were not in vain. Turning around, Chenzong stepped into the straw hut again and opened the 24 Dragons and Snakes painting. He looked at the first painting. It was the simplest, but its appearance had changed greatly. Chenzong seemed to see two sword lights. One was strong and the other was flexible. One was a sky dragon, and the other was an earth snake. From the first to the 8th painting, the dragons and snakes intersected. In Chenzong's eyes, the profoundness of the painting seemed to be a sword technique. Then, the dragons and snakes seemed to come alive. They jumped out of the paper and rushed toward Chenzong's forehead, jumping into his divine sea. The divine sea was vast, and it meandered freely. The dragons and snakes danced and intersected, containing infinite profoundness. It seemed to be enough for him to spend a lifetime studying, comprehending, and cultivating. When he comprehended the profoundness of the 8 simple paintings, he released an indescribable divine light. So, this is an opportunity. Chenzong was enlightened. What he had comprehended just now was just his own comprehension. But now, the mysteries of the 8 dragon snake diagrams had fused into his divine sea and into his soul, allowing him to comprehend them on a deeper level. This was where the true opportunity lay. Immediately after, a trace of understanding appeared. As long as he was willing, he could immediately leave this place, leave the Lingwu Holy Land, and appear in the outside world. Does this mean that my trip to the Lingwu Holy Land is over? The mysteries contained in the 8 diagrams of dragons and snakes were unfathomable. Even though Chenzong had only comprehended a part of it, he still felt that it was amazing. It was enough for him to spend a lot of time and energy to further comprehend it. That would be of great help to his future cultivation. In that case, should he stay here and continue comprehending, or just leave? No, Chenzong's expression changed slightly. How could he think of leaving? If it wasn't for his strong soul and tenacious will, he would probably have already made his choice. 8 dragon snake paintings, those were only 8 dragon snake diagrams. And there were 24 complete dragon snake diagrams. He had only comprehended 1/3 of the mysteries. There were still 2/3. In an instant, Chenzong only felt that his mind was clear, as if there was a clear stream flowing through. He wasn't in a hurry to leave, because there were still 2/3 of the 24 dragon snake diagrams that he hadn't comprehended. If I'm not wrong, the 24 dragon snake diagrams can be divided into 3 levels. Chenzong's eyes flashed continuously, and he secretly said, the first level, which is the level I've comprehended, is the dragon snake tier. Then, the second level, with the addition of water and fire, is the fire-water tier. And the third level, with the addition of sun and moon, can be considered the sun-moon tier. Little did he know that Chenzong's overall classification was about the same, only the names were different. This was indeed the opportunity of the first heaven. The 24 dragon snake diagrams could indeed be divided into 3 levels. And those who entered in the past mostly only comprehended the first level. There seemed to be a mysterious and unfathomable power. When one comprehended the first level, under the influence of that mysterious power, they would subconsciously ignore the other 2 levels and focus on the first level. Once they were satisfied, they would choose to leave. Even after leaving, they wouldn't think too much, and would only focus on comprehending the first level. Moreover, they couldn't record it down, nor could they pass it on. They could only comprehend and cultivate by themselves. A few people could resist the interference of the mysterious power of the first level and continue to comprehend, but they might not be able to comprehend the second level, because it was even more mysterious. And a few people could comprehend the second level's mysteries, but they couldn't resist the influence of the mysterious power, and had no chance of comprehending the third level. Each level was harder to comprehend. At this moment, Chenzong was comprehending the second level. Besides the dragon snake diagrams, there was also water and fire. The dragon snake diagrams danced, and water and fire mixed. Chenzong was still not anxious or discouraged. Previously, besides comprehending, he cultivated, and mainly practiced the sword. This was because Chenzong found that his infinite sword chain and the dragon snake diagrams seemed to have a kind of coincidence. When the infinite sword chain was created, Chenzong gave it various changes and combinations of forces. For example, fast and slow, strong and weak, hard and soft, and so on. All kinds of completely different and even opposite forces intertwined and merged under the sword, and then the essence and mystery of the infinite sword chain was deduced. However, since the creation of the infinite sword chain, Qinzong also knew very well that this swordsmanship was still at a superficial level, even if he continued to comprehend. And the more he comprehended, the more Qinzong found that this swordsmanship he created seemed to have amazing potential, surpassing everything else. Now that he had comprehended the 8 dragon snake diagrams and obtained a trace of its mystery, he integrated it into his swordsmanship and the infinite sword chain. Immediately, Qinzong felt the improvement of his swordsmanship, a kind of transformation that was close to the essence. Practice the sword, forget everything, keep practicing the sword, integrate all the mysteries he had into it, and deduce the ultimate mystery. Practicing the sword instead of meditating, the effect was unexpectedly better. Qinzong had never expected that the infinite sword chain that he had created would actually be compatible with the dragon snake diagram, achieving the same result through different means. Integrating the hard and soft forces of the dragon snake diagrams into the swordsmanship actually made the swordsmanship more perfect and powerful. Once he started practicing, there was no end to it. Countless sword lights spread out in all directions. Imperceptibly, the mystery of the infinite sword chain became more perfect and clear. The sword light stopped, and the long sword returned to its scabbard. Qinzong slowly exhaled a breath, and the breath was as sharp as a sword, piercing through the air. The breath was endless and full of power, and it had amazing power, penetrating the sky and hitting the lake. The infinite sword chain can be divided into 3 levels and 3 realms. The first realm is the chain, the second realm is the infinite, and the third realm is the infinite. Even more insights emerged, causing Qinzong to vaguely grasp something, but he was unable to grasp it for a moment. Chain, infinite, the dragon snake realm. Water is endless, and can nourish and destroy all things. Fire is fierce and violent, and can burn everything into ashes, and can also breathe life from the ashes, practicing the sword, using the sword to comprehend everything. Qinzong had a deeper understanding of the first realm, the dragon snake realm, and vaguely grasped the mystery of the second realm, the water and fire realm. As soon as he learned the basics, even more insights emerged. The sword was unsheathed again, and the sword light turned into a dancing dragon and snake. Immediately, with the dragon, a blazing breath spread out, like the heat of fire and the fury of fire. When the sword was a snake, it was accompanied by a trace of coolness, like the gurgling of water, and also like a torrent. Countless mysteries were deduced from the sword. Water and fire, snake and dragon intertwined and mingled endlessly. Gradually, the breath of water merged into the snake, and the breath of fire merged into the dragon. The fusion of hardness and softness combined. The fusion of heat and coolness, the fusion of water and fire. A sword technique was displayed, and it was even more shocking, and its power was even more terrifying. The endless mysteries were all in the sword. After the demonstration, the sword returned to its sheath, and Qinzong stepped into the straw hut again and opened the 24 dragon snake paintings. Suddenly, the dragon snake, water and fire from the 9th to the 16th paintings leaped out and turned into rays of light, rushing into Qinzong's spirit sea, and the mysteries penetrated his soul. An indescribable sense of satisfaction filled his heart and mind, and it made Qinzong feel that the gains from this trip were unexpectedly shocking, and it was time to leave. Indeed. Top-grade Dao insight, his attainments in sword techniques were even more brilliant, the cultivation of the infinite chain sword was even clearer and more perfect, the 16 dragon snake paintings were endless, such gains were very shocking. He felt satisfied, and it was normal. Then, it was time to leave. But for some reason, there was always a trace of unwillingness lingering in the depths of his heart, and it made Qinzong hesitate, and he did not make a choice for a long time. His eyes were filled with confusion, and he was hesitant to advance or retreat. Qinzong rarely appeared in such a situation. When practicing the sword, one could not hesitate, or the sword would be unstable and inaccurate. Qinzong's current state was not what a qualified sword cultivator should have. But it just so happened. He was hesitating, and struggling. Then, an extremely sharp light flashed in Qinzong's eyes, and it was like the edge of a sword that cut through everything. The confusion was torn apart and dispersed, and it disappeared. What replaced it was an unparalleled firmness, a firmness that was not confused or affected by anything. 16 dragon snake paintings, but not 24. Chenzong smiled slightly. He had almost given up the chance to continue comprehending. Fortunately, his hard sword Dao insight had evolved to top grade, and it had imperceptibly strengthened his mind and willpower. If it were other sword intents, they would not have such an effect. After all, the heart sword Dao insight originated from the heart. Since that was the case, he began to comprehend the last 8 paintings, which he named the last level of the Sun-Moon tier. The dragon snake paintings were clearer and more agile, and the water and fire paintings were more obvious. Besides, from the 17th painting onwards, a large sun and a dim moon appeared. They looked very weak and faint, and one could vaguely catch a trace of their outline. If it were not for the charm contained in them, Chenzong would only think that they were scribbles. And in the next painting, the large sun and the dim moon were clearer, more agile, and more realistic. 10th heaven of the Lingwu sacred land. Mystical power. It's actually a minor mystical power. The great mystic saint's eyes were extremely sharp, and his tone was very excited. There were naturally mystical powers in the great mystic saint palace, but even though he was the great mystic saint's son, he was not qualified to cultivate them now. The heavy mystic force field that time was already his limit. Of course, he could cultivate the mystical powers in the great mystic saint palace sooner or later, but he still needed time. He did not expect to pass the test in the 10th heaven of the Lingwu sacred land and receive a minor mystical power. Mystical powers were rare and precious. The great mystic saint palace was the number 1 force in the great mystic realm, but even they did not have many mystical powers. According to what the great mystic saint's son knew, there were only 2 minor mystical powers. As for major mystical powers, they were legends. In addition, the more mystical powers that could be cultivated, the better. Moreover, the minor mystical powers that he received this time could be directly initiated, saving him a lot of hard work. Once initiated, he could display amazing power. The great mystic saint's son had gained something, and so did the others. In the first heaven, Chenzong was still comprehending. Dragon and snake, water and fire, now it was the sun and moon. Since ancient times, the sun and moon had always alternated, like the rotation of day and night, like the alternation of the 4 seasons. But in this 24 dragon and snake diagram, the sun and moon shone together. But there were dragons and snakes, hardness and softness, water and fire mixed, and the sun and moon shone together. It was nothing. The mystery was in it. The first and second levels were the foundation, and helped to comprehend the third level of the sun and moon realm. Practicing the sword was a very good way to comprehend. In the past, different peerless prodigies comprehended the opportunities of the first heaven in different ways, and the final results were also different. For example, Chenzong mainly cultivated the sword, and comprehended with the sword, which was more efficient. And the final comprehension was closely related to the sword, directly or indirectly increasing the potential and power of the sword. Outside the straw hut, Chenzong practiced the sword, comprehending with the sword. Sword light rose like dragons and snakes dancing, and water and fire mixed together. Dragon, snake, water, fire, every sword strike was both hard and soft, violent and soft. Soon after, a sword rose. It was as if a fire dragon was dancing in the air. His body coiled up and transformed into a blazing sun that emitted shocking light and heat. The sun hung high in the sky, the great sun descended, and the second sword rose, transforming into a crescent moon that hung in the sky. Practicing the sword, the great sun and the serene moon condensed and hung in the sky, reflecting each other's brilliance. Sun and moon shined together. Chenzong entered the thatched hut and opened the 24 dragon snake diagrams. The mysteries of the last 8 diagrams immediately rushed into his mind and penetrated deep into his soul. Chenzong sank his consciousness into the divine sea. The divine sea was vast and boundless, as if it was a world of its own. The deity ocean was not empty. It was as if several kinds of Tao wills were manifested in the deity ocean, each in a different direction. Soon after, a dragon and a snake condensed, one above and one below. Then, water rushed over and fire burned in the air, surrounding the dragon and snake. A huge sun quietly appeared, occupying the eastern part of the divine sea, illuminating the flames and the heavenly dragon. A dim moon slowly condensed, occupying the western part of the divine sea, soaking in the flowing water and the earth serpent. He had comprehended all 24 dragon snake diagrams. However, he had not fully comprehended them yet. He needed to spend a lot of time and energy to comprehend them. Chen Zong felt that this might not be inferior to the benefits that the Heartsword Seal had brought him. The Heartsword Seal had allowed him to embark on the true path of cultivation and rise from insignificance. The 24 dragon snake diagrams, on the other hand, would allow him to continue on the path of cultivation, pursue a stronger path, and see more mysteries. Chen Zong could not help but exhale a long breath. This fortuitous encounter was not bad at all. If the other 9 heavens opportunities were better than his, Chen Zong could not imagine what kind of opportunity it would be. In fact, Chen Zong did not know that the opportunities in the 10 heavens of the Lingwu sacred land were about the same. The difference was in one's ability. For example, in the first heaven, if one left after comprehending the dragon snake realm, then the opportunity would be the worst. It could not be compared to the opportunities in the 9 heavens. If one could comprehend the fire-water realm, then it would be comparable to the opportunities in the middle heavens. And if one could comprehend the sun-moon realm, then it would be comparable to the opportunities in the 9 heavens. Without a doubt, the opportunities in the 10th heaven were the best. As for the opportunities in the 9 heavens below the 10th heaven, although there were differences, the differences were not big. Since ancient times, there were very, very few who could comprehend all 3 levels in the first heaven and obtain all 24 dragon snake diagrams. Even if there were, it was in a very distant era, more than 10,000 years from now. Most of them only obtained the first level of the dragon snake realm. Therefore, it was said that the opportunities in the first heaven were the worst. But Chen Zong did not know this. He only felt that the 24 dragon snake diagrams would be of great help to his future cultivation. Having obtained the 24 dragon snake diagrams, Chen Zong could choose to leave the Lingwu sacred land. However, Chen Zong was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he stayed here and continued to comprehend. Obtaining the 24 dragon snake diagrams could only be considered as a beginner. He still needed to spend a lot of time and energy to deepen his comprehension and comprehend more mysteries for his own use. This place was very suitable for him to comprehend. He could use the method of sword practice to comprehend, perfect, and improve his own swordsmanship. Dragon snake, water and fire, sun and moon, these were the 3 levels, which were also the 3 realms. Here, the sun did not rise and the moon did not set. There was no alternation between day and night. It was difficult to feel the passage of time. Chen Zong forgot everything else and was completely immersed in the comprehension of the 24 dragon snake diagrams. Every time he practiced the sword, every time he comprehended, he gained something. Gradually, Chen Zong felt that there was no difference between the 3 levels of dragon snake, water and fire, sun and moon. The 3 levels were of the same level, but the emphasis was different. However, Chen Zong also felt that the 3 levels were similar in some way. There seemed to be something in common. The similarity seemed to be the true essence of the 24 dragon snake diagrams. It was the deepest mystery of the 24 dragon snake diagrams. Of course, it did not mean that the 24 dragon snake diagrams were useless. On the contrary, it was very useful. At least, after continuous comprehension, Chen Zong felt that his swordsmanship had improved significantly. His attainments in swordsmanship were more profound, and his accumulation was more vigorous. The essence and mystery hidden under the 24 dragon snake diagrams was like an extension. If he could not fully comprehend it, he could still comprehend and cultivate the 24 dragon snake diagrams without any influence. If he could fully comprehend it, he could gain even more. But since he knew that there were more profound mysteries hidden in it, Chen Zong naturally would not let it go. The deepest mysteries are closely related to dragon snake, water and fire, sun and moon, Chen Zong thought to himself. The sword was moving, and so was the heart. Traces of mysteries were constantly appearing and being captured by Chen Zong. Dragon snake, water and fire, sun and moon, what were the similarities? It was a point that fit the 3. Chen Zong had a feeling that that point was the core of everything, and it was where the mystery of the 24 dragon snake diagrams lay. Sometimes, if you did not fully comprehend it, you would be at a loss, as if you were in the clouds and fog. But if you fully comprehended it, you would be able to see the moon through the clouds and fog. Now, Chenzong was in the process of dispelling the fog. But he kept exerting force, he could not dispel the fog. Instead, the fog kept surging. The dragon in the sky is the strongest and strongest. The snake on the ground is the softest and purest. The fire is fierce and violent, and the water is endless. The sun is grand and upright, and the moon is cold and tranquil. Chenzong was lost in thought. In the divine sea, dragons and snakes danced, water and fire circled, and the sun and moon alternated, deducing the mysterious mysteries. It was mysterious, immeasurable, and boundless. What is the mystery? Chenzong became more and more immersed in it. He had the spirit of not giving up until he understood it. He pressed forward and never looked back. His belief was firm. It was the only way, the purest and the most sincere way. Everyone was working hard. No matter what opportunity they got in each level of heaven, they had to work hard to comprehend it, strive to master more, and improve themselves. This kind of opportunity only came once in 1,000 years. If they grasped it, it would be of great benefit to their future cultivation. The Taishan saint was proud, but he would not be complacent. He knew that he was very talented, but he would not think that he was invincible. Because his goal was not to be a peer, but to surpass his predecessors. To surpass others, empty words were useless. He had to work hard, do his best, and keep cultivating, striving, and improving. If he did not work hard, he would be surpassed no matter how talented he was. Cultivation was cruel. You would never be treated better because of your talent. If you did not work hard, you would eventually be eliminated. In the thatched hut on the island in the center of the lake in the first level of the Lingwu sacred land, Chenzong sat cross-legged on a futon made of dried grass. This futon helped him to calm down and concentrate, and it was also helpful for him to comprehend all the mysteries. Sitting like this, Chenzong did not know how much time had passed. Dragon and snake, water and fire, sun and moon, the three mysteries emerged and bloomed in his spirit sea. His comprehension deepened. Countless insights emerged, but they were all eliminated by Chenzong. Because under Chenzong's superb comprehension, he found that those were not the deepest mysteries contained in the 24 dragons and snakes portrait. It was like looking for a speck of sand in a desert. It was very difficult, but Chenzong worked tirelessly. This feeling of searching for the mysteries was very wonderful and intoxicating. After that, a trace of understanding surged into Chenzong's mind, and his heart throbbed intensely. This throbbing was not fear or panic, but excitement. It seemed to indicate that he had found the right direction. Dragon and snake, fire and water, sun and moon, dragon, fire and sun, snake, water and moon. The sun was yang, and the fire was fierce and violent. It was also yang. The dragon in the sky was noble and domineering. It was also yang. The dragon, fire and sun were yang. On the other hand, the snake, water and moon were yin. The deepest mysteries contained in the 24 dragons and snakes portrait were yin and yang. Yin and yang were the principles of heaven and earth. But it gave Chenzong a feeling that it was so high and difficult to reach. Chenzong had never thought of comprehending the so-called mysteries of yin and yang. The level was too high, much higher than his current level, and it was not something he could comprehend. But he did not expect that the opportunity obtained here would let him come into contact with the profound mysteries of yin and yang. As for the cultivation methods and martial arts with the meaning of yin and yang that he knew in the past, they were only a little close, so they were called that. They were far from the real mysteries of yin and yang. But at this moment, Chenzong could be sure that the deepest mysteries of the 24 dragons and snakes portrait were yin and yang. On the small island in the middle of the lake, in the thatched cottage, Chenzong opened his eyes. The fog was swept away, and his eyes were crystal clear. It turns out that I haven't fully comprehended it. The 24 dragons and snakes portrait not only contains dragons and snakes, water and fire, sun and moon, but also heaven and earth. Heaven and earth were inconspicuous in the 24 dragons and snakes portrait, but they were everywhere. For example, the dragons were in the sky, and the snakes were on the ground. They secretly contained heaven and earth. The fire was in the sky, and the water was on the ground. They also secretly contained heaven and earth. The sun and moon were in the sky, and under the sun and moon was the ground. Dragons and snakes, water and fire, sun and moon, heaven and earth, all of these mysteries eventually turned into yin and yang. The way of yin and yang was the supreme mystery. Dispelling the fog, the moon shone. Chenzong had this feeling now. It was wonderful. This is the biggest opportunity, Chenzong couldn't help but exhale and say to himself. He was sure that his harvest would be no worse than others. Yin and yang. The two words came out of Chenzong's mouth with a unique rhythm. It seemed to bring about some kind of fluctuation. In an instant, Chenzong was shocked. Everything around him was fading, and in the end, it disappeared. It turned into chaos, and he was floating in the middle of the chaos. Where am I? Chenzong didn't know. He was on high alert. He didn't know why this change happened. Immediately, as if an abundant and irresistible force came, Chenzong couldn't move. Even his thoughts were frozen. A figure appeared in front of Chenzong out of thin air. It seemed to be close, but also seemed to be far away. It seemed to be the same size as him, but also seemed to be infinitely high, like an ancient mountain. The figure was a little faint. It was surrounded by a halo of indescribable color. It was extremely mysterious, filled with the truth of heaven and earth, and explained the profound mystery. Lingwu. The figure opened its mouth. Its voice seemed to be calm, but also mighty, and filled with chaos. Lingwu. Chenzong was shocked and his eyes widened. Emperor Lingwu. Junior, I don't know who you are, but if you can comprehend the mysteries of the 24 dragons and snakes diagram, you should be able to pass on my supreme divine power, Emperor Lingwu spoke again. Chenzong was slightly stunned, and then he was surrounded by a wave of surprise. Emperor Lingwu's supreme divine ability, this was a pleasant surprise. Emperor Lingwu's silhouette did not say much. After he finished speaking, he raised his hand and pointed. The finger was surrounded by flowing brilliance. It was like a strike from the chaos. It hit Chenzong directly between his eyebrows. Chenzong couldn't move at all, so he couldn't dodge. With a finger attack, boundless profundities emerged like a torrential torrent. Then, Emperor Lingwu's body disappeared, and the chaos around him disappeared as well. Chenzong returned to the straw hut. Everything was like a dream. However, Chenzong knew that it was not a dream. He really saw Emperor Lingwu's silhouette and received the supreme divine ability. He calmed his mind and immersed himself in the soul of his spirit ocean. After a while, Chenzong opened his eyes, and a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes. The so-called divine ability that Emperor Lingwu passed on to him was called Lingwu's supreme divine ability. According to its grade, this was a minor divine ability. It did not have direct attack power, nor did it have direct defense power. It was a relatively special divine ability. The only use of this divine ability was to condense power. The Supreme Lingwu technique was a small divine ability created by the Lingwu Great Emperor himself. It was incomparably mysterious. It was also this small divine ability that made the Lingwu Great Emperor's supreme reputation. It was magnificent, peerless, and famous throughout the ages. Therefore, this minor divine ability was the supreme inheritance of Emperor Lingwu. Of course, it referred to the former Emperor Lingwu. As for now, Emperor Lingwu had left for tens of thousands of years. If he didn't die, he would be even more powerful. After receiving the Lingwu's supreme divine ability, Chenzong couldn't describe the excitement in his heart. The only use of this minor divine ability was to integrate power. It was similar to a technique that he mastered when he was in the transcendent realm. It was the heart-calming sword. The heart-calming sword could merge one's body refining power and chi refining power into a more powerful force in a wonderful way, greatly increasing one's strength. However, the heart-calming sword had several flaws. First, the body refining power and chi refining power had to be in balance. Secondly, only the few sword techniques after the heart-calming sword could display the power of emerged power, such as the heavenly heart sword, heart-sinking sword, and so on. It was undeniable that the heart-calming sword had been of great help to Chenzong at that time. However, after that, it lost its effect. Until now, Chenzong had not been able to balance his chi refining power and body refining power again. The minor divine ability of Lingwu's supreme divine ability was similar to the heart-calming sword. It integrated the power of body refining and chi refining, fusing them into one, and releasing a more powerful force. This minor divine ability did not have the same flaw as the heart-calming sword. There was no need to balance the power of body refining and chi refining, and there was no need for specific martial arts to be used. The 24 Dragons and Snakes diagram, Lingwu's supreme divine ability. In other words, Chenzong had obtained 2 opportunities in the first heaven of Lingwu's holy land. He could continue to comprehend the 24 Dragons and Snakes diagram, which would help him understand the Tao of Yin and Yang, and help him further improve his sword techniques. Cultivating the minor divine ability of Lingwu's supreme divine ability could directly improve his basic strength, and in turn, his overall strength. Although in the Saint Rudiment realm, Tao intent was what determined the strength of a true master, cultivation base was also an indispensable factor. The higher one's cultivation base was, the stronger one's foundation would be, which was also an indispensable factor in one's strength. Chenzong began to comprehend. The 24 Dragons and Snakes diagram could be comprehended on its own, and it could also be used as the foundation of the Lingwu's supreme divine ability. According to the Lingwu's supreme divine ability, the body is Yang, and the Qi is Yin. The fusion of Yin and Yang is the fusion of the Qi. This made Chenzong feel that it was novel. Emperor Lingwu referred to body refinement as Yang, and Qi refinement as Yin. Using the Tao of Yin and Yang to control and cultivate the Lingwu's supreme divine ability, one had to bear Yin and embrace Yang to prove the supreme realm of the fusion of Yin and Yang. It could be said that the 24 Dragons and Snakes diagram could be used by Chenzong to comprehend martial arts and sword techniques, and it could also be used as the foundation of the Lingwu's supreme divine ability. The Lingwu's supreme divine ability could not only fuse the power of body refinement and Qi refinement into one, but it could also be used to deepen one's understanding of the Tao of Yin and Yang. Perhaps, what I've obtained is the greatest opportunity in the Lingwu's holy land. Chenzong could not help but have this thought. The Lingwu's holy land was left behind by Emperor Lingwu. There were many inheritances and many opportunities. However, the Supreme Lingwu's supreme divine ability of Emperor Lingwu should be the best inheritance. At this moment, Chenzong could already leave this place, but he did not. This was because Chenzong planned to stay here to comprehend and cultivate the Supreme Lingwu's supreme divine ability and strive to gain a preliminary mastery of it. The Supreme Lingwu's supreme divine ability was a minor divine ability. Its levels were divided into 4 stages: initial mastery, advanced mastery, and consummation. The 4 stages were not divided by strength, but by the length of time one could use the Supreme Lingwu's supreme divine ability. At the initial mastery level, one could only condense 40% of the power of body refinement and Qi refinement to fuse into a new and stronger power, which could be stored in one's body. When needed, it could be released alone, or it could be fused into one's Qi refinement or body refinement to strengthen it. It was a bit similar to the Ignis force. Of course, it was much more advanced than the Ignis force. At the initial mastery level, one could condense 60%. At the advanced mastery level, one could condense 80%. At the consummation level, one could not only condense 100%, but could also use it at any time, as long as one's body refinement and Qi refinement strength were not exhausted. In short, before the consummation level, one needed a relatively stable environment and time to use the Supreme Lingwu's supreme divine ability and condense the fused power. Once the fused power was exhausted, one would need time to condense and replenish it. However, if one cultivated it to the consummation level, one could fuse power at any time and place without any restrictions. Regardless of whether it was initial mastery or consummation level, it did not affect the power of the fused power. The only difference was the amount of power and the length of time. Therefore, as long as one was initial mastery, condensed and fused part of the power and stored it in one's body, it could be used as a trump card. If he had not comprehended the 24 Dragons and Snakes portrait, perhaps Chenzong would have to spend more time and energy to have a chance of comprehending the Supreme Lingwu's supreme divine ability. However, now that Chenzong's attainments in the 24 Dragons and Snakes portrait had reached a certain level, he used it as a foundation to comprehend the Supreme Lingwu's supreme divine ability. Coupled with the heart-calming sword that he had comprehended in the past, the mysteries of the Supreme Lingwu's supreme divine ability continued to emerge. Not long after, Chenzong had comprehended the Supreme Lingwu's supreme divine ability to the initial mastery level. He began to cultivate. Body refinement was yang, qi refinement was yin, negative yin, and embrace yang. Yin and yang intertwined, and the qi blended. Suddenly, the power of body refinement and qi refinement were separated bit by bit, intertwining and fusing in an extremely mysterious way in his body. Light filled Qianzong's body. It was as if one side was black and the other was white. The black side was filled with the aura of pure yin, while the white side was filled with the aura of pure yang. Yin and yang, black and white, rotated around Qianzong's body. It was as if yin and yang fishes were playing and chasing each other. They found an opportunity to balance each other, and a supreme Taoist rhyme filled the air. The two forces collided and fused as the yin and yang fishes chased each other, giving birth to an even more powerful force. That force seemed to have the characteristics of chaos. After the initial fusion of the new force, Qianzong could feel the amazing power contained in it. The Supreme Lingwu's supreme divine ability at the initial mastery level could only fuse 40% of the force. However, the fusion now was less than 10%. It continued to operate and fuse. The shadow of the yin and yang fishes faintly appeared around Qianzong's body. It was like a black and white wheel that was slowly rotating. As if it was pulling the mysteries of the heavens, it was constantly fusing the power of body refinement and qi refinement into it. It was stored in his body and was located in his chest. An extremely terrifying force was constantly condensing. The saint energy of qi refinement and the heavenly energy of body refinement were constantly being consumed. The fused Lingwu force was also constantly growing. 10%, 20%, 30%, 40%, when the saint energy of qi refinement and the heavenly energy of body refinement were both consumed by 40%, Qianzong realized that there was no need to continue cultivating the Supreme Lingwu's supreme divine ability. It had reached a limit. 40%, this was the limit of the Supreme Lingwu's supreme divine ability at the initial mastery level. If he wanted to break through the limit, he could only continue to comprehend and upgrade the Supreme Lingwu's supreme divine ability to the initial mastery, complete mastery, or even perfection. At the first heaven of the Lingwu Saint Land, an arc of light streaked across the sky and turned into a door. Soon after, figures appeared one after another and descended from the door. They were the other 9 peerless prodigies. To leave the Lingwu Saint Land, one had to leave after obtaining an opportunity. If one chose not to leave, they would have to wait until the Lingwu Saint Land was about to close and leave through the door of the first heaven. After obtaining an opportunity, the 10 peerless prodigies chose not to leave for the time being. Instead, they seized the opportunity to comprehend the opportunity and raise their strength as much as possible. Now that the Lingwu Saint Land was about to close, it was time for everyone to leave. The peerless prodigies couldn't hide the excitement on their faces. They had gained a lot from this trip. Not only had their strength increased, but it would also be of great help to their future cultivation. They would have a greater chance of breaking through to the eminent saint realm in the future. Gong Tianqing was in high spirits as he swept his gaze across the crowd. However, he didn't see Qianzong. After obtaining an opportunity in the 6th heaven, his cultivation base was still at the late 6th heaven saint realm. However, his strength was much stronger than before. His confidence was boosted by his strength. He was going to make a move against Qianzong again. At that moment, a figure flew over rapidly from afar. Everyone's gazes swept over and focused on him. It was Qianzong. Qianzong's cultivation base was still at the late 6th heaven saint realm. Gong Tianqing's eyes flashed coldly. The Tai Xian saint's eyes flashed coldly as well. In an instant, Gong Tianqing made his move again. The heavenly punishment saber left its scabbard and turned into an extremely cold saber as it slashed through the air. It was as though it was tearing through heaven and earth. The saber was merciless and filled with killing intent. Qianzong felt a chill run down his spine. A cold light shot out from Qianzong's eyes as he swiftly flew over. If it was in the past, this saber strike would indeed pose quite a threat to him. But now, a cold light flashed in his eyes as he unsheathed his extreme-edge sword. It turned into a beam of shocking sword light that seemed to tear the sky apart. This sword strike was like a dragon rising from the ground. It was extraordinarily profound, and its might was shocking to the extreme. The saber light was instantly destroyed, and the sword light mercilessly shot towards Gong Tianqing. Gong Tianqing was shocked, but he did not panic. Heaven's Punisher, executed, the blade light descended from the sky, as if a giant in the sky was about to behead someone. Zong felt a chill coming from his neck, as if his neck was about to be cut off. The mystery of this bladesmanship was that it could suppress the mind and cause interference. However, Zong's mind was so strong that this level of interference had no effect at all. The first realm of the infinite sword technique. Chain, in an instant, Zong struck out with his sword, causing the sword lights to become dense. One strike after another, and they were swift like bolts of lightning. Every single strike contained an extremely shocking sharpness and might, and it was formidable to the extreme. Its shocking might caused Gong Tianqing's heart to tremble and feel a chill run down his spine. This sword light was even fiercer and more terrifying than his ultimate move, death by thousand cuts. Just this one strike was enough to put Gong Tianqing in a life-and-death situation. Zong did not show any mercy, because Gong Tianqing also did not show any mercy. If he wanted to kill him, he could only be killed by him. Heavy mystic force field, shocking palm strike, in an instant, the terrifying force field suppressed Zong, causing his body to sink. His sword light also paused, and Gong Tianqing was also pulled back by a force. Then, an extremely terrifying palm strike struck. The palm strike's power was earth-shattering. Together with the force field, it suppressed Zong, making it impossible for Zong to dodge. It was as if he would be crushed by the palm strike. The endless sword light paused, then was heavily shattered by the palm strike. Zong's expression was solemn. It was the Taishan saint again. Last time, it was the Taishan saint who had attacked that Gong Tianqing was not injured at all. This time, it was the Taishan saint again, and Gong Tianqing was unharmed. Zong thought of how the Taishan saint had targeted him and forced him to stay in the first level of heaven. Although Zong had obtained the opportunity of the 24 dragon snake portrait and the Lingwu supreme technique in the first level of heaven, and he was sure that it was not inferior to the opportunities of others, he still felt unhappy. He was unhappy and unhappy. Previously, the Taishan saint had wanted to cripple or even kill Zong, but because the door to a higher level of heaven had opened, he could only give up temporarily. Now, he had obtained the opportunity, and the door to leave the Lingwu sacred land had not opened yet. He wanted to use this opportunity to deal a heavy blow. Even if he could not kill Gong Tianqing, he wanted to cripple him or at least severely injure him. This time, the power of this palm was even stronger than before. The heavy profound force field was fully activated, making Zong feel extremely heavy. It was as if an invisible mountain was crushing him, and there was a terrifying force constantly pulling at him. It was as if there were countless invisible ropes and arms pulling at his body and limbs. This kind of force field was indeed very terrifying. In that case, I will use you to test my current strength, Zong said to himself, and his eyes flashed with an extremely sharp light. The best way to resist a force field was naturally to use a force field. However, Zong himself did not cultivate a force field. His azure doppelganger did, but this time, Zong did not intend to use the innate ferocious force field. Firstly, the Taishan saint was already prepared, and the innate ferocious force field, which targeted one's mind, was countered. Secondly, Zong wanted to experience the power of the Lingwu supreme technique. However, after leaving this time, he wanted to see if he could find a force field secret technique to cultivate. That would be even better. The power of Lingwu, explode, in an instant, Zong ignited the power of Lingwu in his chest. In terms of quantity, this power was not as strong as Saint energy, but its power was much stronger. The extremely powerful power was like a volcanic eruption, bursting forth with shocking power. It instantly pushed away the pressure of the heavy profound force field. Then, the power of Lingwu surged into Saint energy, causing the power of Zong Saint energy to increase continuously. Zong could clearly feel that the power of his Saint energy had surpassed its limit. Peak of the 5th Heaven Saint Realm, Peak of the 5th Heaven Saint Realm, Early 6th Heaven Saint Realm, Intermediate 6th Heaven Saint Realm, Late 6th Heaven Saint Realm, powerful, a powerful force filled his body, surging endlessly. It was extremely powerful. Zong felt as if there was a volcano in his body that was about to erupt. The power was extremely shocking. The power of his Saint energy had soared from the late 5th Heaven Saint Realm to the late 6th Heaven Saint Realm. It had risen by one whole heaven. The effect of this increase was very obvious. Chenzong's saint energy was originally at the late 5th heaven saint realm. Its power had already surpassed many ordinary 5th heaven saint realm experts. It was comparable to many 6th heaven saint realm geniuses. Now, with the help of the power of Lingwu, it had soared to the late 6th heaven saint realm. The saint energy filled his body, surging endlessly. After all, this was not a power that he had cultivated. It was a temporary increase, and it felt as if it was about to explode. Powerful, shockingly powerful, Chenzong had not expected the power of Lingwu to increase his cultivation by one whole heaven. This was the foundation of his strength. The increase of one heaven was also very shocking. The Taishan saint's pupils shrank. He felt as if his opponent's aura had surged in an instant, and he felt threatened. Heart domain, 50 meters, strike, there was no turning back. The sword light was extremely sharp, as if it could cut through everything. It was indestructible, and it made the Taishan saint feel a sense of danger. Since when could an ant bring him such a sense of danger? It must be an illusion. As this thought flashed through his mind, Chenzong's sword had already reached him. It was merciless. The Taishan saint had targeted him time and time again, so he was an enemy. Since he was an enemy, there was no need to be polite. His belief was firm, and his will was unparalleled. There was no turning back. The heavy profound force field had been pushed to the extreme. However, it was not omnipotent, nor was it invincible. The strength of the force field could suppress the enemy and indirectly weaken the enemy's strength. However, there were also ways to break it. For example, if the opponent had mastered a similar force field, they could fight against each other. Alternatively, when the opponent's strength reached a certain level, they could resist the suppression of the force field. The Taishan saint had tried to use the heavy profound force field to suppress some 7th heaven saint realm experts, but its power was greatly reduced. Now, when he used the heavy profound force field to suppress Chenzong, he felt the same way. The heavy profound force field was a very important part of the Taishan saint's strength. Now that the heavy profound force field's power was greatly reduced, the Taishan saint's strength was also affected. The Taishan saint's face darkened, and he was furious. An ant, just an ant, actually dared to prance around in front of him. Kill, boom, an extremely powerful force erupted from his body. It was like a volcano erupting, or a sea flowing. When this extremely powerful force erupted, a world appeared behind the Taishan saint. The world was dark and gloomy, and it exuded a shocking aura. It was as if it was suppressing a part of space and time, a part of the world. This kind of aura was extremely shocking. This guy has cultivated the Taishan heaven and earth art to such a level. The sky frigid saint and the ancient saint looked at each other in shock. The Taishan heaven and earth art was the Taishan saint palace's supreme legacy cultivation technique. It was a top saint grade cultivation technique, and it was only slightly stronger than the Xianxia shocking world art. It was naturally not easy to cultivate such a powerful cultivation technique. However, the Taishan saint had cultivated it to such a level. When he used all his strength, he could condense a world. Even though it looked illusory, it showed that he had cultivated the Taishan heaven and earth art to such a shocking level. 26th level, it was said that when one cultivated the Taishan heaven and earth art to the 26th level, the illusory image of the world would be condensed. And when one cultivated it to the highest level, the illusory image of the world would become real, and it would possess shocking power. Chenzong felt that everything around him was suppressed. The chi of heaven and earth stopped moving, and even the space seemed to be suppressed. Chenzong's pupils shrank to the size of needles, and he was secretly shocked. It turned out that this was the Taishan saint's true strength. Previously, it was only a small part of it. However, Chenzong was not afraid at all. On the contrary, traces of excitement and fighting spirit emerged from his heart. His fighting spirit soared, and his sword essence surged. A powerful enemy. Battle intent, soaring, wind and clouds, beginning to move, Chenzong's eyes grew brighter and brighter. The extreme sharp sword hummed. It was affected by Chenzong's thoughts and was also excited. The dim world that appeared behind the Taishan holy sun emitted a power that was even more shocking. It suppressed the void and stopped everything. Under the power of the Taishan heaven and earth skill, the heavy profound force field became even more powerful. The ground started to crack under the terrifying pressure. The powerful aura was like an invisible fire. It rushed out of Chen Zong's body and spread in all directions. With a thought, the sword arrived, the sword light pierced through the air like a beam of light streaking across the horizon. It was incomparably fast, shockingly fast. It was so fast that it dazzled everyone, and it was so fast that it caused everyone's hearts to tremble. How could anyone dodge such a fast sword? The Taishan saint's pupil shrank. He was also shocked. So fast. How could it be so fast? The saber light was cold. It bloomed like a ray of light in the sky. It was so bright that no one could look directly at it. The saber is out. Gong Tianqing narrowed his eyes. He didn't dare to look directly at it, but he was very excited. The Taishan saint usually fought with both hands. But very few people knew that the Taishan saint's real strength was his saber technique. The saber technique that he cultivated wasn't part of the Taishan Heaven and Earth skill because the Taishan Heaven and Earth skill didn't have a saber technique. The Taishan saint had obtained the saber technique by chance. It was even more terrifying than the Taishan Heaven and Earth skill. Those who were lucky enough to see the saber technique in the past had already died. Those who were still alive were either seniors in the sect, Gong Tianqing, the Skychill Saint Sun, the Ancient Saint Sun, and a few others. Even most of the disciples in the Taishan Saint Palace didn't know. The saber light was cold and fierce. Its boundless power covered the sky and earth. It was as if the sky and earth were falling apart. The saber slashed down, and the dim sky and earth behind it seemed to collapse as well. This saber cleaved apart the heavens and the earth, as if it wanted to cleave apart everything. Chen Zong felt a strong sense of impending doom. Chen Zong even sensed a strand of extremely terrifying Dao insight from it. The Weiwei was so sharp that it seemed to be able to split everything. Heavenly Saber Dao intent, moreover, judging from its aura, this Dao insight was a high-grade Dao insight that had even attained the 7th revolution. Amongst the younger generation, there were very, very few that were able to cultivate a high-grade Dao insight to the 7th revolution. The Skychill Holy Sun and the Ancient Suppression Holy Sun hadn't done it, and they were both at the 6th revolution. The might of a rank 7 Dao intent was much stronger than a rank 6 Dao intent. Previously, the Great Abstruse Saint had not used this rank 7 advanced Dao intent. He had only used another rank 6 advanced Dao intent. In other words, the Great Abstruse Saint had actually grasped 2 high-level Dao meanings. This surprised Chen Zong. Before this, he'd only grasped a single high-grade Dao insight. Even though he still had 3 types of mid-grade Dao insights, mid-grade Dao insights were unable to compare with high-grade Dao insights after all. The saber slashed down. The saber light was terrifying, and the saber intent was shocking. This was the true strength of the Taishan Saint. Chen Zong was certain that if he hadn't obtained the 24 dragons and snakes portrait and the supreme Lingwu technique, he would definitely not be a match for the Great Abstruse Saint. If he hadn't used the Azura clone, he would likely have been killed by the Great Abstruse Saint's saber. However, after comprehending the 24 dragons and snakes portrait, his sword technique attainments had deepened, and his foundation was more solid. His might had also increased. Moreover, the minor divine ability, the supreme Lingwu technique, had allowed his basic strength to improve by leaps and bounds. Moreover, the Heart Sword Dao insight had completely transformed from a high-grade Dao insight to a top-grade Dao insight, and its might had similarly increased greatly. A rank 6 top-grade Dao insight's might was not inferior to a high-grade rank 7 Dao insight. In fact, it was even more powerful. When Chen Zong fully activated the Heart Sword Dao insight and slashed out with his sword, that extremely terrifying Dao insight aura filled the air and shocked everyone. The Skychill Holy Sun and the Ancient Suppression Holy Sun were abnormally shocked. This aura, was clearly not the aura of a high-grade Dao insight, but an aura that was even more superior than that. Top-grade Dao insight, but before this Dao insight aura wasn't like this, and it was only at the high grade. Could it be that the fortuitous encounter this person obtained in the first level allowed him to transform a high-grade Dao insight into a top-grade Dao insight? Dao insights were divided into 4 levels: low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and top-grade. When cultivators comprehended and grasped Dao insights, most of them were at the low grade. A small number of cultivators were able to directly comprehend and grasp mid-grade Tao insights, and even fewer were able to directly grasp high-grade Tao insights. But there had never been a person that directly comprehended and grasped Tao insights and attained top-grade Tao insights. After grasping Tao insights and obtaining fortuitous encounters through cultivation, one could transform and advance from the low grade to the mid-grade, and from the mid-grade to the high grade. But it wasn't easy to advance a Tao insight. The difficulty might be slightly lower from the low grade to the mid-grade, but the difficulty of transforming from the low grade to the high grade was much higher. As for transforming from the high grade to the top grade, theoretically, one could also transform and advance, but it was too difficult. Without sufficient accumulation, foundation, and sufficient fortuitous encounters, it was utterly impossible. Yet Xianxia had accomplished it. Instantly, everyone was extremely envious. Who said that the fortuitous encounter in the first level was the most ordinary? Many people cursed in their hearts. They felt that although their fortuitous encounters weren't bad, they weren't superior to transforming a high-grade Tao insight into a top-grade Tao insight. If they knew that the transformation of Xianxia's high-grade Tao insight into a top-grade Tao insight was only incidental, and the real fortuitous encounter was something else, they would be extremely jealous. The fortuitous encounter in the first level was clearly the best. If they knew, they would probably fight to stay in the first level. Of course, if they stayed in the first level, they would probably obtain the fortuitous encounter in the 24 dragons and snakes portrait at most. Sensing the aura of the top-grade Tao insight, the great abstruse saint's expression became even colder. A mere ant actually had the fortuitous encounter to transform a high-grade Tao insight into a top-grade Tao insight. Why wasn't it him? In that instant, the saber strike became even more powerful and shocking. Lifeless, the lifeless sword style was executed with the top-grade Tao insight, and after being perfected and improved by the 24 dragons and snakes portrait, its power skyrocketed. The saber and sword clashed again and again, bursting forth with extremely shocking power. The great abstruse saint's saber technique was extremely profound, and Xianxia could not gain the upper hand for a while. Xianxia also realized that in terms of basic strength, even though he had the Lingwu powers enhancement, he still could not be compared to the great abstruse saint. After all, the great abstruse saint's cultivation was at the peak of the 6th level saint rudiment stage, and his supreme saint cultivation technique was at the 26th level, which was 2 levels higher than Xianxia's. However, in terms of Tao insight, Xianxia's 6th circle heart sword Tao insight was slightly stronger than his opponent's 7th circle heavenly saber Tao insight. Extreme heart sword style, lifeless sword style, extreme slash, chaotic slash, chain sword, the sword light was sharp, swift, and domineering. As the saber and sword clashed, a terrifying power burst forth, and Xianxia took advantage of the momentum to retreat. Immediately, an extremely blazing aura spread out as if flames were burning. Black flames burned on the extreme sword, exuding shocking power. Purple world-destroying fire, the sword slashed out, and the incomparably scorching black flame swept out. It was violent like a tidal wave, destroying everything in its path. Heaven burning earth fire. In the next sword strike, a terrifying hurricane roared and wreaked havoc in all directions as if it was going to destroy everything. City-destroying hurricane. Even now, the combination of these two swords was still Xianxia's most powerful move. Boom, the flaming hurricane wreaked havoc in the world. The great abstruse saint's expression changed drastically. The flaming hurricane was extremely powerful, as if it was going to destroy everything and turn everything into powder. Heavenly saber. World slashing. The great abstruse saint raised the long saber in his hand, and the heavenly saber Tao insight completely erupted. All of his power was unleashed, and the dim shadow of heaven and earth behind him became clearer and clearer, exuding an even more shocking pressure. The saber light was blazing and instantly grew to a size of 100 feet, as if a giant saber had slashed down from the sky, carrying with it endless sternness. The earth trembled under this saber. Before the saber light fell, the shocking saber pressure had already split the earth, and a shocking saber mark quickly spread out. The extremely terrifying saber strike immediately caused everyone to be endlessly shocked. Each and every one of them revealed an aghast expression. Especially the Skychill Saint and the Ancient Saint, the two of them realized that the gap between their strength and the great abstruse saints was not as small as they thought before, but much larger. Xianxia was also horrified. The huge saber light was extremely solid, as if it was made of divine iron, and exuded an extremely shocking chill. It was as if everything would be cut, split, and shattered by this saber strike. Invincible, as the saber struck, the flaming hurricane was split and shattered in an instant. The remaining saber light still carried with it a terrifying and direct killing intent as it slashed toward Xianxia. Chain, the sword light was endless, as if it was endless, and crazily struck out. Each strike weakened and shattered the remaining saber light. The great abstruse saint's eyes flashed with cold and merciless saber light, as if it was going to kill everything. He did not expect that even after using the full strength of the heavenly saber, he still could not kill his opponent, and he could not even defeat him. The great abstruse saint's murderous intent surged, and the light in his eyes became even colder. It seemed that he was going to use the minor superpower that he had obtained by chance. Although it was just a beginner, the power of the minor superpower was extraordinary. Solemn pressure. Xianxia felt a shocking pressure, and the source of the pressure was the great abstruse saint. The great abstruse saint's strength was beyond his expectations, but at the same time, it also let Xianxia know his current strength. However, it seemed that the great abstruse saint still had a trump card. Could it be that he had to use the Azura doppelganger? A buzzing sound suddenly rang out, and then an arc of light streaked across the sky, appearing in everyone's sight. That was the door to leave the Lingwu sacred ground. As the door appeared, a terrifying pressure also descended, and it was filled with a repulsive force that was about to expel everyone. Go, they could only go. Otherwise, the longer they stayed, the stronger the repulsive force would be. In the end, if they did not take the initiative to leave, they would be forced to leave. This repulsive force was very strong. Everyone moved, entered the arc of light, and disappeared. Xianxia and the great abstruse saint could feel that the repulsive force was increasing with every passing second, and it was gradually becoming difficult to resist. The great abstruse saint stared deeply at Xianxia, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. That murderous intent was as cold as a blade, and Xianxia felt a shocking chill coming towards him. However, Xianxia was not afraid at all. His eyes flashed with a shocking light, and he looked straight into the great abstruse saint's eyes. It was like swords clashing. In the sky above the Lingwu holy world, at the border between the universe and the void demon army had long retreated. The 9 warships were still there, and so was the giant wild beast. However, the 9 warships were covered with wounds, and the giant wild beast was also covered with wounds. However, the giant wild beast's vitality was extremely tenacious, and such injuries were not enough to threaten its life. However, countless tyrannical auras remained, spreading in all directions, covering a radius of thousands of miles, indicating that a fierce battle had taken place here not long ago, and there were countless casualties. A huge arc of light streaked across the void of the universe, as if it was splitting the void of the universe. Immediately, many powerful gazes swept over and stared at him. Figures leaped out of the arc of light and landed quickly. They were the prodigies who had entered the Lingwu Holy Land. The last to appear were the Taishan Holy Sun and Xianxia. Seeing Xianxia appear, Xiankong Luo and the other half-step great saint powerhouse breathed a sigh of relief. Returning to the mystic Yuan heaven-shaking warship, Xianxia found that only a dozen or so of the original 50 peak Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses were left. As for the other 30 or so, they had fallen in the battle with the Void Demon army. This made Xianxia's heart sink, and his expression became a little solemn. Speaking of which, their deaths here were not unrelated to him. After all, they had escorted him here, and they had encountered the Void Demon army and died in battle. Immediately, Xianxia also noticed that Xiankong Luo's face was a little pale, and he seemed to be seriously injured, while the other half-step great saint powerhouse was missing an arm. The mystic Yuan world had suffered heavy losses, and the other worlds had also suffered heavy losses. But fortunately, the Void Demon army had been repelled. In truth, the reason why the Void Fiend army was forced to retreat was because at the critical moment, a great saint-level utmost being's incarnation condensed and struck out with unparalleled power, causing great damage to the Void Fiend army and forcing them to retreat. Otherwise, these people might not have been able to leave, and they might have died here. Xianxia, which heaven did you enter? Xiankong Luo could not help but ask. The first layer of heaven. Xianxia did not hide it. When Xian Luo and the others heard about the first layer of heaven, their expressions changed slightly, and there was a flash of disappointment in their eyes. According to the records, the Lingwu sacred land had 10 levels of heaven. The first level of heaven had the most ordinary opportunities, while the 10th level had the best opportunities. In the beginning, Xian Luo and the others did not expect Chenzong to enter the 10th heavenly layer, or even the 7th, 8th or 9th heavenly layer. But at the very least, they wanted to enter the 5th or 6th heavenly layer. It was only the first layer of heaven. Chenzong could feel their expectations and disappointment, but he didn't explain anything. For one thing, Chenzong felt that the opportunity he had obtained was not inferior to that of others. In fact, it might even be better. However, it was just his own feeling. He was not sure what other people had obtained. Secondly, the fortuitous opportunity that he had obtained should be quite good, so it was fine as long as he knew about it. There was no need to emphasize or publicize it, as it would only bring trouble to himself. Immediately, Xian Luo and the others felt relieved. After all, Chenzong's cultivation was the lowest among the 10 people. It was not a big deal that he could not compete with others. Have you obtained any opportunities? Xian Luo asked quickly. The opportunities in the Lingwu sacred land were very good. Even the opportunities of the first layer of heaven were not trivial. It was not bad to be able to obtain them. Chenzong nodded. Good. Xian Luo and the others suddenly smiled. As for what opportunities Chenzong had obtained, although Xian Luo and the others were curious, they did not ask. It was personal privacy. If they asked too much, it would make people feel that they were coveting it. Since Chenzong had obtained the opportunities in the Lingwu sacred land, there was no need to continue to stay here. In case the Void Demon army attacked again, it would be a nightmare. Boom! As soon as the mysterious Yuan heaven-shaking warship moved, it immediately erupted with an astonishing power and rushed downwards rapidly. Very soon, it rushed into the atmosphere. Under the high-speed friction, countless astonishing sparks burst out. The sparks were dense and continuous, turning into surging streams of flame that attacked endlessly. Chenzong stood on the edge of the protective shield on the deck, staring outside. Looking at the endless sparks splashing into flames, Chenzong suddenly had a burst of enlightenment. Every spark was like a sword light, and the endless sparks were like endless sword lights. The sword lights were like fireworks and sparks. They were densely packed and turned into endless streams of flame. Gradually, Chenzong was immersed in it, forgetting everything outside. In his mind, there were countless sword lights flashing endlessly. Each sword light had an extremely strong power, containing all kinds of forces, and all kinds of forces merged into one. The trajectory of each sword was so mysterious and unpredictable. Xian Luo noticed Chenzong, and also noticed that there seemed to be a trace of aura fluctuation around Chenzong's body, which was very mysterious. That aura was like sword qi. Xian Luo knew that Chenzong had an epiphany. Epiphany may appear at any time and place, but it may also not appear. The more talented a person was, the easier it was for him to have an epiphany, because his comprehension was high enough, his accumulation was strong enough, and his foundation was solid enough. Countless ideas emerged in his mind, more and more. At first, it was messy, but gradually it became orderly. The mystery of the infinite sword chain sword was constantly emerging, and the mystery of the 24 dragon snake picture was also constantly emerging. Chenzong divided the infinite sword chain sword into 3 realms. Chain, Wuji, infinite. In the first heaven of the Lingwu Holy Land, Chenzong practiced the infinite sword chain sword to the first realm, Chain. Now, Chenzong's comprehension of the first realm, Chain, was getting deeper and deeper, and gradually comprehended the second realm, the mystery of Wuji. If this continued, sooner or later, he could comprehend the second realm, Wuji. The Xianyuan heaven-shaking warship kept falling at an astonishing speed. The fierce friction between the protective shield and the atmosphere turned into a raging flame. From a distance, it looked like a meteorite falling at an astonishing speed. The sparks outside the protective shield became more and more intense, and in the end, it turned into a terrifying flood of flames. Chenzong also felt that the countless ideas in his mind seemed to explode. An endless sword light was released from the explosion. It was incomparably mysterious. Wuji, beyond the chain, above it, was the Wuji sword, the Wuji sword. Gradually, the Xianyuan heaven-shaking warship's falling momentum slowed down, and the raging flames outside the protective shield also weakened and dissipated. The Xianyuan heaven-shaking warship stabilized, and once again burst out with astonishing speed, quickly flying forward. It would still take some time to return to the Xianyuan capital. Taking advantage of this time, Chenzong went into seclusion to stabilize his Wuji realm. After returning to the Xianyuan capital, Chenzong had more or less stabilized his Wuji realm, and immediately went to the Xianyuan army camp, where he was summoned by the Xianxian army chief. The Xianxian army chief had also just rushed over from the void battleground, and seemed to be covered in smoke. "It's good that you're back." The Xianxian army chief patted Chenzong's shoulder. "The void demon army has been mobilized, and now, only a few of our Xianyuan army are left to guard the camp. Do you plan to go into seclusion for a while, or do you plan to follow me into the battlefield to kill the demons?" "Enter the battlefield." Chenzong's tone was firm, and his eyes flashed with an extremely sharp light, filled with killing intent. He had already comprehended most of what he had gained in the Lingwu sacred ground. Even if he went into seclusion to cultivate, it would take a long time for him to improve again. Battles, especially battles of life and death, could further stimulate his potential, and let him improve further. This had been proven many times in the past. Another point was those peak Saint Rudiment realm powerhouses who had died. The 30 or so peak Saint Rudiment realm powerhouses were powerhouses from the Xianyuan army, and they were sent to escort him to the Lingwu sacred ground, but they had died under the attack of the void demon army. In other words, their deaths were related to him. This was a grudge. If he did not take revenge, he would not be able to let it go. For all these reasons, Chenzong did not hesitate to make a choice. "Good." The general patted Chenzong's shoulder hard and smiled with satisfaction. "Come with me. Remember, you must survive." As he spoke, the general took out a ring and handed it to Chenzong. This ring contained the general's power, and it could be used in an instant. Whether it was attack or defense, it was at the peak of the Saint Rudiment realm. It was stronger than an ordinary peak 9th heaven Saint Rudiment realm powerhouse. Moreover, it could be used 3 times. After 3 times, its power would be exhausted. This was Chenzong's life-saving trump card. After all, Chenzong was a peerless genius who had entered the Lingwu sacred ground. His future achievements were limitless, and he might even become a supreme great saint in the future. It was necessary to give him the necessary protection. But at the same time, it was impossible to protect Chenzong forever. Every expert had fought their way out of countless life and death situations, and they weren't protected. If they were protected all the time, they would not be able to achieve much even if they obtained a shocking opportunity. With Chenzong in tow, the general returned to the void battleground. As soon as Chenzong returned to the void battleground through the void passage, he immediately felt that the aura in the void battleground had changed. There was a stronger murderous aura, as if it contained endless killing intent. The void battleground was a suitable place for Azura's avatar. Here, Azura's avatar could cultivate more smoothly. As the general returned to the mysterious Heaven Battle Fortress, Chenzong saw that there were more soldiers patrolling outside the fortress than usual. There were at least 10 times more. Murderous, cold, tense, there seemed to be an iron-blooded aura in the air. Chenzong couldn't help but take a deep breath. He felt his lungs turn cold as if they were filled with killing intent. The general quickly entered the mysterious Heaven Battle Fortress and returned to the Shueling branch of the Divine Black Army to look for the other members of his squad. However, he didn't find them because the other members of the Heavenly Halberd squad had already left the mysterious Heaven Battle Fortress to fight the Void Demons. The Divine Black Army Slaughter Division was made up of the elites of the elites. Each of them was powerful, and they would not fight the Void Demons head-on. Instead, they would hunt down the stronger members of the Void Demons and indirectly weaken the Void Demons' strength. Chenzong immediately moved and quickly left the killing division. Since he had decided to kill the Void Demons, he would not stay here any longer. In addition, he had to find his squad. The ground outside the Shantian Battle Fortress was filled with the thick smell of blood. It was extremely pungent and filled the air. One whiff of it would suffocate and make one dizzy. This was the accumulation of the blood of countless evil demons and Shantian army soldiers after their deaths. Chenzong leaped into the air. Like a bolt of lightning, he swiftly swept across the vast sky. Soon after, his body paused as he stared below. The ground was like a swamp of blood and flesh. It was hard to imagine what kind of shocking battle had taken place here. Chenzong already knew that the time he had spent in the spiritual martial sacred land was more than a month, almost 2 months. The demon army had attacked when he entered the Lingwu sacred land. Chenzong did not know why the nefarious fiend army had suddenly launched a large-scale attack. Many people did not know either. However, the Xianxia army needed to fend off the invasion of the void nefarious fiends and intercept them on the void battlefield, preventing them from invading the Xianxia world and causing any damage. This kind of interception meant that the Xianxia army could only fight the demon army head-on. It would increase the casualties, but it was unavoidable. In the past month, the demons had launched several attacks. Each time, it was a battle of life and death. More than 100,000 soldiers of the Xianxia army had died here. Of course, the soldiers of the Xianxia army were all very powerful. After they formed a battle formation, their strength increased exponentially. They also killed a large number of demons. In comparison, the death toll of the void fiends would only be more than 100,000. However, they would rather not have this kind of casualty ratio. No one was willing to fight against such a cruel life form like the demons. However, in order to protect their home, someone had to stand up. Chenzong retracted his gaze and held his breath. His expression was cold and solemn. His eyes became sharper as if they could see through everything. Whoosh! When the sound was heard, Chenzong turned into a bolt of lightning and flew over 10,000 meters. This speed had completely surpassed the speed of sound. Chenzong wanted to find the Heavenly Halberd team. At this time, the Heavenly Halberd team was hunting the demons outside. However, when the demon army invaded, the hunting was 10 times more dangerous than usual. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. He was a member of the Heavenly Halberd battle team. Now that he was stronger, he naturally had to contribute to the battle team. Moreover, Chenzong planned to kill even more of them. While hunting the void demons, they were also searching for the whereabouts of the Heavenly Halberd division. A few days ago, the void evil demon army had attacked once and retreated after tens of thousands of casualties. The Spirit Xian army slaughter division moved out, looking for all kinds of opportunities to kill more void demons, creating chaos, delaying the void demons' attack, and indirectly weakening their strength. It could be said that if it weren't for the Spirit Xian army slaughter division, the losses of the Xiantian army would have been even greater. Chenzong gradually went deeper into the void battleground. He could feel that the aura in the air was gradually changing and becoming more chaotic. This also meant that he was getting closer to the void demon army. Naturally, Chenzong would not be so arrogant as to directly kill the void demon army. Even a half-step great saint powerhouse would die if they did so, let alone himself. They had to move stealthily from the outermost perimeter and hunt them down quietly. As long as he was careful enough and had the Azura avatar to rely on, he would be able to move freely. The hunt began. Firstly, he could weaken the void demon army as much as possible. Secondly, he could use this opportunity to hone his sword skills. The sword was a weapon of slaughter, and the sword skill was a skill of slaughter. It was necessary to practice this sword and this technique diligently. However, one could only attain the great Tao through killing. Battle, slaughter, one by one, Chenzong found the void demons and killed them. Their fiendish aura was absorbed and used for his cultivation. Their cores were also taken away by Chenzong. Xianxia appeared later, holding the Nirvana evil sword in his hand as he killed the void demons and devoured their vitality to restore his own strength. Xianxia's aura was much stronger than Chenzong's. His cultivation had reached the early 7th level Saint Realm, and he was a master who had stepped into the Mastery Saint Realm. His strength was many times stronger than an ordinary 7th level Saint Realm master. As he swung his sword, a terrifying fiendish aura condensed on the Nirvana evil sword. It was extremely dense, and it faintly affected the surroundings, causing the air to distort and affect the void. An ordinary 8th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage cultivator would not be able to withstand such power and would be killed instantly. Chenzong's real body was secretly shocked. There was a huge gap between his original body and his avatar. However, it could not be helped. In terms of cultivation aptitude, the avatar was formed from a minor divine ability and pure fiendish aura. It was a special physique that was perfectly compatible with fiendish aura cultivation. In this aspect, it was enough to defeat Xianxia. Moreover, this perfect compatibility was not only reflected in cultivation, but also in the control and application of one's own strength. It was a kind of ultimate control. As such, even if one's martial arts were mediocre, one could still rely on this perfect compatibility to unleash a terrifying power. Moreover, the Azura avatar's comprehension was the same as Xianxia's, and its martial arts attainments were also very high. The advanced heavenly fiendish Dao intent had also reached the 7th revolution. The burning fiend Azura sword technique had also been comprehended to the extreme. Every strike contained terrifying power. Moreover, Xianxia could also comprehend the 24 dragons and snakes painting. At this moment, Xianxia surpassed Xianxia in all aspects. However, Xianxia could not cultivate the Lingwu Supreme technique because he did not have a real body and could not refine his body. However, Xianxia had another minor divine ability that Xianxia could not cultivate, the Nirvana Evil Eye. This was an extremely terrifying minor divine ability. Now that Xianxia had mastered it, he did not use it. These demons were not qualified for him to use the Nirvana Evil Eye. Kill. Kill. Kill, kill. Kill, kill. Kill, Void Battlefield, High-Grade Danger Zone Blood Demon Valley. Iron Wall, Hong Yan, and Swift Shadow have all left. How much longer can we last? The flame demon, who was covered in wounds, panted and said in a low voice. His face was covered in blood and exhaustion. Snowblade hugged his long blade and closed his eyes. He leaned against a rock as if he was sleeping. There were a few cracks on the blade. It was unknown what kind of bloody battle he had gone through. Every breath counts. If we can kill as many as we can, then we'll kill as many as we can, said the dark cold spear. His tired face was resolute, and his voice was cold and filled with killing intent. This time, perhaps all of us will stay here. Captain Skyhalberd smiled. Although he said that, there was no fear or regret. His eyes were extremely bright. We should be glad that Wuxing did not come with us. Yes, his talent is outstanding. His future is limitless. As long as he does not die midway, he will definitely become the strongest in our Xiantian army. Eagle Wing smiled. If he came with us, he might not be able to escape death this time. It's a pity. I want to see how different Wuxing will be after entering the Lingwu sacred ground. Everyone chatted in low voices. It was as if they did not care about life and death. They knew very well that this time, there was a high chance that they would not be able to go back. However, they still did not hesitate because of their responsibility. Now, 3 of the 9 had died. The remaining 6 were all injured and were not as strong as they were at their peak. It was almost impossible for them to return to the Xiantian battle castle. If he couldn't go back, then he would give up on the idea of going back. He would stay here and kill as many void demons as possible. He would use the last of his strength to weaken the void demons. That way, he might be able to reduce the losses of the Xiantian army. Rest, recover, recover. He would try his best to recover as much of his strength as he could. Every bit of strength he could get would be worth it. While he was resting here, he was also avoiding the search of the void fiends. Although they had already made up their minds to die, they would not be stupid enough to die for nothing. If they could live, who would want to die? Unless there was no other choice, they would die. The discussion quieted down. Everyone was doing their best to rest and recover their strength. Time passed by little by little. Suddenly, Snowblade's eyes opened and emitted an extremely cold light. The cold light was like a blazing blade that streaked across the sky, cutting through everything. The void demon is here. Snowblade said calmly. Everyone opened their eyes. The tiredness in their eyes disappeared and was replaced by sharpness and killing intent. After resting for half a day, the demons were still here. The high-intensity battle had already exhausted everyone. They were also covered in wounds. Half a day's rest was not enough to heal them. At most, it could only relieve them a little. It was like a drop in the bucket. However, since the demons were here, they would stop resting and use their full strength. They would fight if they had to. Until they died, a tyrannical aura condensed in everyone's body. There was no need for any deliberate movements. In an instant, the 6 of them formed the mysterious immortal killing formation. This way, they could unleash their full strength and become stronger. Strictly speaking, if it were not for the mysterious immortal killing formation, they would have died under the siege of the demons. An extremely ferocious aura quickly spread from the distance, causing everyone's expression to become colder. Soon after, the first void demon appeared, followed by the second and third. More and more void demons appeared, surrounding them from all directions. There were at least 100 of them. These were the elite void demon squads that had been sent out to search for the human race. The elites of the mysterious immortal army's killing division had gone out to hunt the demons. Similarly, the demons would not sit still and wait for their deaths. They would definitely organize patrols and counterattack. Ever since the invasion of the Void Fiend army a month ago, other than a few direct confrontations, the secret confrontations had been going on all the time, without stopping. Kill! Xianxia shouted. His halberd swept across the sky, bursting with an extremely terrifying aura. Xianxia's cultivation had reached the peak of the 7th level Saint Realm. It was even higher than before. His murderous intent was extremely shocking. Not only had Xianxia's cultivation improved, but so had Snowblade and the others. Life and death battles were the best way to stimulate a person's potential. This was especially true for geniuses like them. They would be able to make further progress. As for the increase in his cultivation base and strength, it was also for the sake of killing more void fiends. The sky above the void battleground was dark and gloomy as if it was about to collapse. In a corner of the high-grade danger zone, the Blood Demon Valley, hundreds of void demons were attacking crazily. Their aura overflowed and covered the sky. It was as if a vast ocean was surging and drowning everything. Amidst the black aura, an extremely bright saber light shot out. It emitted a shocking cold aura as if it could freeze everything. It was Snow Saber's saber. Snow Saber was very talented. In the entire Sky Halberd team, she was the one with the highest talent other than Chenzong. Through all kinds of fierce battles, she continued to improve. Now, Snow Saber's strength was not inferior to Sky Halberd's. As the bright saber light bloomed, an extremely intense roar sounded as if it came from the distant horizon. It was like an avalanche caused by the collapse of a snowy mountain. Its power was endless and unparalleled. Under the saber, a whistling sound swept across the sky. Instantly, many void demons were drowned under the bright saber light. Sky Halberd summoned all his strength. The halberd swept across the sky and split the army. Kill! Kill! Everyone unleashed their full strength and attacked without holding back. Now, they were all injured and their strength had not fully recovered. It could be said that their strength was at most 50% of their peak. The void demons that surrounded them were not weak. In the end, they might be able to kill all the void demons, but they would have to fight to the death here. Unless they were at their peak strength, they would have no hope of escaping. However, this was a high-grade danger zone. Once the battle broke out, it would not take long for more void demons to arrive. In this way, even if they were at their peak strength and had twice the number of people, they would not be able to escape safely, let alone their exhausted bodies. Now, everyone was not thinking about how to escape, but how to kill more void demons with their injured bodies. Dying on the battlefield was an honorable death. The Void Fiend Devils continued to die, but the Void Fiend Devils did not fear death. Meng Long rushed forward, sending the Void Demon flying with a punch. At the same time, he blocked another Void Demon's attack. His chest was instantly pierced through, leaving a large hole. Meng Long's body trembled, and his face was ferocious. He ferociously punched the Void Demon's head. Suddenly, a Void Demon appeared in a flash, its sharp claws fiercely clawing at the dragon's head. The dragon couldn't dodge or resist, it could only wait for death. The black spear pierced through the air and instantly pierced through the spatial fiend, sending it flying far away. At the same time, the dark cold spear swept past the python dragon. Meng Long grinned but did not say any words of thanks because there was no need to say it verbally. Battle, accompanied by life and death. The blazing fire was boundless and violent. It blasted out and forced a spatial evil demon to retreat. Immediately after, a sharp arrow pierced through the air and pierced through the spatial evil demon. Even though there were only 6 of them left, if they worked together, they would still be terrifying. This was the final eruption, and also the final battle. Blood to the bone, dear to the bone, Sky Halberd had received an attack from a Middle King-class Void Evil Demon, and his injuries worsened. The mysterious immortal killing formation was also disrupted. However, the other 5 immediately reacted and formed a 5-man mysterious immortal killing formation to protect Sky Halberd. Tianji took out the last healing elixir and consumed it. As the elixir's power dissolved, the injuries in his body were also alleviated. However, this elixir was like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood for such serious injuries. It could only alleviate a little of the pain. Tianji took a deep breath and gathered his strength again. He gripped his halberd tightly and stood up, joining the mysterious god-killing formation once more. As long as they were alive, they would fight to the death. Under the combined efforts of the 6, hundreds of void demons were finally killed. Their corpses lay on the ground, blood flowing everywhere. However, the 6 could not stand still. Each of them was covered in wounds and dripping with blood. Even though they had killed hundreds of void demons, at this moment, they were almost exhausted. They only had less than 10% of their strength left. The 6 of them looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Meng Long's injuries were the heaviest. He could barely stand, but he still did not fall. If that was the case, everyone would be able to take a breather and slowly recover. However, the evil void devils obviously wouldn't give them the chance. More evil void devils flew over from afar. Their extremely terrifying and tyrannical auras covered the sky. This time, let us fight together for the last time. Tianji took a deep breath. He felt a sharp pain in his chest, but he still said it. His battle intent soared. I won't regret even if I die in battle. Cold Underworld Spear let out a hearty laugh. This would be the last time they would fight side by side. As for the others, they had already left. It was a pity that they could not see Lifeless Sword's future achievements. He was a member that they were all proud of. The 6 moved slowly. Cold Nether Spear supported Meng Long and slowly turned to face the void demons that were rapidly approaching. This was the last battle. Dying in battle was glorious. There was no fear, no hesitation, no panic. Their eyes were calm, but there was a sharpness in the depths of their eyes. Iron wall, red smoke, swift shadow, we're coming, boom. The terrifying black light brought with it an extremely ferocious baleful aura. It surged from the sky, bringing with it death and destruction. It covered the sky and covered the earth, as if it was endless, wanting to defeat and kill everyone. If they were at their peak, they would be able to resist it. However, they were only left with 10% of their strength now. They could not resist it at all. Even so, they would not retreat. This was the dignity of a person. It was the dignity of a soldier of the Xiantian army. It was the dignity of the Xiantian army's blood-soaring division. Their aura soared to the sky. Kill, everyone exploded with their last bit of strength. Even Meng Long, who could barely stand, did the same. Boom, the violent black flames were like a surging torrent, erupting in an instant and releasing an incomparably shocking power. In an instant, there was another explosion. A violent hurricane roared and rushed towards the black flame. It instantly collided with the black flame and burst forth with endless power. It turned into a terrifying hurricane that was filled with destructive power. The black flame hurricane roared and passed by Tianji and the others. The aftershock caused everyone to sway as if they were about to fly into the sky. Such an unforeseen event shocked everyone. Who was it? Rumbling sounds reverberated unceasingly as an extremely terrifying power rushed in all directions, as if it was going to collapse the world. This kind of power made Snowblade and Heavenly Halberd tremble. The black flaming tornado instantly collided with the black energy of the evil void devil, bursting forth with incomparably shocking power. At the same time, Tianji and the others felt that they were being pulled back by a force. At this time, they were powerless to resist even if they wanted to. Moreover, they could see that someone had come to save them. Who would be willing to die if they could live? Naturally, they would not resist. In the blink of an eye, everyone was sent flying back hundreds of meters. The earth-shattering collision erupted with an incomparably terrifying power that swept across the heavens and earth. Many void demons bore the brunt of the impact and were instantly torn apart, turning into dust. "Captain, everyone!" A familiar yet unexpected voice rang out, startling Tianji, Xuedao, and the others. "Lifeless sword, Chenzong." "Lifeless, why are you here?" Tianji was shocked. Logically speaking, shouldn't Chenzong be cultivating in seclusion at this time? The others were also surprised. It was completely unexpected. They did not expect that lifeless sword would save them. "Lifeless, leave quickly." Tianji seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly urged lifeless sword. The 6 of them were seriously injured. If they left with lifeless sword, they would be a burden. When the void evil devil caught up with them, not only would they die, but lifeless sword would also die. The 6 of them were already prepared to die. If lifeless sword had not appeared, they would have been dead by now. However, the lifeless sword was different. He was extremely talented and had a limitless future. He shouldn't die here, especially when he was trying to save the 6 people who were about to die. It was not worth it. It was not worth it at all. Xuedao and the others also urged Chenzong to leave quickly. The 6 of them naturally stayed to buy some time for Chenzong. Since Chenzong had found them, would he leave just like that? No, he quickly took out the best healing elixirs and strength recovery elixirs and asked them to take them. "I'll stop the void evil devil. You guys refine the elixirs and heal yourselves first," Chenzong said, but there was an unquestionable determination in his words. Soon after, Chenzong passed through the crowd and charged at the pursuing void devil with his sword in hand. Tianji and the others immediately took the elixirs and sat down cross-legged. They quickly refined the elixirs to heal their wounds and recover their strength. Only in this way could they escape together. Even though he was facing hundreds of void evil devils alone, Chenzong was not afraid at all. On the contrary, he showed a trace of excitement. Lofty sentiments, holding his sword in front of him, Chenzong's eyes shone with unparalleled brilliance. It was extremely sharp, like the edge of a sword piercing through the air. Kill, his sword pierced through the air. Once it was out, there was no life. Shocking and unparalleled killing intent spread in all directions and filled the heavens and earth. The sword light was extremely sharp. It killed the void evil devil at the front like a hot knife through butter. The sword light continued on and killed the second void evil devil. Through the detection of the token, Chenzong found Tianji and the others. However, he only saw 6 of them. The other 3, Ironwall, Hongyan, and Swift Shadow, were nowhere to be seen. This made Chenzong's heart sink slightly as a trace of unease rose in his heart. However, now was not the time to talk. Kill, his sword was merciless as he continued to kill. Although Chenzong's cultivation was only at the late 5th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage, his true strength was far superior to most 6th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage experts. The power of a 6th Revolution Dao intent was extremely terrifying. Under the heart domain, Chenzong could capture the void evil devil's movements and make the most accurate response. Compressing the heart domain to a range of 50 meters, it was as if he had everything under his control. He could advance and retreat with ease. Moreover, he could intercept all the void evil devils, allowing Tianji and the others to heal their injuries and recover their strength in peace. With a sword in hand, he was invincible. However, there were more than 100 void evil devils. There were even more void evil devils rushing over from afar. The aura in the air became denser and more ferocious. It brought great pressure to Chenzong. Time was of the essence. Every second counted. Tianji and the others were well aware of this and their injuries. Therefore, they cleared all distracting thoughts and seized every second to recover, regardless of their injuries or strength. In this state, they were powerless to resist and would be easily killed. However, they believed in Chenzong and believed that Chenzong could buy them time. At the very least, they would die. Kill. 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 Killing intent filled the air and filled the air. Since leaving the mysterious heavenly battle fort to search for Tianji's team, Chenzong had killed hundreds of void demons with his sword. His killing intent was terrifying. Over 100 evil void devils attacked, but all of them fell under Chenzong's sword, slaughtered clean. However, this was just the beginning. more void demons arrived. From afar, their ferocious auras were like black clouds that could destroy a city. It was extremely terrifying. Time after time, Chenzong's strength continued to improve. However, he was not invincible. Gradually, the pressure on Chenzong became stronger. Lingwu power, explode. Chenzong had no choice but to explode with even more strength. In an instant, his basic strength skyrocketed, causing his overall strength to increase tremendously. Kill, 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 extreme heart sword style, lifeless sword style, chain. All of a sudden, a lower king realm void devil attacked from the side. This attack was incomparably ferocious and terrifying, and it wanted to kill Chenzong. A lower king stage void demon was equivalent to a 7th level Saint Rudiment stage martial artist. It was stronger than an ordinary 7th level Saint Rudiment stage martial artist. Suddenly, a sword light flashed and countless sword lights bloomed like sparks. They turned into an endless stream of flames and rushed toward the void demon. Limitless sword style. Not only did he block the lower king stage void demon's attack, but he also killed it in an instant. Limitless sword style. This close combat swordsmanship that Chenzong had created in the Tianyuan ruins had been constantly comprehended and perfected. It had been divided into 3 major levels, each of which was more profound and more powerful. It had become another of Chenzong's profound swordsmanship. The everlasting sword was mysterious and boundless. Not only did it kill the king-level fiend devil, but it also killed the other powerful fiends behind it. The demon of the void was stronger than ordinary human cultivators of the same level, but it was no match for peerless geniuses like Chenzong. Under Chenzong's sword, only those who were stronger than Chenzong would be slaughtered. Even so, Chenzong still felt the pressure, because the demons of the void seemed to be endless. They kept coming, one after the other, and were not afraid of death. Chenzong was greatly affected by this kind of momentum and desperation. The tyrannical aura swept out, surpassing the lower king stage and reaching the intermediate king stage, which was equivalent to the 8th heaven Saint Rudiment stage. Chenzong took a deep breath. If it was a one-on-one battle, Chenzong would naturally be willing to fight an 8th heaven Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse to test the upper limit of his current strength. However, now was not the time. There were too many fiends in the void, and they would not give him such a chance. There was a limit to the power of Lingwu, and he could not continue fighting like this. Chenzong glanced at the 6 people who were trying their best to recover from the corner of his eye. He knew that if he wanted to, he could escape with his strength. He could escape right now. However, he could not. There were some things that he could not do, but there were some things that he had to do even if it meant risking his life. Since that was the case, he had no choice but to use the trump card that he did not want to reveal in front of others. Chenzong planned to keep the ring that could release the power of the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage given to him by the Divine Mystery Military Commander. After all, it was the power of the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage, and it was stronger than his Azure clone. In an instant, a grey sword light shot out from between Chenzong's eyebrows like an aurora. As soon as the sword light appeared, it exuded an extremely terrifying murderous aura. The murderous aura was monstrous and boundless as it filled the world. Kill. Wherever the sword light passed, the void seemed to be pierced through. It was indestructible and indestructible. The sword light traveled 3 kilometers and killed dozens of fiends. Xianxia joined in, holding the Nirvana evil sword. Xianxia continued to absorb the murderous aura to replenish his strength. The mysterious god-killing formation formed by the original body and his clone was invincible and indestructible. Even an intermediate king-grade void fiend with strength equivalent to an 8th heaven Saint Rudiment stage void fiend could not withstand the power of the mysterious god-killing formation and was instantly killed. The pressure on Chenzong was greatly relieved in an instant. He took advantage of this opportunity to comprehend while attacking with his sword. A battle of life and death was the best way to stimulate one's potential. If one could seize the opportunity to comprehend, their gains would be many times better than cultivating in seclusion. A tyrannical aura swept out. That aura was stronger than anything before. It was clearly a heavenly king-grade fiend. It was equivalent to a 9th heaven Saint Rudiment stage cultivator, but it was stronger than an ordinary 9th heaven Saint Rudiment stage cultivator. The void evil force of a void fiend was naturally tyrannical. It was especially good at destroying and eroding. The stronger the void fiend, the more terrifying the void evil force it possessed. Of course, with the strength of Xianxia's Azure clone, an early 7th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage cultivator, he would not be afraid of an ordinary 9th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage cultivator. However, it would not be that easy to kill him. At this moment, Xianxia's strength had increased by several times under the mysterious god-killing formation. 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords, Xianxia had already practiced the Burning Fiend Azure sword technique to the extreme. Furthermore, with his astonishingly vigorous foundation of sword techniques, he was able to develop and extend it from the original foundation to reach a whole new level. It had become Xianxia's personal sword technique, allowing him to display his strength even more thoroughly. With 3 swords, the Heavenly King Grade Fiend was dead. None of the Void Fiends could withstand Xianxia's swords. As for Qinzong's main body, he continued to kill the weaker Void Fiends while he continued to comprehend and hone himself. A top-grade Dao intent had unparalleled potential that could be unearthed. The heart domain also had potential that could be unearthed. Only an extremely small number of people would dare to train themselves in a life-and-death battle with the Void Evil Devil to improve themselves. They were either overestimating their own abilities, or they were extremely confident in themselves. Qinzong was the latter. With Xianxia's participation, the Void Fiends continued to be killed. Xianxia was different from Qinzong's main body. After killing the Void Fiend, not only would the Nirvana Evil Sword slowly recover its strength, but Xianxia could also absorb the fiendish aura and refine it to recover his exhausted strength. Without the restriction of a physical body, he could continue to fight endlessly. This was a true killing monster. In an instant, a tyrannical aura spread out. Black smoke billowed as if flames were burning, filling the air with a terrifying aura. This aura had surpassed the Heavenly King Grade and 9th level Saint Rudiment stage. In an instant, Qinzong and Xianxia's expressions changed drastically. Half-step Great Saint Grade, this was the aura of a half-step Great Saint Grade. Among the Void Fiends, it was also known as the Demigod Grade. To his surprise, a Demigod Fiend of the Void had arrived. Their expressions and hearts were solemn. Qinzong and Xianxia both took a deep breath. No matter what, they could not retreat. They had to block it. However, their main body, Qinzong, could not block it. They could only depend on Xianxia. In the distance, a humongous figure that was several hundred meters tall appeared. It was like a terrifying giant. Terrifying black demonic flames burned around its body, incinerating the void. A tyrannical aura that was filled with ferocity and destructive power spread out. It turned into billowing black smoke that covered the sky and earth. Among the Void Fiends, those who were equivalent to the Great Saint stage were known as the Void Fiend Gods. Those who were half-step Great Saints were known as demigods. The Demigod Grade and Saint Rudiment stage were 2 different levels. An extremely terrifying aura spread out in all directions. It was as if space and time had been sealed. Qinzong felt that he could not move. The gap between them was simply too big. Although Xianxia could move, it was very difficult. It was very strenuous. In front of the humongous figure that was several hundred meters tall, both his main body and his doppelganger seemed so small. They were like ants. Ants that could be destroyed with a wave of his hand. Just like Qinzong, he could not leave even if he wanted to. Even if he used the trump card that the Divine Mystery Military Lord had left for him, he still could not resist. This was a fundamental difference. Everything depended on Xianxia. Xianxia's eyes flickered with a gray chaotic light that swirled like a vortex. Boom, the demigod Void Fiend made its move. Its huge claws swept across the sky, covering the sky and earth. It was as if space and time had been torn apart as it mercilessly bombarded. Heaven and earth wailed under this claw. Endless black smoke lingered around the edge of the sharp claws. The black flames burned fiercely, burning the sky and earth. Cold sweat flowed down from their foreheads. The 6 people who were recovering from their injuries and strength were also suppressed. They could not move or even turn their heads. When this claw fell, it seemed that everything would be destroyed. Nothing could resist it. Everything would be defeated and destroyed. The demigod Void Fiend showed no mercy. Qinzong could not move. He felt that his mind was about to freeze. This terrifying aura was too shocking. The vortex in Xianxia's eyes became more intense. One could see that the vortex in his left eye was moving in the opposite direction, while the vortex in his right eye was moving in the opposite direction. The vortex in his left eye was filled with vitality. The vitality was weak at first, but it gradually became rich and upright. The vortex in his right eye was filled with a deathly stillness. It was also weak at first, but it gradually became rich and strong as the vortex rotated. One eye for life, one eye for death, the evil eye of obliteration. This was the first time Xianxia had used the evil eye of obliteration since he started cultivating it. Xianxia was incomparably compatible with the cultivation of the evil eye of obliteration. Now that he was using it for the first time, he was full of confidence. An extremely mysterious aura suddenly spread out. It was the aura of life and death. Life and death were also incomparably mysterious daos. Like yin and yang, in an instant, two rays of light bloomed from Xianxia's eyes. One was full of vitality, and the other was deathly stillness. In the void, a gray light suddenly spread out and condensed into a giant wheel. The giant wheel rotated, explaining the mysteries of life and death. Although the giant wheel was huge, compared to the sharp claws of the demigod void fiend, it was very small. However, the aura that spread out was incomparably tough and indestructible. Even if the sky fell and the earth cracked, it would not be shaken at all. The giant claw swept across the sky, the giant wheel crushed everything in its path. In the blink of an eye, the giant claw slammed down on the giant wheel, but the giant wheel slammed into it. It was an earth-shattering collision. Xianxia's body trembled slightly, and the vortex in his eyes spun violently as if it wanted to devour everything. It also released an incredible power that controlled the giant wheel of life and death to crush the sky. The terrifying giant claw paused, and immediately after, it trembled from the end and cracked inch by inch, unable to withstand the power of the giant wheel of life and death. Crush, the giant claw suddenly shattered, and the arm also shattered inch by inch. However, Xianxia seemed to be under great pressure as his body trembled. Strands of gray aura seemed to be uncontrollable as they leaked out from his eyes. This was overload. After all, the opponent was a demigod-level void demon, which had completely surpassed the saint realm. The giant claw shattered and disappeared, and so did the arm, causing great damage to the void demon. The excruciating pain made the void demon roar in anger. The demigod-level void demon was scared when its entire arm disappeared. It turned around without hesitation and turned into a majestic black light, rolling up a vast black smoke as it quickly left. The demigod-level void demon was no longer fearless. It was not easy for them to reach the demigod level. Boom, the giant wheel of life and death exploded out of control, and the aura of life and death swept out as if it had condensed into countless beams of light that swept in all directions. It was like the scorching sun shining on everything. Under the terrifying aura of life and death, all the void demons that were illuminated by the light paused, and then collapsed inch by inch, turning into nothingness. With just one strike, not only did it severely injure a demigod void fiend, causing it to flee in fear, it also killed hundreds of void fiend, clearing the area in one fell swoop. Xianxia could not help but feel astonished. It was a shock that came from the bottom of his heart and soul. It was too terrifying. The power of the evil eye of obliteration was actually this strong. Of course, Xianxia did not know that the real evil eye of obliteration was actually not this strong. However, Xianxia had an innate fiend body, which was most compatible with the evil eye of obliteration. It had unknowingly increased the power of the evil eye of obliteration, surpassing its original limit and reaching a higher level. Even Xianxia himself had yet to realize this. After using the evil eye of obliteration, Xianxia's body swayed, and a large amount of gray aura escaped from his eyes. His entire aura became chaotic and weak. Load, it was as if the evil eye of annihilation and the wheel of life and death had already been overloaded when it was used to crush the demigod void fiend. In an instant, Xianxia turned into a stream of light and entered Xianxia's glabella. Xianxia could clearly feel that Xianxia was in a very bad state. Xianxia's body was not made of flesh and blood. In essence, he was not injured. However, if one were to make an analogy, the current Xianxia was as if he had been seriously injured. His strength had greatly decreased. This was the after-effect of overloading the evil eye of obliteration. Xianxia needed a period of time to recover. It had to be said that the consequences were severe. Fortunately, as long as he had enough baleful aura, he could recover faster. Like a whale sucking in water, a large amount of murderous aura poured into Chenzong's glabella and into his divine sea, where it was absorbed by Xianxia to restore his body. "Let's go," Chenzong said without hesitation. Tianji and the others had also refined the elixirs. Their injuries had been alleviated and they had recovered some of their strength. Hearing Chenzong's words, they immediately got up and quickly moved forward. Now was the best time to escape. If they missed this opportunity, more void fiends would come after them. By then, they would not be able to escape even if they wanted to. While using their movement techniques to run, Tianji and the others were extremely shocked. Was the lifeless sword's strength already so overbearing, it could actually kill so many void fiends? Those were void fiends that they could not defeat even if they joined forces at their peak. Moreover, the terrifying aura that appeared at that moment suppressed everything and made them feel despair. It was completely beyond their imagination. How did the lifeless sword resist it? Curious, very curious, however, they did not ask. Now was not the right time to ask. They had to escape first. The 7 of them quickly left the Blood Demon Valley. The further they went, the less dangerous it would be. However, the void fiends did not stop chasing them. Hundreds of void fiends rushed out of the Blood Demon Valley like black waves. They chased after the aura fluctuations left behind by the 7 of them. Tianji and the others were still injured. The elixirs just now only alleviated their injuries. Their cultivation had not recovered yet. Therefore, their speed was not as fast as when they were at their peak. They were also not as fast as Chenzong. Chenzong could not move at full speed. He could only follow them. The King Realm Void Fiends were extremely fast. They quickly overtook the other Void Fiends and chased after them. As they got closer and closer, the 7 of them felt uneasy. "You guys go first." Chenzong made a prompt decision. "I have a life-saving trump card. I will follow you later." At this rate, they would only be caught. At that time, Tianji and the others would not be able to recover from their injuries and their strength would not be enough. It was inevitable that they would be killed. "Be careful." Hearing Chenzong say that he had a life-saving trump card, Tianji and the others gritted their teeth and accelerated again. They did not care about their injuries and flew forward quickly. Chenzong turned around and faced the void fiends. His eyes flashed with a sharp cold light. Lingwu power burst. In an instant, the remaining Lingwu power merged with the Saint Qi. His cultivation strength skyrocketed. The extreme edge sword was unsheathed. The sword light was sharp and powerful. It slashed through the air. Chaotic edge slash, countless sharp sword lights tore through the sky. In the blink of an eye, the 2 lower king-level void demons were sliced into pieces and killed. However, there were not only lower king realm void fiends chasing after them. There were also middle king realm void fiends. It seemed that he had to use the artifact ring given to him by the divine mystery military lord. Without hesitation, Chenzong immediately activated the power of the artifact ring. The terrifying power of the Peak Saint Realm erupted in an instant. Chenzong felt that it was going to explode out of control. Kill, under the control of his powerful divine sense, the terrifying Peak Saint Realm power instantly poured into the extreme edge sword. The sword trembled and let out a melodious sword cry. This power was so powerful that even with Chenzong's powerful divine sense, he could not fully control it. He could not perform any sword technique with it. He could only slash out horizontally. The terrifying sword light broke through the sky and turned into a crescent moon that was hundreds of meters long. It slashed through the sky. It was a very ordinary slash, but it burst out with unparalleled power. The void seemed to be torn apart and destroyed by this terrifying sword light. Regardless of whether it was the lower or middle king realm evil demons, they were completely defenseless against this sword light. There was not even a trace of resistance. It swept in all directions and was instantly defeated. In an instant, more than a dozen king realm void fiends were all killed by the terrifying sword light. Taking advantage of the fact that the Lingwu power was not exhausted, Chenzong grabbed the dozen cores into his storage ring. He then turned into a stream of light and quickly flew away. Although the other void fiends who were not king realm void fiends kept chasing, they could not catch up with them. After more than half an hour, they finally succeeded in getting rid of the void fiends. They stopped to rest. Tianji and the others' injuries were too serious. Chenzong took out some good pills and gave them to heal their injuries and restore their strength. It would take a lot of time to return to the mysterious heavenly battle castle. If they encountered another void fiend squad, a fierce battle would be inevitable. Therefore, they took advantage of the fact that they had not been discovered by the void fiends to heal their injuries and restore their strength as much as possible. While Tianji and the others were recovering from their injuries, Chenzong stood guard on one side and reflected on the previous battle. 4 hours later, everyone had finished refining the elixirs. Their injuries had been greatly alleviated, and their cultivations had almost recovered. Their strength was equivalent to 60 to 70% of their peak condition. They could be considered to have the strength to protect themselves. Everyone could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. They had survived. There was hope for them to return alive. Wu Xing, how did you find us? Tianji could not help but ask. With the token. Chenzong smiled and said, where are Iron Wall, Red Smoke and Swift Shadow? They. Tianji and the others suddenly fell silent. A trace of sadness flashed in their eyes. Chenzong suddenly felt suffocated. Although he had been mentally prepared, he still could not control himself when he confirmed it. Sadness swept over him like a surging tide. Deep breaths, for a moment, Chenzong did not know what to say. This kind of life and death parting was still a little strange to him. He could not be so calm. They died a worthy death. Tianji's voice was a little hoarse. He squeezed out a smile with difficulty. Although Tianji and the others had been in the void battlefield for many years and were used to seeing death, they could not help but feel sad. Every time a teammate who had accompanied them through life and death passed away, sadness would fill their hearts. However, they had to suppress it and hide it deep. Those who died must die a worthy death. Those who lived must live a wonderful life. After a while, Chenzong adjusted himself. He might have to learn to get used to this kind of thing. Let's go. Chenzong said, but he could not raise his spirits. Tianji and the others had recovered from their injuries. They had enough strength to protect themselves. As for the remaining injuries, they would not be able to recover in a short time. Therefore, they all set off to return to the mysterious heavenly battle castle to recover from the remaining injuries. The 7 of them soared into the sky and quickly flew toward the mysterious heavenly battle castle. Along the way, they did not talk because they did not have the mood to talk. On the way back, although they encountered some void demons, they managed to break out of the encirclement with the help of the mysterious god-killing formation. The outline of the mysterious heavenly battle castle appeared in front of them. They could not help but feel excited. They had thought that they wouldn't be able to return from this trip. When Iron Wall, Red Smoke, and Swift Shadow died, this feeling became even stronger. Who would have thought that Chenzong would appear out of nowhere, killing so many void devils and saving them? It was all because of Chenzong that they were able to return this time. Naturally, they were grateful to Chenzong. However, there was no need to mention it. After approaching the mysterious heavenly battle castle and passing the inspection, they stepped into the mysterious heavenly battle castle and returned to their team's residence. Tianji and the others naturally went to recuperate, while Chenzong entered a short period of seclusion. This is the last day of the year. 6 Paths calculated that his circle of friends would explode tonight. Many people would lament that they didn't do well this year, but they would get used to it next year. In addition, 6 Paths asked for sponsorship to buy a chair yesterday. He didn't have much hope, but he still received 500 coins as a reward. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In the void battlefield, black smoke filled the air like a black sea. A gust of wind blew, and it was as if a bugle horn had been blown. A humming sound filled the air, and a heroic aura arose spontaneously. The black clouds rolled like a tide. It was the gathering of the void demon army. They were about to launch another attack. From afar, there were at least tens of thousands of them. The void demon army was vast and mighty, carrying a terrifying aura. They were merciless as if they wanted to destroy everything in the world. Outside the Xianxia battle fortress, the patrolling soldiers' expressions changed greatly. They immediately set up a battle formation and issued orders at the same time to let the soldiers know that the Void Demon army was attacking again. Soon, many soldiers rushed out of the Xiantian battle fortress and formed a battle formation outside the Xiantian battle fortress. Tianxian army, Wangxianjun army, Mingxian army, one after another, the Divine Xian army and the Imperial division appeared one after another. Inside the Xiantian battle fortress, the Divine Xian army slaughter division also sounded. The Void Demon army is attacking again. Captain Tianji appeared. After a period of rest, his injuries were almost healed. He still needed some time to recover, but it wouldn't affect his strength. Snowblade's entire body was filled with an extremely shocking aura. It was as cold as the snow on an iceberg. Void Demon army, they were the common enemy, and they could only kill them. Iron Wall, Han Yen, Swift Shadow, all of them died under the hands of the Void Demon army, including the other members of the third team. Kill, everyone's heart was filled with murderous intent towards the Void Demon. This kind of hatred could only be washed away with blood. The third team, move out. Tianji shouted. His aura was shocking, and his killing intent was shocking. There were 10 people in Tianji's team, but only 7 of them moved out. At this time, they couldn't add new members. However, the Divine Xian Army Slaughter Division was different from the other divisions. They didn't need to fight the Void Demon Army head-on. Move out. After rushing out of the Xiantian battle fortress, Chen Zong's expression changed. A large black mass was constantly sweeping over from afar. An incomparably terrifying aura spread out as if it wanted to devour everything. It caused people to involuntarily feel panic and palpitations. Tianji. Of course. Shortly after, the Heavenly Halberd team encountered the Giant Martial team. It could be seen that the Giant Martial team was not at full strength, only having 6 people left. When they saw the Heavenly Halberd team, the members of the Giant Martial team were all stunned. Then, without saying anything, they passed by each other. The other 8 divisions of the Xiantian army formed a battle formation. Their aura soared to the sky. They stepped forward step by step. As they moved, their aura became more condensed and more shocking. Like the wind, their aura spread. They were invincible. Thousands of troops. Even if they died, they had no regrets. The black mass of Void Demon army attacked. There were tens of thousands of them. Moreover, they seemed to be endless. They were like a surging wave that wanted to destroy everything. It was as if they were about to enter the final battle. Every soldier of the Xiantian army had a resolute look on their face. They were resolute and fearless. They were resolute and resolute. From the moment they became a member of the Xiantian army, they were destined to tie their lives here. For the stability and peace of the Xiantian world, they had to work hard for their whole lives. Before this, many of his colleagues had already taken that step without regret. Now, it was his turn to do the same. Of course, no one was willing to die if they could live. If they died, it depended on how they died. Was it a silent death, a heroic death that would be remembered for eternity, or an infamous death that would be remembered for eternity? Here, resisting the invasion of the Void Demon army was equivalent to dying a heroic death. Perhaps their names might not be passed down through the ages, but their spirit and will would be passed down forever. Charge, charge. Charge, charge, the Xiantian army became faster and faster. In the end, they charged out like thousands of troops galloping. Their aura was like a rainbow that shook the heavens and earth. It was like 2 terrifying torrents of steel colliding with each other. Killing intent filled the sky. Chen Zong was stunned. He felt a terrifying aura sweep out. Terrifying killing intent filled the air. In front of such a large-scale battle of life and death, he seemed so small and powerless. Perhaps even a half-step great sage expert could not underestimate it. Only a supreme great saint would be able to ignore such a collision. Collecting his thoughts, Chen Zong continued to advance with the Heavenly Halberd army. This kind of frontal battle was not the responsibility of the Divine Xian army. Their responsibility was to eliminate the void demons from the periphery and assist the army that was fighting head-on. Although they were killing the void demons from the periphery, the degree of danger was not inferior to the army that was charging head-on. After all, the void demons were not stupid. After being attacked by the Divine Xian army a few times, they were already prepared. The Divine Xian killing formation had already been formed and released a terrifying killing intent. Kill, the Divine Xian killing formation that was formed by 7 people seemed to be more powerful than the original formation of 10 people. Because everyone's strength had increased, especially Chenzong. Compared to before, his strength was like heaven and earth. He was like a sharp knife that was invincible. Kill. 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 One by one, the Heavenly Halberd team killed the evil void devils. As for the core, no one went to collect it. At this moment, they couldn't afford to be distracted. However, a large amount of evil chi flowed towards Chenzong and was absorbed by Xianxia, allowing him to recover further. This kind of unique advantage made the original body, Chenzong, very envious. The Divine Xian killing formation was operating and killing the void demons without any mercy. Even though they were attacking from the periphery, there was still an indescribable sense of shock when they saw a large number of void demons dashing forward. It was as if they would be torn apart by the terrifying torrent if they were to fall into it. This feeling was as if they were walking on the edge of life and death. It was as if they were dancing on the tip of a blade. It was incomparably dangerous. If they were not careful, they would die. But it was also this feeling that made everyone feel incomparably excited. It was as if all the pores on their body had opened up. They were trembling in fear, but it was also filled with challenge. It made their spirit and will more concentrated, and they could erupt with even more strength. If they were not strong, they would die. Suddenly, an illusory figure seemed to be shuttling through the void, moving silently and catching everyone off guard. In a flash, it appeared behind a Spirit Xian elite, and its sharp claws pierced through the back of that Spirit Xian elite, clawing at his heart. The second shadow, the third shadow, the fourth shadow, one shadow after another appeared, and the Divine Xian army's elites were constantly being killed. A black shadow flashed and appeared behind Chenzong's back without a sound. An extremely terrifying sharp claw slashed out with an extremely ferocious power. It seemed to penetrate the void and was even faster than lightning. It was too fast and silent, making it difficult to guard against. But Chenzong's heart domain covered all directions. Although the void demon's movements were extremely mysterious, it was unable to escape from Chenzong's heart domain. As if it had been waiting for a long time, the extreme edge sword released an unparalleled sharpness that pierced through the void. Its speed was faster than the claws, and it arrived first. Kill. At the same time as the sword pierced through the claw, it also pierced through the arm. Like a bolt of lightning, it pierced through the evil void devil. The void demon's appearance was somewhat strange. It gave Chenzong the feeling that it was a shadow or a thin piece of paper. In an instant, Chenzong knew that this was one of the rarer types of void demons, the shadow demons. The shadow demons themselves weren't very strong. They weren't good at fighting head-on, but they were born with the ability to hide their presence. It was as if they were passing through the void, making it difficult for others to detect them. In addition, the claws of the shadow devils were incomparably sharp, like swords and sabers. They were extremely terrifying and could easily pierce through the protective energy of cultivators, killing them and turning them into assassins among the void devils. It was unknown how many soldiers of the mysterious heaven army had died to the shadow demons. This time, the shadow demons wanted to assassinate Chenzong, but they failed. Not only did they fail, but they were also killed by Chenzong. At the same time, a shadow demon appeared behind the dark cold spear and attacked. Although the dark cold spear sensed it and reacted quickly, he was still a bit too slow. Under normal circumstances, the dark cold spear would have been killed and no one would be able to save him. However, Chenzong was right beside him. The heart domain enveloped an area of 1,000 meters. None of the shadow demons could hide. They were all under Chenzong's control. Attack, Extreme Heart Sword Style. The Extreme Heart Sword style under the peak rank 6 Heart Sword Dao intent became even more powerful. The power of each attack was displayed to the extreme by Chenzong. With a single slash, the Shadow Devil Cultivator died. Within 1,000 meters of the heart domain, none of the shadow demons could hide. Attack, Sword Light shot out like a torrential downpour, instantly killing many shadow devils and saving many of the Spirit Xian army's elite assassins. Chenzong's expression was calm as if everything was under his control. Chu Zhongyang was attacked by a shadow demon, but he was saved by Qinzong. The complicated feelings in his heart could not be described with words. He had always looked down on Qinzong and wanted to suppress him. However, he failed time and time again. In the end, he was defeated by Qinzong. After that, Qinzong competed with many peerless prodigies and obtained a spot in the Lingwu sacred ground. Chu Zhongyang was left in the dust. Chu Zhongyang was unwilling to give up. He worked hard and his strength increased greatly. However, compared to Qinzong, there was still a huge gap. This gap was that he could not detect the shadow demon's attacks. On the other hand, not only could Qinzong detect them, but he could also kill them and even save him. For a moment, Chu Zhongyang felt despair. Defeating yourself is more important than defeating others. A voice entered Chu Zhongyang's ears. It was Sumu Bai. Most of the time, people needed to understand their own situation so that they wouldn't get lost. Sumu Bai understood this earlier than Chu Zhongyang. Of course, this wasn't directly related to the conflict between Sumu Bai and Qinzong. It was always easier for a bystander to understand certain facts. Sumu Bai understood it, but Chu Zhongyang still didn't. Geniuses were always more outstanding and had firmer beliefs. They were hard to shake and hard to change. Hence, even when Chu Zhongyang heard Sumu Bai's voice transmission, a look of realization flashed through his eyes. It was as if he had been enlightened, but there was also a shred of unwillingness entrenched within him, and he kept struggling. Sumu Bai naturally saw the struggle in Chu Zhongyang's eyes. He knew that Chu Zhongyang wouldn't be able to understand it so easily. It would be a pity if Chu Zhongyang couldn't understand it in the end. After all, Chu Zhongyang could be considered a peak genius. Even if he couldn't become a great saint expert in the future, he could at least become a powerful half-step great saint expert. If he could understand it, then Chu Zhongyang's achievements would be even higher. He would have a greater chance of seeing through the final mystery and becoming a great saint expert. Of course, since ancient times, becoming a great saint expert was the ultimate goal of countless geniuses. Countless people stepped forward one after another, but there were very few who could become a great saint expert. An ultimate great sage realm powerhouse represented a limit. It was the end of the path of cultivation. Qinzong didn't pay attention to Chu Zhongyang. He didn't have any special reason to save Chu Zhongyang. It was only because they were both members of the Xianxia army. Chu Zhongyang wasn't the only one who was saved by Qinzong. In Qinzong's opinion, although Chu Zhongyang was very outstanding, he was someone he would surpass sooner or later. Kill, 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 every shadow devil that appeared in Qinzong's heart domain had nowhere to hide. They all died under Qinzong's sword. They suffered heavy losses. Qinzong had been targeted by an expert from the Shadow Devil clan. Olive. A sudden, Qinzong felt a chill down his spine, as if something terrible was about to happen, enough to threaten his life. Qinzong's eyes flashed. He was constantly paying attention to his surroundings. If he was not mistaken, he should have been targeted by a strong cultivator from the void. This kind of expert was enough to threaten his life. If he was careless, he could be killed. Danger. Qinzong felt that his heart domain could vaguely sense the danger, but at the same time, he couldn't. It was a very hazy feeling. Compress the heart domain. Rapidly, the heart domain of 1,000 meters was compressed to 50 meters. Within the 50-meter heart domain, everything became clearer. Vaguely, it felt like Qinzong was in control of everything. A shadow appeared. It was even more secretive than the shadow demon, and Qinzong could barely detect its presence. Shadow Devil King. The shadow demons were naturally secretive, and the Shadow Demon King was even more outstanding. An inferior king rank shadow demon was even more dangerous than an 8th heaven saint rudiment stage cultivator. In a head-on battle, an inferior king rank shadow demon might not be a match for a 7th heaven saint rudiment stage cultivator. Qinzong felt a strong sense of danger. It was as if there was a knife at his back. He turned around and drew his sword. Lingwu energy erupted and merged with saint energy, raising Qinzong's saint energy to the late 6th heaven saint rudiment stage in an instant. The sword directly shattered the inferior king rank shadow demon's claws, pierced through its arm, and pierced through its body. A terrifying force burst out and shattered half of the shadow demon's body. Even the inferior king-rank shadow demon's attack couldn't do anything to Chenzong. Instead, it was killed. The shadow demon clan valued Chenzong even more. This person had caused a lot of casualties to the shadow demon clan. He had to die. Suddenly, 3 inferior king-rank shadow demons surrounded Chenzong from 3 different directions. However, they were immediately discovered by Chenzong as soon as they entered the 50-meter radius of his heart domain. Lingwu energy erupted again. After entering the void battleground and fighting against a large number of void devils, Chenzong had further mastered the application of Lingwu energy. He could unleash it in an instant and retract it in an instant. This way, he could reduce the consumption of Lingwu energy and extend the number of times he could unleash his strength. The instant explosion caused Chenzong's overall strength to soar. An ordinary 7th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage cultivator was no match for Chenzong. Wuji, Chenzong slashed out with his sword. Instantly, sword lights filled the sky and covered the 3 inferior king-rank shadow demons. When the sword lights dissipated, the 3 inferior king-rank shadow demons were all dead. 3 kills with 1 slash, a murderous intent flashed in the eyes of one of the inferior king-rank shadow demons. He turned into a shadow and charged toward Chenzong like a bolt of lightning. A strong sense of danger made Chenzong's hair stand on end. Lingwu energy erupted in an instant. Within the 50-meter radius of his heart domain, Chenzong also felt a shadow approaching. However, it was too fast and he couldn't lock onto it. Although the heart domain was useful, it couldn't catch up when the difference in strength was too great. Chenzong could only vaguely see what was going on. Relying on his instincts, he held his sword horizontally to block the sure kill strike of the Demon King. Although he blocked the attack, the tyrannical impact made the sword tremble and almost fly out of his hand. If Chenzong hadn't cultivated the non-quenching jade technique and reached the 3rd level of the Chaos Heaven realm in body refinement, he wouldn't have been able to hold the sword. Losing the sword would be fatal for Chenzong, especially in a battle of life and death. The inferior king-rank shadow demon's attack speed was extremely fast. The second attack arrived immediately. Tianji and the others were also entangled by the void devils. They couldn't divert their attention to help Chenzong. For the second attack, Chenzong swung his sword with all his might. Lifeless sword style, his sword was extremely powerful, but the inferior king-rank shadow demon's sword light was shattered. The inferior king-rank shadow demon's sharp claws mercilessly clawed at Chenzong's chest with irresistible force. Then, the sword light flashed. Like a stroke of God, the sword crossed the sky and blocked the inferior king-rank shadow demon's sharp claws again. It was Chenzong's sword. The superb sword technique allowed Chenzong to quickly disperse the force and defend with his sword. However, the force of this attack was still very strong. The sword trembled and Chenzong was also sent flying. The third attack, the inferior king-rank shadow demon didn't show any mercy. It swore to kill Chenzong. Danger. The moment the inferior king-rank shadow demon locked onto Chenzong, the danger became more intense. Then it attacked. The danger seemed to erupt and wanted to drown Chenzong. The intense sense of danger also made Chenzong feel that he was about to break through. The feeling of breaking through became more and more intense, but he didn't know what it was. Chenzong had a trump card. It was the treasure ring given to him by the Divine Mystery Military Lord. It could still be used twice. However, Chenzong didn't want to use it yet. He wanted to use the crisis of this inferior king-rank shadow demon to stimulate his potential and break through his limits. Chenzong dared to do this only because he was crazy. However, in order to improve himself and become stronger, he had to be crazy. Especially in a battle like this, if he didn't become stronger, he would only become cannon fodder. He didn't even know when he would be killed. Chenzong's peak heart sword Dao intent was stimulated to the extreme. He felt like he was about to break through. Was he going to break through to the 7th revolution? If the heart sword Dao intent broke through to the 7th revolution, its power would increase greatly. At that time, he would become even stronger. The intense sense of danger caused Chenzong's divine sense to become even purer. The soul control technique circulated faster and faster. It was as if it was about to break free from his control. Everything seemed to be out of Chenzong's control, but at the same time, it also seemed to be under his control. The fourth attack, the inferior king-rank shadow demon's strength was comparable to an ordinary early 8th heaven saint realm cultivator. However, Qianzong was under great pressure. Suppression, it was practically suppressive. If it had been another inferior void devil that excelled in direct combat, Qianzong might have been defeated already. Even so, Qianzong's arm gradually became numb. The power of his Lingwu continued to deplete. He wouldn't be able to hold on for long. No one could help Qianzong. Everyone was facing many powerful enemies. They couldn't afford to be distracted. He could only rely on himself. Qianzong knew very well that he didn't dare to expect others to help him. He had to rely on himself. If he couldn't defend himself, he would have to use the power of the ring given to him by the divine mystery military lord to kill this inferior king-rank shadow demon. But what about after he killed it? Would there be more king-stage shadow demons coming for him, or even heavenly king-stage shadow demons? At the end of the day, he still needed to be strong enough. Only when he was strong enough would he not need to rely on external forces. Celestial Crystal Tyrant Body, Purple. World Incineration Flame, Qianzong used more energy to increase his strength. On the extreme edge sword, there were raging black flames burning, releasing an astonishingly high temperature. Unfortunately, the Purple World Incineration Flame was only a 4th grade heavenly flame. It couldn't increase Qianzong's strength by much. Even with the ancient refining flame technique, it was difficult to raise the Purple World Incineration Flame's strength. It would take a long time to cultivate. Moreover, it was best to cultivate in an environment filled with origin chi of fire. Of course, if he could devour other heavenly flames, he would be able to raise his strength even faster. The 8th attack, the inferior king-rank shadow demon's 8th attack arrived. Its sharp claws pierced through the air, piercing through everything. Although the move was simple, it was extremely sharp. It could penetrate all defenses. With a flash of sword light, it blocked the attack once again, as if it was a stroke of genius. However, Qianzong was sent flying. His arm was trembling, and the web between his thumb and forefinger was torn. Blood flowed out. With the difference in strength, it was already not easy for Qianzong to block the attack again and again. Qianzong's face was pale and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. However, there was no fear in his eyes. Instead, there was only excitement and excitement. His fighting spirit soared to the sky. This battle was just right. The enemy was very strong, completely stronger than him. However, he couldn't kill him in one blow. He could stimulate his potential bit by bit under the pressure of this life and death crisis. The 9th attack, Qianzong was sent flying hundreds of meters. He felt as if his right arm had cracked. Streaks of bloody light bulged out, and faint traces of blood seeped out. In the new year, the 6 paths of samsara wishes you all the best. Lots of health, lots of money, lots of beautiful women, lots of handsome men. I hope the 6 paths of samsara will have a better new year. Attacked from both sides, pincer attack, in an instant, Qianzong was in a life-or-death situation. It was not difficult to block the attack from the Emperor-level shadow demon behind him. The difficult part was to take a direct hit from the Emperor-level shadow demon. That was a fatal blow. Danger, life and death, Qianzong calmed down. The more dangerous the situation was, the calmer and steadier he was. But in that instant, the God control technique was stimulated by the life-or-death situation and broke through the limit. In an instant, Qianzong felt as if his divine sense had turned into an invisible whirlpool, like a black hole, swallowing everything. When the limit was broken, the mystery was born. Once the limit was broken, there would often be significant changes. The 50-meter heart domain was compressed again in an instant. 40 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters, when Qianzong's heart domain was compressed to 10 meters, a feeling of being in complete control of everything arose spontaneously, filling Qianzong's heart with an incomparable feeling. Divine sense, heart domain, the 10-meter radius seemed to have turned into a domain. The void was between his fingers. Qianzong felt as if he could move mountains easily. Suppression, in an instant, the space within the 10-meter radius was suppressed by an invisible but extremely powerful force. It was as if an invisible mountain was pressing down. The chi of heaven and earth within the 10-meter radius was also frozen, unable to flow at all. The compression from 50 meters to 10 meters was not just a five-fold reduction. Its power was increased by dozens or even hundreds of times. The Emperor-level shadow demon behind him paused for a moment. The attack that was originally heading towards Qianzong with an irresistible force also paused. With this pause, it was unable to hit Qianzong. Under the suppression, the Emperor-level shadow demon's attack was also affected. The sixth step of the thunder steps of the nine heavens. In an instant, Qianzong turned into a bolt of lightning and escaped from the pincer attack of the two Emperor-level shadow demons by a hair's breadth. He turned around and pierced the head of the Shadow Demon King with his sword, killing it on the spot. When he turned around for the second time, it was as if he had brought about countless illusions as he slashed out a second time. Extreme Heart Sword Technique. The speed of the sword light was extremely fast. With the help of the Heart Domain, the speed of the sword exceeded the limit. Kill, however, the mid-tier Demon King Shadow Devil was very strong. After blocking Qianzong's sword with its claws, the sharp claws followed the sword and mercilessly slashed towards Qianzong. It seemed like it wanted to tear Qianzong's body apart. The combination of his spiritual sense and the 10-meter heart domain instantly caused an even more shocking power to erupt. At this moment, it was as if the mountains and seas were overturned as it erupted with full force. The mid-king class Void Demon's claw attack also paused for a moment, as if it had been slightly shifted by an invisible force. This deviation was very weak, almost undetectable, but it avoided a vital point. Half of Qianzong's body was shrouded in lightning. The blazing lightning swept out in all directions. When the sword was drawn, it seemed as if the lightning had spread, making the sword look even more dazzling. And with the help of the heart domain, the speed of the sword increased by a lot. When the heart domain was compressed to 10 meters, not only could it suppress the surroundings, it could also unleash a shocking power. Combined with the spiritual sense, it could bind, suppress, and shift the opponent. It could also increase the user's speed and increase the user's speed. It was like a force field, but also not a force field. Even though it was difficult for him to kill the mid-king tier shadow demon, he was no longer in a life-or-death situation. All of the mid-tier Demon King Shadow Devil's attacks were controlled and suppressed by Qianzong's heart domain. Fury, the mid-tier Demon King Shadow Devil was abnormally furious. Black light suddenly spread around its body, and its eyes glowed with a scarlet light. Its killing intent soared to the sky. In the next moment, the body of the Demon King Shadow Devil seemed to turn into a burst of black smoke and exploded. It spread out in all directions. This was the Demon King Shadow Devil's innate ability, and it was even harder to resist. But with the 10-meter heart domain that had undergone a qualitative change, everything was under Qianzong's control. Suppress, the exploding black smoke trembled slightly in that instant. Wuji, countless sword lights, combined with the heart domain, instantly covered all directions. The densely packed sound was extremely ear-piercing, and the cold light flickered non-stop. All the attacks were blocked by Qianzong. Lifeless sword style, absolute counterattack. After the mid-tier Demon King Shadow Devil used its innate ability that it would not use easily, it was unable to kill Qianzong. It instantly fell into a weakened state and was killed by Qianzong. Qianzong also heaved a sigh of relief. Danger, it was really incomparably dangerous just now. If he was careless, he would have died. But danger and opportunity coexisted. Under the crisis of life and death, his potential erupted. The spirit control supreme art broke through the limit in one go, causing the spiritual sense to exceed the limit as well, leading the heart domain to break through the limit. He had almost died, but he had gained a lot. A 10-meter realm of heart was like a domain, allowing him to control everything within it. Its power was more than 100 times stronger than a 50-meter realm of heart. The difference between 10 meters and 50 meters was 5 times. But it was not only the difference in quantity, but also the difference in quality. It was like the difference in quality from wood to steel. When the Lingwu power was depleted, it had to be condensed again. But there was no time for that during the battle. Fortunately, the heart domain had broken through the limit and was compressed to 10 meters. Its power was greatly increased. As long as one entered the 10-meter heart domain, they would be suppressed. Qianzong could make use of the heart domain to increase his strength. With this, Qianzong's strength would not be inferior to the state when he used the Lingwu power. Kill. Kill. Kill, heaven burning earth fire, city destroying hurricane. The two swords struck out consecutively, merging into an extremely violent flaming hurricane that swept out and roared. These two moves had merged to 90%. Its power was even more tyrannical. The flaming hurricane roared and blasted out, killing into the army of void demons. Instantly, dozens of void demons were killed. However, the evil void devils that were only a few dozen meters away were insignificant to the entire army. The sword rose, and the sword light was vast. The extremely terrifying aura locked onto Qianzong again. It was the ultimate killing intent. Heavenly King Stage. A Heavenly King Stage void fiend targeted Qianzong and charged towards him without hesitation. Void demons were not wild beasts. They were intelligent life forms. They had their own cultivation path and their own way of living. Seeing Qianzong killing so many void demons, it was impossible for him to survive. It was horrifying. Even if the heart domain had broken through and compressed to 10 meters, it could not make Qianzong feel at ease and secure. When the difference in strength was huge enough, it was enough to ignore all means and crush with pure strength. This time, Qianzong did not use his opponent to train himself like before. With such a huge difference in strength, it was no different from seeking death if he still wanted to use his opponent's pressure to train himself. Without hesitation, Qianzong immediately activated the power of the artifact ring. The power of the Peak Saint Rudiment stage instantly spread out and penetrated the sword. The spirit control technique broke through the limit, and so did his divine sense. The power of the Peak Saint Rudiment stage was completely under Qianzong's control. The first time he used it, it was a one-time release and consumed all of its power because he could not fully control it at that time. But this time, Qianzong's divine sense had undergone a qualitative change. It was much more powerful. He could completely control the power of the Peak Saint Rudiment stage as if it was his own. He could control it with ease. Kill. The Heavenly King Stage Void Demon did not even have the chance to resist before it was killed. But this power was not exhausted. It only consumed less than half of its power. Qianzong's eyes were extremely sharp and filled with murderous intent. Slash, he swung his sword, chaotic slash, countless sword lights with unparalleled sharpness pierced through the air and covered 100 meters in front of him. Over 100 fiendish void demons were also slain by this single sword strike. It was unstoppable like a fierce tiger, heaven-burning earth fire, city-destroying hurricane. The two swords merged and blasted out again. The 9 armies of the Xianxia army and the void demon army fought to the death. In an instant, many soldiers of the Xianxia army and many void demons died. Then, an extremely terrifying murderous intent swept out. It was overwhelming and extremely cold. Under the impact of the murderous aura, many people began to hallucinate as if demons were dancing. From the depths of the void demon army, a huge figure that was 100 meters tall seemed to step out of the void, exuding an extremely terrifying pressure. Demigod stage. It was a demigod stage void demon. This demigod stage void demon's body was extremely strong, but it did not reveal its strength. Its strong body was covered in a pitch-black armor covered with barbs and burning flames. Headless giant demon. This was a very tyrannical demigod in the void fiend army. The headless giant demon's body was huge and strong. Its every move brought about terrifying black flames, and its terrifying aura was unparalleled. The headless giant demon grabbed at the void with its thick arms, and countless black flames condensed. A huge black spear appeared in its hand, and it fiercely swung it. In an instant, it was as if a vacuum had been blasted out, and several small teams of the Spirit Xian army were turned into ashes. It was unstoppable. Although the Spirit Xian army soldiers were called the elites of the Xiantian army and were all powerful, that was only relative. To a powerful demigod like the Headless Giant Demon, they were like ants. Headless Giant Demon. The green-toothed killer's expression changed greatly. He was the closest to it and immediately rushed over. There were 4 divisions of the Spirit Xian army's soldiers, and each division was led by a half-step great saint. The green-toothed killer's saber swept across the sky, and the saber light was peerless, but it was shattered by the Headless Giant Demon's spear. The demigod stage and the half-step great saint stage were on the same level, but the demigod stage void demon was more terrifying. Moreover, there were different levels of strength between the demigod stage and the half-step great saint stage. Although the headless giant demon was not the strongest among the demigods, it was in the middle. Although the green-tooth killer's strength was not weak, it had not been long since he stepped into the half-step great saint stage. Therefore, there was a big gap between him and the headless giant demon. In the fierce battle, the green-tooth killer gradually fell into a disadvantage. "Leave it to me." A voice filled with extreme killing intent sounded in the green-tooth killer's ears. He was slightly startled, but immediately became happy. He immediately retreated and killed the other demigod stage void demons. At the same time, an extremely cold silver light streaked across the sky like an incomparably bright meteor. As soon as it appeared, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. The silver light was ice-cold and emitted a terrifying chill. Wherever it passed, the void seemed to be frozen. Immediately, below the silver light, one by one, the void demons stopped as if they had been cut by an invisible sharp blade. It was a shocking sight. "Killer Master." Chen Zong's eyes were extremely sharp. He immediately recognized the figure of the ice-cold silver light. It was the mysterious Killer Master of the Spirit Xian army. The Killer Master was very mysterious. He was the most mysterious person among the higher-ups of the Spirit Xian army. Was he a man or a woman? How old was he? How strong was he? It seemed that no one knew. The Killer Master rarely made a move. Now that he made a move, it was extremely shocking. In an instant, the Killer Master rushed towards the headless giant demon. The silver light was dazzling and extremely cold. The headless giant demon seemed to have felt a great danger. Its body shook, and the terrifying black flame became blazing. It was like a surging wave that swept in all directions. The roar was vast and mighty. The black flame exploded with astonishing speed and power. It rushed in all directions as if it wanted to destroy everything around it. Previously, the Spirit Xian army had already retreated far away from the headless giant demon. They were not injured. Under the control of the headless giant demon, the black flame wave spun violently and surrounded the huge black spear. The huge spear suddenly pierced forward. The black flame spun at high speed and turned into a drill that pierced through the void. It carried a ferocious power and attacked the Killer Master. This spear seemed to be able to shatter the heavens. However, the ice-cold silver light did not have the slightest intention of dodging. Its speed seemed to have increased. It streaked across the sky and tore through everything. In an instant, all the void demons stopped and stared at the terrifying black flame spear and the ice-cold silver light. They were the representatives of the two sides. They were the representatives of the two sides. To a certain extent, it would determine the morale of the army. If the ice-cold silver light was defeated, it would be a great blow to the Spirit Xian army's morale. However, if the Killer Master defeated this attack, the morale of the Spirit Xian army would be greatly boosted. Boom, the black flame spear spun at high speed as if it wanted to destroy everything. It was extremely terrifying. The ice-cold silver light was extremely sharp and pierced through everything. It was like a hot knife through butter, invincible. From the cold silver light, Chen Zong felt an unparalleled momentum. That momentum could be controlled by one's will. The stronger one's will was, the sharper it was. In the blink of an eye, the cold silver light and the black spear flame came into contact. Without a sound, the black spear flame blasted out, as if it wanted to completely destroy and shatter the cold silver light. However, the ice-cold silver light was incomparably condensed. Not only was it not affected in the slightest, it even broke through the black spear flames and pressed forward like a hot knife through butter. It was as if a knife was cleaving down and splitting bamboo like flowing water. That kind of carefree feeling made everyone who saw it feel satisfied and carefree. It was like drinking a bowl of iced sour plum soup on a hot day under the scorching sun. Chen Zong's eyes were shining brightly. The cold silver light streaked across the sky and penetrated the black spear flame's power, which greatly affected Chen Zong. For a moment, the heart-sword Dao intent seemed to boil over. It became even more shocking and powerful. Turbulent, surging, it was as if a monstrous wave was going to break through all obstacles. What did it mean to be irresistible? What did it mean to be invincible? All of these were interpreted by the cold silver light. Although the black spear flame was very strong, it could not resist at all. In an instant, it was pierced and torn apart, directly attacking the headless giant demon. The headless giant demon felt a great threat, and the black flame surging around its body became more and more violent. The giant black spear was suddenly lifted and then fiercely smashed down. The terrifying chi immediately caused the ground to crack open, creating a gully tens of thousands of meters long. Everything in the gully was smashed to pieces. The terrifying blow did not hit the spirit Xian killer. Streaking across the side, the cold silver light tore through the void, leaving a black scar in the space. It was like tearing a hole in a cloth. It was a ghastly sight. The headless troll was at least 100 meters tall, and its body was incomparably strong. It was like a black demonic mountain that emitted an extremely terrifying aura. On the other hand, the cold silver light was only 2 meters tall. Compared to the headless troll that was 100 meters tall, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. Just in terms of appearance, the difference was like the difference between an elephant and a small insect. However, the aura emitted by the cold silver light was not weaker than the headless giant demon's. In fact, it was even more tyrannical. The silver light broke through the air. It was a sword mark, and the blade slashed down. It bypassed the giant black spear and mercilessly attacked the headless giant demon. This blow could not be avoided, nor could it be resisted. In an instant, the black flames on the headless giant demon's body were torn apart, and the incomparably hard and heavy black armor was also split open. The incomparably terrifying power slashed down on the headless giant demon's body at the same time, leaving a 2-meter-long scar. A 2-meter-long scar was nothing to the headless giant demon that was 100 meters tall and as strong as a demonic mountain. However, the power of that blow was incomparably terrifying. It was extremely cold, and it constantly penetrated the wound, wantonly destroying the body, causing the headless giant demon to feel intense pain. It was obviously headless, but one could hear the angry roar of the headless giant demon. It was earth-shattering, and its voice turned into a black chi that rumbled and exploded, as if it had shattered the void. However, the mysterious god-killer master was not affected in the slightest, and once again attacked. The headless giant demon's body was huge and strong, and its defensive power was astonishing. Its strength was even more terrifying. Each of its attacks could easily shatter mountains and crack the earth. In these aspects, it was completely superior to the mysterious god-killer master. However, the headless giant demon's speed and reaction speed were inferior to the mysterious god-killer master. However, the mysterious god-killer master's attacks were incomparably sharp and indestructible. Even the headless giant demon's astonishing defensive power could not withstand his attacks. 1 attack, 2 attacks, 3 attacks, more and more wounds appeared on the headless giant demon's body, and each of these wounds caused the headless giant demon to feel intense pain. However, such injuries were not fatal to the headless giant demon's incomparably tyrannical vitality. Suddenly, the cold silver light that was more than 2 meters long erupted. It was burning with cold silver flames, and instantly soared into the sky. It seemed as if it wanted to break the barrier of the void battlefield. Extreme sharpness, when the light that was burning with cold silver flames shot down from the sky, it continued to expand and stretch. It seemed as if it had been cast into a peerless divine blade, and could split the void and the heavens and the earth. The originally 2-meter-long blade light expanded in an instant, and turned into a 10-meter-long blade light. Wherever the blade light passed, a terrifying and pitch-black blade light would descend. It seemed as if it could absorb the soul of the blade light. It was a spatial crack. This blade light could only kill the headless giant demon. The headless giant demon was terrified by this blade light. It did not have a head, and its expression could not be seen. However, one could feel its fear. It was a terrifying blade light. Chop, kill, the headless giant demon issued a final roar, and all the black flames on its body poured into the huge black spear. Then, it mercilessly blasted towards the sky. It was like a giant cannon blasting towards the sky. It seemed as if it wanted to shatter the vault of heaven. In an instant, the full-strength attack of the huge black spear was torn apart by the cold blade light. It was like a hot knife through butter, and was extremely smooth. It was like flowing water flowing through the clouds. The huge black spear was split open, and the power of the blade light seemed to be endless. It chopped down from the top of the headless giant demon's body, and quickly tore its armor apart. A huge and bottomless fissure was created in the ground. Boom, the headless giant demon's body was split into two, and fell to the two sides. The ground trembled incessantly, and the momentum was earth-shattering. Xianxia was dumbfounded. The strength of the mysterious spirit killer lord was very strong. He felt that even if Azura's doppelganger Xianxia used all his strength to display the evil eye of obliteration, he would not be able to resist it. That terrifying attack was enough to destroy the giant wheel of life and death in an instant. Previously, Xianxia had used the evil eye of obliteration to repel a demigod-rank void demon. Now, it seemed that the void demon was at the bottom of the demigod rank. Among the half-step great saints, the mysterious god-kill master was a powerful one. Not to mention the mysterious spirit killer lord, Xianxia felt that even if Xianxia used all his strength to activate the evil eye of obliteration, he would not be able to do anything to the headless giant demon. The headless giant demon died, and the surroundings were silent. In an instant, the elites of the mysterious spirit killer division erupted with an even more tyrannical aura. Their morale was greatly boosted, and their strength seemed to have been imperceptibly enhanced. On the other hand, because the headless giant demon had been cleanly killed by the mysterious spirit killer lord, the morale of the void demons had also been affected and somewhat reduced. As the battle progressed, the void fiends suffered even greater losses. An extremely furious roar suddenly rang out from the demon army. Soon after, a huge, pitch-black palm that burned with terrifying demonic flames shot through the sky. The arm was at least 10 meters thick, and it was covered with astonishing barbs. Each barb was at least a meter short and 2 or 3 meters long, and they were all burning with terrifying demonic flames. The palm was huge, and unlike a human's palm, the fingers were connected to the fingertips, and it was as if it could cover the sky and cover the earth. This palm seemed to be able to pluck the stars, as if it could shatter the earth, and fell with endless terrifying power. This palm was so dark that it seemed as if the sky was collapsing. Under this palm, all life seemed insignificant, like ants or dust. Despair emerged from the deepest part of the heart, lingering, pervading, and lingering in the heart. Boom, the mysterious spirit killer lord stood on the ground, raised his head, and faced the huge black palm. Under the silver mask, his eyes seemed to be burning with cold silver flames. Unyielding flame, burning flame of fury, although the saber strike just now was very tyrannical, and had directly cut the headless giant demon in half, it was actually the most powerful saber strike of the mysterious spirit killer lord, and it was a killing move that could not be used continuously. Now that he had used it, the mysterious spirit killer lord's strength was not as strong as before. Moreover, the power of this palm was extremely terrifying, and its power was much more tyrannical than that of the headless giant demon. Even so, the mysterious spirit killer lord could not retreat, because if he retreated, a large number of the mysterious spirit killer division's elites would be killed, and their souls would scatter. He knew that it was difficult to resist, but he had no choice. The silver flames burst out again, and were forcibly activated, soaring into the sky. The giant palm held up the sky, and black flames burned the sky. Every palm print was extremely clear, and as it fell, its shadow shrouded in all directions as if it was suppressing everything, making everyone feel extremely oppressed and unable to move. Every palm print on the giant palm seemed like a demonic dragon dancing in the sky. It was extremely terrifying. A cold silver light broke through the sky and turned into a 5-meter-long cold saber light that tore through the void. Boom, in just an instant, the silver saber light shattered under the giant palm's bombardment. In less than 3 breaths of time, the mysterious spirit kill master was bombarded to the ground. The terrifying giant black palm fell mercilessly, as if it was going to smash the mysterious spirit kill master into pieces. Although the mysterious spirit kill master was powerful, he could not resist this palm. Once it fell, not only would the mysterious spirit kill master be in danger, but the others would also be killed on the spot. Kill. The mysterious spirit kill division elites of the Saint Realm Mastery stage unleashed their strength one after another. Blood flowed from their mouths and noses as they used all their strength to attack the giant black palm. Xianxia also unleashed his full strength. Press forward with indomitable will, cut through the thorns, under the strong, pure, and sincere belief, they used all their strength. Even if they died, they would not regret it. Death was terrifying, death was not terrifying, no one was willing to die, but sometimes, they had no choice but to die generously. Chen Zong's will to live was stronger than anyone else's because death meant nothing. Only by living could he set foot on the peak of Sword Dao and see the supreme mysteries. However, if one were to struggle at death's door and live in a sorry state, then it would be a miserable and aggrieved life. Losing the belief and will of the sword would be a life worse than death. He only had one belief, and only by breaking through all obstacles, blocking the giant palm's bombardment, and saving the mysterious spirit kill master. Perhaps it would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, or an ant trying to shake a tree, but he would not regret it until he died. His essence, qi, and spirit erupted in an instant as if they had broken through the limit and merged into one. Strike, he exhausted his essence, qi, and spirit to the limit, exhausted all his strength, and gambled his future and life in order to defeat the enemy and achieve sword heart illumination. Boom, Chen Zong felt as if his heart sword Dao will had exploded in an instant. The instant it exploded, it condensed once again. It seemed to have become even more solid, and its power was even more tyrannical. Immediately after, the sword that was unleashed with all its might seemed to have undergone a qualitative change as the sword light split apart. One sword turned into 10,000, 10,000 swords condensed into one, limitless sword, kill, like a moth flying into a flame, he would die without any regrets. Chen Zong was not the first to make a move. Someone else was the first to make a move. He unleashed all his strength and rushed toward the giant palm without fear of death. Boom, 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 a series of explosions rang out as the Ninth Heaven Saint Realm Divine Mysterious Army's Kill Division Elite self-destructed under the giant palm. Even though he knew that he was no match for the Mysterious Spirit Realm Master, he could only self-destruct, hoping to buy some time for the Mysterious Spirit Realm Master to react. Even if he had to die without regret, he had to fight for that slim chance of survival. Chen Zong's eyes widened in anger, and his essence, qi, and spirit were completely ignited. This sword move was beyond everything, beyond the limits of time and space. Chen Zong knew that he would die if he used this sword move, but he was not afraid. He would die without regret, his essence, qi, and spirit were burning, and so was his conviction. The killing master of the Mysterious Spirit Army was the leader of the Mysterious Spirit Army. He had even given Yi Shiwen the 9-rotation Dragon Tiger Golden Pill. If not for this, Yi Shiwen would not have been able to increase his cultivation. He would not have been able to compete with the geniuses from the other 8 realms and the vast wilderness. He would not have been able to obtain a place in the Lingwu Holy Place. Then, he would have obtained the 24 Dragon Snake Diagram and the Lingwu Great Emperor's Supreme Martial Arts inheritance. He owed the Mysterious Spirit Realm Master a great debt of gratitude. He would repay this debt of gratitude with gusto, he would repay this debt of gratitude with life and death. Don't be presumptuous. A furious voice suddenly rang out, and it was as if thunder was rolling in the sky. In an instant, a purple-red light shot from the distant horizon at an astonishing speed. It was as fast as lightning, and its power was unimaginable. A blazing fire and a destructive aura of thunder spread out, covering the sky and earth, and intimidating all directions. As soon as this light appeared, its power was unparalleled. Boom, it seemed to ignore the distance of time and space, and it directly bombarded the giant black palm. At that moment, the sky and earth paled and became silent. It became deathly still. Everyone seemed to have entered a world of deathly stillness. This deathly stillness lasted for less than a breath. In an instant, an extremely terrifying sound wave erupted. It was extremely sharp, and it was like the roar of an ancient giant beast. It shook the sky and earth, and it shattered the vacuum. An extremely tyrannical power poured out and rushed in all directions. In the face of this extremely terrifying shock wave, everything seemed insignificant. Even mountains would be destroyed in an instant. Chen Zong's sword light trembled, and then it collapsed inch by inch and completely transformed into powder. The copious and irresistible terrifying force blasted over, and it seemed as if it wanted to blast his body into dregs and completely shatter it. He did not expect that he would not die under the giant palm of the demigod evil void devil, but under the terrifying force of this collision. This force was the strength of a half-step great saint. Even the ring that the divine mystery military lord gave him was unable to resist it. At the moment of his death, Chen Zong could not help but reveal a wisp of a bitter smile. His mind had become unprecedentedly clear, and everything appeared before his eyes. It was said that at the moment of death, one would remember everything. Everything was extremely clear, and it was even to the extent that one would see through some profundities and see a higher level of profundities. Now, Qianzong felt that he had indeed seen a profundity, and it was the profundity of the fusion of Dao insights. The attack from before was the fusion of a Dao insight of fire and a Dao insight of lightning, and its might was shocking. Moreover, both Dao insights were at the high grade of the 9th revolution. As long as he survived, Qianzong was confident that he would be able to completely fuse the heaven-burning earth fire and city-destroying hurricane Dao insights completely. With this as a guide, he would be able to fuse the heaven-burning earth fire and hurricane Dao insights. Unfortunately, he was unable to do it. Did he regret it? He did not regret making a move, but he did not want to die. That was all. Then, just as the vast and mighty destructive power was about to strike, an invisible force appeared in front of him and blocked the vast and mighty destructive power for an instant. Qianzong immediately seized the opportunity and erupted with full speed. The 6th step of the 9 heavens lightning stomp. In an instant, he turned into a bolt of lightning and rapidly retreated. Not only Qianzong, but many God Xian elites also erupted with full speed and retreated to avoid the terrifying death shockwave. He survived. Qianzong could not help but heave a sigh of relief. He was still a little afraid. The ground seemed to have been trampled by countless giant beasts. It was a ghastly sight, and there were remnants of terrifying auras that seemed to want to destroy everything. The giant black palm was penetrated by the purplish-red light, and its furious roar shook the heavens and the earth. The tyrannical demigod Void Devil was heavily injured and had no choice but to withdraw its giant palm. A figure holding a large spear stood between the heavens and the earth, and his divine armor glowed with divine light. The God Xian army's general, it was the God Xian army's general. The God Xian army's general was the #1 expert in the God Xian army. Below him were the God Xian army's general, God Xian army's general, and God Xian army's general. The God Xian army's general had personally made a move to repel the tyrannical demigod Void Devil, which greatly boosted the morale of the God Xian army. On the other hand, the demigod Void Devil's side had suffered heavy casualties, and their morale was low. Qianzong did not immediately make a move, because just now, Qianzong felt that he seemed to have made a great breakthrough. Peak Heart Sword Dao Intent. 7th Revolution, he did not expect his Heart Sword Dao Intent to break through to the 7th Revolution. After all, the Heart Sword Dao Insight was a top-grade Dao Insight that possessed exceedingly shocking might, and the difficulty of advancing it was extremely shocking as well. Under normal circumstances, Qianzong felt that he would probably need over a year of time before he had a chance of advancing it to the 7th circulation. If it were any other cultivator, it would be difficult to do so without 3 or 4 years or even 7 or 8 years. But now, he had directly broken through. Qianzong felt that it was only natural. Under the belief and willpower that would not regret even in death, his essence, qi, and spirit had exceeded their limits and exploded, causing the Heart Sword Dao Intent to break through from the 6th revolution to the 7th revolution. The 7th revolution of the Heart Sword Dao Intent's power was several times stronger than the 6th revolution. Although his cultivation did not break through, his strength had increased by another step. Not only did the Heart Sword Dao Intent break through, but even the infinite sword chain had broken through to the 3rd level of the infinite realm. Qianzong's accumulation of sword techniques was incomparably vast and shocking. Under the great terror of life and death, it erupted again and broke through. After testing it, Qianzong could not help but smile. Very good, I did not expect such a breakthrough. Suppressing the excitement in his heart and the urge to test the power of his moves, Qianzong calmed his heart and held his breath, comprehending the 2 moves, heaven-burning earth fire and city-destroying hurricane. Merge, 10th revolution, the breakthrough under the crisis of life and death allowed the heaven-burning earth fire and city-destroying hurricane to merge. Kill, the 2 sword strikes in an instant did not use any saint energy. Instead, they were driven purely by the earthly fire Dao will and the hurricane Dao will. The violent flames merged with the violent hurricane and transformed into an extremely powerful flaming hurricane tornado that roared as it blasted out. The power of 100% merge was much stronger than 90%, and it was more than several times stronger. Qianzong immediately calmed down after the attack. In his eyes, one of them was flickering with a blazing red light, like a raging flame, while the other was wreaking havoc with a green hurricane, roaring endlessly. The earth fire Tao intent and the hurricane Tao intent seemed to be manifesting. Immediately after, the blazing and violent aura of the earth fire Tao intent and the violent and destructive aura of the hurricane Tao intent also spread out from Qinzong's body. The two auras surrounded Qinzong's body, slowly spiraling and gradually coming into contact with each other. They were like water and milk merging into each other bit by bit. 10th revolution, 20 revolution, 30 revolution, the merged part immediately emitted an even more powerful aura fluctuation that was at least several times stronger. It was the merging of Tao intents. Good boy, you actually merged Tao intents. The military master of divine mystery also noticed Qinzong's movement, and a glint flashed in his eyes. He was secretly shocked. In the past, he had also successfully merged the two Tao intents when he reached the 7th level Saint Rudiment stage. Qinzong's cultivation was only at the 5th level Saint Rudiment stage. He was younger and more outstanding than him at that time. 50%, 60%, Qinzong's body was surrounded by an intense and violent aura. It was the aura of the earth fire Tao intent and the hurricane Tao intent, and it was getting stronger and stronger. 70%, 80%, nothing could stop the fusion of the two Tao intents. 90%, 100%, in an instant, an extremely terrifying aura erupted. It contained the heat of the flames and the fury of the hurricane. They had completely fused into one, and their power had increased tremendously. Earth fire Tao intent, hurricane Tao intent, complete fusion. The fusion of Tao intents was many times more difficult than the fusion of half-step Tao intents. Many Saint Rudiment realm experts were stuck at that step, unable to truly fuse their Tao intents. Basically, a successful fusion of Tao intents, whether it was a low-grade, mid-grade, or high-grade Tao intent, would open up a path to the half-step Great Saint realm. In other words, as long as Qinzong's cultivation continued to improve, it wouldn't be difficult for him to become a half-step Great Saint realm expert in the future. The Divine Mystery military commander was really envious. If he could successfully fuse two Tao intents now, he might even be able to fuse three Tao intents in the future. As far as he knew, Qinzong had more than one Tao intent. The fusion of two Tao intents would increase his power greatly. If he fused three Tao intents, his power would be even more terrifying. However, the first prerequisite for the fusion of Tao intents was that the two Tao intents had to be equal. In other words, low-grade Tao intents could only be fused with low-grade Tao intents, and mid-grade Tao intents could only be fused with mid-grade Tao intents. If the Tao intents were of different levels, it was almost impossible to fuse them successfully. The Heart Sword Tao intent had broken through to the 7th revolution, the Infinite Sword Tao intent had reached the 3rd stage, Infinite. The mid-grade Earth Fire Tao intent and mid-grade Hurricane Tao intent had successfully fused into one, and its power had increased by more than 10 times. Although his cultivation was still at the late stage 5th Heaven Saint realm, his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. His blood was boiling, his battle intent was soaring. Qinzong finally couldn't hold back and attacked with his sword again. Red and green intertwined and circled around the extreme edge sword, turning it into a white light. The white light was like a blazing flame, and it was also like a hurricane that emitted waves of terrifying violence. The flame was scorching hot and extremely violent. The hurricane was extremely violent, and its speed was astonishing. When they fused into one, not only would the new Tao insight possess the characteristics of the two, the similar parts would be strengthened by a few times, causing its final might to explosively increase by more than 10 times. Qinzong's figure flickered as lightning filled the air. He dashed out with his extreme sharp sword. It was a simple sword, but it was filled with white light. It was like wind and fire, and the wind and fire were endless. This sword was incomparably fast, and contained a terrifying might and high temperature. In an instant, a powerful void devil was sliced apart like a hot knife through butter. It was like a sharp knife cutting through tofu. The wound on the void fiend's body was scorched and vaporized. This kind of carefree feeling made Qinzong feel refreshed from the bottom of his heart. Kill, 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 one after another, the void demons were killed by the sword. Immediately, the white light flame became blazing, as if oil had been added to the fire. It was shockingly vigorous. With a single sword strike, boundless wind and fire yuan qi gushed forth. Peng Pei didn't stop there. The white-colored wind instantly turned berserk, transforming into an extremely terrifying storm that engulfed the heavens and earth, as though it was capable of destroying mountains. The power of this move was more than twice as strong as the 100% fusion of the heaven-burning earth fire and the city-destroying hurricane. White flames roared through the heavens and earth with boundless might, covering a radius of several hundred meters. The group of void fiends were all annihilated by this terrifying attack, turning into ashes. This kind of power shocked Xianxia himself. The infinite sword was more suitable for close combat and its power was astonishing. This sword move was more suitable for a large-scale attack. It would be unreasonable if such power did not have a name. With a thought, Xianxia named it, Wind and Fire Sword's Fury. The fusion of wind and fire, the sword was like the fury of the sword, destroying everything. It was worthy of its name. Wind and Fire Sword's Fury, boom. The white wind flame blasted out another few hundred meters, killing dozens of void demons. Such power left everyone flabbergasted and astonished. The mysterious god army's commander and a powerful demigod void demon were fighting fiercely in the sky. The mysterious god army's commander was also blocking a powerful demigod void demon. The clash between the Xianxia army and the fiendish void demon army was even more intense. With every breath, many soldiers and void demons died. Wails and cries filled the field, blood flowed everywhere. The corpses were trampled to pieces, turning into pieces of flesh and blood that mixed with the blood, becoming like blood. The extremely thick smell of blood filled the air, and it was incomparably pungent. The terrifying killing intent and baleful aura mixed together, almost making people lose their minds. Their eyes turned red, and their hearts were filled with killing intent and killing intent. Kill, 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 kill until corpses floated up and down. Suddenly, the sound of a bugle horn resounded through the world. The spatial fiends that were in the midst of killing all retreated like the tide. Retreat, at the same time, the mysterious heaven army chased after them. Although they did not know why the void demons were retreating like the previous few times, it was necessary to chase after them. Kill, 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 leaving behind thousands of corpses, the void demons retreated into the depths of the battlefield. The mysterious heaven army also stopped chasing. If they continued chasing, they were afraid that something unexpected would happen. With the gong to retreat, the Xianxia army also retreated. Next, it was naturally to clean up the battlefield. First, they collected the corpses of the mysterious heaven army, then the void demons' heart cores. These heart cores could be used to activate the mysterious heaven battle castle's formation. After Xianxia killed a few more void demons, he quickly returned. He had gained a lot from this battle. The top-grade heart sword Dao Insight had broken through to the 7th cycle, the boundless infinite chain sword had attained the 3rd level, and the earthly fire Dao Insight and Gale Dao Insight had even successfully fused into one to become a hybrid wind-fire Dao Insight. Even though it was only at the intermediate grade, its might greatly surpassed high-grade Dao Insights at the same level, and it directly approached top-grade Dao Insights. Why did so many people pursue the fusion of Dao Intents? It was because the fusion of Dao Intents would greatly increase their power. Fortunately, the 7 members of the Heavenly Halberd team were still alive. Although they were heavily injured, it was a good thing that they survived. When there was a battle, there was merit. Naturally, they would be rewarded according to their merits. In this battle, Xianxia's performance was outstanding and his contribution was great. Therefore, he was rewarded greatly. First, his military rank was promoted to intermediate general. Second, he was rewarded with 3 profound divine pills. These were the highest level cultivation pills in the Divine Dark Army. Finally, Xianxia could choose any cultivation method, martial art, or secret technique. No one in the upper echelon objected to such a reward. Being an intermediate general allowed Xianxia's status to be higher, and the salary he could receive every year was better. The 3 profound divine pills were treasured pills that could increase one's cultivation. Finally, the opportunity to choose any cultivation method, martial art, or secret technique was rare. Everyone had their own rewards. Of course, they were not as good as Xianxia's. Many people had seen how Xianxia performed in this battle. Also, Xianxia's great talent was one of the reasons he was rewarded so generously. What should I choose this time? Xianxia pondered. Should he choose a supreme-grade saint-level cultivation method that was superior to the domestic formula? This choice could be made temporarily. Or should he choose a secret technique that was superior to the celestial crystal tyrant body? This choice could also be made temporarily. As for body-refining techniques, he already had the non-quenching jade technique. There was no need to choose another one. As for martial arts, he could choose not to choose one. Immediately, Chenzong's eyes flashed. Force field, he could choose a force field to cultivate. The Xianxia army had such a deep foundation that it was unlikely that they did not have any force field secret techniques. Force fields were the first choice, followed by cultivation methods and secret techniques. The Xianxia army's foundation was shocking, but if he wanted to exchange for a secret technique, he needed enough military merits and enough military rank. For example, force field was a 10th grade secret technique, also known as a 2nd grade divine ability. It was a supreme secret technique that was second only to divine abilities. It was extremely precious and rare, so it was naturally not easy to exchange for it. Under normal circumstances, one needed to be a high-ranking general to be qualified to exchange for it. Although Chenzong's military rank was constantly rising, he was only a mid-ranking general. He did not have enough military merits to exchange for it. Moreover, force fields required at least 1,000,000 military merits. Chenzong did not have that many military merits to use. However, this time, there was no restriction on military ranks or military merits. He could exchange for it as he wished. There were no restrictions. This was much more precious than the other two rewards. Even if the Xianxia army had a shocking foundation, they only had 2 types of force fields. The selection was very low. Myriad flow force field, once cultivated, once the force field was used, it would be as if there were a myriad of water currents surging within the force field. Those within the force field would be hit by the myriad of water currents, and they would have to use more strength to resist. Their speed and balance would also be affected, and their strength would be weakened. The other force field was called the mystic gravity force field. Once cultivated, this force field would be able to exert pressure on an area. Targets within the mystic gravity force field would be subjected to an astonishing gravitational pressure. Moreover, the gravitational force was not constant. It was constantly changing, and one could control its weight freely. It was very mysterious, and it would require one to use more mind and strength to resist. It would also weaken one's strength. Whether it was the myriad flow force field or the mystic gravity force field, they both weakened the opponent's force field, which was equivalent to strengthening oneself. Chenzong naturally had to choose one of the two. Which force field should he choose? Myriad flow force field, mystic gravity force field. Chenzong closed his eyes. His thoughts flashed like lightning, and he kept thinking and simulating. It seemed that the myriad flow force field and the mystic gravity force field were very similar, but there were also great differences. One was the impact of water currents, and the other was the pressure of gravity. Impact and pressure were 2 completely different concepts. Then, which one was more suitable for him? Choosing a force field was not only to weaken the opponent's strength, but also to be compatible with himself. It would allow his strength to be further unleashed. That was the way of the king. How should he choose? Chenzong gave it to his heart, and used his heart to feel. After a while, Chenzong opened his eyes. He had already made his choice. Myriad flow force field, he felt that the myriad flow force field would be more suitable for his cultivation, and it would allow his strength to be further enhanced. After choosing the myriad flow force field, the spiritual inheritance jade of the myriad flow force field was quickly delivered to Chenzong. Chenzong began to accept the inheritance. After the inheritance was completed, the spiritual inheritance jade automatically shattered, and it could not be passed on a second time. In the void battlefield. After the Void Fiend army retreated, they retreated into the depths of the void battlefield and did not invade again. Only a small number of Void Fiends would occasionally wander around, but they did not approach the mysterious Heaven Battle Fort. After all, the Void Fiends were well aware that the mysterious Heaven Battle Fort was protected by a powerful defensive array. Even if the Void Fiend got attacked, he would not be able to do anything. In the deepest part of the Void Battleground, which was also the edge of the Void Battleground, huge black demonic fortresses were rapidly flying over from the Void Battleground. Although the Fiend fortresses were fast, the universe was vast and boundless. Hence, it did not appear to be that fast. Inside each fiend fortress, there was a large number of void fiends exuding a terrifying aura. The void fiend army was gathering inside the Blood Tower branch of the Divine Mystic Legion. Qianzong consumed the first Divine Profound Saint Origin pill and began to circulate his cultivation technique to refine it. Majestic and pure energy surged within his body. As he circulated the great mystery art at full force, it was constantly refined and absorbed, increasing his saint energy. It was not easy to refine each Divine Profound Saint Origin pill. Most of the main ingredients were obtained from the depths of the void battlefield. The energy contained within was extremely pure and majestic. It was a sacred medicine that aided in cultivation. Qianzong had experienced many battles and stimulated his potential on the brink of death. His cultivation had long reached a critical point. With the help of the Divine Profound Saint Origin pill, he instantly broke through. Peak 5th Heaven Saint Realm, Peak 5th Heaven Saint Realm. He immediately tossed the second Divine Profound Saint Origin pill into his mouth and began to refine and absorb it. His tyrannical aura continued to shrink and expand, surging endlessly. When it contracted to the extreme, it would erupt in an instant. Boom, the secret chamber shook as the terrifying aura skyrocketed, as if it could break through everything. Early 6th Heaven Saint Realm, his cultivation had broken through once again. This was a breakthrough in the greater heaven realm. Qianzong's cultivation base and strength had increased once again. His overall strength had also become stronger. However, the energy of the second Divine Profound Saint Origin pill had also been exhausted. Qianzong did not hesitate to consume the third Divine Profound Saint Origin pill. In the end, Qianzong's aura stabilized at the 6th Heaven Saint Realm. Then, it fluctuated and rose again. Great mystery art. 25th stage, he was only 5 levels away from the top 30 levels. Qianzong was not in a hurry to raise his cultivation level again. It would not be easy to raise his cultivation level again. He began to cultivate the Myriad Streams force field. As a 10th grade secret technique, it was not easy to cultivate a force field. However, it was not difficult for Qianzong. Compared to the Myriad Streams force field and the gravitational field, Qianzong had made the most accurate choice. Myriad Flow Force Field. Within the force field, 10,000 torrents would be born. These 10,000 torrents were controlled by one's divine sense, and their weight, speed, and speed were all controlled by one's heart. Divine sense was Qianzong's forte. Especially after cultivating the spirit raining technique, it was even more astonishing. As time passed, Qianzong gradually grasped the mysteries of the Myriad Streams force field. Myriad Streams force field, as soon as he used it, an invisible force field immediately spread out, covering all directions. With him as the center, everything within a radius of 100 meters was covered. 1, 2, 3, the torrents continued to condense and spread out within a radius of 100 meters. There were 10 torrents in total. The Myriad Streams force field could be divided into 4 stages: novice, initial, greater, and perfection. At the novice stage, it could cover a radius of 100 meters and produce 10 torrents. At the initial stage, it could cover a radius of 1,000 meters and produce 100 torrents. At the greater stage, it could cover a radius of 10,000 meters and produce 1,000 torrents. At the perfection stage, it could cover a radius of 10,000 meters and produce 10,000 torrents. However, as a divine sense, it had surpassed a secret technique in essence. Some of its mysteries were close to a divine sense, so it was not easy to cultivate. Qianzong could cultivate to the novice stage in such a short time because of his extraordinary talent and comprehension. However, if he wanted to cultivate it to the initial stage, it would be even more difficult. After cultivating in seclusion for a month, Qianzong finally came out. His strength was even stronger than before. The other members of the Heavenly Halberd team were still cultivating in seclusion. Qianzong did not wake them up. Instead, he left the mysterious Heaven Battle Castle. Void Battlefield, Void Demon. He fought the Void Demon with his sword, tempering himself, and stimulating his potential between life and death. Early 6th Heaven Saint Realm Cultivation Base. Late 3rd Heaven Chaotic Heaven Realm Cultivation Base. 40% of Lingwu energy was condensed. Peak 7th Revolution Heart Sword Dao Intent. 6th Revolution Earth Fire Dao Intent and 6th Revolution Hurricane Dao Intent merged. Heart Domain could be compressed to 10 meters. 3rd Stage Limitless Infinite Chain Sword Technique, Limitless Realm. Heaven Burning Earth Fire and City Destroying Hurricane combined to form the Fiery Wind Sword Fury. Novice Stage Myriad Streams Force Field. All kinds of methods and powers instantly increased Qianzong's strength. He was much stronger than a month ago. Qianzong set his eyes on a lesser king stage void demon. It was stronger than an ordinary 7th Heaven Saint Realm cultivator. Myriad Streams Force Field. In the blink of an eye, Qianzong released his entry-level 10,000 Streams Force Field, which covered an area of 100 meters. It also enveloped the King-class Evil Void Devil. The 10 torrents were invisible, formless, and colorless, but under Qianzong's control, they slithered like pythons, faster than lightning. That King-level Void Demon was very strong. With Qianzong's current strength, it would not be easy to kill it without using the power of the Spirit Martial Force. However, under the influence of the Myriad Streams Force Field, the 10 torrents continued to attack. Moreover, under the control of Qianzong's divine sense, they were incomparably flexible. Like 10 thick invisible ropes, they wrapped around the king-level evil space devil and tightly bound it. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. By the time the lesser king stage void demon sensed it, its body was already bound. It immediately unleashed all its strength to break free from the 10 torrents. However, the 10 torrents were extremely flexible and didn't break apart. One breath, holding on for one breath of time was enough. Qianzong's sword pierced through the air. The sword light was extremely fast. It was as if 10,000 rays of sword light bloomed and merged into one in an instant. It was extremely dazzling as it streaked across the sky, tearing apart heaven and earth. This was the strongest sword strike. It was invincible and incomparable. Kill. The peak rank 7 Heart Sword Dao intense power was pushed to the extreme in an instant. Invincible, invincible, kill. The sword light was so dazzling that no one could stare at it. In the blink of an eye, it swept past the lower king level Void Devil. The lower king level Void Devil was trying to break free from the 10 torrents, but all of a sudden, it stopped moving and blood spurted out from its neck. This sword not only pierced through the lesser king stage Void Demon's neck, but a terrifying sword chi also exploded inside its body, extinguishing all life. Qianzong could not help but smile. Before this, he had to use the power of the Lingwu to easily kill the lesser king stage Void Demon. Now, even if he did not use the Myriad Streams Force Field, he could still kill the lesser king stage Void Demon with his mid-6th Heaven Saint Realm Cultivation, peak rank 7 Heart Sword Dao Intent, and Infinite Sword. However, he could not kill it instantly. Coupled with the entry-level Myriad Streams Force Field, he could kill it instantly. The 10 torrents at the entry level of the Myriad Streams Force Field could instantly impact the opponent, and impact was only the most basic application of the torrents. Qianzong relied on his powerful divine sense and superb control to entrap and bind the opponent on the basis of impact, instantly binding the opponent, rendering them unable to move, dodge, or resist. They could only endure his own attack. In an instant, he only needed to bind the opponent for an instant. This time, Qianzong also knew that with his current strength, he could use the beginner-level Myriad Streams Force Field to restrain a King Stage Void Demon for a breath. As for the lesser King Stage Void Demon, which was equivalent to the 8th Heaven Saint Realm, it would be difficult to bind it with the entry-level Myriad Streams Force Field unless he used the power of the Lingwu. Next, he would try to combine the Heart Domain and the Myriad Streams Force Field to see if they could be combined. Time flew by. Qianzong and Xianxia roamed the void battlefield, constantly killing the lesser King Stage Void Demons. They encountered danger many times, but they survived. First, the combination of the main body and the doppelganger increased their strength. They could even fight against the lesser King Stage Void Demons. Second, the main body and the doppelganger did not overestimate their strength and go too deep into the void battlefield. They would not stay in one place for too long to avoid being hunted down by the lesser King Stage Void Demons. 1 year. 2 years, 3 years, fighting, cultivating, Qianzong and Xianxia's cultivation and strength continued to rise. Gradually, Qianzong also felt a calling from afar. It seemed to be beckoning him to rush over. As time passed, the calling grew stronger. It was the calling of the king-naming tower. Every cultivator who broke through to the Saint Realm would have to challenge the king-naming tower within 10 years to receive a title. Of course, they could also choose not to go. If they chose not to go, they would lose this opportunity forever. Accepting the challenge of the king-naming tower and receiving a title was not just a title or a reputation. It represented the recognition of the king-naming tower. The king-naming tower was closely related to the will of heaven and earth. Therefore, receiving a title was equivalent to receiving further recognition from the will of heaven and earth. It would be more helpful in comprehending Tao intent. It was said that the higher the title, the greater the benefits. Qianzong knew that he still had a few years to improve himself. At that time, he would obtain even greater benefits by challenging the king-naming tower. Now, he had to focus on improving himself. This was the 8th year since Qianzong entered the void battlefield. The Lesser King Stage Void Demon Army launched several large-scale attacks. Every time, they left behind a large number of corpses before retreating. Similarly, the Mystic Heaven Army suffered heavy casualties. Compared to a few years ago, their military strength had decreased by half. Even if they replenished, they could only recover part of their strength. However, those who survived the fierce battle with the Lesser King Stage Void Demon Army had more or less broken through. Each of them was stronger than before. In the Heavenly Halberd team, other than Ironwall, Hong Yan, and Swift Shadow, Yan Mo had also unfortunately died under the claws of the Lesser King Stage Void Demons a year ago. Captain Heavenly Halberd and Snowblade had broken through to the early 8th Heaven Saint Realm. Cold Nether Spear had reached the peak of the 7th Heaven Saint Realm. He was only a hair's breadth away from breaking through. The others had also improved by quite a bit. Another point was that there were new recruits from the reserve force of the mysterious God Death Division. Their codenames were Hun Gang and Qing Meng. The 9th year. Boom, when a bolt of lightning flashed across the sky and appeared tens of thousands of meters away, a loud explosion resounded through the heavens and earth. Qianzong flew forward at an astonishing speed, following the direction of the call. It was the call from the king-naming tower. The closer he got, the stronger the call became. The king-naming tower was very special in the Lingwu sacred world. It seemed to exist within the Lingwu sacred world, but it was also independent of the Lingwu sacred world. It was a treasure of heaven and earth that complemented the will of the Lingwu sacred world. No one knew when the king-naming tower appeared. They only knew that it was a long, long time ago, even before the era of the Emperor Lingwu. After all, even the Emperor Lingwu had entered the king-naming tower and obtained a title. No one knew where the king-naming tower was located. Everyone who went to the king-naming tower followed the call of the king-naming tower as a guide, going forward and forward until they reached their destination. It might take a few days to reach the king-naming tower, or it might take more than 10 days or even a few months. All in all, different people would take different amounts of time to reach the king-naming tower, but they would all arrive before the 10-year deadline. Qianzong did not know how long it would take him to reach the king-naming tower. His original body was summoned by the king-naming tower, but his clone was not. After all, his clone and Qianzong's soul were one. Therefore, Qianzong's original body set off while his clone remained in the void battleground to continue killing void demons, absorbing their vitality to restore the power of the Nirvana evil sword. After so many years, Xianxia's cultivation base had reached the 8th level Saint Rudiment stage, and his Blazing Azura technique had also reached the highest level. However, the Blazing Azura technique was incomplete. It was missing the last 3 levels. However, Xianxia's comprehension was high, his foundation was deep, and his physique was special. Therefore, he used the previous 27 levels of the Burning Fiend Azura technique as a foundation to deduce the 28th and 29th levels. Only the 30th level was left, but it was only a matter of time. As for the high-grade Heavenly Fiend Tao intent, it had reached the 9th revolution. Even a Heavenly King Stage Void Demon was no match for Xianxia. If he used the Nirvana Evil Sword, even a Demigod Stage Void Demon could be killed. With such strength, unless he encountered a demigod-level Void Demon like the Headless Troll, he would be able to dominate the Void battlefield. Of course, with Xianxia's current strength, even if the Headless Giant Devil was a Void Fiend, he would still be able to contend with it if he used the Evil Eye of Obliteration. However, if he encountered someone like the Xianxia army lord, he would be defeated in an instant. However, demigod-level void demons of this level wouldn't appear so easily. As long as he was careful enough, he would be safe. In the mystic essence world, Xianxia constantly flew forward at an astonishing speed. He had already been flying for more than 10 days. Apart from feeling that the summoning of the Monarch Bestowment Pagoda was getting stronger, he had yet to arrive. Xianxia was calm and collected. As he flew rapidly in the direction of the summoning, he spared some of his attention to comprehend the sword doctrine. Even though his current strength had greatly improved compared to the past, Xianxia wasn't arrogant or complacent. There were plenty of people who were stronger than him. There were countless people who were stronger than him. Complacency and pride would become obstacles to his improvement. Although he felt that he had reached a bottleneck in all aspects and couldn't improve, he still couldn't relax. Cultivation was like rowing a boat against the current. If he didn't advance, he would fall behind. Improvement, advancing bravely and advancing courageously was the way of the sword. Xianxia's eyes were reserved, but in the deepest part, there seemed to be an earth-shattering sword light that could pierce through everything. Putting everything aside, the pure sword was stabbing and slashing. Stabbing was using the tip of the sword to pierce through everything. Slashing was using the blade to split everything apart. The sword was a killing weapon. Stabbing and slashing were the essence of the sword. As for the other aspects, they were just a form of derivation and extension. Putting aside all obstacles, seeing one's nature, the heart of the sword was clear, and the essence was clear. Pure, extreme, in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The feeling of being summoned was getting stronger and stronger. It was so strong that Xianxia felt like he couldn't control himself. Immediately, there seemed to be a 9-colored light bursting out in front of him. It turned into a vortex that seemed to be spinning in a normal direction and also in a reverse direction. It was strange and variegated, but it was full of amazing mysteries. Inside the vortex, a 9-colored passage could be vaguely seen. As it spun, it kept extending. He didn't know where it led to. Xianxia stopped. He narrowed his eyes and stared, but he couldn't see through it. However, with the appearance of the 9-colored vortex and the 9-colored passage, the feeling of being summoned multiplied. Xianxia almost couldn't control his body. King Naming Pagoda. Xianxia murmured. His eyes shot out a sharp light. Like a sword. He no longer controlled his body. In an instant, he turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed into the 9-colored vortex. The moment Xianxia rushed into the 9-colored vortex, the vortex shrank rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. Not even the slightest aura was left. It was as if it had never appeared. Everything was an illusion. But it wasn't an illusion. Xianxia kept moving forward along the 9-colored passage. He didn't need to exert any strength. He was pulled along by a force and quickly flew forward. As he moved forward, Xianxia also paid attention to the passage. The 9 colors were constantly intertwining, and the 9 auras were constantly changing. Each aura was full of amazing mysteries. It was unfathomable, like an abyss. Xianxia was shocked. Compared to the mysteries he had comprehended, it was like comparing a firefly to the bright moon. They were on 2 completely different levels. However, when Xianxia wanted to calm down and comprehend it, he found that the gap between their levels was too big. He couldn't comprehend any mysteries. It felt like he was trying to comprehend Tao intent when he was in the transcendent realm. It was like a natural chasm. In the next moment, the force pulled him out of the 9-colored passage. What greeted him was a clear stream. It was cool and refreshing like the wind. It made him feel like he was bathing in the warm sun and enjoying the cool mountain breeze. It was very comfortable, and all his worries and fatigue were gone. The sky was high and blue, just like a huge, flawless sapphire. Anyone who saw it couldn't help but feel their heart and soul become clear. Looking down, there was a deep blue ocean. The waves were crystal clear and vast. In the middle of the ocean, there was a small island. On the island, one could see a tall tower. The pagoda was completely black. It was so black that it seemed to be a piece of nothingness. It could absorb and contain everything. Magnificent, mysterious, profound. Vast, boundless. King Naming Tower. Chenzong said softly. There was an indescribable shock and excitement in his heart. Even though they were far apart, more than 100,000 meters away, Chenzong felt that the tower was standing in front of him. It was as if it was standing in his spirit, sea and soul. He moved and used the sixth step of the thunder stamp 9 heavens. With a flash of lightning, he flew forward at an astonishing speed. More than 100,000 meters was nothing to Chenzong. He crossed it quickly and entered the island. Oh, someone else is here. Chenzong wasn't the only one. There were already many people on the island. Chenzong landed on the island and glanced around. He estimated that there were about 1,000 people here, so he wasn't surprised. After all, the King Naming Tower belonged to the Lingwu sacred world. This was the saying in the past. Now, it should be said that the King Naming Tower belonged to the Tianyuan sacred world. As for the Great Wilderness, it was separated from the Tianyuan sacred world. After the ancient war, the Lingwu sacred world was shattered. The will of heaven and earth was greatly affected. It separated the Tianyuan sacred world and the Great Wilderness from the other domains. The King Naming Tower chose to give up on the other domains. Therefore, the saints from the other domains couldn't challenge the King Naming Tower to obtain a title. After so many years, there were no records or legends about the King Naming Tower in the other domains. No one knew about the existence of the King Naming Tower. This was unfair, but it was the truth. The ancient war was too intense. It had caused too much damage to the Lingwu sacred world. There was nothing they could do. Unless they could recover one day, the other domains still had no chance. They would only fall far behind the Tianyuan sacred world. If that wasn't the case, there would be more people at the King Naming Tower instead of less than 1,000 now. These people were from the 9 realms of the Tianyuan sacred world. As long as they broke through to the Saint realm, they could challenge the King Naming Tower within 10 years. If they succeeded, they would obtain a title and the recognition of the Lingwu sacred world's will of heaven and earth. It would be more helpful to their cultivation. Of course, not everyone could succeed in the challenge. There was only one chance. If they failed, they wouldn't be able to obtain a title and everything would go back to normal. For the Saint realm, if they failed the challenge, they wouldn't lose anything. However, if they succeeded, they would gain a lot. Therefore, unless there was a special reason, no one would give up this opportunity. Chenzong's arrival was normal and didn't attract much attention. However, there were a few people who glanced at Chenzong. Chu Zhongyang, Sumu Bai, Chu Zhongyang and Sumu Bai both broke through to the Saint realm earlier than Chenzong. However, it was only a few months earlier. Therefore, they didn't set off for the King Naming Tower until the 9th year. Including the time they took to travel, they arrived here a few days earlier than Chenzong. Among the 1,000 Saint realm cultivators, some were from the profound origin world, and some were from the other 8 realms. However, not everyone was a prodigy. Most of them were ordinary cultivators. Chenzong also noticed Chu Zhongyang and Sumu Bai. He nodded slightly as a greeting. However, Chu Zhongyang's expression was a little complicated. He didn't respond. Even now, he still couldn't get rid of this dark feeling. On the other hand, Sumu Bai smiled and nodded in response to Chenzong. He was very open-minded. After all, he had only fought with Chenzong once. The impact wasn't as obvious as Chu Zhongyang's. Other than Chu Zhongyang and Sumu Bai, there were other geniuses from the profound origin world. However, Chenzong wasn't familiar with them. Turning around, Chenzong looked at the King Naming Tower. Looking at it from such a close distance, he could feel the mysteries of the King Naming Tower. It was even more amazing. Moreover, there seemed to be all kinds of colors flashing by. There seemed to be 9 colors. Little Rice Dumpling is finally going to be crowned a king. The King Naming Tower stood on the King Naming Island. It seemed to be infinitely high, with no end in sight. This seemed to be another world, another heaven and earth. However, this was still part of the Lingwu sacred world. It was the core of the Lingwu sacred world. The heaven and earth yuan qi here was not as dense, but it was terrifyingly pure. It was comparable to the saint energy of a 9th-level saint rudiment stage powerhouse. Once one's saint energy was exhausted, it could be quickly recovered. After that, Chenzong felt numerous extremely sharp gazes focused on him. Those gazes seemed to be filled with ghastly coldness and killing intent. It was as if they wanted to penetrate him and destroy his soul. Gong Tianxing, the heavenly god of the Taishan Holy Temple, Chenzong was slightly surprised. It turned out that these people had broken through to the Saint Rudiment stage less than 10 years ago. However, when he thought about it, it made sense. In a competition between peers, according to their cultivation talent and background, it was normal for them to surpass him in cultivation. After all, even if it was Gong Tianxing, Chenzong had to admit that Gong Tianxing's talent in cultivation was better than his. Of course, there were many kinds of talent in a cultivator. Some focused on qi cultivation, some focused on body refining, and some focused on martial arts. They were all different. Gong Tianxing's qi cultivation talent was better than his, but that was nothing. Chenzong had never thought that his talent was the highest. Talent was important to cultivators, but the final battle was still about strength. Without strength, it was useless even if one had talent. Although his cultivation was not as high as Gong Tianxing's, in terms of strength, Gong Tianxing was no match for him. Chenzong believed that it would be the same now. However, the Taishan Holy Sun was worthy of Chenzong's attention. A strong opponent, there was no doubt that the Taishan Holy Sun was extremely talented and powerful. He was a strong opponent now. Although Chenzong's strength had improved by leaps and bounds over the years, he was many times stronger than when he was in the Lingwu sacred land. However, the Taishan Holy Sun was extremely talented. His strength must have improved by leaps and bounds. Moreover, during the battle at the Lingwu sacred ground, Chenzong felt that the Taishan saint had not used his full strength. While Chenzong regarded the Taishan Saint Sun as a formidable opponent, the Taishan Saint Sun was also wary of Chenzong. Originally, he had thought that it was just a slightly stronger ant, but it had exceeded his expectations time and time again, to the extent that he had no choice but to take it seriously. Moreover, the other party's background was obviously not as good as his. Subconsciously, the Taishan Saint felt that Chenzong was more of a threat to him than the Skyfrost Saint and the Ancient Saint. Since they were enemies, he had to kill them as soon as possible to prevent them from becoming a huge threat in the future. Unfortunately, no one was allowed to fight in the King Bestowment Pagoda. Otherwise, they would incur the wrath of the King Bestowment Pagoda's will. If they failed to challenge the King Bestowment Pagoda, they would be expelled from the pagoda. If they succeeded, their title would be revoked. If they obtained a title and were revoked because of fighting, they would suffer a great loss and become a laughingstock. Logically speaking, the Taishan Saint Sun would not take the initiative to attack Chenzong. This was because once he attacked, he would immediately be punished by the King Bestowment Pagoda before he could even hit his opponent. Since he could not attack, Chenzong did not have the intention to look any further. He slowly scanned the crowd and instantly saw many familiar faces. These faces were all exceptional prodigies who had participated in the Lingwu sacred ground battle. Although they were not all of them, they were still a part of them. Chenzong could not help but smile. So many exceptional prodigies had come to challenge the King Bestowment Pagoda. It would definitely be very lively. This is even more interesting, the Skyfrost Saint Sun said to himself as he glanced at Chenzong. A few years ago, Chenzong had displayed amazing talent and strength. He had been able to face the Taishan Saint Sun head-on without being defeated. A few years had passed, and with the opportunities they had obtained in the Lingwu sacred ground and their own abilities, their strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Chenzong's improvement was definitely not small either. Just the aura he exuded was enough to tell that he was in the early 7th Heaven Saint realm. On the path of cultivation, the further one progressed, the harder it was to improve. In just 6 to 7 years, one's cultivation had risen from the late 5th Heaven Saint realm to the early 7th Heaven Saint realm. It was extremely fast. Most cultivators would not be able to achieve this. Moreover, for top exceptional prodigies, cultivation was only a small part of their strength. However, when one's cultivation increased, their strength would increase significantly. Regardless of whether it was the Skyfrost Saint Sun or the Ancient Suppression Saint Sun, they were not confident that they could defeat Chenzong. Unknowingly, a person from a humble background had reached such heights. It made them feel like they were facing the Taishan Saint Sun. Although Chu Wanshi, Chu Yuqing, Wei Chang Tian, and the others were also top exceptional prodigies, they had broken through to the saint realm a few years earlier than Shenzong and the others. Therefore, they had already passed the king-naming tower. Beside the king-titled pagoda, there were 9 gigantic stone tablets. The color of the stone tablets was exactly the same as the king-titled pagoda. They were formed by the fusion of 9 different colors. Although they looked black, they weren't actually black. Instead, they were formed by the fusion of different colors. It was as if they were absorbing all light. The 9 stone tablets were called the king-naming tablets. They were called the 1-colored king-naming tablet, the 2-colored king-naming tablet, and so on until they reached the 9-colored king-naming tablet. On the 1-colored king title monument, Shenzong could see countless titles and names. There were so many of them that it was impossible to count them all. Every title and name was red. Some gave off a red light, while others were dimmer. Shenzong knew that those titles and names that were still glowing meant that the person was still alive, while those that were dimmed meant that the person had died. The titles and names on the 2-colored bestowment king tablet were also densely packed together. It was very complicated, but the titles and names were orange in color. The 3-colored king naming tablet was also densely packed with titles and names, but they were yellow in color. The Lingwu Holy World had existed for countless years, and the king naming tower had also existed for countless years. Almost every year, saints would come to the king naming tower, the only difference was the number. Although not everyone could successfully challenge the king naming tower and obtain a title, over the countless years since ancient times, geniuses had appeared from generation to generation. Over time, the number of people who could obtain a title was innumerable. The 1-colored heavenly tablet, 2-colored heavenly tablet, and 3-colored heavenly tablet were the easiest to obtain. The titles and names on the 1-colored heavenly tablet were naturally densely packed together. Once one succeeded in challenging the king naming tower, a heavenly flower would appear. The heavenly flower was divided into 9 colors. The 9 colors were red, orange, yellow, green, indigo, blue, purple, silver, and gold. When a heavenly flower with more colors appeared, the area it affected would be larger and it would be easier for people to notice it. Normally, heavenly flowers with less than 3 colors could only be seen clearly in the king naming tower's small world. As for Tianyuan sacred region, it was completely unknown. Only 4-colored heavenly flowers would appear in Tianyuan sacred region, but the area was very small and the movement was also very small. Only people in a small area could see it. Shenzong looked at the king-naming tablets one by one. The more colors there were, the fewer names there were. However, since ancient times, there had been too many geniuses. Therefore, there were still many names on the 4-colored, 5-colored, and 6-colored king-naming tablets. However, when it came to the 7-colored king-naming tablet, the number of titles and names decreased. According to the Lingwu Sacred World's ancient genius rankings, there were general, marquis, monarch, king, emperor, and one that seemed to only exist in legends. Surpassing ancient meant surpassing the past and present. Therefore, it was a legend. There were very few emperor-level geniuses. Sometimes, there were no emperor-level geniuses in a generation. Geniuses of the same level were also divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades. Basically, those who could obtain 4-colored heavenly flowers were at least king-level geniuses. As for 6-colored heavenly flowers, they were the top king-level geniuses. As for 7-colored heavenly flowers, only emperor-level geniuses were qualified to obtain them. Very few top king-level geniuses could also obtain them. Only the more outstanding emperor-level geniuses could obtain 8-colored heavenly flowers. As for the highest 9-colored heavenly flower, only the top emperor-level geniuses would obtain them. As for the legendary king-naming geniuses, the highest 9-colored heavenly flower was the highest level in the Lingwu sacred world. Shenzong's gaze swept across, and finally focused on the 9-colored king-naming tablet. The 9-colored king-naming tablet had the least number of titles and names. There were only 13 of them. This meant that since ancient times, there had only been 13 people who could cause 9-colored heavenly flowers to descend. This showed how difficult it was. These 13 people were definitely the top emperor-level geniuses. However, the top emperor-level geniuses might not be listed on the 9-colored king naming tablet. Most of them were listed on the 8-colored king naming tablet. Chenzong also saw that there were hundreds of titles and names on the 8-colored king naming tablet. As for the 7-colored king naming tablet, there were tens of thousands of titles and names. Thinking about it, it was quite shocking. However, since ancient times, it was normal for the vast Lingwu sacred world to give birth to many emperor-level geniuses. Especially before the ancient war, when the Lingwu sacred world's laws and will were complete, there were more emperor-level geniuses. It could be said that 2/3 of the geniuses on the king naming tablet were from before the ancient war, while 1/3 were from the Tianyuan sacred world. Chenzong thought that with his talent and ability, he could at least be listed on the 7-colored king naming tablet. It was even possible for him to be listed on the 8-colored king naming tablet. As for the 9-colored king naming tablet, it was hard to say. After all, since ancient times, only 13 geniuses had been listed on the 9-colored king naming tablet. It was too difficult. Chenzong's eyes narrowed. He saw a very familiar title on the 9-colored king naming tablet. Emperor of Lingwu. Emperor of Lingwu, could it be Emperor Lingwu? Chenzong thought to himself. It was very likely. Indeed, Emperor of Lingwu was Emperor Lingwu. The titles in the king naming tower were not necessarily the same as a person's title. For example, Emperor of Lingwu and Emperor Lingwu were the same person. However, when he entered the king naming tower, Emperor Lingwu was not that powerful. Hence, he was called Emperor of Lingwu. The title of Emperor Lingwu was given to him after he became more powerful. Only one person was allowed to enter the king naming pagoda at a time. The next person could only enter after they had exited the pagoda. There was no such thing as first come, first served. Everything depended on one's strength. Of course, it was also because they could not fight in the pagoda. They could not give the other party any face. However, once they left the pagoda, it could turn into a life and death feud. Now, there were still people trying to enter the pagoda. The others could only wait. As long as they entered the king naming pagoda, no matter how long they stayed, they would not miss the 10-year deadline. It was very strange. Similarly, one's energy could be recovered quickly in the pagoda. However, no matter how one cultivated, the speed of improvement was similar to the outside world. Otherwise, if someone came here and purposely stayed here without leaving the pagoda, wouldn't they be able to use the pure energy in the pagoda to raise their cultivation to an extremely high level? At that moment, a ray of light seemed to rise from the bottom of the king naming pagoda. In an instant, a few colors flashed across the king naming pagoda and shot up into the sky. Boom boom boom, a series of explosions reverberated through the sky above the king naming pagoda, spreading out in all directions. It was mighty and contained an indescribable Tao rhythm. Red, orange, yellow, green, a total of 4 colors of the sky exploded in the sky. It was as dazzling and eye-catching as fireworks. It was dazzling, mesmerizing, and seemed to contain infinite mysteries. It was too much for the eyes to take in. They did not even blink as they stared at it. Smallpox. Chenzong could not help but exclaim. This was the smallpox. It looked so dazzling, mesmerizing, mysterious, and boundless. Then, a new name appeared on the 4-colored king naming pagoda. Then, a figure shot out from the king naming pagoda and appeared in front of everyone. Many people looked over with envy in their eyes. 4-colored smallpox was very rare. In an instant, a few figures turned into streams of light and flew towards the king naming pagoda at an astonishing speed. One of the figures sped up and crashed into the king naming pagoda. The other figures were blocked by an invisible force and stopped. They were not hurt at all. The crowd continued to wait. It seemed that they did not have to wait for long before flowers fell. 3-colored smallpox. Scram. The Taishan Holy Sun was unusually domineering. His terrifying aura, which had reached the early 8th heaven Saint Rudiment stage, burst out in all directions and blasted all the competitors away. This did not count as attacking others. Hence, he would not be punished by the king naming pagoda. It could be said that the Taishan Saint Sun had the highest cultivation among everyone present. In terms of cultivation, only the Skyfrost Saint Sun and the Ancient Saint Sun could match him. No one else could. Moreover, the Taishan Saint Sun's strength could be said to be the strongest here. At least, it was publicly acknowledged. No one dared to challenge him. Instantly, the Taishan Saint entered the king-naming tower. "I wonder how many heavenly flowers the great abstruse saint can detonate," one of the geniuses asked in a low voice. 9-colored heavenly flower. A disciple of the Taishan Sacred Palace said solemnly. His words were full of faith in the Taishan Sacred Sun. 9 colors. Gong Tianqing also said, similarly incomparably confident. Every disciple of the Taishan Saint Palace was confident that the Taishan Saint Sun could detonate the 9-colored heavenly flower. The Taishan Saint Sun was extremely talented and powerful, so the possibility of him detonating the 9-colored heavenly flower was not small. Time passed slowly. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Everyone was very patient. After all, to be able to cultivate to the saint realm, those without patience would not be able to go far. Soon, 2 hours passed, and the Taishan Saint Sun was still in the tower. 3 hours passed, and the Taishan Saint Sun was still in the tower. Chen Zong had never entered the king-naming tower before, so he was not very clear about what it was like. 4 hours passed. Suddenly, an extremely bright light shot up from the bottom of the king-naming tower, causing the entire king-naming tower to flicker with brilliant light. Boom! Boom, boom! Beams of light shot up into the sky from the top of the king-naming tower, exploding in the clear blue sky. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, it was the 7-colored heavenly flower. Everyone's eyes were fixed on it. The 7-colored heavenly flower was definitely not the Taishan Saint Sun's limit. In an instant, a majestic silver stream of light shot up into the sky and exploded in the center of the 7-colored heavenly flower. It turned into thousands of dazzling silver streams of light, drawing an extremely beautiful trajectory. The trajectory was pleasing to the eye and contained infinite mysteries. The 8-colored heavenly flower, everyone's expression turned grave. Could it cause the 9-colored heavenly flower to explode? One had to know that there were hundreds of names on the 8-colored king-naming monument, but there were only 13 on the 9-colored king-naming monument. If it caused the 9-colored heavenly flower to explode, it was destined to be listed on the 9-colored king-naming monument, shocking both the past and the present. Light suddenly shot up into the sky from the king-naming tower. It was a touch of gold, a dazzling gold that dazzled everyone. Golden light, the last color, the golden light was as dazzling as a comet, instantly exploding in the sky. Countless golden lights filled half of the sky, illuminating half of the originally clear blue sky. The 9-colored heavenly flower. Many people were dumbfounded. At the same time, the 9-colored heavenly flower seemed to be born from nothingness and bloomed in the sky above Tianyuan sacred region. The 9-colored heavenly flower. Immediately, many people looked up into the sky and saw the 9-colored heavenly flower exploding at the highest point of the sky. They were extremely shocked. How many years has it been? Someone actually caused the 9-colored heavenly flower to explode again. Heavenly flowers appeared in the sky one after another, falling in all directions. Their trajectories were mysterious, and they emitted an incomparably profound aura. This aura covered the sky and covered the earth, as if it was endless, causing everyone to be extremely shocked. The 9-colored heavenly flower was a phenomenon of the highest level in the king-naming tower. Since ancient times, very few people had been able to cause it to explode. It had been thousands of years since the last 9-colored heavenly flower explosion. After thousands of years, someone had actually caused it to explode again. It was undeniably shocking. In fact, it was already very shocking to be able to cause the 7-colored heavenly flower to explode, and it was even more shocking to cause the 8-colored heavenly flower to explode. The 9-colored heavenly flower was even more shocking. Every person who could cause the 8-colored heavenly flower to explode would be famous throughout the ages. As for the 9-colored heavenly flower, it was even more indescribable. I wonder who caused the 9-colored heavenly flower to explode. In the profound world, the people of the Taishan Sacred Palace looked up at the sky. Seeing the dazzling 9-colored heavenly flower explode, they all revealed a look of confidence. In this generation, only senior brother Tianqian can cause the 9-colored heavenly flower to explode. That's right. Other than senior brother Xianxia, no one else can cause the nine-colored heavenly flower to explode. This was confidence. It was the Taishan Sacred Palace's unparalleled confidence in the Taishan Saint Sun. An elder with a long white beard smiled. He stroked his soft white beard and said calmly, "The one who caused the nine-colored heavenly flower to explode must be the Saint Sun." "That's right. Other than the Saint Sun, who else has such ability?" The other elders all agreed. Confidence, confidence, this showed how shocking the Taishan Saint Sun was. And their guesses were not wrong. Indeed, it was the Taishan Saint Sun who had caused the nine-colored heavenly flower to explode. It was extremely shocking. In the king-naming tower, the light of the nine-colored heavenly flower was still flowing in the sky. A figure wrapped in nine-colored light suddenly flew out of the king-naming tower and fell like a comet. The nine-colored light retracted into the body, revealing a peerless figure. The Taishan Saint Sun. Chenzong acutely sensed that the Taishan Saint Sun's aura seemed to have changed. It was a bit different. It seemed to be more complete and compatible with this world. This meant that the Taishan Saint Sun had received a high level of recognition from the king-naming tower and the Lingwu sacred world's will. The more colorful the heavenly flower exploded in the king-naming tower, the higher the level of recognition and the deeper one's comprehension of the mysteries of the world. Thus, the more talented one was, the more benefits they would receive after passing the king-naming tower. The opposite was true. Those who caused the one-colored heavenly flower to explode didn't receive much recognition. It wouldn't increase their comprehension of the mysteries of the world by much, but it was better than nothing. Immediately, the Skyfrost Saint Sun entered the king-naming tower and started to challenge the tower. The Skyfrost Saint Sun was one of the three saints of the current generation. In terms of fame, he wasn't inferior to the Taishan Saint Sun at all. Thus, many people guessed that the Skyfrost Saint Sun might also have a chance to cause the nine-colored heavenly flower to explode. Nearly 4 hours later, bunches of heavenly flowers soared into the sky and exploded, drawing countless arcs of light as they scattered down. Seven-colored, this wasn't the end of the Skyfrost Saint Sun. Immediately, the eight-colored silver heavenly flower shot into the sky and exploded in all directions. However, the nine-colored golden heavenly flower didn't appear. Eight-colored, at the same time, there were also eight-colored heavenly flowers falling from the sky in the Tianyuan sacred realm, causing another shock. However, compared to the Taishan Saint Sun's nine-colored heavenly flower, the eight-colored heavenly flower didn't cause as much of a shock. Under the eight-colored light, the Skyfrost Saint Sun appeared outside the king-naming tower. He knew that he'd caused the eight-colored heavenly flower to explode, so he couldn't help but feel disappointed. He couldn't compare to the Taishan Saint Sun. It could be said that the three saints were on par before. Although he might not be as strong, many people thought that the three saints were on par. However, from now on, the Skyfrost Saint Sun was separated from the Taishan Saint Sun. They were no longer on the same level. From then on, he, the Skychill Saint Sun, had to submit to the Great Profound Saint Sun. This feeling was very unpleasant, and the difference was also very big. After the Skyfrost Saint Sun, the ancient Saint Sun entered the king-naming tower and started to challenge the tower. More than 2 hours later, the ancient Saint Sun also finished challenging the tower and detonated the eight-colored heavenly flower. In fact, the detonation of the eight-colored heavenly flower was already very shocking. After all, only a few hundred people had detonated the eight-colored heavenly flower since ancient times. Now, 2 people had detonated the eight-colored heavenly flower. However, with the nine-colored heavenly flower in front of them, it was inevitable that they would be affected. It was like when the moon was hanging in the sky, the light of the stars would inevitably be covered. It was something that couldn't be helped. From now on, the era of the three saints being on par with each other was over. The Taishan Saint Sun would reign supreme and suppress the previous generation. Many people believed that in this generation, the Taishan Saint Sun would suppress his peers. His name would be known throughout the Tianyuan continent and throughout the ages. Countless people would remember him, as if he was branded in their souls and could never be forgotten. Brothers, you can vote for the works and authors at the end of the year. You'll get 5 free votes every day. Please help us vote for the 6 paths of reincarnation and push us up the rankings. There were less than 1,000 Saint Rudiment stage cultivators in the king-naming pagoda. All of them had only broken through in the past 10 years. Therefore, most of them belonged to the younger generation. A few of them were older, but their cultivation bases were not high. In terms of cultivation base, the 3 holy sons were the strongest. All of them were at the early 8th heaven Saint Rudiment stage. The second strongest was at the peak of the 7th heaven Saint Rudiment stage. Gong Tianxing's cultivation base was at the peak of the 7th heaven Saint Rudiment stage. Chen Zong's cultivation was at the early stage of the 7th heaven Saint Rudiment stage, which was considered one of the higher levels among the 1,000 people present. Most of them were at the 2nd and 3rd heaven Saint Rudiment stage. Only a few of them were at the 4th or 5th heaven Saint Rudiment stage. As for the 6th or 7th heaven Saint Rudiment stage, there were even fewer of them. Although Chen Zong's cultivation base was at the early 7th heaven Saint Rudiment stage, his speed was extremely fast. As soon as he executed the 6th step of the 9 heavens thunder stomp, he overtook several people and charged toward the king-naming pagoda. In order to challenge the king-naming pagoda, one had to either compete with others or wait. After Chen Zong saw several people challenging the king-naming pagoda, he wanted to challenge the pagoda as well. The earlier he challenged the pagoda, the earlier he could obtain a title. Then, he would be able to cultivate and improve himself. Fight, Gong Tianxing's cultivation base was the highest among them. He was at the peak of the 7th heaven Saint Rudiment stage. He was only a step away from the 8th heaven Saint Rudiment stage. Similarly, Gong Tianxing's speed was extremely fast. He was like a sharp blade that streaked across the sky. The fortuitous encounter in the spiritual martial sacred ground had increased Gong Tianxing's strength and speed by a lot. He was full of confidence. Therefore, he did not challenge the tower before and deliberately waited until now to embarrass the Chen sect. Blade light, lightning, in an instant, he overtook everyone and charged toward the king-naming pagoda at an astonishing speed. Be obedient and line up behind me. Gong Tianxing's voice was cold and stern as it entered Chen Zong's ears. The blade light also passed through the lightning in an instant. Chen Zong did not reply. Instead, he retaliated with his actions. Thunderclap 9 heavens, the 7th step, in a flash, the lightning flew past the blade lights and into the kingship pagoda, entering the kingship pagoda. The blade light that followed was immediately blocked by the power of the king-naming pagoda, unable to advance any further. Damn it! Gong Tianxing roared, his face dark. Once again, he was at a disadvantage. Chen Zong had become his inner demon. In the past few years, Chen Zong had made him feel uncomfortable all the time. Half of his motivation for cultivation was to surpass Chen Zong and kill Chen Zong. Originally, he thought that with the opportunities he had obtained and the resources of the Supreme Profound Sacred Palace, his cultivation would increase even more, and his speed would also increase significantly. Although they couldn't directly attack here, they could use other ways to oppress the other party. For example, if the other party wanted to enter the king-naming pagoda, he would compete with them and suppress them in terms of speed. He would then be able to enter the king-naming pagoda first. At the very least, he would feel a little better. What he did not expect was that even though he had improved so much, his speed was still inferior to Chen Zong's. After suffering another blow, Gong Tianxing had nowhere to vent his anger. He could only suppress it. The moment Chen Zong's body came into contact with the king-naming pagoda, the king-naming pagoda disappeared as if it did not exist. Then, Chen Zong appeared on the first level of the king-naming pagoda. It was a pitch-black space. He could not even see his fingers in front of him. Suddenly, a ray of light lit up in the distance. Then, the sound of footsteps could be heard. It was especially clear in the darkness. Every step was rhythmic, as if it had been precisely calculated. With every step, the clear footsteps were filled with the charm of a powerful army. It was as if they were stepping on his heart. It made Chen Zong feel as if the rhythm of his heartbeat was also affected. However, this effect was nothing to Chen Zong. It had no effect at all. His gaze was as sharp as a sword. As the ray of light cut through the darkness, a figure appeared in front of Chen Zong. It was a man in armor. He was burly and had a saber at his waist. He walked over step by step. With every step he took, his aura condensed and became more powerful. Vaguely, there seemed to be a saber shadow condensing in the air, and saber light appeared in the surroundings. Very strong, the aura of the armored man was the same as Qianzong's. He was an early 7th Heaven Saint Realm cultivator. This was one of the rules of the king naming pagoda. His cultivation was the same as the challenger. The aura of the armored man was stronger than an ordinary early 7th Heaven Saint Realm cultivator. His strength should be the same as well. In other words, an ordinary Saint Realm cultivator would not be able to pass the king naming pagoda and obtain a title. According to the rules of the king naming pagoda, only by defeating the opponent on the first level would one be able to trigger the heavenly flower. It seemed easy, but it was not. Just the opponents on the first level had limited the number of Saint Realm cultivators, preventing them from obtaining a title. A title was bestowed by the king naming pagoda. It represented a higher level of recognition from the will of heaven and earth. Those who could obtain a title were true elites. Of course, it was not easy to obtain one. Qianzong stood in place and observed. The armored man's footsteps suddenly quickened. His aura grew stronger and stronger. Actually, the best method was to take the initiative to attack, taking advantage of the fact that the opponent's aura had not been completely condensed to the extreme. Otherwise, when the opponent's aura had been condensed to the extreme, the opponent's attack would be at its peak, extremely terrifying, and even more difficult to deal with. However, Qianzong did not take the initiative to attack. Instead, he allowed his opponent to condense his aura. 10 steps, when the armored man was 10 steps away from Qianzong, his footsteps seemed to pause for a moment. Immediately after, his aura, which had been condensed to the extreme, erupted in an instant. The shadow of his blade soared through the air, and the blade light that surrounded his body also condensed in an instant, converging into the long blade at his waist. In a split second, the armored right hand grabbed the hilt of the saber and suddenly pulled out the long saber from his waist. An extremely strong saber light shot out from the scabbard like an aurora. Just the aura of the saber was astonishing. It was as if it could split everything in front of it in half. Then, the long saber light condensed into a single entity. It was filled with murderous intent and terrifying power. It was as if it was going to kill its enemies on the battlefield. This was an ultimate saber strike. It was an unparalleled saber strike that could split everything. All the strength and faith of the armored man were condensed in this saber strike. Not to mention an early 7th Heaven Saint Realm cultivator, even an ordinary intermediate 7th Heaven Saint Realm cultivator would not be able to withstand such a saber strike. It completely eliminated the possibility of an ordinary Saint Realm cultivator breaking through the King Ceiling Tower and detonating the heavenly flower to obtain a title. However, Qianzong was not an ordinary cultivator. He didn't draw his sword. Instead, he slid his feet slightly. However, it was only an inch, but he managed to avoid that terrifying sure-kill strike. Although the power of this slash was incomparably strong, in Qianzong's eyes, it seemed to be nothing. Soon after, the second blade changed direction and slashed horizontally. It was still like a blade technique used on the battlefield. It abandoned all elegance and only pursued the simplest and purest killing. However, Qianzong still managed to dodge the second attack. However, the distance between them was like the distance between heaven and earth. No matter how amazing the saber technique of this armored man was, he could not touch Qianzong at all. On the other hand, Qianzong was observing his opponent's bladesmanship while dodging. Saber techniques were also martial arts. One could also absorb the essence of saber techniques and integrate it into one's own sword techniques. After about 7 slashes, Qianzong had grasped the essence of the armored man's saber technique. Then, he pointed his finger like a sword and shattered the extremely powerful saber light. He even sent the armored man flying as if he had been hit by an ancient giant beast. A hole appeared between his eyebrows. He had killed with a single blow. Soon after, a ray of light shone from above. It was the light that led to the second level of the king naming pagoda. Qianzong stepped into the light without hesitation. His body was so fast that it seemed like he was ascending. Soon, Qianzong stepped into the second level. The second level was also a dark space. Light shone on it. Soon after, footsteps sounded. It was not a single set of footsteps, but rather 2. The 2 footsteps approached in unison. They were filled with killing intent and determination. 2 figures appeared in front of Qianzong. They were also armored men with long sabers at their waists. The aura fluctuations of these two armored men were also in the early 7th Heaven Saint realm. He could feel that the aura fluctuations of these two armored men were the same as the one on the first level. Qianzong still did not take the initiative to attack. Instead, he waited for his opponents to attack first. The aura of the two armored men continued to condense, becoming more and more tyrannical. They stepped forward, one on the left and one on the right, forming an encirclement. The aura of the two combined in an instant, as if they were one, and instantly increased by several times. In this way, the strength of these two armored men was not as simple as doubling. It was 3, 4, or even 5 times stronger. The threat they brought was even more shocking. Ordinary late 7th Heaven Saint realm cultivators were no match for them. Both sabers were unsheathed. Saber light shot out like lightning. It was the same saber technique on the battlefield. It was extremely sharp, but when the saber was used together, the force of each saber was at least twice as strong. It was even more terrifying. However, Qianzong still slid to the side to avoid them. He remained calm and unruffled. Soon after, he pointed out with his finger like a sword and killed the two armored men. In this way, Qianzong passed the second level and could ignite the two-colored heavenly flower. However, the two-colored heavenly flower was too little for Qianzong. It was too low-end. The third level, there were now 3 armored men. They had the same cultivation, the same aura, and the same saber technique. However, when the 3 of them formed a formation, their power was even more terrifying and tyrannical. It was difficult to resist. But to Qianzong, there was no difference between 2 and 3 because the difference in strength was already so great that it was shocking. The sword finger shot out and killed 3 of the war-armored men. The fourth level was completely different from the first 3 levels. It was not a dark space, but a place with beautiful mountains and clear waters. It made Qianzong feel as if he had arrived at a beautiful mountain. The scenery was pleasant, and the air was fresh. It was refreshing. When he breathed, the pure air entered his body and filled his lungs. It was incomparably comfortable. It was as if all distractions had been eliminated. He stood tall between heaven and earth, feeling refreshed. This made Qianzong very surprised. He did not know what the 4th level of the Monarch Pagoda's test was. Where were his opponents? Where were they? The sky was clear, blue, and cloudless. It was like a huge, flawless sapphire, transparent and clear. When one stared at it, one's mind would be cleansed, bright, and pure. One would unknowingly be immersed in it, unable to extricate themselves. The lake water was green and sparkling, reflecting the sky. The water and the sky were connected. Qianzong stood by the lake. There were no enemies. There was nothing illogical. Was this the test of the 4th level of the king-naming pagoda? What was the test? Standing by the lake, Qianzong was silent and deep in thought. He was also waiting. Waiting for the enemy to appear. However, time passed slowly, but no enemy appeared. Could it be that the test of this level was not about defeating the enemy, but something else? Qianzong's eyes lit up slightly. His thoughts immediately broke away from the original shackles and spread out. Perhaps the test of this level had nothing to do with the enemy. Or it could be said that the enemy on this level was not the same as the enemies on the previous 3 levels, but a hidden enemy. For example, an illusion. The beautiful scenery in front of him could be an illusion. It was so realistic that it was difficult to distinguish between reality and illusion. Everything was vivid and lifelike, just like the real sky and lake. As soon as he had doubts, Qianzong observed more carefully. His divine consciousness also spread out. Under the tyrannical divine consciousness, Qianzong felt that it was unreal. Sure enough, this was an illusion. It turned out that the test of the 4th level was not direct combat strength, but to see through illusions. In other words, it was a test of divine consciousness. A powerful cultivator not only had to have sufficient strength, but also had to have strong and pure divine consciousness. Neither could be lacking. A true powerhouse had no obvious shortcomings. Qianzong's divine consciousness was much stronger and purer than those of the same level. It was not inferior even to those of a half-step great sage. Therefore, as soon as he had doubts, he quickly found the problem and eliminated it in an instant. The beautiful scenery of the mountains and rivers swayed in an instant, like ripples on the surface of water, and disappeared like an illusion. It was still a dark space. A ray of light fell on Chenzong. Immediately, Chenzong ascended to the 5th floor. On the 5th level of the king-naming pagoda, the darkness retreated. Chenzong found himself in a circular room. Besides the ground beneath his feet, the walls around him were filled with finger-sized holes. The densely packed holes were deep and bottomless, emitting a chilling aura that made one's heart palpitate. Especially the way they were arranged so densely that it would make one's scalp go numb. Soon after, there seemed to be an extremely soft sound. It seemed as if there was only one sound, yet it also seemed as if there were tens of thousands of Daos gathered together. Chenzong's pupils contracted slightly, and a cold light flashed across his eyes. Sharp points seemed to have emerged from the countless holes in the surroundings. They were incomparably sharp and shone with cold light. Without any warning, numerous spikes that were thinner than a finger instantly shot out from the holes at an extremely fast and shocking speed. Quick, ruthless, in the blink of an eye, densely packed spikes shot towards Chenzong from all directions with a sharpness that could pierce through everything. Too fast, extremely fast, this speed had already reached the limit of the 7th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage. The test of the king-naming pagoda was closely related to a person's cultivation. The lowest level was the same as the person's cultivation, and it would continue to rise. If one passed the 5th level, it would cause the 5-colored heavenly flower to explode. It was also very shocking. Therefore, the test was not easy. The speed of the spikes was equivalent to the limit of the 7th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage. Without sufficient strength, it was impossible to dodge. Moreover, there were dozens of spikes that shot out in an instant. It was not something that could be dodged. One would also have to defend against it. Chenzong's reaction was extremely fast. The moment he unsheathed his extreme-edge sword, an extremely dazzling sword light streaked out in all directions. It was an arc of light, as if the water and the sky were intersecting. It had a kind of elegance and brilliance. Chenzong did not dodge. Instead, he slashed out with his sword and blocked all the spikes that shot towards him from all directions. Every spike was shockingly fast. However, its strength was not as fast as its speed. It was equivalent to the strength of an ordinary late-stage 7th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage. Of course, this was only a relative term. If one's cultivation was at the early stage of the 7th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage, their combined strength would only reach the limit of the 7th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage. The chances of them passing the 5th level were not high. At the very least, one would need to have the strength of an 8th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage to have a chance. However, it was not 100% certain. Chenzong's strength was naturally not something an ordinary 8th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage could compare to. His sword technique was extremely profound. With a single slash, he blocked all the spikes without suffering any damage. The second wave, the spikes shot out again. There were hundreds of them, and they were even more threatening. Chenzong's expression did not change as he slashed out with his sword. The sword light split and enveloped the surroundings, blocking all the spikes. The hundreds of spikes were all blocked by Chenzong's sword. Similarly, they were unable to hurt Chenzong. However, this was not the end. There was a third wave. In an instant, black spikes shot out from all the black holes. They were extremely sharp. Thousands of spikes, this time, there were thousands of spikes. They were densely packed and terrifying. Chenzong's expression turned slightly solemn. The pressure from thousands of spikes was much greater than hundreds of spikes. A sword light shot out. It was only a single slash, but it had the terrifying aura of 10,000 swords. Infinite slash, with this one slash, all the spikes were blocked. They were unable to hit Chenzong at all. He was fully focused on guarding against the fourth wave. Based on the pattern of the previous 3 waves, the fourth wave might have tens of thousands of spikes. If there were tens of thousands of spikes, the threat to him would increase greatly. When that time came, he would have to bring out more strength to deal with it. However, after the third wave, there was no fourth wave. The third wave was the test of the 5th level. Chenzong had passed the test and ascended to the 6th level. Only the most elite king stage geniuses had a chance of passing the 6th level. An emperor stage genius would have a higher chance of passing. The sixth level was not a dark space. Instead, it was a pavilion. The pavilion was simple and unadorned. It stood on a small hill that was 100 meters tall. In the pavilion, there was a peerless beauty, like a fairy, sitting elegantly and quietly. On the table in front of her was a silver wine pot and 2 silver cups. "You're here. I've been waiting for you for a long time." The peerless beauty raised her head. Her bright and limpid eyes seemed to be able to see through time and space. They landed on Chenzong's face. In that instant, Chenzong's soul trembled uncontrollably. There was an indescribable feeling. Tenderness, sweetness. When the peerless beauty spoke, an invisible wave seemed to spread out. It made Chenzong feel as if she had really been waiting for his arrival in the pavilion for a long time. It was as if he had made an appointment with this beauty and met her here. This feeling was very strange. It seemed to be there, but it was also not. In that instant, Chenzong had a vague feeling that he could not determine. It was as if he had really made an appointment with this old man at some point in time. This feeling prompted Chenzong to take a step forward. He walked up the steps of the small hill, step by step, as if he was immortal. With every step he took, the feeling of having made an appointment became more and more obvious. "Come, have a taste of the fine wine that I spent 1,000 years to brew." The peerless beauty stood up slightly, but her face was full of smiles. It was as if 100 flowers had bloomed in an instant. She reached out and gestured for Chenzong to come over and sit down in front of her. The 1,000-year-old wine immediately made Chenzong's eyes light up. A trace of longing emerged in his heart. It was a longing to drink the 1,000-year-old wine. His footsteps quickened as he climbed quickly. There were a total of 100 steps from the bottom to the top. The smile on the peerless beauty's face was enough to make people feel enraptured. Gradually, Chenzong climbed to the top of the mountain. He walked down the last step and stepped into the pavilion. Without hesitation, he sat down on the stone bench opposite the peerless beauty. An indescribable fragrance floated from her delicate body. The stone bench was firm and cold, causing Chenzong to instantly feel refreshed. It was as if all distracting thoughts had been eliminated, and his essence, energy, and spirit had been raised to an astonishing level. He wasn't affected by anything, but it also caused the fragrance to become even more enchanting. "Come." The peerless beauty stood up slightly. Her slender and white jade-like hand lifted the wine pot and poured the wine into Chenzong's cup. The translucent amber wine flowed down from the long spout of the pot. It had an indescribable beauty like moving clouds and flowing water. A faint smell like the clouds in the sky floated over. It made Chenzong feel as if he wanted to fly up into the sky. He flew with the wind, roaming the world and comprehending the mysteries. In an instant, a strong and intoxicating wine fragrance seemed to fill the air. It was as if he had fallen from a high altitude into the boundless sea. He wandered at the bottom of the sea and swam with the giant sharks. This wine fragrance was sometimes light, sometimes strong, and sometimes distant. It seemed to come from a very distant place with the wind. It also seemed to be right under the nose. It was changeable, it was like a dream. This was the magic and attraction of the 1,000-year-old wine. The sound of the wine falling into the exquisite and simple silver cup was also incomparably clear and pure. When it fell into the ears, it was like the most beautiful music in the world. It blended with the ever-changing and dreamy wine fragrance and became the most attractive and tempting thing in the world. It replaced everything else. The peerless beauty's eyes moved. She raised her head slightly and put down the wine pot. "Please have a taste." The peerless beauty's voice was as soft as the breeze. It was also as pleasant as the tinkling of spring water. It refreshed the heart and directly penetrated the heart. Chenzong could no longer resist. He picked up the exquisite and simple cup behind him and quickly brought it to the tip of his nose. He sniffed slightly. Suddenly, the ever-changing and dreamy wine fragrance rushed into his nose, went straight into his lungs, and then spread all over his body. He felt as if he was floating in the clouds and had lost all weight. He was incomparably relaxed. It was also as if he was soaking in a hot spring. The warm spring water removed all impurities and left him exhausted. Chenzong's face was full of intoxication. He could not help but close his eyes. He completely ignored everything in the outside world and seemed to be completely unable to perceive anything outside his body. Tickets. The Dominator needs tickets for the year-end inventory. Brothers, please help us. A small hill, a pavilion, the peerless beauty and Xianxia. This was an eternal and beautiful painting that seemed to have transformed into a brand. Xianxia opened his eyes. The intoxicated look in his eyes slowly dissipated and became clear. The intoxicated look on his face also disappeared quickly and became cold. As cold as the iron in the deep sea, the strange smile on the peerless beauty's face suddenly froze. You are a beauty, and the wine is good wine. Unfortunately, my ambition is not in this. Xianxia opened his mouth and said slowly. His voice was low and sonorous, like the sound of a long sword. It became more and more resounding and earth-shattering. My ambition is in the sword. The word sword left his mouth and resounded through the world. It was as vast and mighty as thunder, and an extreme sharpness tore through the heavens. The stone table and wine jug in front of him were instantly split apart, and the peerless beauty was not spared either. She was instantly ripped apart. This sword light, containing extreme sharpness and sword intent, broke through heaven and earth. The light suddenly fell, and Xianxia's body flew up again. The 6th floor passed, he stepped into the 7th floor. Since ancient times, those who could enter the 7th floor were all emperor-level geniuses. Xianxia was confident that he could reach or even pass the 7th floor. However, after seeing it, he was still a little surprised. The 1st to 3rd floors tested one's strength directly, the 4th floor tested one's divine thoughts, the 5th floor tested one's reaction and strength, and the 6th floor tested one's mind and willpower. If one was addicted to it, they would fail the tower. Xianxia was addicted at first, but he soon sobered up. However, he did not immediately get rid of it. Instead, he chose to taste the wine. After all, this was Xianxia's hobby. Since he had tasted the 1,000-year-old wine, Xianxia sobered up and did not immerse himself in it. Sword Dao was his true pursuit. As for other things, they were just decorations. He could have them, but he could not be addicted. On the 7th floor, the light suddenly lit up and a canyon appeared in front of him. The canyon stretched to the sky as if there was no end. Xianxia stood in front of the canyon. Rhythmic footsteps were heard as a figure stepped out from the shadows of the canyon. A gust of wind blew past, swirling up the dust and sand in the air. A desolate killing intent gradually spread out between the heavens and the earth. His long robe fluttered in the wind and sand, and his long hair also fluttered. Under his long and narrow eyes, traces of cold light flickered like ice, releasing a shocking coldness and killing intent. He was dressed in a coarse robe that resembled yellow sand, with a long sword and a crude scabbard at his waist. Every step he took seemed to have been calculated with the utmost precision. He was like an ascetic cultivator in a harsh environment. As soon as this person appeared, Xianxia's pupils constricted. A trace of horror grew in his heart and quickly spread out. Very strong, for a moment, it was difficult for him to determine the cultivation of the other party. He only felt that the other party was a threat. However, this was already the 7th level of the king-naming pagoda. If one could pass the 7th level, they would be able to trigger the 7-colored heavenly flower. That would be an earth-shattering phenomenon. It was rare to see one in 100 years. Naturally, the difficulty of the test would be high. He was a swordsman who had walked out of the Gobi Grand Canyon. He was a strong opponent. Immediately, the battle intent condensed and shot up from Xianxia's body into the sky. The yellow sand swordsman also seemed to be attracted. He also released a terrifying wave of sword intent. The sword intent shot up into the sky as if it was going to tear the heavens apart. As soon as the sword intent appeared, the originally gentle wind and sand instantly became violent, resonating with the sword intent. In an instant, Xianxia and the yellow sand swordsman both moved. Xianxia took a step forward. His feet were wrapped in dense lightning. It was the 6th step of the thunder stomp 9 heavens. Its speed was astonishing. The yellow sand swordsman also moved. Countless sandstorms swept up, as if supporting his legs. It looked like he was flying in the wind and sand. Close, unsheath the sword. In an instant, the two of them passed by each other. As they were unsheathed, they had already exchanged more than 100 blows. Great! Zong suddenly felt excited. The blood in his body boiled. He turned around and his sword pierced through the air. It was as fast and fierce as a shooting star. The yellow sand swordsman also turned around in an instant. His longsword swept through the air, stirring up a sandstorm. Its power was shocking to the extreme. It was indeed powerful. In just a few breaths' time, it had exchanged more than 1,000 blows with Zong. It was evenly matched. The cultivation of the early seventh heaven saint realm erupted in an instant. The terrifying power shook the heavens and earth. It was as if it could shatter everything. Lightning surged from the soles of his feet to his entire body, covering his shoulders. It made Zong look like a lightning swordsman. The seventh step of the thunder stomped 9 heavens. Zong's speed increased. His sword pierced through the air towards the yellow sand swordsman. However, the yellow sand swordsman pointed his longsword and spat out a word, "Suppress." In an instant, an invisible force will descended from the sky and directly struck Zong's body, causing his body to tremble. The lightning on his body was extinguished, and his saint energy, tyrannical chaotic heavenly energy, and astonishing chi and blood were suppressed into the depths of his body, making it difficult for him to move. The world seemed to be filled with an invisible, colorless, and boundless force field, causing Zong to lose all of his extraordinary powers, leaving him with only an ordinary level of physical strength. Immediately, Zong also realized that the yellow sand swordsman was the same. There was no strong physical strength. There was no extraordinary strength. Could it be that they were going to compete with their swordsmanship? That seemed to be the case. The yellow sand swordsman rushed again. His feet stepped on the dry sand and stone ground. He swept toward Zong at an amazing speed. If this speed was compared to before, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. However, if it was an ordinary person, it was as fast as lightning. At this moment, both the yellow sand swordsman and Zong had their extraordinary strength suppressed. They were only left with ordinary strength. Therefore, their speed did not seem slow. Zong also moved. Although he only had ordinary strength, his ultimate control of his own strength was not weakened or suppressed. This control was not strength, but an ability. It was an invisible ability that could not be suppressed. His muscles trembled. The power was transmitted to his feet and then burst out. His whole body shot out like an arrow. He was even faster than the yellow sand swordsman. He drew his sword, a sword without the support of extraordinary strength such as saint energy, chi and blood chi, chaotic heaven energy, and Taoist will could not be called a swordsmanship. It could only be called a swordsmanship. It was a pure technique of wielding the sword. It was the most basic of all, and it tested one's basic skills. Zong paid a lot of attention to the basics of swordsmanship. However, he had never thought that he would one day have to challenge the king naming tower and fight with a strong opponent. However, he had encountered a similar situation when he entered the Xianming microcosm. The two sides approached each other. Their swords broke through the air and clashed. Stab, slash, bang, strike, the most basic sword techniques were performed to their heart's content under their swords. The sword light was bright and intense. Even though they did not have the support of extraordinary powers and only relied on the strength of ordinary people, they were still able to cut through the air with exquisite sword techniques, forming sword chis that streaked across the surroundings and the ground, leaving intersecting sword scars. Moreover, this kind of exquisite swordsmanship without the support of extraordinary strength was performed with only ordinary strength. Every strike was a direct close combat. Every strike was extremely dangerous. Once touched, one would be injured immediately. With the body of an ordinary person, if one was injured, it would have a significant impact on one's strength. Zong was very excited by this kind of life and death battle where only sword skills were used without the use of extraordinary strength. He felt a kind of horror and trembling from the bottom of his heart. It was not fear, but a kind of madness that came from the depths of his bones. They were evenly matched. To his heart's content, Zong forgot everything and displayed his swordsmanship to his heart's content. Even without the support of extraordinary strength, with only pure swordsmanship, there was a kind of true charm to it. It was as if he was about to touch something. The yellow sand swordsman's swordsmanship was also very advanced. Every strike was astonishing and contained a trace of indescribable charm. It was as if with every strike, there would be yellow sand coming at him. This was not extraordinary strength. It was a mystery derived from the yellow sand swordsman's cultivation of swordsmanship to an astonishing level. This mystery made Xianxia feel strange. As they fought, he also felt as if he was in the middle of yellow sand. Xianxia could not help but think of a method in the past. A method of integrating spiritual will into swordsmanship to interfere with the world. It was a method that he had comprehended in the Xianming small world. However, as his swordsmanship improved, it had already been sublimated. But now, it seemed that this method still had great potential to be unearthed. At least, this was the case in the yellow sand swordsman's swordsmanship. However, Xianxia would not take this path again, because it had already been sublimated. The fight was fierce, the fight was crazy, the two swords clashed, constantly bursting out astonishing sparks. They sputtered in all directions as if they were going to ignite everything. With a slight shake of his wrist, the sword body trembled. One sword split into 3, and 3 into 9. 9 beams of sword light were incomparably sharp. They shot out from the front and shrouded the yellow sand swordsman. The yellow sand swordsman turned his sword. It seemed as if yellow sand was sprinkling down to block the sword light. Their bodies crisscrossed, and they swung their swords again. This time, the 9 beams of sword light turned into arcs and shot out from all directions. It was impossible to guard against and resist. The yellow sand swordsman tried his best, but he could only block 8 beams of sword light. He was hit by one of the beams of sword light. His arm was immediately pierced, and he was immediately injured. Kill him while he was injured, the 9 beams of sword light shot out again. This time, it was not a straight line or an arc. Instead, it condensed into one and became more and more dazzling. Kill, Xianxia used all the strength in his body. It was an outburst that surpassed the limit. The sword was unstoppable. It was as fierce and overbearing as a meteor from outer space. The sword, with the overbearing power of heaven and earth, directly shattered the yellow sand. The yellow sand swordsman's sword pierced straight through. Kill, the yellow sand swordsman's arm holding the sword fell limply. Immediately, his body dissipated in front of Xianxia, like a wisp of sand scattered between heaven and earth. In the next breath, Xianxia felt that all the suppressed power had returned to his body. It was a feeling that he had not felt for a long time. The feeling of mastering power was really, really good. Inside the king-naming tower, it seemed like a long time had passed, but to the people outside, it was only a little more than 2 hours. An hour or so was nothing to these people. Even if it was 20 hours, they could still wait. One had to know that after reaching the Saint Realm, it was normal for one to cultivate for several days at a time, even a dozen days or even a few months was not out of the ordinary. With Xianxia's talent, it won't be difficult for him to detonate the 8-colored heavenly flower, Skyfrost Holy Sun and Ancient Holy Sun thought to themselves. As for the 9-colored heavenly flower, they didn't dare to continue thinking, because if they did, they would think that Xianxia was more likely to detonate the 9-colored heavenly flower than them. However, it was hard to say whether he could really detonate the 9-colored heavenly flower. If he really did, it would shock both ancient and modern times. In the same era, it was extremely rare for 2 people to detonate the 9-colored heavenly flower. From ancient times until now, it had only happened once. That was the era of the great Emperor Lingwu. There was also an extremely talented person who was only slightly inferior to the great Emperor Lingwu. Just like the great Emperor Lingwu, he had detonated the 9-colored heavenly flower. That person was now ranked 3rd on the 9-colored king-naming monument. First, the Taishan Holy Sun detonated the 9-colored heavenly flower, then the Skyfrost Holy Sun and Ancient Holy Sun detonated the 8-colored heavenly flower. This was already shocking. If Xianxia could detonate the 8-colored heavenly flower, it would be even more shocking. If he could detonate the 9-colored heavenly flower, it would become a legend. On the 8th floor of the king-naming tower. It was a jade wall in a valley. Standing in front of the valley's jade wall was engraved with veined patterns. The densely packed veined patterns spread out from the center and eventually covered the entire front of the jade wall. At first glance, the veined patterns were incomparably complex and mysterious. Then what was the test of this floor? Immediately, a thought silently entered Qinzong's mind, and Qinzong knew. It turned out that the test of this floor wasn't cultivation, strength, divine sense, reaction, or sword skills, but comprehension. The purpose of challenging the king-conferring pagoda was to obtain a title and obtain the acknowledgement of the king-conferring pagoda and the will of heaven and earth. This would allow one to better comprehend the mysteries of heaven and earth, as well as Tao insights. Unlike other challenges, the kingship pagoda's challenges did not focus on one's cultivation. After all, most people who had broken through to the saint realm within 10 years would not have a high cultivation. Thus, the king-naming pagoda's test was more comprehensive. It tested one's strength, the purity and application of spiritual will, the tenacity of one's will, one's reaction speed, martial arts foundation, and control of power. Now, it tested one's comprehension ability. It could be said that this was a comprehensive test. This sort of test was the most difficult, and also the most accurate. The 8th level tested one's comprehension ability, which was to comprehend the patterns on the valley's jade wall. As for what mysteries the patterns contained, it was hard to say. According to the information that entered his mind, the patterns on the jade wall were divided into 9 rings. From the inside to the outside, they were the first ring, the second ring, and the third ring. Only by comprehending the 4th ring would one be considered to have passed the 8th level. If one wanted to enter the 9th level, they would have to comprehend the 7th ring. Furthermore, there was a time limit to the comprehension. A water hourglass suddenly appeared in the air and water began to drip down. Qinzong immediately abandoned all distracting thoughts and wholeheartedly began to comprehend. The first ring was the centermost ring. The outline of the patterns contained an indescribable mystery. Those who did not have enough comprehension ability would not be able to comprehend anything at all and would instead feel dizzy. In other words, one's comprehension ability had to reach the level of an emperor-grade genius to be able to comprehend it. However, if one wanted to comprehend the 4th ring, the difficulty was not low. At the very least, one had to have the comprehension ability of a top emperor-grade genius. Qinzong's comprehension ability was extremely high and his foundation was deep, so he quickly comprehended the mysteries of the first ring. He immediately extended it to the second ring and continued to comprehend it. The patterns on the valley's jade wall were profound, but Qinzong did not know what they were used for. It did not seem to have any use. If he had to say that it was useful, it should be used to challenge the king-naming pagoda. Moreover, this kind of comprehension was very strange. He could not describe what it was, but it was directed to the core of comprehension. Everything else was useless. Only the most basic and true comprehension ability could comprehend the mysteries within and direct it to the heart. In this way, the test of comprehension ability was even more realistic. Soon, Qinzong comprehended the mysteries of the second ring. A mysterious feeling gradually became clear. He began to comprehend the third ring. The patterns of the third ring were denser and larger in scope. The mysteries contained were deeper and more difficult to comprehend. However, the mysteries of the third ring were nothing to Qinzong. He only spent a little more time to comprehend it. The 4th ring, when Qinzong began to comprehend the 4th ring, it meant that Qinzong was already qualified to detonate the 8-colored heavenly flower. However, this was not the end that Qinzong wanted. Although he was not sure if he could detonate the 9-colored heavenly flower, he had this thought and goal. Moreover, he had to work hard and do his best. The mysteries of the 4th ring were much more profound than the 3rd ring. If one did not have a top-notch emperor-level comprehension ability, it would be impossible to comprehend any mysteries from it. However, comprehension ability was one of Qinzong's strongest aspects. With the first 3 rings as a foundation, Qinzong quickly comprehended the mysteries of the 4th ring. The more he comprehended, the more Qinzong felt that the mysteries contained in the 9 layers of veined patterns on the jade wall of the valley were the mysteries of heaven and earth. They didn't belong to any aspect, nor did they lean towards any aspect, but they covered all of them. It was like a general outline and overview of martial arts techniques. It was also like the foundation of everything, like the roots of a tree. Vaguely, his heart was telling him that the patterns on the valley's jade wall seemed useless, but to him, it was actually very useful. It was just that he could not see anything at the moment. In fact, the 9 layers of patterns on the valley's jade wall were very beneficial to any cultivator. The prerequisite was that one could comprehend the mysteries within. The more layers one comprehended, the more beneficial it would be. If possible, Chenzong planned to comprehend all the patterns on the valley's jade wall and master all 9 layers of their mysteries. The Taishan saint had been able to enter the 9th layer because he had comprehended at least 7 layers of the valley's jade wall. His comprehension ability was definitely not inferior to the Taishan saints. This was confidence. After comprehending the mysteries of the 4th ring, he began to comprehend the 5th ring. Shortly after, Chenzong also comprehended the mysteries of the 5th ring. He began to comprehend the 6th ring. If others knew about Chenzong's comprehension speed, they would probably be very shocked. Chenzong comprehended the mysteries of the 6th ring once again. He immediately began to comprehend the 7th ring. The mysteries of the 7th ring were immediately much more difficult than those of the 6th ring. Even with Chenzong's comprehension ability, he still felt that it was very difficult to comprehend. At this moment, almost half of the water in the hourglass had dripped down. In other words, Chenzong still had half of the time to comprehend the last 3 rings. However, he did not know how many rings he could comprehend. Now that Chenzong had comprehended the first 6 rings, he could already enter the 9th layer and accept the 9th layer's test. He would work hard to detonate the 9-colored heavenly flower. Chenzong used his superb comprehension ability and the foundation of the first 6 rings to comprehend the 7th ring. The mysteries of the 7th ring were slowly analyzed and comprehended bit by bit. Suddenly, a feeling of enlightenment filled his soul. This made Chenzong know that he had successfully comprehended the mysteries of the 7th ring. Without hesitation, he began to comprehend the 8th ring. The more he comprehended, the more Chenzong felt that the mysteries of the 9th layer of the jade wall in the valley would be of great benefit to his future cultivation. As for what the benefits were, Chenzong did not know. However, as long as there were benefits, it was worth his effort. The difficulty of the 8th ring increased a lot. However, with his comprehension ability, he could still comprehend the mysteries contained in it. The mysteries of the 8th ring were slowly revealed by Chenzong's powerful comprehension ability. However, every time he made progress, he felt that it was very difficult. In the end, Chenzong succeeded in comprehending the mysteries of the 8th ring. Regardless of the hourglass, Chenzong immediately began to comprehend the 9th ring. As soon as he began to comprehend, Chenzong's expression changed slightly. The difficulty of comprehending the 9th ring was much higher than that of the 8th ring. At the beginning of the 8th ring, Chenzong could still comprehend some superficial knowledge. However, he did not know where to start with the 9th ring. However, Chenzong knew that comprehending the 9th ring would be more beneficial to him. He took a deep breath and calmed his slightly fluctuating emotions. Only by remaining calm and concentrating could he comprehend the mysteries. If his emotions fluctuated, it would affect his comprehension ability. Calm, like the deep sea, like ice, no distracting thoughts could affect or disturb him. Unconsciously, Chenzong forgot everything. In his eyes, in his mind, and in his heart, there was only the 9th ring. It was as if a layer of fog had been lifted. There was a feeling of enlightenment. The mysteries of the 9th ring began to appear. It was difficult to get started, but once he got started, Chenzong could take the opportunity to comprehend the mysteries of the 9th ring. Slowly, he began to analyze and comprehend the mysteries of the 9th ring. The water in the hourglass continued to drip. It seemed slow, but the water above the hourglass was decreasing. There was not much left. Chenzong did not notice. At this moment, Chenzong was completely immersed in comprehending the mysteries of the 9th ring. He had completely forgotten about the outside world. The mysteries of the 9th ring. 10%, 20%, 30%, 40%, as the water continued to drip, Chenzong comprehended 90%. When it reached 90%, the difficulty of comprehending seemed to have increased significantly. 91%, 92%, 93%, however, there was only a thin layer of water left in the hourglass. It would soon be empty. 94%, Chenzong did not know that the water in the hourglass was almost empty. He was still comprehending wholeheartedly. 95%, 96%, 97%, 98%, 99%. Immediately, the last drop of water in the hourglass dripped from the hole. It seemed to be slow, but it also seemed to be fast. It continued to fall. Once it fell into the water below, it meant the end of the time. Drip, the sound was extremely soft, but also extremely loud. It was as if it suddenly rang in Chenzong's mind. At the last moment, Chenzong successfully comprehended the 9 layers of profound inscriptions on the jade wall of the spiritual valley. It was like an imprint. The mysteries naturally entered Chenzong's mind and he grasped them. Now, he still did not know what use they had. But his instincts told him that they were useful. They would be very useful in the future. That was enough. Cultivation was something that he had to compete for now and in the future. It was very important. After comprehending the mysteries of the 9 layers of profound inscriptions on the jade wall, Chenzong naturally stepped into the 9th layer. The 9th layer was a dark space, just like the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd layers. Then, a ray of light flashed past. It was as if the world had been created. The world changed, and a world appeared before Chenzong's eyes. Chenzong was like an outsider. He observed the changes in the world from a high point of view. It changed from a barren world to a flourishing world, and then to a barren world again. Declined after the peak, in the end, everything quieted down. The changes in the world also stopped. Chenzong only felt a blur before his eyes. It was as if time and space had changed. A palace, in front of him was a palace. The palace was not luxurious, but it had an indescribable simplicity, majesty. It stood in the world as if it could suppress the world and time and space. The palace door was closed. It was black after the 9 colors merged. It was so dark that it seemed to be able to absorb all light. It also seemed to contain endless mysteries. Above the closed door, there was a similar black signboard. On the signboard, there were 4 large words that were flowing with brilliant light. Lingwu Imperial Palace. Chenzong read in a low voice. Outside the king-naming tower, the Taishan saint's eyes shone as he stared at the 9-colored king-naming tablet. From top to bottom, there were 14 titles and 14 names. The first title was the Lingwu Emperor. The order of the titles represented the difference between high and low. In other words, since ancient times, no one had surpassed the Lingwu Emperor. The second title was the Sword Emperor. He was a peerless genius from an era before the Lingwu Emperor. Before the appearance of the Lingwu Emperor, he had always been the top genius in the Lingwu Holy World. But after the appearance of the Lingwu Emperor, his light was overshadowed by the Lingwu Emperor. Even so, it was undeniable that the Sword Emperor was still a dazzling existence. His name was known throughout history. The third title was the Eternal Night Demon King. He was a peerless genius from the same era as the Lingwu Emperor. A few years after the Lingwu Emperor, he had entered the king-naming tower. He had exploded the 9-colored heavenly flower. He was ranked 3rd on the 9-colored king-naming tablet. This title. Lingwu Wu Emperor. The 4th title was a new title. Xian Ancient Saint King. This was the title that the god of the Taishan Holy Temple had obtained after entering the king-naming tower. The Taishan Holy Sun was not satisfied with being ranked 4th. His goal was to surpass the Lingwu Emperor and be ranked 1st. Unfortunately, he was no match for the Eternal Night Demon King. Lingwu Imperial Palace, it sounded like it had something to do with the Lingwu Emperor or Emperor Lingwu. Chenzong suddenly exerted force with both hands and pushed open the heavy doors of the Imperial Palace. Someone else is here. How many moves can you take from me? A vigorous and heavy voice suddenly sounded. In an instant, a majestic and steady aura rushed over, as if an invisible mountain was moving horizontally. Chenzong's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared ahead. At the end of the hall, there was a tall and sturdy figure sitting on a throne. The figure was as heavy as a mountain, and there was a faint trace of domineering aura about him. You are? Chenzong asked. I'm Saint King Chongshan. The burly figure on the throne immediately stood up, and the surrounding air seemed to be unable to withstand his power, as it turned into countless ripples that spread outwards. Vaguely, a strong wind seemed to howl, engulfing the entire palace. Its might was astonishing. Saint King Chongshan. Chenzong narrowed his eyes. There were originally 13 titles on the 9-colored king naming tablet. After the Taishan Holy Sun, there were 14 titles. The title at the bottom was Saint King Chongshan. It was written on the outside that it was Lingwu Imperial Palace. Why did he not meet the Lingwu Emperor but Saint King Chongshan? Chenzong did not understand. After all, the words Lingwu Imperial Palace made it easy to associate it with the Lingwu Emperor. Your cultivation is in the early 7th level Saint Realm. My cultivation will be the same as yours. If you defeat me, you will not only ignite the 9-colored heavenly flower, but you will also be able to challenge the second palace. Saint King Chongshan's burly body stood up, emitting an extremely shocking power. The terrifying pressure was as heavy as a mountain, and it felt as if an invisible mountain was pushing down. How many palaces are there in Lingwu Imperial Palace? Chenzong released his powerful aura as he spoke. This was a chance to learn more about Lingwu Imperial Palace or the 9th level of the King Naming Tower. There are as many palaces in Lingwu Imperial Palace as there are titles on the 9-colored King Naming Tablet, Saint King Chongshan said. Then, a smile appeared on his rugged face. If you can defeat the Lingwu Emperor, this palace will be named after your title. Chenzong immediately understood. Since the Lingwu Emperor was ranked first on the 9-colored King Naming Tablet, this palace was named the Lingwu Imperial Palace. There were 14 titles on the 9-colored King Naming Tablet, so there were 14 palaces in Lingwu Imperial Palace. For example, the palace at the very front was called the Great Mountain Palace. If he defeated Saint King Chongshan, not only would he be listed on the 9-colored King Naming Tablet, but he would also be able to challenge the second palace. What if he couldn't defeat Saint King Chongshan? Saint King Chongshan seemed to sense Chenzong's curiosity, so he spoke again. If you can't defeat me, you'll have to withstand at least 100 of my attacks to be qualified to detonate the 9-colored heavenly flower and be listed on the 9-colored King Naming Tablet. Dong, Saint King Chongshan stood up and took a step forward like a mountain giant. The entire palace shook, and the air seemed to explode. It surged endlessly, and his power grew more and more shocking. He was only at the early 7th level of the Saint Rudiment realm, but Chenzong felt that he was terrifying and shocking. Chenzong narrowed his eyes, and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. His blood surged, and his saint power spun. Traces of battle intent soared into the sky. Saint King Chongshan, this was a peerless genius who could detonate the 9-colored heavenly flower in the ancient times. Chenzong, on the other hand, was extremely lucky to be able to fight with such a peerless genius after countless eras. Then, let me see the demeanor of an ancient peerless genius, Chenzong said to himself and took a step forward. This step caused the wind and clouds to change. This step caused a sharp blade to cut through the air. This step caused an unparalleled sharpness. Saint King Chongshan's expression changed slightly. His eyes shone with a strong light, and he was faintly excited. Fight. After he took a step down the stairs, his entire body charged forward like a moving mountain. Suddenly, he raised his incomparably violent fist and instantly blasted it out. In an instant, an incomparably powerful aura condensed in the fist. It was like a mountain's fist was blasted out, and the air seemed to be compressed by the impact. It was ferocious and unparalleled. Slash, Chenzong's palm was like the edge of a sword. He slashed out in the air, and a sword light tore through the air. It immediately split the powerful fist force and slashed towards Saint King Chongshan like a hot knife through butter. Saint King Chongshan was an ancient peerless genius. Among his peers, he could be said to be invincible. Now, Chenzong was also an ancient peerless genius. Among his peers, he was almost invincible. This was a confrontation between peerless geniuses who were separated by many eras. Whether it was Chenzong or Saint King Chongshan, they could not help but feel excited. Their fighting spirit soared into the sky. That move was just a probing move. After all, Chenzong was completely unfamiliar with Saint King Chongshan, and Saint King Chongshan was also very unfamiliar with Chenzong. When facing an unfamiliar opponent, one had to test him to know his strength and how to deal with him better. In the blink of an eye, the two sides exchanged dozens of moves. The power of their attacks became stronger and stronger, and they gradually grasped all of the other party's moves and skills. Mountain Hung Fist. The low shout was dull and vigorous. As soon as the 3 words fell, Saint King Chongshan's aura skyrocketed in an instant. He punched out. It seemed similar to before, but in fact, its power was even more tyrannical and terrifying. When this punch was out, the shadow of a mountain condensed in it and pushed forward. A shocking rumbling sound resounded in all directions, causing Chen Zong's expression to change drastically. This punch was vigorous and fierce. The extreme edge sword was unsheathed. The sword light was blazing to the extreme, and it was extremely sharp. In an instant, it tore through the sky and attacked. Extreme edge slash. After the fierce battle, Chen Zong knew that Saint King Chongshan's fighting style was vigorous, steady, and heavy. The aura was like a mountain. He did not pay attention to any subtle changes. He directly pushed forward and charged forward with an astonishing aura. One punch could suppress an era. This was Saint King Chongshan's fist. The fist that made the geniuses of the same era as him feel despair. The fist that made the cultivators of the same generation of the same era shrouded in shadows. Now, Chen Zong was facing such a fist. However, Chen Zong was not afraid. There was only fighting spirit. Fight. Although Saint King Chongshan's fist was very, very strong, Chen Zong's sword was not weak at all. In just 10 breaths, Chen Zong and Saint King Chongshan were fighting fiercely. Terrifying energy overflowed as if it was going to tear down the Chongshan Palace. However, the Chongshan Palace was extremely sturdy. Not to mention the bombardment of the two's power, even if it was 10 times stronger, it would not be damaged at all. Lifeless sword style. When the sword was slashed out, an astonishing killing intent condensed in it. It was as if it could kill all life, causing Saint King Chongshan to be slightly surprised. Chongshan! With a low shout, Saint King Chongshan's eyes suddenly emitted an extremely shocking light. It was as if the shadow of a mountain condensed in his eyes. The energy in his body burst forth, and all the energy in his body poured into his right fist. It was like a strong bow that was pulled to the extreme. Unparalleled domineering, boom, a punch blasted out, and a black mountain charged forward. The black mountain seemed to be incomparably condensed and vigorous to the extreme. The black mountain exuded a shocking pressure, as though it was filled with a terrifying weight. Under the heavy pressure, everything in the surroundings was suppressed and flowed backwards, causing the black mountain to become even more condensed, and the power it exuded became even more astonishing. The terror of this fist affected the surroundings as if it had turned into a black hole. Of course, compared to a black hole, this fist was worlds apart. However, it was enough to shock Chen Zong. It was as if all his attacks would be absorbed, and it was difficult to be effective. Infinite. Limitless sword, this sword was limitless, with infinite changes and infinite possibilities. Of course, with Chen Zong's current realm and attainments, he could not reach the true limitless realm, but he already had the embryonic form. With one sword, he immediately passed Sacred King Chongshan's Chongshan fist. The sword light seemed to have drawn an arc. It was beautiful and gorgeous, unavoidable. Sacred King Chongshan was shocked, but he could not think of a way to resolve this sword. He could not dodge it. That sword was too mysterious. It had already surpassed his Chongshan fist. The sword light flew, and blood shot out from Sacred King Chongshan's throat. Sacred King Chongshan's body flickered and reappeared on the throne. Chen Zong was slightly stunned. What did this mean? Your sword is very strong. Sacred King Chongshan did not get up this time. Instead, he touched his neck as if the wound from the sword was still there. At the same cultivation level, I'm inferior to you. Although it was not a pleasant thing to admit that he was inferior to the other party, Sacred King Chongshan still said it bluntly. You're also very strong. Chen Zong said. This was not a compliment, but a fact. Sacred King Chongshan was really strong. The power of each punch was astonishing, containing terrifying mysteries, like the mysteries of mountains. Especially the last Chongshan fist, its mysteries were even more shocking. Chen Zong had gained something from blocking Sacred King Chongshan's last punch. Congratulations on passing the Chongshan Palace. You can go to the next palace. Do you have any questions? Sacred King Chongshan said with a smile. May I ask if you're Sacred King Chongshan's clone? Chen Zong was very curious. After all, the other party was very intelligent. It was as if he was facing the real sacred King Chongshan. However, Qinzong was sure that the person in front of him was not sacred King Chongshan's true body, but it was definitely related to him. Yes, and no. Sacred King Chongshan laughed heartily and did not explain further. You'll know later. In other words, Qinzong would understand after he finished the king-naming pagoda. Goodbye. Qinzong cupped his fists at sacred King Chongshan. Soon after, a door opened, leading to the next hall. The second palace was called the Covered Palace. It was led by Saint King Covered, who was ranked 13th on the 9-colored king title tablet. The moment Saint King Fuhai attacked, his aura was majestic. It was as if the ocean was overturned. It was mighty and majestic, and it was much more powerful than Saint King Chongshan. It was abnormally terrifying. When Qinzong fought with Sacred King Chongshan, Sacred King Chongshan did not use his force field. It was unknown if he did not cultivate it or if he did not use it at that time. But in fact, Sacred King Chongshan had the force field, but he did not use it. It was not that he could not use it, but at that time, when Qinzong was fighting, he was unwilling to use it and only used his ultimate move to determine the winner. However, Sage King Fu Hai used his force field. Qinzong could only use his force field, or else it would be difficult for him to resist. The battle was extremely intense. Although Sacred King Fu Hai was slightly stronger than Sacred King Chongshan, he was ultimately defeated by Qinzong. Qinzong also gained something from his battle with Sage King Fu Hai. After passing the second palace, Qinzong strode toward the third palace. Seventh palace, Ninth Heaven Palace. In the palace, sword lights were dazzling and countless sounds of swords clashing rang out. Sparks flew like the most dazzling fireworks, dazzling everyone. Qinzong wielded a sword, and so did his opponent. This person wore a silver sword robe with lightning patterns on it. His expression was cold, and there seemed to be arcs of lightning dancing in his eyes. The Ninth Heaven Sword King was ranked 8th on the 9-colored king bestowment tablet. He was also a peerless genius who suppressed an era. Qinzong was more interested in fighting with this person. This was because the Ninth Heaven Sword King practiced the sword. Qinzong was always more eager to fight against someone who excelled in sword techniques. The two swords clashed. The Ninth Heaven Sword King's cultivation was the same as Qinzong's, early 7th Heaven Saint realm. This seemed to be the rule of the king-naming tower. The peerless geniuses of each generation fought in the king-naming tower across countless spaces. They would fight with the same cultivation, and the rest would depend on their own abilities. Simply put, the ages of these peerless geniuses were not much different. After all, they had all come to challenge the tower within 10 years after breaking through to the Saint realm. The Ninth Heaven Sword King's sword contained an extremely strong power of lightning, and his lightning Dao intent was also very powerful and brilliant. The power of this lightning Dao intent was very strong, very pure, and very shocking. It was a high-grade Dao intent. Your sword is very good. Next, I'll let you experience my Ninth Heaven Imperial Lightning Sword technique. As soon as the Ninth Heaven Sword King's voice fell, the sword hummed with a flick of his finger, and the lightning suddenly shot out as if it was about to burst. It seemed to be a stab, but also like a slash, but whether it was a stab or a slash, it was just a feeling. The power of this sword was unparalleled. It was as if lightning from the ninth heaven had struck down, wanting to break, collapse, and shatter everything into powder and disappear from this world. The horrifying power of this sword immediately shocked Qinzong to the extreme. It was very powerful. Qinzong slashed out with his sword. The sword light was endless, layer upon layer, like rolling waves, like gusts of wind, like clouds of smoke rising in spirals. Countless sword lights were endless. When the terrifying lightning sword light that was full of destructive power arrived, it seemed to have fallen into a swamp. Its speed slowed down, and its power was weakened layer by layer. When this sword arrived in front of Qinzong swung his sword and directly shattered it. Limitless, with a flash of sword light, it shot towards the ninth heaven sword king. This sword had a profound charm, shuttling between existence and nothingness. The ninth heaven sword king did not dodge. The lightning became more and more intense, instantly filling the air and pouring out. Ninth Heaven Imperial Lightning Sword Technique, second move, the lightning became agile in an instant, but it did not lose its tyrannical power. When the sword slashed out, the lightning seemed to be able to shatter everything. Its power was even more astonishing. Then, the ninth Heaven Sword King immediately urged the last of his strength to perform the third move, which was also the last move. Ninth Heaven Imperial Lightning, majestic, mighty, domineering, violent, everything was condensed in this sword. The last sword had boundless power, as if it was a lightning trial that struck down from the nine heavens realm. It was impossible to dodge, and also difficult to resist. Chenzong's expression was grave. The power of this move was beyond imagination. Because this sword had a kind of astonishing concept. Limitless, limitless sword, limitless sword. After experiencing several intense battles, Chenzong repeatedly performed the limitless sword. Its essence continued to deepen, its profundity became deeper and deeper, and its power became more and more tyrannical. This was a sword that was filled with infinite possibilities. Under the limitless sword, it was as if it could transform into 10,000 swords. 10,000 was an imaginary number, representing countless. But the power of the ninth Heaven Sword King's sword was tyrannical to the extreme, terrifying to the extreme. It could shatter everything between heaven and earth, only destruction. This time, the limitless sword was unable to kill the ninth Heaven Sword King. In an instant, the ninth Heaven Sword King displayed the 10,000 blades force field. Immediately, countless lightning turned into sword blades, terrifying to the extreme. There were no less than 100 of them, and each of them was extremely sharp, as if a divine sword was piercing through the air. Chenzong seemed to be facing the encirclement of hundreds of sword experts at the same time. Although they were not as good as the ninth Heaven Sword King, under the encirclement, their power was astonishing. Coupled with the ninth Heaven Sword King's attack, Chenzong was at a disadvantage in an instant. Chenzong was not afraid in the face of danger, and the 10,000 streams force field was displayed in an instant. After these few years, Chenzong had also cultivated the 10,000 streams force field to the small success stage. It covered a radius of 1,000 meters and controlled 100 torrents. 100 invisible torrents instantly condensed and surged out, entangling the 100 blades. In this way, the power of the 10,000 blades force field and the 10,000 streams force field cancelled each other out, and there was no suppression or amplification. Chenzong and the ninth Heaven Sword King approached each other and engaged in close combat. But in close combat, the ninth Heaven Sword King immediately fell into a disadvantage. Infinite Sword Chain was a sword technique suitable for close combat. Its power was astonishing to the extreme. In close combat, it became even more terrifying. While the ninth Heaven Sword King's 9 Heaven Imperial Thunder Sword art was astonishing, but it was more suitable for a certain distance to be able to unleash its strongest power. However, the ninth Heaven Sword King's sword technique was indeed very brilliant. Each sword was like a thunderbolt tearing through the sky, incomparably tyrannical. For a moment, even though the ninth Heaven Sword King fell into a slight disadvantage, there was a feeling that he could reverse the situation and suppress Chenzong at any time. This made Chenzong have no choice but to focus all of his attention to deal with it, lest he be suppressed instead. And this feeling was like walking on a tightrope. Below was a mountain of blades in hell. It was incomparably astonishing, making his mind and will become increasingly focused and condensed. This battle lasted for a moment. Even though he suppressed the ninth Heaven Sword King, he was unable to defeat him. His tenacity was astonishing. But after this battle, Chenzong had basically grasped the ninth Heaven Sword King's sword technique. There was no need to continue fighting. Heart Domain. In an instant, Chenzong displayed his Heart Domain. That's right, in the battle just now, from the first hall to the 8th hall now, Chenzong had never displayed his Heart Domain. In these few years, Chenzong's strength had increased by a lot, becoming even more tyrannical. After all, he had been fighting with the void demons, wandering between life and death time and time again, brushing past the edge of life and death. The stimulation of his own potential was extremely astonishing. His heart domain had also expanded from the original 1,000 meters to 2,000 meters. Immediately, Chenzong compressed his heart domain to 1,000 meters, the same size as the myriad streams force field. Moreover, the 1,000-meter heart domain and the myriad streams force field merged into one. In an instant, the 100 torrents in the myriad stream's force field were affected, seemingly increasing in power. Originally, one torrent could only contend against one sword blade. Now, one torrent was enough to contend against 2 sword blades. In this way, there were 50 torrents under Qianzong's control, rapidly rushing towards the 9th Heaven Sword King, entangling and binding him. In just an instant, the 9th Heaven Sword King was unable to move. When he erupted with all his strength to break free from the torrent's binding, the limitless sword transformed into a wisp of sword light and attacked. In front of the 9th Heaven Sword King's eyes, that sword light seemed to be condensed from countless sword lights. It filled his eyes as if it was endless, and there was no way to dodge. When the endless sword light disappeared, the 9th Heaven Sword King's throat was also pierced through. Killed in one sword, of course, the 9th Heaven Sword King would not truly die here, but it also meant that the 9th Heaven Sword King had lost to Qianzong's sword. Are you willing to learn the 9 Heavens Imperial Lightning Sword art? The 9th Heaven Sword King appeared on the throne, but asked, causing Qianzong to be slightly surprised. After the monstrous geniuses of the previous halls were defeated by him, they all spoke differently, but none of them were like the 9th Heaven Sword King, who wanted to teach him martial arts. It's my honor. Qianzong naturally would not refuse. End of chapter 1540. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.